From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 786 to chapter 867. The three true immortals without any restrictions. Even the current heavenly court did not have the confidence to deal with them. There was a good saying. There were thieves for 1,000 days, but there were no thieves for 1,000 days. If it really came to that point, the heavenly court might have to abandon the extraterritorial battlefield and withdraw all forces back to the great wide world. In that case, what was the point of destroying the void demons, when it was time for the demonic abyss to descend? Those few devil emperors might even cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, it was fine if he didn't make a move. Once he made a move, he had to catch all the demon emperors in one fell swoop and not let them have a chance to escape. Let's wait a little longer. Green Bull's innate wisdom will awaken a little later, but it won't take too long to break through to the 7th immortal level. Then let's wait a little longer. Chu Kuangtu nodded. It was not up to him to decide when to attack the three great clans. In the current era, Qin Shujian was the ruler of the heavenly court, and he was also the strongest among all the reincarnated people. Chu Kuangtu even felt that. He was not far from recovering the cultivation of his previous life. Therefore, for many things, he took Qin Shujian's advice. Others were not that important. The two chatted for a short while before Chu Kuangtu got up and left. He came this time because he had broken through to the next realm and wanted to take a breather. In fact, the 7th immortal level was just the beginning for Chu Kuangtu. He had to reach the 8th and 9th immortal level in a short time. As for whether he could recover the cultivation of the second era, he was not 100% sure. At the Dao fruit level, it was not so easy to reach. There were countless geniuses in an era, but only a few could break through to the Dao fruit level in the end. That realm. Even if a Dao fruit reincarnated and recultivated, there was not much confidence that he could cultivate back. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, there would be no Dao fruit reincarnated and recultivated. Once reincarnated and recultivated, there was no way out. After Chu Kuangtu left, the stone stool he was sitting on also dissipated like smoke. Qin Shujian's body did not move. He picked up the teacup and tasted the spirit tea in it. How can it be so easy to break through to the Dao fruit level? He finished the spirit tea. There was a look of regret on his face. As the first expert to break through to the 9th heaven immortal realm after recultivating, Qin Shujian was also the first to face the threshold of Dao fruit. However, he was already standing above the 9th heaven immortal, yet he had no way of prying into the fruits of Dao. Even though he had guessed that his inner world would break through to the greater 1,000 worlds, he would be able to break through to the Dao fruit level. However, the problem was that Qin Shujian had no clue how to break through the great wide world. The only thing he could do was to continuously strengthen his own foundation. Furthermore, in the depths of his heart, there was also a trace of worry. That is, if his inner world were to be upgraded to a great 1,000 world, would it be possible for him to break through to the Dao fruit realm? What if he still couldn't break through to Dao fruit after ascending to the great Kiliacosm? For Qin Shujian, that would be a huge blow. He thought of this possibility. Qin Shujian's expression changed drastically. The great 1,000 realms should be the key to breaking through the Dao fruit. My calculations can't be wrong. It's better not to think too much about it. He thought too much. There wouldn't be any results. Instead, it would only mess up his Dao heart. Immediately after, Qin Shujian calmed his mind. Then, with a thought, he saw his divine consciousness split. Three people whose specific faces couldn't be seen clearly appeared in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. The next moment, the mist on their faces dissipated, revealing Qin Shujian's appearance. They look exactly the same. That won't do. Looking at the appearance of the three people, Qin Shujian shook his head and simply waved his hand. The appearance of the three people suddenly changed into unfamiliar faces. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction. You guys go. Find suitable people to accept the task among the players of the Desolate Great World, the Nine Moons Great World, and the Red Jade Great World, and then bring them here. Qin Shujian said lightly. Hearing this, the three people didn't speak. They simply cupped their hands and then disappeared from the inner hall of the heavenly palace. I hope I can find suitable people soon. Otherwise, the weakening of the desolate great world is not enough. Qin Shujian looked at the empty hall and thought to himself. During this period of time, through the connection of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, he could basically know what had happened in the desolate great world. With the guidance of his own power incarnation, coupled with Fu Moyan's strength, which was not weak. In the desolate great world, a world that had just recovered its spirit chi not many years ago, it was enough to be unparalleled in the world. As long as there were no old antiques in that world, where Fu Moyan was courting death and deliberately revealed his whereabouts, which was detected by the way of heaven. Qin Shujian was sure. The son of destiny in the desolate great world, one would die if one came, and two would die if two came. Among other things, just in the past year or so, it had been a long time. The number of sons of Providence that Fu Moyan had killed numbered in the dozens. This information, Qin Shujian got it through the connection of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. It was imaginable. In terms of being a spy, Fu Moyan had done his best. This person is useful. If there is a chance, I can pass on the rest of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to him. In addition to the cultivation method, I can also give him some other means. If you can't give up the child, you can't trap the wolf. This kind of trader, what they value the most is benefits. If there are not enough benefits, who knows what they will do? On the contrary, as long as there are enough benefits, sometimes traders are more reliable than others. Qin Shujian's mind turned. With his vast and boundless memory, there were simply too many supreme cultivation techniques and incantations recorded in it. Any one of them would be a top-notch utmost treasure for anyone else. With this, it was not difficult to drive Fu Moyan. However, Qin Shujian did not think of giving Fu Moyan some benefits now. It was not a good thing to give benefits frequently. He could not give. But he could not give too often. There was a need to grasp a degree. With the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, which was connected to himself, Qin Shujian believed that the other party would handle this matter well. Forget it, let's go to the mother stream of law again. Putting down the teacup, Qin Shujian stood up from the stone bench. With a wave of his hand, he saw the stone bench, stone table, and everything else dissipating like smoke. He took a step forward, and the void in front of him collapsed. The next second, Qin Shujian appeared in the mother stream of law. He had already arranged for people to do what needed to be done. What he could do now was to continue to comprehend the rules and strengthen the foundation of his inner world. 3 months. When Qin Shujian entered the mother stream of law for the third time. In the sky above the 4 continents, the mother stream of law trembled. A powerhouse stepped on the long river of law and then opened up the battlefield of law. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the law monument was broken. An expert had become an immortal. For the current myriad races, this was not a strange thing. However, this time, the immortal ascension attracted the attention of many experts. This was because the expert who became an immortal this time did not use the traditional method to prove the Tao, but used the method of the physical body to transcend the tribulation. The rule battlefield was opened. Jin Ling Huang took a step forward. With every step he took, his body was undergoing a violent transformation. When he reached the front of the rule monument, he had already broken through from the limit of the celestial being to the half-immortal realm. From the half-immortal realm, he was only 1 step away from becoming a true immortal. The rule monument. Looking at the monument in front of him, Jin Ling Huang's eyes changed. The 5 elements Eldar. Among them, the earth Eldar and the fire Eldar were gone. Only the metal, wood, and water Eldar remained. Among the 3 Eldar, the wood Eldar and water Eldar emperors had already become immortals. Only the gold Eldar had yet to become a true immortal. In the past, the leader of the 3 Eldar emperors had fallen to the bottom. Although Jin Ling Huang did not say anything on the surface, he was very anxious in his heart. The opportunity to become an immortal is right in front of me. As long as I leave my mark on the rule monument, it will be enough. Jin Ling Huang's expression was a little hesitant. The rule battlefield was opened. He walked in front of the rule monument. It could be said that becoming an immortal was just a step away. Leaving his name on the rule monument would allow him to become an immortal directly. However, Jin Ling Huang hesitated. He also hesitated. If he became an immortal using the traditional system, even if he became an immortal, the Gold Eldar would not be able to regain his position as the leader of the three Eldar emperors. This was because Wood Ling Huang and Water Ling Huang had both become immortals before him. Speaking of foundation, there was a certain gap between him and the two. Unless, after becoming an immortal, his strength could be stronger than the other two emperors. Then, he could make the Gold Eldar prosper again. After a long time, Jin Ling Huang suddenly raised his hand and the gung metal sword chi blasted out, landing directly on the rule steel. He was only one step away from becoming a true immortal. The true essence in his body. It had already transformed into immortal energy. The power of the gung metal sword chi was also much stronger than before. He casually released a stream of sword chi. It was enough to make the Law Monument tremble. Terrifying power erupted, causing the river to surge. Boom! Dozens of gung metal sword chis bombarded, and the intact Rule Monument finally cracked. Then, it crumbled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rule steel shattered. The Law battlefield could no longer be maintained. Immediately, the battlefield of laws crumbled, and the long river of laws seemed to have been cut off from the middle, suddenly breaking into several pieces. Jin Ling Huang instantly grabbed a fragment of the broken law and fused it into his body. Rule interception. Heaven and earth were enraged. The monstrous thunder calamity was formed, and the dark sky seemed as though it was going to destroy everything. Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Jin Ling Huang raised his head and looked at the lightning tribulation gathering in the sky. His face was very serious. Immortal Ascension Tribulation. It was an unavoidable tribulation in the process of immortal ascension with the physical sanctification system. Compared to the nomological Tao validation system, the physical sanctification system had a certain possibility of failure. However, if he wanted to become stronger, he had to pay a corresponding price. Let's see if Ben Huang can stop Ben Huang from becoming an immortal. Jin Ling Huang's aura was vast and vigorous, and the surrounding void was silently destroyed. After reaching the end of the law and being washed by the law, his strength had already undergone a transformation. His body had transformed into an immortal body. His true essence had also transformed into immortal energy. Apart from the difference in the law, Jin Ling Huang's current strength was not weaker than a level 1 immortal. It was also because of this. He had enough confidence in facing the immortal ascension tribulation. The thunder calamity condensed. The experts of the myriad races all flew over and stopped when they were thousands of miles away. They silently looked at Jin Ling Huang, who was about to transcend the tribulation. Because if they got any closer, that was the range of the lightning tribulation. Any expert who was not transcending the tribulation rashly entering the range of the lightning tribulation could cause the lightning tribulation to go berserk. When that time came, the lightning tribulation that descended from heaven and earth was not as simple as the immortal ascension tribulation. Therefore, even perfected immortals did not dare to approach other experts when they were transcending the tribulation. If one was not good, there was a possibility of dying. Jin Ling Huang is about to transcend the tribulation. I wonder if he will succeed. Zhu Chen's expression was solemn. He was also a little nervous as he watched Jin Ling Huang transcend the tribulation. Ever since the Heavenly Court announced the 3 major systems, Jin Ling Huang was the first expert to transcend the tribulation to become an immortal using the physical sanctification method. Xiao Qingfeng and Mu Yang in the past were not included. If Jin Ling Huang could successfully transcend the tribulation, then a new chapter would definitely be opened for the myriad races. But if the other party failed the tribulation, many experts who planned to walk the physical sanctification system would hesitate. For this, Zhu Chen directly came out of seclusion to watch Jin Ling Huang transcend the tribulation with his own eyes. Beside him, it was another elder of the 9-headed dog clan, Kong Yi. If Jin Ling Huang fails the tribulation, do you still want to break through using the physical sanctification method? When Kong Yi spoke, his gaze did not move away from Jin Ling Huang. At this moment, the lightning tribulation was completed. A thick bolt of lightning descended with a loud bang, and wherever it passed, the void was destroyed. That was a huge momentum. It was enough to make one's expression change. Zhu Chen said, Jin Ling Huang's failure doesn't mean that I will fail too. Moreover, as the emperor of a clan, Jin Ling Huang's foundation is very deep. Although the immortal ascension tribulation is difficult, he might not fail. It's too early to come to a conclusion. Speaking of which, you have also reached the 10th level of the heaven being realm. After a few more years of consolidation, you can also try to break through to the true immortal realm. I'm afraid there's no way in a few years. Kang Yi shook his head. His foundation was not as good as Zhu Chen's. Although the cultivation environment had improved a lot, the leap from the heaven being to the true immortal realm was not something that could be achieved with sufficient resources. The key to breaking through to the true immortal realm. It was not in terms of resources, but in terms of rules. Although there were countless rules in the world, there were only so many rules that were easy to follow. Now that the true immortal realm had stepped forward, the rules that could be followed had mostly been followed by the predecessors. The remaining rules, they were either extremely difficult to comprehend or had other restrictions. It was not that easy to break through to the true immortal realm. Therefore, in the nine-headed dog clan, the one with the most hope of breaking through to the true immortal realm was Zhu Chen, and the second was Kang Yi. But even Kang Yi, he was not confident that he could become an immortal in a few years. It would be considered good if he could break through in the next 20 to 30 years. While the two of them were talking, Jin Ling Huang had officially begun to transcend the tribulation. Facing the mighty lightning tribulation, the Emperor of the Golden Eldar was not afraid. With a raise of his hand, a Gingjin sword chi erupted and slashed at the lightning. The sword chi streaked across. The void shattered and melted. In the end, the two collided fiercely, and destructive fluctuations spread out, causing a loud bang. So powerful. After destroying the lightning with one sword strike, Jin Ling Huang's heart sank. The power of the lightning tribulation. It was much stronger than he had expected. The gunmetal sword chi that he had slashed out just now seemed ordinary, but it had already occupied most of his strength. But even so, it was only able to offset that lightning. But one thing to know was that lightning was only the first lightning tribulation of the immortal ascension tribulation. There were more lightning bolts waiting for him. Moreover, the lightning tribulation was stronger than the previous one. If it really came to the end, then it would be hard to say. He thought of a possibility. Jin Ling Huang immediately became nervous. At this moment, the lightning tribulation was still bombarding down. Jin Ling Huang used his own strength to mobilize the gold spirit power between heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, thousands of gunmetal sword chi erupted and swept towards the lightning. The lightning bombarded. It destroyed most of the gunmetal sword chi. For a moment, vast power swept across. A day had passed. Not only did the power of the lightning not lessen, it became even more intense. That terrifying power caused the other experts' hearts to tremble. Until now, some celestial experts who had not come out of seclusion could not concentrate on cultivating and had to come out to observe. Even some true immortals. They all looked at Jin Ling Huang. This tribulation could be said to have involved the attention of all races. 50%, 50%. Whether or not he can successfully transcend the tribulation is another matter. Seeing this, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, who was walking in the four continents, shook his head and gave an evaluation that was not considered an evaluation. Then, he retracted his gaze and walked into the distance. 3 incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven. 2 went to the extraterritorial battlefield, and 1 stayed in the 4 continents. Their goal was to find suitable candidates among the many players and see if there was a way to use them as chess pieces and place them in the other 3 player worlds. Now that the extraterritorial battlefield had opened, 80% of the players were there. Therefore, the 2 incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven went straight to the extraterritorial battlefield. However, there were also some players who were not strong enough or did not want to take risks and came back to rest. They stayed in the 4 continents. As such, there was also the last incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven who was here to pick up scraps. It's easy to find a 2-legged player, but it's not that easy to find a qualified trader. Emperor of Heaven's avatar side. Although he was just a wisp of Qin Shujian's power incarnation, he was still very powerful. But in terms of strength, he was not much weaker than a true immortal. It would be a piece of cake for him to travel across the 4 continents. Within a few days, Emperor of Heaven's clone had encountered many players, but none of them were qualified. World Trader. Not everyone could do it. Strength was secondary, but luck and aptitude in all aspects couldn't be too bad. Other than that, the most important thing was that there had to be no problem with their brains. When all the requirements were put together, the difficulty naturally increased. However, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven did not expect to complete the task assigned by Qin Shujian in just a few days. In his opinion, it was impossible for the other 2 incarnations to find a suitable candidate in the foreign battlefield so quickly. Therefore, he was not too anxious. On the other side, Jin Linghuang's tribulation had also reached a critical juncture. In the beginning, he could still rely on his own strength to resist the power of the lightning tribulation. But later on, Jin Linghuang's attack could no longer resist the lightning tribulation. The only thing that could truly resist the lightning tribulation was his physical body. Boom! The lightning swooped down like a world-destroying dragon. Jin Linghuang's expression was solemn. He condensed an endless amount of Gung Jin power between his hands, and in the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang. The incomparably sharp Gung Jin sword qi directly slashed on the lightning. Immediately after, the sword qi collapsed. The lightning was simply weakened a little, and then it bombarded Jin Linghuang's body. In an instant, Jin Linghuang's body exploded and charred black. Before the blood completely flowed out, it was evaporated by the power of the lightning. It made his originally tyrannical aura. It was also a lot more dispirited. Without waiting for Jin Linghuang's injury to recover, the lightning tribulation above once again bombarded down. That destructive power. Finally, it made his expression change. Without any hesitation, Jin Linghuang directly took out a large hall and faced the lightning. That was Jin Eldar's hall. Generations of Jin Linghuang sat in the hall and was affected by the aura of countless experts. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was better than an ordinary divine weapon. At this moment, his body that had already transformed into an immortal body, under the destructive effect of the lightning, there was no way to recover in a second. So, Jin Linghuang had no choice but to take out all of Jin Eldar's assets. The hall covered the sky as if it was suppressing heaven and earth. When the thunderbolts struck down, endless golden light burst forth from the palace. Soon after, the phantoms of various experts appeared. Those shadows. They were all the imprints left by the generations of Jin Linghuang. But these shadows had existed for countless years, and the imprints that existed on the hall did not have much power to speak of. In front of the lightning, they burst like bubbles. In the end, the lightning bombarded the hall. Boom, the terrifying power erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble violently, and then countless cracks spread all over, as if it would collapse at any time. But even so, Jin Linghuang did not intend to take back the hall, but took advantage of the gap when the lightning was blocked, to seize the time to recover his injuries. Soon, the second lightning struck down. The hall, which was already on the verge of collapse, turned into countless fragments and scattered. The remaining lightning power bombarded down and landed on Jin Linghuang's body. At this moment, Jin Linghuang's injuries had recovered a lot, and when the lightning struck again, although his skin was still torn, it was much better than before. And the lightning power that fell on his body was also slowly transforming his body. He could clearly feel his physical strength was becoming stronger little by little. Such a change. Jin Linghuang's face suddenly changed. The energy of the lightning can transform the physical body. He only knew about this matter now. In the beginning, all the lightning that fell down was blocked by his Gung Jin sword qi. The later lightning was too powerful, and he could not detect any changes in his body at all. Only at this moment. Because of the obstruction of the hall, after the power of the lightning was weakened, Jin Linghuang could clearly feel the changes brought about by the lightning tempering his body. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. Jin Linghuang found that his original way of transcending the tribulation seemed to be wrong. He should not forcibly launch an attack when the power of the lightning tribulation was not strong enough to stop it from descending. Instead, he should let the lightning tribulation fall and temper his body. However, it was too late to regret. Another powerful bolt of lightning struck down. The lightning tribulation fell one after another. The terrifying lightning gathered together and turned into a vast sea of lightning. Thousands of miles of land. It was all covered by the sea of lightning. The onlookers couldn't see through the sea of lightning with their eyes. They could only sense that Jin Ling Huang's aura was still there. After an unknown amount of time, the dark tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated bit by bit. The sea of lightning that was growing below also gradually died out. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Did he succeed, or did he fail? The tribulation clouds hadn't completely dispersed, and the sea of lightning hadn't completely disappeared. The people who were watching the tribulation couldn't see the scene too clearly. Just as everyone was guessing. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful force rose and forcibly extinguished the remaining sea of lightning. Then, golden flowers floated in the sky. Golden lotuses also appeared on the ground. A person rose into the air, his aura vast and mighty, suppressing heaven and earth. Jin Eldar's territory. All the clansmen were ecstatic at this moment. Success, my emperor has succeeded in transcending the tribulation. God bless our Jin Eldar. Our clan finally has a true immortal. From the elders to the ordinary clansmen, the Jin Eldar were all excited. In this era, a clan without a true immortal couldn't be considered a powerful clan at all. Now that Jin Ling Huang had succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the Jin Eldar finally had a true immortal. Moreover, and it wasn't an ordinary true immortal. The three major systems of breaking through to true immortal were no longer a secret. Jin Ling Huang became an immortal through the physical sanctification system. His strength was completely different from a true immortal who had proven his Tao. Seeing this scene, Mu Ling Huang and Shui Ling Huang also had complicated expressions. I didn't expect him to make the right bet. It seems that the Jin Eldar is going to rise again. Shui Ling Huang sighed. Although he broke through a few years earlier than Jin Ling Huang. However, the aura emitted by the other party had already made Shui Ling Huang's heart palpitate a little. In other words, if they really fought, he might not be a match for Jin Ling Huang. Although he was very unwilling to admit it. However, Shui Ling Huang also understood that a true immortal who had attained the Tao through the laws was indeed no match for a true immortal who had attained the physical sanctification realm. However, the danger of transcending the tribulation was obvious. Even when he was observing, he almost suspected that Jin Ling Huang would fail and die. Such a method. It was equivalent to gambling with his life. Jin Ling Huang has broken through. What are you going to do? Shui Ling Huang thought to himself as he looked at Eldar Wood's territory. The territories of the two races were separated by billions of miles. But when Shui Ling Huang looked over, he also happened to meet Mu Ling Huang's gaze. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Then, both sides slowly retracted their gazes. Hee. Mu Ling Huang suddenly shook his head and chuckled. He also understood Shui Ling Huang's nervousness. In the past, Jin Ling Huang's breakthrough would have made him feel a lot of pressure. But it was different now. After fighting with Qin Shujian, Mu Ling Huang had gained a lot. In addition, during this period of time, he had been constantly digesting and had already turned all those gains into his own use. When it came to strength, Mu Ling Huang was no longer the Mu Ling Huang of the past. Although he had not broken through, he believed that his strength was definitely not weaker than Jin Ling Huang's. The physical sanctification realm system was powerful. But it did not mean that everyone was Xiao Feng, nor did it mean that every expert who walked the physical sanctification realm system was truly unparalleled in battle strength. The current Mu Ling Huang had great confidence. The breakthrough was successful. Jin Ling Huang's body once again ushered in a transformation and sublimation. The injuries that were originally caused by transcending the tribulation had also recovered a lot. He stood in the air and after looking around at the experts who were hiding in the surroundings, he directly stepped into the air and left. From beginning to end, no one spoke of their own accord. Success. After Jin Ling Huang had completely left, Zhu Chen slowly spat out a few words from his mouth. As he spoke, there was also a glimmer in his eyes. Success. Jin Ling Huang had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Since the Heavenly Court announced the three major systems, there was finally a first expert who had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Regarding this, Zhu Chen was also a little excited. Because if an expert succeeded, it proved that this path was completely possible. Moreover, this time, Jin Ling Huang's tribulation was completely close to him and he had also gained a lot. Zhu Chen was originally only one step away from becoming a true immortal. Now that he had additional gains, he was even at the point where he could break through at any time. However, considering that his accumulation was not enough, if he broke through on his own accord, he was not confident that he would succeed in transcending the tribulation. Only then did Zhu Chen suppress the urge to break through. It's too early. Now is not the time to rush to break through. Let's accumulate a little more, wait until there is no more room to advance, then break through in one go. That is the safest way. Zhu Chen thought to himself. Becoming an immortal was not something that could be done carelessly. If one could not transcend the tribulation, there would only be death. If he succeeded, he would live. If he failed, he would die. If he failed, thousands of years of cultivation would be destroyed. He did not dare to treat his thousands of years of hard work as a joke, so he waited for a while. However, compared to before, after witnessing Jin Ling Huang's tribulation with his own eyes, Zhu Chen's confidence in transcending the tribulation in the future had increased by 20%. Don't underestimate the 20% increase. When it came to transcending the tribulation, not to mention 20%, even 5% might be the difference between life and death. He retracted his gaze. Zhu Chen looked at Kong Yi. There's nothing else to see. Let's go. If you have the chance, I also suggest that you walk the physical sanctification system. I can't see anything now, but when the number of experts in the physical sanctification system increases in the future, some things will naturally appear. Regarding this, Kong Yi sighed in his heart. Then, he nodded and said calmly, forget it, let's go back. Elder Zhu seems to have gained a lot from this observation. I wonder when you plan to start transcending the tribulation? At least 1 year, at most 3 years. I will definitely start transcending the tribulation. Zhu Chen's tone was calm, but it was filled with great confidence. Although he had not reached his limit, he was not far from it. 3 years was already a conservative estimate. He said seriously. Zhu Chen was confident that he could accumulate his foundation to the limit in about a year, and then transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. When the 2 elders of the 9-headed dog clan left, the other experts of the 10,000 races who were watching also quietly retreated. This observation, every expert had gained a lot. Jin Ling Huang's success in transcending the tribulation could be said to be exciting. It was the first time that someone had successfully broken through to the perfected immortal realm using a non-traditional system since the Heavenly Court announced the 3 major systems. It made them completely believe that the path ahead was possible. Although Xiao Qingfeng and the others had succeeded in transcending the tribulation long before Jin Ling Huang. However, the effects of the two were completely different. It was predictable. After Jin Ling Huang succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the physical sanctification system would definitely prevail. Jin Ling Huang has successfully transcended the tribulation. The myriad races will have many perfected immortals of the physical sanctification system in the future. In the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. In front of him, it was a mirror condensed from vital essence. The scene in the mirror was where Jin Ling Huang had just transcended the tribulation. The Xintian mirror, it was a small method of spying on heaven and earth in the Third Era. It was not very useful. If it was used against some powerful existences, it would be detected by the other party. However, with Qin Shujian's strength, unless it was Chu Quantu, who had broken through to the 7th level of immortal, no one else would be able to detect it. Because the remaining perfected immortals, compared to him in terms of strength, the gap between them was not ordinary. Therefore, everything that happened when Jin Ling Huang was transcending the tribulation did not escape Qin Shujian's eyes. In his opinion, when the other party was transcending the tribulation, he had already taken the wrong path. If it weren't for the fact that he was the emperor of a race and had a very deep foundation, he might have failed the tribulation. Now that he had succeeded, luck played a large part in this. With a wave of his hand, the Xiantian mirror dissipated. Qin Shujian suddenly missed the heavenly court of the Third Era. It's time for me to refine a heavenly mirror. After all, no matter what, I'm still the emperor of heaven. Without a heavenly mirror, it's not right. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. In the ancient times of this era, the heavenly court had a heavenly mirror. However, in the heavenly court of the Third Era, there was also a supreme treasure called the heavenly mirror. However, compared to the heavenly mirror of the ancient heavenly court, which was only a 9-seal Dao artifact, the heavenly mirror of the Third Era was a true supreme treasure. It was not something that the current 9-seal Dao artifact could compare to. Even the investiture of the gods, which was now nourished by the power of the gods. There was no way it could compare to the heavenly mirror of that era. Now that I have the investiture of the gods, I should also have the heavenly mirror. However, I can't be careless about the materials to refine the heavenly mirror, Qin Shujian thought to himself. Whether it was the investiture of the gods or the heavenly mirror, they were all supreme treasures that surpassed the current era. Even the forgers of this era were unable to forge these two items, so Qin Shujian did not intend to rely on others. The only thing that bothered him was, it was the material used to refine the heaven-reaching mirror. No matter what. Even if he couldn't refine a heaven-span mirror comparable to the Third Era, he couldn't be too careless. An idea formed in his mind. Qin Shujian immediately grabbed the investiture of the gods and checked his inventory inside. The important materials were all placed in the investiture of the gods. As for the things in the storage ring, they were all relatively ordinary. His mind sank into the investiture of the gods. Immediately, everything in the vast space was exposed to his senses. The corpse of a star beast, more than 100 star cores, withdrawing his consciousness from the investiture of the gods, Qin Shujian's face darkened. He realized that he was still quite poor. Other than the corpses of star beasts, the investiture of the gods only had star cores. However, although the inventory was monotonous, both the star beasts' corpses and star cores were precious treasures. After all, the star beasts' corpses in the investiture of the gods were at least at the middle 3 levels of true immortal. As for the star cores, they could only be obtained by destroying stars. Even the weakest stars. To a certain extent, they were comparable to true immortal experts. I can't use the star cores. Now I haven't gathered 365 star cores. If I use them without authorization, I don't know when I will be able to gather enough star cores to refine Zhou Tian's star map. The only thing that can be used is the star beasts' corpses. Qin Shujian focused his attention on the star beasts' corpses. Although the star beasts' corpses could also be used to refine Zhou Tian's star map, they were not necessary. But at the same time, the star beasts were true immortals when they were alive. Their bones, flesh, and blood were rare treasures. It was enough to refine the heaven-span mirror. In this case, I can only use the star beasts' corpses. Qin Shujian made up his mind. Although refining the heaven-span mirror was a spur-of-the-moment thing, it was also something that he had to do. In the huge heavenly court, if there was no treasure to monitor the world, it would be inexcusable. After making up his mind, Qin Shujian did not waste any time. He simply waved his hand, and the originally spacious heavenly palace seemed to be magnified thousands of times in an instant. Mustard seed Sumeru. For a 9th-level immortal expert, this was an ordinary method. The heavenly palace became bigger. With a thought from Qin Shujian, a star beast's corpse directly appeared here. 1,000,000 feet long body lay horizontally. That was to say, the space in the heavenly palace had been expanded. Otherwise, the entire heavenly palace would have exploded. But even so, the pressure from the star beast's corpse also put a lot of pressure on the heavenly palace. This star beast's corpse, when it was alive, it had at least the strength of a 6th-level immortal. Just by relying on its pressure alone, it could crush ordinary heavenly beings to death. Even if it was an ordinary Dao artifact, there was no possibility of resisting this pressure. But the heavenly palace was different. Qin Shujian personally refined the heavenly palace. Although it was not a Dao artifact, seriously speaking, its power had long surpassed the level of a Tao artifact. In addition, he lived in the heavenly palace all year round. Under the influence of the powerful aura, the heavenly palace also underwent a transformation. So, no matter how powerful the aura of the star beast's corpse was, there was no way it could collapse the heavenly palace. Even if it died, its aura is still so powerful. Its strength when it was alive can be imagined. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer also sighed with emotion. The corpse of a sixth-level immortal. He couldn't help but be shaken by the fact that he had appeared here so openly. When he was in the ancient heavenly court, a sixth-level immortal was also an important expert. The star beast's corpse in front of him was only a terrifying existence sealed in one of the 365 ancient stars. Thinking of those ancient stars, Godslayer also sighed with emotion. To be honest, before those star seals were broken, I didn't know that there were such terrifying existences sealed in those ancient stars. If all the ancient star seals were broken during the ancient heavenly court's era, even with the strength of the heavenly court at that time, it would have suffered a great impact. Although the heavenly court at that time was powerful, but in fact, there weren't many true immortals. The current heavenly court had more than 1,000 true immortals, and the ancient heavenly court only had more than 300 true immortals. And most of those true immortals were only in the lower 3 true immortals. Those who could reach the middle 3 true immortals were all incomparably powerful existences. As for the upper 3 true immortals, to be honest, only those powerful emperors were qualified to reach this realm. If it weren't for the existence of Xianxia, the Emperor of Heaven, the ancient heavenly court wouldn't have been able to compete with the current heavenly court with their true strength. To this, Godslayer was filled with emotion. It turned out that unknowingly, the strength of the current heavenly court had already reached such a level. It was hard for him to imagine. More than 10 years ago, there wasn't a single true immortal among the myriad races. More than 10 years. From not having a single true immortal to now having thousands of true immortals, the combined strength of the myriad races was not weaker than in ancient times. It could be said that the person who allowed the myriad races of the 4 great continents to develop to this point was the Emperor of Heaven. The ancient Emperor of Heaven's surname is Qin. You, Emperor of Heaven, are also surnamed Qin. If I didn't know that there was no connection between the two, I would have to suspect that you are the reincarnation of the ancient Emperor of Heaven. The Godslayer sighed. It could be said that the one surnamed Qin was indeed powerful. The only 2 Emperor of Heaven were both surnamed Qin. And compared to the ancient Emperor of Heaven, the current Qin Shujian gave him a stronger feeling. Of course. In terms of true foundation, Qin Shujian was definitely not someone Qin Song could compare to. After all, no matter how strong Qin Song was, he stopped at the half-step Dao fruit level. No matter what, Qin Shujian was also a Dao fruit level existence in his previous life. Although he had not fully recovered his cultivation in this life, his strength had broken through to the 9th level immortal level. The number of experts the god-slaying saber had encountered over the course of countless years was immeasurable. But there were so many experts. None of them had been able to cultivate to such a level in just over a decade. Although Qin Shujian's strength was not as strong as Qin Song's. But as long as he was given some time, it would not be difficult for him to reach Qin Song's level or even surpass Qin Song's. The Godslayer now thought very highly of Qin Shujian. He felt the turning point of his ancestral armament career would be determined by Chu Feng. Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to the Godslayer's inexplicable words. His attention. It fell on the corpse of the astral beast in front of him. The ancient stars outside the Great Thousand Realms definitely have to be dealt with. No matter what, the sealed astral beasts in them are an invisible problem. Either think of a way to subdue the astral beast or kill all of them. If we wait for the star beast to break out of its seal, the heavenly court will also suffer heavy losses. Qin Shujian said lightly. Although the ancient star had existed for countless years, the sleeping star beasts there showed no signs of breaking out of their seals. However, he didn't dare to be 100% sure. Those star beasts would continue to sleep in the stars. You have to know. Even star beasts had limited lifespans. Qin Shujian didn't believe that the star beast was in a deep slumber, but he didn't believe that the star beast wouldn't wake up even after death. In other words, sooner or later, the star beasts of the ancient stars would reappear. Even if it wasn't born now, it would definitely be in the future. At most. It was just a matter of time. Qin Shujian had already made up his mind. After dealing with the three great clans, he would deal with those star beasts. With his current strength, he could even put up a fight against half-step Dao fruit existences. Now that his inner world was gradually perfecting, the number of nomological seeds that were born had also increased significantly. Compared to the previous battle with Ba Duo and the other demon emperors, Qin Shujian's strength had already risen by a level. Although he hadn't broken through to the half-step Dao fruit realm, he wasn't far from the half-step Dao fruit realm. According to his calculations, when all the first batch of creatures born in the inner world broke through to the perfected immortal realm, he should be able to break through to the half-step Dao fruit realm. When that time came, even if there were really powerful star beasts in the ancient stars, Qin Shujian would still be able to deal with them. Ever since Jianmu transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, many creatures in the inner world had gradually touched the perfected immortal realm. If they had a few more years to settle down, it wouldn't be difficult for them all to break through to the perfected immortal realm. In the end, as the first batch of creatures born in the world, their talents were extraordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary geniuses couldn't compare to them. His divine will landed on the corpse of the star beast. With the previous experience, Qin Shujian didn't waste much time this time. He directly dug out the star core in the star beast. He saw that the star core emitted a powerful aura, which was completely different from the other star cores. As expected, the star core in the star beast's body is not comparable to the star rivers of other stars at all. Looking at the star core in front of him, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. It was also a star core. The star core in front of him was many times stronger than the ones collected by the gods. When he saw the star core, Qin Shujian's heart itched. He had the guts to leave the great wide world right now and go to the outer realm to break all those ancient stars. Then, he would release the star beasts inside, kill them, and dig out the star cores. If the star cores used to refine the Zhou Tian star map were of that level, Qin Shujian believed. Even if the refined Zhou Tian star map couldn't be compared to the Khanate Cardinal treasure, it would still have amazing power. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already dug out the star core and then solemnly put it into the investiture of the gods. In the next moment, his true essence wrapped the entire star beast's corpse and put it away again with the investiture of the gods. After doing all these things, Qin Shujian held the investiture of the gods and took a step forward, leaving the range of the heavenly palace. At this moment, in the outer hall of the heavenly palace, Mu Yang was still stationed there. But even Mu Yang, who had broken through to the perfected immortal realm, couldn't sense Qin Shujian's departure. After leaving the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian had already taken a step forward and directly entered the heaven and earth astral wind layer. The heaven and earth astral wind layer was very big. The position occupied by the heavenly court could only be said to be insignificant compared to the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Because refining the heavenly mirror would cause a big commotion, Qin Shujian didn't intend to refine it near the heavenly court. Instead, he walked along the heaven and earth astral wind layer and walked into the distance. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Emperor, who was in the great hall of the Sun Lord, also woke up from his seclusion. Emperor of Heaven! A scorching look flashed across the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes. In the next second, he flew out of the heavenly court like a flaming cloud. Not long after, she arrived at an unfamiliar heaven and earth astral wind layer. In front of her, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. His body didn't emit any powerful aura, but it seemed to be able to suppress the world. All the heaven and earth astral wind within 100 feet of him automatically dissipated. The Vermilion Bird Emperor flew forward, her fiery red dress accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her every movement exuded a different kind of charm. Greetings to the Emperor of Heaven. You're here. Qin Shujian didn't turn around. He only said a few words indifferently. The Vermilion Bird Emperor nodded and said, "May I know why the Emperor of Heaven has summoned me?" Ever since she became an immortal, Qin Shujian hadn't summoned her alone for several years. Now that he had broken through, he summoned her. The Vermilion Bird Emperor didn't believe that there was nothing important. To this, there was also a hint of joy in her heart. After all, the fact that Xianxia summoned her alone meant that he thought highly of her. If possible, the Vermilion Bird Emperor also wanted to leave a deep enough impression in Xianxia's heart. I called you here because I need to borrow your Khanate divine fire. Xianxia paused for a moment as he spoke. How is your cultivation of the Khanate divine fire coming along these past few years? After breaking through to the true immortal realm, I have completely mastered the Khanate divine fire. After a few more years of cultivation, the power of the Khanate divine fire has increased significantly. Refining a true immortal won't be difficult. The Vermilion Bird Emperor looked confident when it came to the Khanate divine fire. The Vermilion Bird Tribe. They were born with the ability to control divine fire. The Khanate divine fire was one of the most powerful flames in the world. It could be said that after mastering the Khanate divine fire, she was much more powerful than the average true immortal. In addition, the heavenly court was extremely close to the sun. The unique power of the true sun flame was also drawn over by her. They were both the most powerful flames in the world. The Khanate divine fire and the true sun flame complemented each other. As a result, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's achievements in the Khanate divine fire were even more shocking. Xianxia nodded. It would be best if you could refine a true immortal. It seems that your Khanate divine fire has reached a certain level. Since that's the case, help me refine something. That's not a problem. The Vermilion Bird Emperor agreed readily. Her beautiful face was filled with absolute confidence. After saying that, she asked again, what does the Emperor of Heaven want to refine? Hearing that, Xianxia waved his hand and the investiture of the gods flew out. Then, the investiture of the gods hovered in the atmosphere. Then, the corpse of a star beast appeared out of thin air. As soon as the star beast's body appeared, the surrounding void collapsed invisibly. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's face turned pale when a terrifying aura swept out. Emperor of Heaven, she didn't recognize the star beast, nor was she aware of its existence. Compared to the beast she had encountered before, the Vermilion Bird Emperor was certain that none of those beasts could compare to the star beast in front of her. That terrifying aura. She couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying would the giant beast be when it was alive. Xianxia said calmly, this is a star beast, an existence that was born in the stars. If it didn't die when it was alive, it would probably be a sixth heaven immortal. I need a star beast's corpse to refine a supreme treasure. But because the star beast's mortal body is extremely strong, it's very difficult to refine it. I just happen to need your innate divine fire. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was momentarily at a loss for words at the sight of the star beast. The Khanate divine fire could refine true immortals. However, he was only a true immortal of the lower 3 levels. Even if he could refine the corpse of a 6th heaven immortal, the amount of time he would have to spend on it would definitely be extremely limited. However, since the words had already been spoken, it was impossible to refuse at this time. Regarding this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor could only nod. I'll do my best. Let's begin. Yes. The Vermilion Bird Emperor immediately revealed his Vermilion Bird true form. A gigantic vermilion bird appeared in the atmosphere. He flapped his wings. Boundless flames engulfed the world. The heat wave rushed toward him. Even though Xianxia hadn't faced the innate divine fire directly, he still felt a trace of heat. He wasn't too surprised by this. Innate divine fire. It was the most powerful flame in the world. It was the same no matter which epoch it was in. If such a divine fire could reach the peak of perfection, even Tao fruit level existences would have to be wary of it. The Vermilion Bird Emperor didn't have the qualifications to cultivate the innate divine fire to such a level. But if he could truly control the divine fire, he would be able to unleash extraordinary power. This epoch only has the true sun flame and the innate divine fire. It lacks the true samadhi fire of the previous epochs. Xianxia silently looked at the divine fire before him. Some thoughts formed in his mind. The true samadhi fire. The divine fire from the first epoch. That kind of divine fire wasn't naturally formed. Instead, it had to be cultivated. Compared to the true sun flame and the innate divine fire, A cultivated true samadhi fire was also an extremely terrifying existence. Unfortunately, even though Qin Shujian was the Emperor of Heaven in the third epoch, he couldn't obtain the cultivation method of the true samadhi fire. Otherwise, if he had the chance to cultivate the true samadhi fire, he wouldn't have to rely on the Vermilion Bird Emperor's innate divine fire to refine weapons. After all, in comparison, the true samadhi fire was more suitable to refine weapons. Thoughts surged in his mind. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. He was still silently watching the scene before him. Monstrous flame swept across the sky and swallowed the star beast's corpse. The terrifying temperature. It incinerated the void into nothingness. In fact, it could even burn through the barrier of heaven and earth from the inside out. But even such a powerful temperature didn't seem to have any effect on the star beast's corpse. The star beast's corpse lay there quietly, allowing the innate divine fire to burn it. On the star beast's corpse, there were Taoist rhymes circulating. Under the burning of the innate divine fire, the Taoist rhymes bloomed with dense light. Then, weak Taoist rhymes collapsed and dissipated. But compared to the star beast's million-foot body, the collapsed Taoist rhymes were only an insignificant wisp of it. Your innate divine fire still needs to be strengthened, but it's powerful enough now. I believe it shouldn't be a problem to refine the star beast's corpse in less than a year. Qin Shujian said casually. Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's action of activating the innate divine fire paused for a moment before returning to normal. Because she was in her Vermilion Bird form and the innate divine fire illuminated her body red, no changes in her expression could be seen. When the Vermilion Bird Emperor activated the innate divine fire, that shocking power was completely isolated by the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Looking up from the ground, one could only see that the sky was fiery red, as if there were countless flames forming clouds. No matter how the sun rose or set, that fiery red color didn't fade at all. It was also because of this reason. As a result, there was a place in the 4 continents that remained brightly lit day and night. North Continent. The Emperor of Heaven's clone walked there. It had been almost a month since he left the heavenly court. During this long period of time, he also hadn't found a suitable candidate. When the Vermilion Bird Emperor began to refine the star beast, the Emperor of Heaven's clone sensed something and looked up at the sky with a sneer on his face. You're already so arrogant after just becoming a true immortal. This is a good chance to let you understand that although the innate divine fire is powerful, it's not that easy to cultivate it to perfection. In his opinion, refining the star beast's corpse was enough to wake the Vermilion Bird Emperor up. Although the Emperor of Heaven's clone was a manifestation of Qin Shujian's power and shared their memories, it didn't mean that their personalities were the same. He looked away and continued on his way. Not long after, the Emperor of Heaven's clone saw a figure in front of him and smiled. Young man, I see that you have an amazing physique. Are you interested in becoming a world trader? My name is Yi Hong, I come from the 9 Moons world. The 9 Moons world is a world where cultivation prevails. I used to be a direct descendant of a cultivation family in the 9 Moons world. I have lived a luxurious life and my cultivation talent is not bad. Not only that, he also had a beautiful and talented younger sister at home. Unfortunately, unforeseen events happen. My sister was originally engaged to another family's genius. Later, because that genius was crippled, my father brought my sister to break off the engagement. After all, a toad can't eat swan meat. A piece of trash. What right does he have to be worthy of my immortal sister? That's what my family thought. That's what I thought too. In the end, not long after the engagement was broken off, that piece of trash got lucky. Not only did his crippled talent recover, but it also improved to an unimaginable level. 1 month true martial arts. Half a year spirit martial arts. His cultivation progress was astonishing. That piece of trash became a genius, but he threatened to teach my family a lesson. A genius in my family was angry and went to find trouble with him, but he was crippled. Because the genius in my family was crippled, my father was furious. Then, he sent a powerful consecrator to eliminate the root of the problem. Unfortunately, he also failed. Since then, Consecrator, Guest, 7th Elder, 6th Elder, 5th Elder, 4th Elder, all the experts in my family tried to take action, but they all fell at the hands of that kid. Just when my father couldn't take it anymore and was about to take action, he realized that in less than 3 years, that kid had broken through to the legendary Celestial Being realm. Celestial Being, that's a top expert in the 9 Moons world. Although my family is strong, we only have one late-stage Divine Martial Realm expert. And that late-stage Divine Martial Realm expert is my father. Without a doubt. My father was beaten down as soon as he took action. That kid was unforgiving. Not only did he kill all the experts in my family, he also took my sister. In the end, he even crippled my cultivation and expelled me. The reason he did this was because I called him a piece of trash. Just like that. I went from a genius to a piece of trash, begging everywhere. Originally, he thought that he would just muddle through the rest of his life like this. However, out of nowhere, a game appeared. I heard from other people that entering the game could change one's fate. So, I took out all of my savings that I had been begging for 3 years and bought a gaming capsule. After entering the game, only then did I realize that my talent, which had been crippled, had returned. Moreover, leveling up in the game could increase my training speed in the real world. Even if I'm already crippled, I can still cultivate bit by bit on this foundation. From the moment he arrived, I just understood. This game will be the turning point of my life. Whether or not I can cultivate to an unprecedented level and avenge my family will all depend on this game. After painstakingly upgrading, I finally became the first person to walk out of the novice village. That day, I'd been notified by the entire server. Some were jealous, some envied me, some worshipped me, and some wanted to cripple me. That kid was very powerful in the real world and had a large number of henchmen under him. Although they weren't that strong in the game, they had a lot of manpower. I had just walked out of the novice village and had only been free for a few days when I was surrounded by his henchmen. That battle. It was the most tragic battle since my family was destroyed. I was very strong, stronger than all of them. However, they had too many people. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong I was, I couldn't fight against hundreds of people alone. In the end, I failed and sacrificed my first blood since I entered the game. Since then, that kid's henchmen put me on the wanted list and killed me every time they saw me. Thus, the number 1 player in the northern continent became the number 1 player from the bottom. Because of the drop in my level in the game, my cultivation in the real world didn't improve at all. I originally thought that I would be completely defeated by that kid for the rest of my life. However, I didn't expect. 10 years after the game started, that kid suddenly stopped killing me. Perhaps it was because I was only at the 0 stage of the basic realm and wasn't worthy of his attention. Or maybe he wanted to wait for me to increase my level before coming back to kill me again. After all, as a 2nd-generation cultivator, I could understand such a perverted mentality. Anyway, no matter what. After 10 years of being surrounded and killed, it was finally over. However, when I broke through and walked out of the resurrection point, I realized that the outside world had changed. The chicken that could be easily killed in the past could now peck me to death. After being killed by the monsters dozens of times, I realized that killing monsters to level up was no longer suitable for me, a player at the 0 stage of the basic realm. The reason why they let me go wasn't because they were tired of killing me, nor was it because they had some perverted mentality. It was because they thought that with my current strength, it was impossible for me to have any achievements in the game. I was angry, I was in despair, I couldn't accept it. I finally had a chance to rise again, but I didn't take it. Was I going to be a cripple for the rest of my life? Although I was originally a 2nd-generation cultivator who had nothing to do, even if I was talented in cultivation, in more than 20 years of cultivation, I only managed to break through to the true martial realm. However, after my family was destroyed, I suddenly realized. Yi Hong, in this life, I won't idle around, nor will I be a cripple. After the initial depression, I began to climb mountains and wade through rivers, trying to find a chance to level up. However, the monsters in the game had become very strong, and those sects and clans looked down on me, a player at the 0 stage of the basic realm. After so many years. Other than reviving hundreds and thousands of times due to various reasons, I didn't gain anything else. No. It wasn't that I didn't gain anything. The biggest gain was. It was that I understood why the monsters became so strong. The reason was the power of the stars. However, even the monsters could absorb the power of the stars between heaven and earth to cultivate, but because I didn't have any entry techniques, I didn't even have the qualifications to cultivate. So, I wasn't even as good as a chicken. I thought that my life would be like this, whether it was in the game or in reality, I wouldn't have a chance to turn things around. I was prepared to find a place in the real world to end my life. However, on this day, suddenly, a strange Taoist found me and said something that I didn't understand. World Trader. Although I didn't understand the specific meaning of this word, I could more or less guess the meaning. Although I, Yi Hong, lived without dignity, I definitely wouldn't be a traitor. Senior, save me. Yi Hong directly knelt down and looked at the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation in front of him, crying bitterly. What dignity? What traitor? Go to hell. Although he didn't know the origin of the Taoist in front of him, everyone was stronger than him now. As long as he could get a thigh, or a normal thigh, he could get out of this embarrassing situation. The corners of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation's mouth twitched. He hadn't thought about how to talk to Yi Hong yet. In the end, the other party was even more direct than him, leaving him at a loss for words. After a long while, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation coughed lightly. Get up first. Yes, yes, Yi Hong wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, then stood up from the ground, but his eyes were still filled with excitement as he looked at the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. Junior Yi Hong, I haven't asked for Senior's name yet. Just call me Qin Air. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation hesitated for a moment and gave him a name. Qin Air's meaning was very simple. He was the second Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, so he called himself Qin Air. As for Qin Yi's words, he was the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven who had entered the desolate great world and parasitized Fu Moyan's body. However, this name was only given to himself by Qin Air. As for whether the Qin Yi in his heart called himself that, it was unknown. So it's Senior Qin Air. Just by hearing Senior's name, this junior knows that you must be an otherworldly expert. Yi Hong continued to flatter him. To be honest, he didn't know who Qin Air was, but no matter who it was, he was definitely stronger than him. According to his experience, as long as he was stronger than him, he could lick him. But whether he could succeed or not depended on probability. In the first few years of his wandering life, he had also licked many strong people, but those strong people either turned a blind eye to him or were annoyed by him and directly slapped him to death. Until now, Yi Hong had never succeeded in licking anyone. But Qin Air was different. He was the one who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. As a result, Yi Hong believed that the turning point of his life was coming. Senior, what do you mean by the world you mentioned earlier? If there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to say it. He couldn't say the word traitor out loud. However, it could be clearly seen from his blazing gaze. Yi Hong was absolutely passionate about becoming a world trader. Qin Air put his hands behind his back and had a gentle smile on his face. When I met you, I could see your luck soaring into the sky. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things. As the saying goes, how can a golden scale be a fish in a pond? Once it meets the wind and clouds, it will transform into a dragon. But if it doesn't encounter any storms, it's just a koi fish in the pond for people to admire. Senior, what do you mean? Yi Hong was puzzled. Regarding Qin Air's words, he was very puzzled. Hearing this, Qin Air smiled faintly. It's very simple. Little friend's current appearance is that of a hidden dragon in the abyss. If you can find the right opportunity, you can soar and become a true dragon of the ninth heaven. But if you don't encounter that opportunity, you won't have a chance to make a name for yourself in this lifetime. Senior, please enlighten me. Yi Hong immediately bowed down. He didn't care whether Qin Air was fooling him or not. Anyway, from the other party's tone, Yi Hong could hear that Qin Air was optimistic about him. Since he was optimistic about him, it proved that there was hope. Whether the NPC Taoist in front of him accepted him as a disciple or gave him a task, it could get him out of the current predicament. Xianxia said, "I can give you this opportunity, but you need to do one thing for me. If you can do this for me, it's not as simple as revenge. You can also get a lot of things that you didn't dare to imagine before." Revenge. Hearing these two words, Yi Hong's face changed slightly. "Senior, what do you know?" He found that Xianxia in front of him didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. It was more like he had real skills. Regarding this, Yi Hong was even more excited in his heart. It's good to have real skills, even if it's the ability of fortune-telling. As long as he could get a skill, he would have a chance to open up the situation in the game. At that time, even if he couldn't make a comeback, at least he could get out of the current predicament. "I know more things than you think." Xianxia smiled faintly. At this moment, there seemed to be a long gray river flowing in his originally black and white pupils. When Yi Hong met his gaze, he was instantly stunned on the spot. Because he saw a lot of things in Xianxia's eyes. There were scenes of him just entering the game, and also scenes of him being surrounded and killed. The shock in his heart was indescribable, causing Yi Hong to fall into a daze. Seeing this, Xianxia. He was also very satisfied with Yi Hong's reaction. Normally speaking, players were not involved in the existence of this world, but also involved in the real level. There was no way to leave a player's mark in the long river of time. But now, as the 4-player worlds intensified the integration with the boundless world. As a result, the boundless world, to a certain extent, also had some real power. In this way, in the long river of time, it naturally captured the player's mark. And Xianxia, as the incarnation of Qin Shujian, although he couldn't have the strength of a level 9 immortal, it wasn't difficult for him to manipulate the long river of time. He simply pretended to be cool. After deepening Yi Hong's reverence for him in the depths of his heart, Xianxia said, "How about it, are you willing to accept this mission?" "May I ask, Senior, what kind of mission are you talking about?" Hearing the voice, Yi Hong directly woke up from his daze. After he woke up, looking at Xianxia's eyes again, it was already a completely different color. Logically speaking, the more mysterious and unpredictable Xianxia's strength was, the more beneficial it was for him. But he didn't know why. At this moment, in Yi Hong's heart, there was a faintly discernible sense of crisis. That kind of crisis. It made him want to turn around and escape. However, Yi Hong didn't do so. First, he understood that it was impossible for him to escape. Second, he didn't want to give up this opportunity. Moreover, this was just a game world. Even if he was killed, he would just return to the resurrection point. All these years, Yi Hong couldn't remember how many times he had been killed. There was a good saying. After a long time, he got used to it. So, he didn't have any resistance to being killed and resurrected. Instead, he was used to it. Xianxia could also sense the fluctuations in Yi Hong's heart. "It's very simple. As long as you help me get rid of some people, I can give you what you want." "Get rid of some people?" Yi Hong looked puzzled. Killing mission, but he found it strange that he didn't receive any prompt. "That's right, get rid of some people." Xianxia nodded his head with a meaningful look on his face. Get rid of some, the people in the 9 Moons Great World. In the astral wind layer. Several months had passed. The Khanate divine fire was still burning. Fortunately, the Vermilion Bird Emperor had become a perfected immortal and inherited the divine position of the Sun Star Lord. He had also reached the 3rd heaven immortal stage and was much stronger. Or else, she couldn't continue using the Khanate divine fire for so long. But even so, the Vermilion Bird Emperor felt that he had reached his limit. At this moment, the Taoist rhymes on the astral beast meat were almost gone. Without the protection of the Taoist rhymes, the astral beast's body was also melting bit by bit. Beside the Vermilion Bird Emperor, Qin Shujian was still standing there and watching. He didn't remove all the Taoist rhymes from the astral beast meat. Because if he did that, he wouldn't be able to reach a perfect state even if he refined the body. Hold on a little longer. It's about to be refined. Qin Shujian looked at the Vermilion Bird Emperor and encouraged him. After thinking about it, he reached out again and pulled a large amount of astral energy over and forced it into the Vermilion Bird Emperor's body. The astral energy entered his body. Instantly, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's almost exhausted state recovered a little. He was replenished. The connate divine fire burned even more fiercely. Time slowly passed. Another half a month passed. The last trace of Taoist rhymes on the astral beast meat completely disappeared. When the Taoist rhymes completely disappeared, Qin Shujian suddenly moved, casting a spell with both hands, which landed on the star beast's body. Connate divine fire, increase the power. He shouted coldly. A fierce look flashed across the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The connate divine fire, which was already powerful, swept across the sky like a dragon. Boom, with his blood essence, the power of the innate divine flame doubled. Great! Qin Shujian was overjoyed. His hands moved even faster. One spell after another fell. The astral beast's body also gradually melted. A few days passed. The power of that mouthful of blood was almost exhausted. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was a little tired, but he didn't dare to stop the connate divine fire without Qin Shujian's orders. Emperor of Heaven, how much longer do you need? Qin Shujian's gaze landed on the star beast meat in front of him. His voice was calm and emotionless as he said, hold on for a while longer and continue to use the innate divine fire. Don't worry about the consumption, I will compensate you later. Now, the refinement of the star beast had reached a critical moment. If the innate godly fire could not be maintained, even if the refinement was successful, its power would be greatly reduced. Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Monarch had no choice but to spit out another mouthful of blood essence to activate the innate divine fire. In the sky above the astral winds, at some point in time, the heavenly tribulation had been born. The next moment, like a broken dam, monstrous lightning bolts bombarded the star beast. Rumble. The vast might of the lightning was unable to intimidate Qin Shujian or the Vermilion Bird Emperor. After all, although the power of the lightning was strong, it was only at the celestial level. Even the weakest of the two was an elite at the peak stage of the third heaven immortal realm. This kind of lightning could be extinguished with a wave of his hand. Thunder rumbled. Day and night. Under the combined effects of the innate divine fire, the lightning, and the spell, the corpse of the star beast melted at an extremely fast speed. The essence of the flesh and blood was completely refined. Only the pale golden bones were left exposed to the air. 3 days later, the power of the heavenly tribulation increased by another level. However, Qin Shujian's expression did not change as he continued to refine the corpse of the star beast. On the other side, after the heavenly tribulation was formed, its power grew stronger day by day. The location that Qin Shujian chose was quite far from the heavenly court. However, as the power of the heavenly tribulation increased, this vast power gradually affected the celestial court as well. What kind of supreme treasure is the Emperor of Heaven refining? This power is too shocking. In the heavenly court, Xianxia expression was a little shocked. Even if only a trace of that power leaked into the heavenly court, he could sense how terrifying it was. If he faced this power directly, even he would not be able to resist it so easily. As early as when the Vermilion Bird Emperor left, and when the innate divine fire burned for several months, the matter of Qin Shujian refining supreme treasures was no secret. However, what Xianxia did not expect was that a supreme treasure refined by Qin Shujian would have such power. One had to know that. In the world, the most powerful supreme treasure that could be refined by humans was the Nine-Seal Dao artifact. The Nine-Seal Dao artifact was the key. There was no possibility of further improvement. As for the Zubing, it was a divine weapon on another level. Moreover, the Zubing could not be refined by humans. It could only be born after receiving enough faith. Therefore, even if Qin Shujian's forging skills were heavenly, he could only refine the Nine-Seal Dao artifact. The Nine-Seal Dao artifact. For true immortals, only the lower 3 true immortals would use it. For experts above the 4th true immortal level, the nine-seal Dao artifact would not be of much help. Because of this, the thunder tribulation of the nine-seal Dao artifact could not be too powerful. After all, this was the upper limit of the Dao artifact. How powerful could the thunder tribulation be, but now? Xiao Qingfeng hesitated. The power of the thunder tribulation was enough to shock the middle three true immortals. If such a divine weapon was born, he would never believe that it was just a nine-seal Dao artifact. It's very powerful. If this divine weapon is formed, it will be more powerful than the average Zhu Bing. The skybreaking halberd appeared beside Xiao Qingfeng. As a five tribulation Zhu Bing, he could clearly feel the vastness of the power and the power of the unborn divine weapon. Wu Ming said, since the birth of heaven and earth, the most powerful weapon is the nine-seal Dao artifact. This is the limit of the rules. No matter how powerful a divine weapon is, it belongs to the nine-seal Dao artifact. However, it does not mean that all nine-seal Dao artifacts are on the same level. Just like in the ancient heavenly court, the heavenly mirror and the immortal leaderboard were more powerful than the average nine-seal Dao artifact. They were comparable to the third or fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. The supreme treasure refined by the Emperor of Heaven would definitely not surpass the nine-seal Dao artifact. However, in terms of actual power, it's hard to say. The nine-seal Dao artifact was only relative. The powerful nine-seal Dao artifacts were the heavenly mirror and the immortal leaderboard of the 10,000 clans. The weak nine-seal Dao artifacts were the average ones that could barely contend with the first or second tribulation Zhu Bing. What had to be understood was, every time Zhu Bing transcended a tribulation, the power was not comparable to the past. There was naturally no way to measure the difference between the first or second tribulation Zhu Bing and the third or fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. Xiao Qingfeng heard this and nodded slightly. Although he was the reincarnation of the ancient immortal Lord Haozong, he did not know everything. In comparison, Wu Ming was born in ancient times and knew more things. Although the other party was only a third tribulation Zhu Bing, in terms of knowledge, even the skybreaking halberd could not compare. It's time for you to transcend the tribulation. Xiao Qingfeng glanced at him and said calmly, after so many years of accumulation, it's enough for you to transcend the fourth tribulation. There's no need to suppress it anymore. Well, it's about time. John Doe nodded slightly and did not deny it. Although Zhu Bing's tribulation was dangerous, it was only a tribulation in the future. For example, the previous calamities were actually not that dangerous. With the accumulation of millions of years of accumulation, the probability of him successfully transcending the tribulation was still very high. One day later, in the atmosphere of heaven and earth, countless thunder tribulations were born. Below the thunder tribulations, a stone spear stood in the air. There were faint bloodstains on the body of the spear, and a powerful aura was faintly discernible. Zhu Bing transcending the tribulation. Some perfected immortal experts directly looked through the atmosphere of heaven and earth and saw the scene in the sky. When they saw Zhu Bing bathing in the thunder tribulations, all the perfected immortals' expressions changed. For John Doe, no one would not recognize him. The ancestral weapons of the 10,000 races in the 4 great continents could be counted with one's fingers. Originally, the monster race had the heavenly monster temple, but after the heavenly monster temple was destroyed, only the human race had a few Zhu Bing left. Apart from that, the other races did not have Zhu Bing. After all, it was not easy to give birth to a Zhu Bing. In many cases, it was not easy to condense sufficient power of faith. Especially for some races with few members, it was even more difficult to give birth to a Zhu Bing. In the previous few battles, John Doe had also followed Emperor Xiao to fight, so he was quite famous. Of course, they all knew that this Zhu Bing did not belong to Emperor Xiao, but it came from Xiao Qingfeng. Thinking of Xiao Qingfeng, some perfected immortals' eyes lit up. Not only was this war god of the East Pole powerful to begin with, but he also had a 5th tribulation ancestral weapon, the skybreaking halberd. Now that Wu Ming had successfully transcended the tribulation, his mighty power would definitely rise to another level. When the time came, Xiao Qingfeng would have 2 extremely powerful Zhu Bing. At that time, in terms of overall strength, he could probably be considered the #1 god in the heavenly court. After all, the strongest people in the heavenly court were probably Emperor Zhao, Xiaoqingfeng, and the demon Emperor Xianxia, who had broken through to the fifth heaven immortal realm. Although there were more than 3 middle-level true immortals in the heavenly court, there were more than 3. However, there was still a gap between the other immortals and gods if they wanted to be on par with the 3 of them. However, neither Emperor Zhao nor Xianxia had Zhu Bing in their hands. Xiaoqingfeng had 2 Zhu Bing in his hands. Needless to say, his strength had increased tremendously. They were both middle 3 true immortals. Possessing an ancestral armament and not possessing an ancestral armament, the disparity in strength was simply enormous. Not to mention, Xiaoqingfeng even possessed 2 ancestral armaments by himself. It was just that none of them had truly fought against each other, so there was no way to determine who was the strongest person below the Emperor of Heaven. At this moment, in the astral wind layer, the thunder tribulation kept bombarding. Before, there was Qin Shujian refining supreme treasures, and after that, there was Zhu Bing going through the tribulation. For a moment, the vast and terrifying aftermath of the thunder tribulation kept wreaking havoc in the astral wind layer. Even the heavenly court was affected a lot. However, the heavenly court was protected by arrays. It was impossible to shake the heavenly court with just the aftershocks of the lightning tribulation. Zhu Bing was going through the tribulation. It came quickly and left quickly. In less than 7 days, the thunder tribulation disappeared. Only a stone spear pierced through the air and transformed into a human figure, landing in front of Xiaoqingfeng. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. John Doe smiled slightly, looking calm and relaxed. It was impossible to tell that he had just gone through the tribulation. Not only that, even the aura on his body was completely restrained. If he hadn't deliberately revealed it, no one would have been able to tell that the Wuming before them was an extremely powerful ancestral armament. Xiaoqingfeng nodded. You succeeded in going through the tribulation, but you didn't reveal any aura. Your foundation is much stronger than I thought. I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to go through the 5th tribulation. He originally thought that John Doe's 4th tribulation would be a little dangerous. But in fact, John Doe's 4th tribulation was as simple as eating and drinking. John Doe's foundation. It was completely beyond Xiaoqingfeng's expectations. With such a foundation, even if he went through the 5th tribulation, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. John Doe shook his head. The 4th tribulation is a little different from the 5th. The skybreaking halberd will know that with my current foundation, the success rate of going through the 5th tribulation is not high. If I really want to go through the tribulation, I still need to settle down for a while. After saying that, the skybreaking halberd also said, the 5th tribulation is indeed much more difficult than the 4th. If Zhu Bing has an 80% success rate of going through the 4th tribulation, then the success rate of going through the 5th tribulation may only be 10%. Once Zhu Bing breaks through to the 5th tribulation, there will be a lot of changes. Yes. Xiaoqingfeng nodded and didn't delve into this issue. Even if he had John Doe for a long time. That said, Chu Feng's understanding of that ancestral armament was still very limited. In Xiaoqingfeng's eyes, John Doe had a lot of secrets. But if John Doe didn't want to tell him these secrets, he couldn't force him to. After all, Zhu Bing had existed since ancient times, and it was even older than the skybreaking halberd and the Godslayer. So far, it was only going through the 4th tribulation, which was unusual in itself. And when it came to going through the tribulation, it was so easy. Obviously, John Doe could easily go through the tribulation. But John Doe still suppressed his realm. It would be a lie if Xiaoqingfeng said that he wasn't curious at all. But curiosity was curiosity. He didn't want to ask too much. If John Doe wanted to say, he would naturally say it. If he didn't want to say it, he wouldn't get any results even if he kept asking. Immediately, Xiaoqingfeng put the 2 Zhu Bing into his sea of consciousness and then flew away. Zhu Bing's tribulation caused quite a commotion. If he directly attracted the lightning tribulation in the heavenly court, even with the protection of the array formation, most of the heavenly court would be destroyed. So when he went through the tribulation, he specially took Zhu Bing to an empty place to go through the tribulation. Now that he had succeeded, He returned to the heavenly court. On the other side, the lightning tribulation was still bombarding. When the Vermilion Bird Emperor had used up most of her blood essence and almost dropped her realm, she finally heard something that made her heave a sigh of relief. You can put away the connate divine fire. The calm voice sounded like the sound of nature in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's ears. She hurriedly put away the connate divine fire and the Vermilion Bird true form, revealing her original human form. However, it was different from before. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's face was frighteningly pale and her aura was erratic, as if she would die at any moment. This was the result of using up too much blood essence. No matter how powerful an existence was, blood essence was extremely precious. Too much blood essence. Even a perfected immortal could die. The Vermilion Bird Emperor had used up a lot of her blood essence, but it wasn't to the point of death. However, such a loss. It was difficult for her to maintain her cultivation level. If he didn't get any replenishment, it wouldn't be long before he fell from the 3rd level of Immortal Realm, or even from the true Immortal Realm to the Deva Realm. Xianxia waved his hand. He threw a few drops of blood essence toward the Vermilion Bird Emperor. This is the blood essence of the Star Beast. It's enough for you to recover. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. The Vermilion Bird Emperor bowed and grabbed the blood essence. The surging power within it caused her to be slightly shocked. So powerful, although there were only 3 drops of blood essence in front of her, the energy contained in each drop was many times more powerful than the blood essence she had used. She could faintly hear the roar of a beast from the blood essence. When the Vermilion Bird Emperor heard it, she felt her divine soul tremble. She was sure. The blood essence in front of her was definitely not something an ordinary star beast could possess. Middle 3rd level of the true immortal realm, upper 3rd level of the true immortal realm. Although she didn't know the level of the blood essence in front of her, there was no doubt that if she could refine these 3 drops of blood essence, she could definitely recover her previous consumption. No, not just replenish. The Vermilion Bird Emperor suspected that she could use this opportunity to improve her cultivation level. Instantly, she grabbed the blood essence and flew toward the heavenly court. There was a lightning tribulation here. If she wanted to refine it here, it would be very risky. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Emperor had used up a lot of energy and couldn't recover in time. It was necessary for her cultivation level to fall. Therefore, refining the blood essence was urgent. Xianxia didn't care about the Vermilion Bird Emperor's departure. At this stage of the refinement, she was no longer of any use. In front of him, the star beast's body had been completely refined and was replaced by a sea of lightning. It was a dangerous place formed by the continuous lightning tribulation. Within the range of the sea of lightning, even the wind of heaven and earth couldn't possibly exist. Xianxia formed a hand seal and a mysterious Taoist rhyme was imprinted into the sea of lightning. When the Taoist rhyme was imprinted, a terrifying aura gradually rose within the sea of lightning. After some time, boom, a deep and melodious chime of a bell rang out from within the lightning sea. In an instant, it resounded throughout the entire great thousand world. All the experts who heard the bell raised their heads instinctively. At that moment, the sound of the bell filled his ears. Even someone as strong as a true immortal was unable to isolate the bell chime. In the depths of the sea of death, Yang, who had fallen into a deep slumber, was awakened once again. However, unlike the previous few times when he was startled awake, this time, there was an extremely tyrannical bell chime that forcefully broke through the barrier of the sea of death's shattered rules and entered his ears. Where did that sound come from? In the depths of the sea of death, the huge stone statue shook. Ever since his power was stolen, he had fallen into a deep slumber. But now, he was woken up again. Although the sound of the bell was not loud in his ears, it was extremely penetrative. He was woken up for no reason. Yang's mood was naturally not good. Originally, his temperament had already become indifferent. However, ever since his strength had been stolen, the irritation that had disappeared for a long time had once again surged. He was a half-step Dao fruit expert. He only needed a simple calculation to understand the origin of the bell ringing. It's you. It's you again. Yang was furious. His furious roar rang out in the depths of the sea of death, shaking the void so much that it could not heal. Normally speaking, he had no way of calculating Qin Shujian's existence. However, there was a slight connection between the two. In addition, Yang was already a half-step Dao fruit expert, so he could deduce some clues. Just by relying on this little clue, he finally understood where the bell chime came from. Qin Shujian. Yang was extremely furious. Towards this thief who had stolen his power, he wanted nothing more than to extract his soul and devour it cleanly. However, there was no other way. Ever since Yang was born, it had been sealed here. Even though his strength had reached the peak of this world, there was no way he could break the seal of heaven and earth. Don't give me a chance to get out. I must kill you. Yang's heart was filled with unwillingness. His furious roar caused the surface of the sea to tremble. The nearby true immortal beasts could not dodge in time and were instantly shattered by the roar. They fled in all directions in fright. Boom, an arrow streaked through the void and instantly pierced through a beast. Zhang Ergu waved his hand and threw a red lotus of delusion towards the ferocious beast. What's going on? Where did the bell chime come from? Looking at the beast being devoured by the red lotus of purgation, he had a puzzled look on his face. He had been in the sea of death for so long. Zhang Ergu had never heard of the so-called bell chime in the sea. In his hand, the bow of Cosmos' aged voice sounded. This is a divine weapon, a very powerful one. Some powerful divine weapon must have been born in the world. It can penetrate the sea of death with just sound. Even an ordinary 9-seal Dao weapon doesn't have such power. A top-notch divine weapon, Zhang Ergu was still puzzled. What kind of top-notch divine weapon could penetrate the sea of death with just sound? Before he could figure it out, monstrous waves rose from the depths of the sea. Countless terrifying auras rose and approached at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, Zhang Ergu's face instantly turned green. Where did so many perfected immortal beasts come from? Why are you still asking so many questions? Hurry up and run. The bow of Cosmos was exasperated. At this time, he was still thinking so much. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu immediately reacted and immediately fled into the distance. At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much about why so many perfected immortal beasts suddenly appeared. Not to mention a large number of perfected immortal beasts. Even a true immortal ferocious beast would be able to eat him alive. If he really fell into the encirclement of so many perfected immortal beasts, Zhang Ergu shuddered. So, he fled. He fled very decisively. Early on when he entered the inner area, Zhang Ergu had encountered perfected immortal beasts by chance, so he was extraordinarily proficient in escaping. At the same time as he fled, a 1,000,000-feet-long beast came over with a huge wave wrapped in the air with terrifying power. When the Sea of Death was once again rioting. Western Prefecture Heavenly Abyss. Yin, who existed in the depths of Heavenly Abyss, was also furious at this moment. The sound of the bell woke him up from his deep sleep. The first thing he thought of was Qin Shujian. In an instant, Yin wanted to kill his way out of Heavenly Abyss and then devour Qin Shujian. At the bottom of Heavenly Abyss, a terrifying beast whose shape couldn't be seen clearly rose. Countless universal chains let out clanging sounds, forcibly suppressing the beast that rose. At the same time, the melodious and heavy sound of the bell finally fell silent. In the astral wind layer, just as the bell rang, the sea of lightning was shaken and scattered. The sea of lightning dispersed. A beam of light shot out from it, illuminating the vast thousand world in an instant. The beam of light disappeared very quickly. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and waved. He saw a mirror and an ancient bronze bell falling down. On the mirror, images flashed. They were all the scenes of the 4 continents of the vast thousand world. In the end, the image froze in the depths of the Sea of Death. The stone statue shook. Yang appeared and looked up at the sky with a gloomy face. Thief, how dare you spy on my existence? How dare you be rude to me? Qin Shujian's face turned cold. After shouting angrily, he waved his hand and changed the image. Instantly, the image changed from the Sea of Death to the bottom of Heavenly Abyss. Roar! Yin roared. Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered to talk. He waved his hand again, and the mirror returned to normal. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. It can spy on the 4 continents of the vast thousand world. Even dangerous places like the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss can be stored in it. It's just that it will be detected by half-step Dao fruit existences. But, it's enough. The mirror in front of him had just been refined successfully. Because it hadn't been integrated with an innate spirit item, it wasn't a Dao artifact. But for Qin Shujian, whether it was a Dao artifact or not was not important. Because whether it was a spirit artifact, a Dao artifact, or Zhu Bing, they were all levels divided by the laws of heaven and earth. But in fact, it didn't matter what level it was as long as it had enough power. It was just that ordinary forging masters couldn't forge divine weapons to the point where they could break through the limits. Firstly, it was because of the forging method. Secondly, it was because of the materials. Unfortunately, Qin Shujian had an advantage in both aspects that ordinary people couldn't have. In terms of forging method, he had already broken through to the Saint Realm. Coupled with the memories of the Third Era, although he hadn't broken through the limits of the Saint Realm, he wasn't comparable to ordinary saints. As for the materials, the corpse of a 6th-level immortal star beast was much more precious than the materials nurtured by heaven and earth. In this way, although the mirror refined by Qin Shujian was at the level of a top spiritual weapon, its true power was comparable to a 9-seal Dao weapon. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful 9-seal Dao weapon. I bestow upon you the name Tong Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror buzzed. Immediately after, Qin Shujian looked at the ancient bronze bell and said, I bestow upon you the name of Emperor of Heaven. The ancient bronze bell moved even though there was no wind, and the melodious sound of the bell rang again. Heavenly Mirror, Tiandi Bell, they were all supreme treasures of the Third Era's heavenly court. Qin Shujian originally only planned to refine the sky-piercing mirror, but later on, he discovered that the star beast's corpse was simply too big. There was still a lot left after refining the sky-piercing mirror. Therefore, he refined the celestial emperor's bell as well. 2 supreme treasures. Both were at the level of a top spiritual weapon, but their true power was comparable to a powerful 9-seal Dao weapon. Qin Shujian said, between the sky-piercing mirror and the Tiandi Bell, the sky-piercing mirror of the ancient heavenly court and the myriad races immortal list, which one is more powerful? There was no one else in the astral wind layer, so the person he asked was the Godslayer in his mind. Very powerful. The Godslayer was silent for a long time before giving an answer that was not really an answer. Then he paused and continued, these 2 supreme treasures are not inferior to the sky-piercing mirror of the ancient heavenly court and the myriad races immortal list. If they can accommodate the laws, their strength will definitely rise to a higher level. At that time even the supreme treasures of the ancient heavenly court will be inferior to these 2. After saying that, the Godslayer sighed in his heart. When he answered Qin Shujian's question, he had already been very tactful. Because seriously speaking, these 2 supreme treasures had already surpassed the 2 supreme treasures of the ancient heavenly court. Although he was very unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Even if they did not accommodate the laws now, they were still more powerful than those 2 supreme treasures. Speaking of which, the sky-piercing mirror of the ancient heavenly court and the myriad races immortal list were also supreme treasures refined by the ancient Emperor of Heaven, but the refining materials could not be compared to the 2 supreme treasures in front of him. In terms of refining methods, Qin Shujian also won by a lot. So, looking at the various advantages, the sky-piercing mirror and the Tiandi Bell had already surpassed the supreme treasures of the ancient heavenly court. It was just that for the Godslayer, he was once Zhu Bing of the ancient heavenly court. So when it came to this matter, he was a little tactful, taking into account the little face left of the ancient heavenly court. Lows. Qin Shujian smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he stretched out his hand and tore the void in front of him. Rumble. Heaven and earth roared, and the void collapsed. The vast mother stream of laws was directly pulled out of the void by him. The mother stream of laws was mighty and mighty. The powerful aura spread, attracting the attention of the powerhouses of the myriad races. Is another powerhouse about to become an immortal? After so many years, the mother stream of laws had never appeared easily, and every time it appeared, it was because a powerhouse was about to become an immortal. However, after the mother stream of laws appeared, no powerhouse walked out of the mother stream. Just as the powerhouses of the myriad races were puzzled, they saw the mother stream of laws suddenly collapse, as if it was forcefully torn apart by a large hand. The moment the mother stream of laws collapsed, there was a loud roar between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they did not understand what had happened. Even the immortals and gods of the heavenly court had a look of uncertainty on their faces at this moment. Those who could really maintain their calm were only Xianxia and a few others. This is absorbing the laws? Xianxia looked up at the sky, and a hint of doubt could be vaguely seen in his calm expression. Absorbing the laws, that was a powerful technique. In ancient times, as long as it was some powerful true immortals, they could absorb their own laws. However, to absorb laws that were not in their control, one had to be at least a level 3 true immortal. Moreover, it was not an ordinary level 3 true immortal. In Xiaoqingfeng's memory, there were only a few people in the ancient times who could absorb the natural order from the heaven and earth. He was one of them at his peak, and so was the Emperor of Heaven. Apart from that, they were the more powerful emperors of the myriad races, such as Emperor Xia of the human race and the demon emperor of the demon race. However, that was in ancient times. In the current era, there was only one person in the world who could do this. That was Xianxia. The Emperor of Heaven wants to forcibly extract the laws. Could it be that he wants to integrate them into a treasure, like the heavenly mirror of the ancient heavenly court and the myriad races immortal leaderboard? Xiaoqingfeng's mind turned, and with the commotion of refining the treasure, he instantly figured out the key point. That was the only reason. That was why the Emperor of Heaven wanted to make such a big commotion and directly extract the laws. Rumble. The mother river of laws collapsed and endless lightning lingered in the void. Immediately after, it struck down on Qin Shujian. Dong. Qin Shujian flicked his finger and landed on the Tiandi bell. Immediately, a heavy bell rang. Wherever the bell rang, the void shattered, and the lightning also dissipated into nothingness. Immediately after, he rang the Tiandi bell a few more times. The terrifying power collapsed the sky and forcibly shattered the tribulation clouds. The moment the tribulation clouds shattered, Qin Shujian put one hand into the mother river of laws. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and pulled out a long river of laws. Rumble, the long river of laws appeared out of thin air. Below the collapsed mother river of laws, there was a vast long river. Along with the appearance of the long river, shocking thunderbolts struck down. At this moment, Qin Shujian did not control the Tiandi bell. The entire Tiandi bell rang without any wind. The heavy and melodious bell rang and shattered all the falling lightning. At the same time, the heavenly mirror flew up. Qin Shujian pinched the long river of laws with one hand and forcibly sent it into the heavenly mirror. The long river of laws entered. The heavenly mirror shone brightly. Mysterious patterns appeared on the divine weapon. A vast and majestic aura swept out in all directions with the bronze mirror as the starting point. Accommodating the rules, the heavenly mirror, which was comparable to a powerful nine-seal Dao artifact, had completely undergone a qualitative transformation. The aura emitted from the divine weapon. Even Godslayer, who was in the sea of consciousness, was a little shocked. So strong. He had been an ancestral armament for so many years, and had seen countless divine armaments. However, he had never seen a divine armament as powerful as this one. Yet, such a divine weapon. It was not Zhu Bing or a Dao artifact. It was in the category of a top-notch spirit artifact. But Godslayer understood. The so-called spirit artifact category was just a relative term. In terms of true power, the heavenly mirror in front of him had already surpassed the limit and reached an unbelievable level. If not for the restriction of the laws of heaven and earth, it might even surpass the boundary between a spirit artifact and a Dao artifact and become an existence like Zhu Bing. Furthermore, and he wasn't just any ordinary Zhu Bing. Even though the Godslayer had already gone through the 5th tribulation and become a powerful 5 tribulation Zhu Bing, he still felt immense pressure in front of the heavenly mirror. From this, it could be seen. The heaven-reaching mirror in front of him was no weaker than the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing. The 2 supreme treasures of the ancient heavenly court were not qualified to be compared to it. When the laws merged with the heaven-reaching mirror, its power was at its peak. The surrounding astral winds had already been reduced to dust under the impact of this power. In the meantime, the color of blood covered the sky and covered the earth. The cultivators of the 10,000 races instinctively raised their heads and looked at the blood-colored lightning tribulation that covered the sky. Their expressions all changed. Rule lightning tribulation. No one was unfamiliar with the rule lightning tribulation. More than 10 years ago, the birth of an ancient true immortal from the myriad races was accompanied by the nomological lightning tribulation. That kind of lightning tribulation. Even the true immortals were afraid. Although the myriad races were now powerful and were no longer the same as before, they were still shocked when they saw the rule lightning tribulation appear. There was no other way. The power of the rule lightning tribulation lay in its endless nature. If the target was not killed, the power of the lightning tribulation would become stronger and stronger. In the end, no matter how powerful the true immortal was, he had no choice but to die under the rule lightning tribulation. Since ancient times, in the inherited memories of the myriad races, there had almost never been an existence who could survive the rule lightning tribulation. Seizing the laws of heaven and earth and attracting the rule lightning tribulation. When the rule lightning tribulation appeared, Xianxia's pupils constricted slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. If there was anything in heaven and earth that could threaten him, then the rule lightning tribulation was one of them. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, the rule lightning tribulation was one of the most powerful threats. Because the rule lightning tribulation came from heaven and earth, even a top 9th level immortal was not qualified to compete with heaven and earth. However, there were exceptions to everything. Although the rule lightning tribulation was powerful, there were many types. Some rule lightning tribulations were fatal, but some rule lightning tribulations could be passed as long as one had the corresponding means. As early as when the ancient heavenly court condensed the supreme treasure, the rule lightning tribulation had appeared. At that time, the ancient emperor of heaven had also passed the rule lightning tribulation. Therefore, in Xianxi's opinion, the current Qin Shujian still had a high chance of passing the tribulation. Moreover, if there was no hope of passing the tribulation, the other party would not dare to seize the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, Xianxi was one of the calmest people when the lightning tribulations of heavenly laws appeared. In the palace, Niu Dali was also on the verge of a breakthrough. The cracked laws were being repaired bit by bit. When the rule lightning tribulation appeared, there was a mysterious aura in heaven and earth, which made him feel it. The repair of the cracked laws also became faster. At this moment, the rule lightning tribulation had already struck. Qin Shujian, who was in the center of the lightning tribulation, looked as calm as ever. The heavenly mirror, which contained a rule of heaven and earth, now had a great increase in power. There was a yellow light on the surface of the mirror, shooting toward the blood-red sky. Along the way, it collided with the lightning tribulation. Boom, the lightning tribulation was instantly shattered by the yellow light. Then, the yellow light did not stop and blasted into the blood-red sky. The powerful force bombarded the blood-red sky, causing it to roll continuously. In fact, a little of the blood-red sky collapsed, but it was quickly repaired by the power of heaven and earth. In the next second, the lightning tribulation fell again. The heavenly mirror expanded with the wind, and a beam of yellow light pierced through heaven and earth, destroying all the lightning tribulation that fell. After containing a rule, the power of this divine weapon had already reached a terrifying level. Although the rule lightning tribulation was extremely powerful, in the current situation where its power did not increase much, it could not threaten the existence of the heavenly mirror. Not only could it not threaten it, it was also destroyed by the yellow light, and even the blood-red sky dissipated a lot. The heavenly mirror intercepted the rule lightning tribulation. Qin Shujian did not stop for long, and once again made a move, grabbing the rule mother stream in the sky, and forcibly pulled out another rule river. Boom! The rule river fell, and the river water rolled endlessly, crashing into the void and shattering it. The Tiandi bell rang without wind, and then flew toward the Rule River in the sky, and in the next moment, disappeared into the river. The vast Rule River shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and accommodated the Tiandi bell. In just a moment, the Rule River disappeared, and only an ancient bronze bell was suspended in the sky. There was endless Taoist rhyme circulating on the bell, and a sacred and majestic aura was centered on it, suppressing heaven and earth. At this moment, the world was in turmoil. As early as when the first heaven and earth law was extracted, the thunder tribulation was born. Now that Xianxia had extracted the second heaven and earth law, the power of the thunder tribulation instantly soared. If the initial thunder tribulation was only at the celestial level, then the current thunder tribulation had already stepped into the perfected immortal level. And as time passed, the power of the thunder tribulation also became more and more tyrannical. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. He punched the Tiandi bell. Immediately, a magnificent bell sound rang out, and the void within hundreds of millions of miles turned into dust. The terrifying power annihilated all the thunder tribulation that fell. Moreover, the bell sound did not stop, and the mother stream that had originally healed collapsed. The mother stream of laws collapsed. Qin Shujian took a step into the air and stretched out his hands into the mother stream. Not long after, two long rivers of laws were pulled out. At the side, the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell flew into the air and flew towards a long rivers of laws. Soon, the two long rivers of laws merged into the two supreme treasures. Boom! At this moment, the shadows of a bronze mirror and an ancient bronze bell appeared in the sight of the cultivators of the four major continents. The shadow appeared quickly and disappeared quickly as well. However, the endless light and the vast power that leaked out shocked the cultivators of the 10,000 races. At this moment, after two more laws of the mother stream of laws were stolen, heaven and earth were furious. The blood-red color that originally covered the four major continents was now much denser, almost to the point of black-red. The aura of destruction. It pressed down on everyone's hearts. Even the immortals and gods of the heavenly court could not help but tremble after sensing the power of the thunder tribulation. So powerful. The thunder tribulation now is probably at the upper three perfected immortal levels. Xianxia's fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. He had already broken through to the fifth perfected immortal level. Among the gods of the heavenly court, no one had a higher realm than Xianxia. In terms of strength, he was confident enough to believe that his strength was definitely one of the best below the Emperor of Heaven. But even so, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate in the face of the tribulation lightning. To be able to make a fifth heaven celestial feel fear, there was no need to explain the might of the lightning tribulation of regulations. Xianxia was not the only one who was shocked. Even Xiaoqingfeng could no longer remain calm. Originally, he thought that when Qin Shujian refined supreme treasures, he would at most absorb one or two laws. In the end, the other party had directly extracted 4 precepts. Judging from the appearance of the supreme treasure phantoms, Qin Shujian had refined 2 supreme treasures in total. 2 supreme treasures. 4 rules. In other words, each treasure had at least 2 precepts integrated into it. Every single law was an extremely powerful existence. It was the source of the power of heaven and earth. Ordinary supreme treasures were not even qualified to withstand a single law. Even the 2 supreme treasures of the ancient celestial court could only contain 1 law at most. Now, the 2 supreme treasures refined by Qin Shujian directly contained at least 2 laws. In that case, it was easy to imagine what kind of terrifying state the treasure would transform into. Now, Xiaoqingfeng had also left the War God Temple. He looked up at the dark red tribulation lightning in the sky, his expression extremely solemn. By absorbing 4 precepts of heaven and earth at once, the power of the tribulation lightning has already transformed from the initial true immortal level to the current level of an upper-level true immortal. And as time passes, the lightning tribulation of regulations will become stronger and stronger. What method do you have to force yourself to do this? Are you really not afraid of dying from the backlash of the tribulation lightning? Now, Xiaoqingfeng was also a little confused. The more power one stole from heaven and earth, the stronger the tribulation lightning would be. Xianxia had now taken 4 precepts of heaven and earth without another word. Even if the mother stream of precepts of heaven and earth was as vast as the stars, having 4 precepts taken was still a considerable loss. The fact that the lightning tribulation of regulations had become stronger was the best proof. Crack, the dark red tribulation lightning struck, and everything in its path was reduced to nothingness. The heavenly mirror trembled violently, and solid yellow light shot out. At the same time, the Tiandi bell also buzzed wildly, its heavy chime echoing throughout heaven and earth. 2 powerful forces converged and blasted toward the tribulation lightning. Boom, the 2 collided, and everything was annihilated. Xianxia flipped his palm, and a seal appeared in his palm. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and the fate of all races is condensed in me. I shall be invincible, and no tribulation shall descend. On the imperial seal, the fate of all races rose, turning into endless rays of light. All the descending tribulation lightning dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye when it came into contact with the rays of light. Not only that. The rays of light shone into the sky, merging with the dark red tribulation clouds. The 2 reflected each other, as if in an intense competition. In the end, the dark red tribulation clouds receded, and the imperial seal's color also dimmed a lot, as if it would dissipate at any time. Xianxia looked down at the imperial seal in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head. The fate of all races is still not strong enough. It's only offset the lightning tribulation of regulations once, and the loss is so severe. If I want to use it a second time, I'll need to nurture it for a long time. The imperial seal was condensed from the fate of all races. Strictly speaking, the fate of the heavenly court came from all races. Let's use another method. The heavenly court actually didn't have fate because the fate of the heavenly court was the fate of all races. The heavenly court existed to rule all races, so the imperial seal was the symbol of ruling all races. Only when the myriad races were powerful and their fate was at its peak could the imperial seal become powerful. Of course, the imperial seal wasn't condensed from the fate of all the myriad races. Instead, each race extracted a portion of their fate before finally condensing into a complete imperial seal. The myriad races were born in heaven and earth. On a certain level, they were also a part of heaven and earth. Therefore, the fate of the myriad races was also very high. On this level, it didn't belong to the lightning tribulation of regulations at all. Xianxia was able to use the power of the imperial seal to resist the lightning tribulation of regulations because the fate of the myriad races was strong enough. Similarly, this was also the reason why he dared to forcefully absorb the 4 laws and wasn't afraid of the lightning tribulation of regulations. Or else, Xianxia wouldn't dare to provoke heaven and earth like this. Without reaching the Tao fruit level, there's no way to truly resist the lightning tribulation of regulations. Now that the imperial seal is severely damaged, the fate of the myriad races is still too weak. If it weren't for the fact that the myriad races weren't strong enough, it wouldn't be that the imperial seal couldn't be used again after offending the lightning tribulation of regulations once. Although fate was ethereal, it was still very useful. With the imperial insignia in hand, to a certain extent, Xianxia had gained another treasure to protect himself. At this moment, the imperial seal was temporarily useless. It was a considerable loss. However, when he saw the slowly descending heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell, a faint smile appeared on Xianxujian's face. It didn't matter if the imperial insignia was destroyed. There weren't many times when luck was really needed. Now that the heaven-reaching mirror and the Tiandi bell had been successfully refined, they were much more useful than the imperial insignia. They accommodated 2 rules. In Xianxujian's opinion, the power of the heaven-reaching mirror and the Tiandi bell was no weaker than that of the 6 tribulations Zhu Bing. No matter which era or epoch it was. The 6 tribulations Zhu Bing was considered a powerful magic weapon. However, it was much weaker than natural cardinal treasures like the Sanhua sword. Even compared to the awakening hibernation saber, there was a big gap. After all, natural cardinal treasures were comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. The gap between each tribulation of the Zhu Bing was huge. Although the 6 tribulations Zhu Bing was only 3 levels lower than the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, seriously speaking, the 6 tribulations Zhu Bing was not worth mentioning at all in front of the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. In the past, when the sword master's strength had not recovered, he could barely fight with Qin Shujian with a Sanhua sword. If his strength really recovered to a certain level, with the natural cardinal treasures in hand, even Qin Shujian was not sure that he could defeat him. However, it was almost impossible to refine a treasure of that level. Because it was not only because of the materials, but also because of the forging method and various restrictions. For example, now, with Qin Shujian's forging method, even if he used the corpse of a 9 heavenly immortal, the treasure he could refine would only be of this level, let alone the corpse of a 6 heavenly immortal. Although the stronger the materials, the more powerful the magic weapon, nothing was absolute in the world. With his current forging method, he could only refine a treasure of this level at most. It would be very difficult to improve it further. Moreover, at that moment, the reason why the heaven-reaching mirror and the celestial emperor's bell were able to reach the level of 6 tribulation ancestral armaments was not entirely because of Qin Shujian's craftsmanship. Instead, the 2 rules were the main reason. Or else, 2 supreme treasures were at most comparable to a 4th or 5th tribulation Zhu Bing. After fusing 2 laws, he had directly advanced to the level of a 6 tribulation Zhu Bing. Moreover, he was one of the more powerful 6 tribulation Zhu Bing. It was just that to accommodate the 3rd rule. For the time being, it was impossible. There was a limit to everything, and supreme treasures were no exception. It was not an easy task to carry a rule. It was only because the heavenly mirror and Tiandi bell were made of amazing materials and Qin Shujian's extraordinary forging skills that they were qualified to accommodate 2 rules. If it was someone else who had made a move, not to mention 2 rules, even being able to accommodate 1 rule was already difficult enough. If he wanted the supreme treasure to grow, he needed time to temper himself. There was nothing wrong with the heavenly mirror and Tiandi bell's materials, but they had just carried 2 rules and needed some time to digest them. Then, they would subtly improve themselves. Only when it was completely compatible would it be qualified to attempt to bear the 3rd rule. Once he succeeded, the 2 supreme treasures would be able to advance to the level of a 7 tribulation Zhu Bing. However, if he failed, then the 2 treasures would also crumble. At this point, whether it was a spirit artifact, a Dao artifact, or a Zhu Bing, if he wanted to improve his power, he would have to bear a great risk. Perhaps when the 2 supreme treasures advance to the level of a 9 tribulation Zhu Bing, or surpass that, they might be able to completely break free from the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth and advance to another level. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Spirit artifacts, even top-notch ones, had their limits. Once this limit was exceeded, they would either collapse and vanish or completely transform and transcend. He looked at the 2 supreme treasures and simply waved his hand. They turned into a stream of light and fled. In the heavenly court, a stream of light broke through the air. All the immortals and gods who had not fully recovered because of the dissipation of the thunder tribulation laws immediately caught sight of the stream of light. Without any hesitation, the immortals rose into the air and chased after the stream of light. Not long after the stream of light entered the heavenly court, it completely stopped and revealed its true appearance. A mirror, is it the supreme treasure that the Emperor of Heaven refined just now? It really seems to be that supreme treasure. When the immortals and gods of the heavenly court saw that mirror, their expressions changed. When the 2nd law was carried, the phantom of the heavenly mirror appeared in the 4 major continents, so they naturally recognized it. It was just a phantom. When they saw the real supreme treasure, they could not help but feel shocked. The 1,000-eye emperor's gaze landed on the heavenly mirror, and his expression was a little dazed. What level is this supreme treasure? It actually makes me feel so pressured. It's hard to say, but it's probably at least comparable to Zhu Bing's level. Some immortals and gods shook their heads. Their horizons were limited. In the past 10 to 20,000 years, not many supreme treasures had appeared. The most powerful ones were the Zhu Bing of the human race and the demon race. Apart from that, they had not seen any other supreme treasures. As for things that were even older, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court had no way of knowing. After all, the oldest among them was only 10,000 years old, and perfected immortals had not appeared for long. If there really were powerhouses from 20,000 years ago, they would not have been able to reach the perfected immortal realm. I'm not as good as him. The sky-breaking halberd's heavy voice sounded, causing Xianxia's expression to change. He had the sky-breaking halberd for tens of thousands of years, so how could he not understand its character? For it to admit that it was not as good as him, one could imagine how powerful it was. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky-breaking halberd added, "If I can pass the sixth tribulation, I'm confident that I can compete with it." Before passing the sixth tribulation, he was not confident that he could compete with the heavenly mirror. Even though Zhu Bing was very powerful, the sky-breaking halberd felt that the divine weapon in front of him was even more powerful. The sixth tribulation. Xiao Qingfeng muttered to himself softly, and his eyes were already shining. It carried at least 2 laws, and was comparable to the sixth tribulation Zhu Bing. The Emperor of Heaven's methods surprised him, and even shocked him. All of a sudden, the void vibrated slightly, and Qin Shujian stepped through the air and arrived. When the gods saw him, they all bowed. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." "No need for formalities," Qin Shujian said lightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless array patterns appeared and merged into the entire heavenly court. The array that originally covered the heavenly court was completely activated at this moment. In the perception of all the gods and immortals, the entire heavenly court seemed to have turned into an unbreakable cage under the cover of the array. This sudden turn of events caused everyone's expression to change. But before they could say anything, Qin Shujian took out some materials from his storage ring, and then began refining out of thin air. Unlike the refining of the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell, the refining this time was much simpler. In less than a day, the heavenly tribulation descended. In 2 days, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. The gods of the heavenly court stood silently at the side, watching Qin Shujian refine. When all the strange phenomena dissipated, a door that looked like white jade appeared in front of him. At the top of the white jade door, there were a few big words written on it. Southern Heavenly Gate. Southern Heavenly Gate? The gods of the heavenly court were confused. They had never heard of the Southern Heavenly Gate, nor did they know why Qin Shujian wanted to refine a gate of its own. While the gods were confused, the Southern Heavenly Gate was successfully refined. Qin Shujian placed the entire Southern Heavenly Gate in the heavenly court. The formation was activated, turning the entire heavenly court into a cage. However, the only entrance was left, which happened to be where the Southern Heavenly Gate was located. Then, the heavenly mirror suddenly moved and hung above the Southern Heavenly Gate. After everything was done, Qin Shujian said calmly, "From now on, anyone who wants to enter or leave the heavenly court must pass through the Southern Heavenly Gate. Apart from that, the rest of the heavenly court has been restricted by formations. Anyone who enters or leaves the heavenly court without permission will be severely punished. In addition, apart from the heavenly court's immortals and gods, no one is allowed to cross the Southern Heavenly Gate without permission. If anyone who does not belong to the heavenly court enters without permission, the heavenly mirror on the Southern Heavenly Gate will send out a warning. All heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals must patrol the Southern Heavenly Gate day and night to prevent others from entering the heavenly court." The Southern Heavenly Gate, the heavenly mirror, the gods' expressions changed when they heard this. Before the Southern Heavenly Gate was fully established, anyone could enter or leave the heavenly court as they wished, as long as they were strong enough to withstand the astral winds. However, things were different now. The Southern Heavenly Gate was established, and it was guarded by a supreme treasure like the heavenly mirror. It was impossible for anyone else to enter the heavenly court without permission. All the immortals and gods could sense that Qin Shujian was perfecting the heavenly court system. They had no intention of objecting to this. The heavenly court system did need to be perfected. Only with a perfect system could immortals and gods like them reap greater benefits. When the heavenly mirror hung above the Southern Heavenly Gate, Tiandi Bell turned into a streak of light and flew toward the passageway. The immortal guarding the passageway sensed something was amiss and was about to stop it when he heard the sound of a bell. At that moment, the immortal stood rooted to the ground. In less than a breath, he had completely recovered. However, when he was about to attack, Tiandi Bell had completely disappeared into the passageway. Bell. The immortal god looked at the stream of light that entered the passageway and his eyes were filled with shock. With his strength in the face of the bell just now, they were involuntarily frozen. Although he wasn't prepared for it, and the freezing effect only lasted for an instant, it was still shocking enough. A battle between true immortals. Even a moment of carelessness could determine the outcome of a battle. He recalled the bell ringing just now. The immortal deity thought of the phantom of the ancient bronze bell that had appeared in front of him. In the end, he did not continue to pursue the direction of the flowing light. Because he was very clear. The ancient bronze bell was a treasure refined by Xianxia. The celestial emperor's refinement of supreme treasures had caused so much commotion and lasted for so long. It was no longer a secret to the immortals of the celestial court. Therefore, in his opinion, Tiandi Bell's departure should be Qin Shujian's doing. If he pursued and intercepted them without permission, he might incur the wrath of the Emperor of Heaven. Moreover, now that Tiandi Bell had entered the passageway and was moving at an extremely fast speed, even if he wanted to chase after them, he might not be able to catch up. After rushing into the passageway, they quickly arrived at the void outside the realm. The Mountain Breaker Emperor, who was guarding the other entrance, was about to attack when he was shocked by the bell ringing and missed the best opportunity to intercept them. Who are you? How dare you barge into the passageway? The Mountain Breaker Emperor, who had regained his senses, was furious. He had not returned to the celestial court and was not aware of what had happened in the vast thousand domains. Now that Tiandi Bell had suddenly barged out of the passageway and attacked him, the Mountain Breaker Emperor did not intend to let the matter rest. Just as he was about to attack, the flowing light suddenly stopped and Tiandi Bell's true body appeared. Then, Qin Shujian's phantom condensed from his body and held Tiandi Bell with one hand. He calmly looked at the Mountain Breaker Emperor, who had attacked. That simple glance was enough to shock the Mountain Breaker Emperor. He did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly stopped midway. Then, he bowed to Qin Shujian and said, "I did not know that the Emperor of Heaven had arrived. Please forgive me, Emperor of Heaven. North Pole War God, guard with peace of mind. This is the Tiandi Bell, a treasure that I personally made. In the future, it will be used to suppress the extraterritorial battlefield. If any void demons enter the extraterritorial battlefield, there will be a Tiandi Bell warning." After Qin Shujian finished speaking, his body disappeared. The Tiandi Bell rose into the air and flew toward the extraterritorial battlefield. Dong, the heavy sound of the bell suddenly rang and soon spread throughout the entire extraterritorial battlefield. The cultivators and players of the 10,000 races all looked up in the direction of the sound of the bell with puzzled expressions. It was not strange for the sound of the bell to spread. In the past, when there were void demons attacking, bells would ring in each city. However, those bells were filled with killing intent and urgency. It was completely different from the sound of the bell now. Moreover, the cities did not seem to be preparing for war at all, so it was impossible for there to be a war. However, while the cultivators and players of the 10,000 races were puzzled, some people in various parts of the extraterritorial battlefield were shocked as if they had heard a terrifying sound. Following that, his body went out of control and exploded with a loud bang. Boom, boom. In the various cities of the extraterritorial battlefield, there were people whose bodies exploded and were completely shattered. What's going on? Enemy attack, enemy attack. The expressions of the cultivators of the 10,000 races who did not know what was going on changed drastically. Their first reaction was that an enemy had attacked the extraterritorial battlefield, which was why the other cultivators had died. The powerhouses guarding the various cities and towns also reacted immediately. Seeing this, the mountain-shattering emperor's giant Dharma idol attracted everyone's attention. Don't panic. This bell is a treasure that the Emperor of Heaven personally made. It exists to prevent void demons from sneaking into the extraterritorial battlefield. Those cultivators who died have already been secretly possessed by the void demons. The city lords of the various cities should reflect on yourselves. It is your biggest mistake not to notice that there are void demons sneaking in. After speaking, the mountain-breaking emperor withdrew his Dharma idol. His expression was not very good. He was the immortal god guarding the heaven and earth passageway in the extraterritorial battlefield for this year. There were void demons sneaking into the various cities, so he could not shirk the responsibility. Although it was not as serious as the void demons sneaking into the Great Thousand World, it was still the same. If the Tiandi bell had not rung, the mountain-breaking emperor did not know that so many void demons had secretly possessed the cultivators of the 10,000 races. The city lords of the various cities also had gloomy expressions. The void demons sneaking in was something they had not expected. If they had not been found out, it would have been fine. But now that the Tiandi bell had found out those who had possessed the cultivators and killed them one by one, as city lords, they had no excuse to shirk the responsibility. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Don't let any more void demons sneak into the extraterritorial battlefield. The city lords immediately gave the order. They weren't sure if the void demons would have a chance to sneak in with the Tiandi bell. However, instead of saying that the current inspection was to prevent the void demons from sneaking in, it was better to say that it was to make up for their mistakes and show it to the heavenly court. Otherwise, if the Emperor of Heaven investigated, no one would be able to get away with it. At the moment when the void fiends fell, the emperors of the 3 clans received the news immediately. The great wide world actually has such a treasure. There seemed to be a different light flickering in Yelvis's dark eyes. When the void demons of the Mashaluo clan died, they also sent the corresponding news back regarding the existence of the Tiandi bell. He was also very surprised. Originally, the Mashaluo clan had sent some of their clansmen to possess the cultivators of the 10,000 clans and then took the opportunity to sneak into the extraterritorial battlefield. They wanted to find an opportunity to cause some damage, or to see if there was a way to enter the great wide world through the passage of heaven and earth. In the end, the appearance of the Tiandi bell broke all of Yelvis's previous arrangements. A bell rang. All the void demons had fallen. Even if the strongest of those fallen void demons was only at the demon lord level, it was enough to prove how difficult this treasure was to deal with. With the existence of that treasure, it will be much more difficult for us to send our clansmen to sneak in. Do you have any plans? Longfellow turned his head to look at the demon emperor and said unhurriedly. The fall of his clansmen. He wasn't angry. It was just that he was very afraid of the Tiandi bell. Yelvis said indifferently, that treasure can sense the existence of our clansmen, but there's definitely a limit. The clansmen who died earlier weren't strong. Since that's the case, we can send some more powerful clansmen to try. You plan to let the demon kings take action? Why not? Yelvis smiled. So what if they were demon kings? When necessary, they could also become cannon fodder or asking for directions. The reason why he didn't let the Demon King take over his body and sneak into the extraterritorial battlefield was because he hadn't reached that stage yet. However, now that the great wide world had that supreme treasure, the Devil Lord was of no use in front of it. Thus, he could only let the Devil Lord try. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Mashaluo clan to send spies into the extraterritorial battlefield or even the Great Thousand Worlds. Longfellow said, a supreme treasure has appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield. Should we report this to the Demon Emperor? I don't have that. Yerwei shook his head. It's just a mere treasure. It's not worth alarming Lord Demon Emperor. Moreover, Lord Demon Emperor has probably suffered serious injuries from the previous incident. Now, all the flesh and blood that they had plundered had been sent over. I only hope that Lord Devil Emperor can recuperate in peace. As for other matters, it's best not to disturb him. That's true. Longfellow nodded in agreement. Indeed. Although the appearance of an additional treasure in the extraterritorial battlefield seemed somewhat unusual, in reality, it did not cause any damage to the Mashaluo clan. Some demon masters had fallen. It was nothing at all. Among the billions of void demons, there were almost a handful of demon masters. Not to mention the fall of some demon masters, even if the number of demon masters had multiplied by 10 or 100 times, it would not be a serious matter. After making a decision, Longfellow suddenly said, there's movement at the Devil's Pool. The Devil Lord who has entered the Devil's Pool should be about to break through. So be it. It's just a demon emperor who has just broken through. What's the big deal? Yerwei sneered. What kind of storm could a demon emperor who had just broken through cause in front of him? Let's not talk about him. Even Longfellow was a top-notch demon emperor now. The demon emperors of the Ma Xiao Luo clan had existed for a very long time. Even if a new demon emperor was born, it would not be possible to grow to a level comparable to them in a short period of time. Without millions of years of accumulation, it was impossible to even think about it. If he had really accumulated for millions of years, Yerwais believed that he would have broken through to the demon emperor realm. Speaking of which, those experts of the heavenly court are indeed not weak. In the last battle, they could even injure Ben Huang. Yerwais thought of some unpleasant things, and his face darkened. Longfellow was stunned. You're injured? If the other party had not mentioned it, he would not have been able to tell at all. Yerwais's face returned to normal, and his tone was calm. It's just some small injuries. I didn't have time to deal with them before. Now, it seems that there won't be any problems in the short term. Therefore, Ben Huang plans to go into seclusion for a period of time to recuperate. When the time comes, if something happens in the clan, I'll have to trouble you to deal with it first. Yeah. Longfellow nodded his head dubiously. At present, the Ma Xiao Luo clan was really fine. Whether Yerwais went into seclusion or not, it did not have much of an impact. But it was hard to say whether the other party was really injured or was in seclusion for other reasons. Without any evidence, Longfellow could not jump to conclusions. Immediately, he saw Yerwais's body on the throne disappear bit by bit like an illusion. Now, the only devil emperor left in the hall was Longfellow. Not long after, an order was passed down. The demon king in charge of the Ma Xiao Luo clan also began to take action. If one wanted to probe the depths of the extraterritorial battlefield, the simplest way was to find a cultivator of the myriad races and directly possess him. This was because many clansmen had been killed by the players when they possessed them. Right now, the news that players could not possess them had already spread among the void demons. Although they did not know the origins of the players, they could clearly distinguish the difference between the cultivators of the myriad races and the players. Facing the players, as long as they did not possess them without permission, there was basically no danger because those people were very weak. The only ones who could truly possess them were the cultivators of the myriad races. It was not too difficult to find the cultivators of the myriad races in the current extraterritorial void, because of the existence of the extraterritorial battlefield. In the extraterritorial void, there were many cultivators of the myriad races who were exploring bit by bit. As long as their luck was not bad, they would basically encounter them. At this moment, there was a group of cultivators of the myriad races who were exploring the extraterritorial void. All of a sudden, boundless darkness descended upon them. The strongest cultivators of the myriad races were only at the celestial realm. They had no chance to resist at all. It was only for an instant. They were completely swallowed by the darkness. About a quarter of an hour later, the darkness retreated, revealing the cultivators of the myriad races in the group. But the difference was, the eyes of these cultivators of the myriad races were first occupied by darkness, but then they quickly recovered and returned to their original black and white. A group of a dozen cultivators appeared in the void outside the realm. That's the treasure that appeared in the outer realm battlefield. The last time it appeared, it caused many of my Emo Shalua clan to fall. Carl looked at the sky above the outer realm battlefield, at the ancient bronze bell that suppressed the void, his expression extremely solemn. He was the Emo Shalua clan's demon king, and also the commander of the group that infiltrated the outer realm battlefield. But in reality, the so-called commander was just a nice-sounding name. Carl was very clear that the group he led was equivalent to a suicide squad. If that treasure were to detect them, the chances of survival would be next to none. To reach the Demon King realm, he had spent tens of thousands of years. If he were to fall here, it would undoubtedly be a regretful thing. However, the Void Evil Demon clan's level was very strict. Even if Carl was unwilling, there was no possibility of resisting. Because once he refused, without waiting for the treasure to detect him, he would be killed by the Demon King first. If he went, he would die. If he didn't go, he would die. The former still had a chance of survival, the latter would definitely die. As long as one had a normal brain, they would know what to do. After saying that, Carl turned to look at the other clansmen in the group. These people had already been possessed by the Amos Shalua clan's void evil demons. But apart from him, the other void evil demons were all Demon King level experts. As for those below Demon King level, there was not a single one. At this moment, the group was silent. No one dared to speak. After sizing up all the people in the room, Carl's gaze fell on one of them, and said indifferently, "Go and check out the situation first. Pay attention to a simple change of appearance. Don't let anyone detect it." "Yes, sir." That person nodded, and then his face changed slightly. In less than a breath's time, it became a completely different face. Then, he flew towards the outer realm battlefield. If one looked carefully, one could see that there was an undetectable fear in that person's eyes. No living creature was unafraid of death. The void evil demons were the same. But first there was the Demon King's order, and then there was the Demon King's order. A small Demon King had no right to refuse. Under the gaze of Carl and the others, that person entered the outer realm battlefield. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing unexpected happened. That person's anxious heart relaxed a little. Carl's expression was solemn as he transmitted his voice, "Enter the city." Now that he had stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield, he hadn't attracted the attention of that supreme treasure. Perhaps it was because he hadn't met the conditions to trigger it. Therefore, he could only probe further. Hearing this, that person immediately walked towards the city. Although there were guards at the city gates, as long as one had an identity token, nothing would happen. It was as easy as pie. He entered the city. From beginning to end, nothing unexpected happened. Seeing this, Carl's eyes flickered. He turned to the rest of the team and said, "You guys go too. Enter from a different city." "Yes." The people in the group immediately headed towards the battlefield outside. As for Carl, he remained where he was and did not move. It didn't take long for those people to enter the city one by one. However, the ancient bronze bell that was suppressing the foreign battlefield seemed to have quieted down. Strange, why isn't there any movement at all? Although Carl's expression was calm, he was bewildered in his heart. The lack of movement was not a good thing for him. Because if he couldn't understand the mechanism of the ancient bronze bell, he was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. Who knew when he would be blown to smithereens? If he could find some clues, even if he lost a few clansmen, it would be a good thing for Carl. However, nothing. Nothing at all. A group of more than 10 clansmen entering was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no obstruction or reaction. Such a strange thing made Carl even more fearful. In the end, he gritted his teeth and resolutely stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield. Since there were no problems ahead, there shouldn't be any accidents when he entered. The Demon Emperor ordered. No matter what, Carl had to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. It would be best if he could find something. Even if he couldn't, he still had to do what he had to do. After entering the extraterritorial battlefield, he secretly raised his power. As long as there was any accident, he would retreat immediately. The ancient bronze bell that was quietly floating above the extraterritorial battlefield seemed to be really asleep. Carl was certain. Then he stepped forward and walked towards one of the cities. At the city gate, there were guards checking the cultivators entering and leaving. Because the Tiandi Bell had appeared and killed all the demons that had infiltrated the extraterritorial battlefield, the city lords didn't dare to slack off and increase the intensity of the checks. It was just that the extraterritorial battlefield's method of possession was extraordinary. If the other party didn't expose himself, it would be hard to find any clues. The checks in front of him. It was just for show. "Sir, please wait. Please show me your identity token." A guard stretched out his hand and stopped Carl. Seeing this, Carl calmly took out an identity badge from his storage ring and handed it to Qin Nan. After the possession, he had inherited all the memories of the original cultivator. It could be said that, apart from having a different identity, Carl was actually no different from the original cultivator. After taking a quick look at it, Xianxia said. The guard handed the identity token back. Soon after, he took out a jade bottle and sprinkled some light green water on it. The light green water emitted surging vitality. Carl frowned. What is this thing? He searched through all the memories of this body, but didn't find such a procedure to enter the city. The guard smiled and said, Sir, don't misunderstand. This is the spiritual liquid from the Eldar. It has no effect on the cultivators of the 10,000 races. Instead, it has many benefits. But to the extraterritorial battlefield's demons, it is like a poison. This method is only to prevent the extraterritorial battlefield's demons from sneaking into the city. So that's how it is. Carl's heart sank, but he didn't resist the falling of the clear water. There was no problem with the dozen or so demon masters entering, which proved that the threat of the spiritual liquid was limited. Regarding this, he had no reason to be afraid. The spiritual liquid fell. Carl felt a slight tingling in his body, but this feeling quickly disappeared. Obviously, the Eldar that produced the spiritual liquid wasn't strong and couldn't threaten the existence of the Demon King level. Throughout the entire process, Carl didn't reveal any abnormalities. The guard also stared at him closely. After confirming that there were no accidents, he stepped aside and let him go. The guards let him pass. Carl entered the city without a hitch. However, as soon as he stepped into the city, the Tandy bell in the sky above the off-world battlefield vibrated. Dong, a clear, melodious sound echoed through the off-world battlefield. It should have been a normal bell, but to Carl, it sounded like a terrifying existence. His soul felt like it was about to explode. Boom, caught off guard, his body suddenly exploded. His body exploded. Carl's soul shook. He felt like it was being torn apart. He forcefully endured the intense pain and fled out of the city without a second thought. As for the other demons who'd entered the city, their bodies exploded the moment the bell rang. Their souls were completely obliterated. No matter how strong a demon lord was, he was only a diviner. In terms of the strength of his soul, he couldn't compare to a demon king. As soon as Carl made his escape, a true immortal of the 10,000 races in the city struck out with a palm strike. How dare a demon of the void sneak into the off-world battlefield? You're courting death. This time, the true immortals of the 10,000 races in the city were truly enraged. How long had it been, another demon of the void had sneaked in? If not for the Tandy Bell's warning, they wouldn't have sensed it. Now that the Tandy Bell's attack had exposed the demon of the void, they had to make him stay no matter what. Or else, there was no way they could explain this to the heavenly court. After all, it was one thing for a demon of the void to sneak in before, but now there was another. They hadn't sensed it until the Tandy Bell's warning. No matter what. There was no way they could shake off their responsibility. Only by killing the demon could they make up for their mistakes. An energy palm strike shattered the void. Under the attack of the Celestial Emperor's bell, Carl was also heavily injured. However, he was still a demon king, and not just any ordinary demon king. Moreover, the Tandy Bell's attack had only sounded once. Therefore, although Carl's injuries were not light, it was not to the extent that he had completely lost his ability to fight. When he instantly escaped from the city's perimeter, he turned around and struck out a palm attack. Dark energy surged and collided fiercely with the attack that came piercing through the air. Immediately after, the palm energy was torn apart. The true immortal of the myriad races shuddered and was forced back. He had just broken through to the true immortal realm not long ago and was still at the first heaven immortal realm. There was still a certain gap between him and Carl, who was at the second heaven immortal realm. The other party was about to escape. The true immortal of the myriad races immediately shouted, "Everyone, please take him down." After saying this, he quickly adjusted his state and charged toward Carl. Apart from them, true immortals also stepped out from the other cities. Now, true immortals were no longer a rare species to the myriad of clans. Almost every clan had one or two true immortals, and some large clans even had several true immortals. Not every true immortal was qualified to enter the heavenly court and become a god. Therefore, those true immortals who could not enter the heavenly court as officials either stayed in their own clans to cultivate in seclusion or guarded the extraterritorial battlefield to guard against the sneak attacks of the void demons. Now that Karl had exposed his whereabouts, it happened to attract these true immortals. As the saying went, ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, they were all true immortals. The difference between a first-level immortal and a second-level immortal was not so big that it could not be made up for. When the 5 true immortals walked out, Karl's face instantly turned green. At his peak, he was not afraid of 5 first-level immortals. Even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. However, now that he was injured and encountered 5 first-level immortals, he would die if he was not careful. Without any hesitation, Karl unleashed all his potential. His body turned into darkness and fled into the void. You're already here, and you still want to leave. Damn the void demons. Kill! The true immortals attacked one after another. Their terrifying might intertwined and covered the void within 1,000,000 miles. Bang! The void shattered like the surface of a mirror, and Karl was blasted out in an instant. All of a sudden, Karl condensed a dark bead and threw it at the true immortals of the 10,000 races. The bead flew very quickly. In less than half a breath, it was already close. Immediately after, boom, the dark bead exploded, and the aftermath of destruction swept out. Not good. Some of the true immortals of the 10,000 races felt the aftermath of the destruction, and their expressions instantly became ugly. On the other side, Karl endured the intense pain and continued to flee out of the extraterritorial battlefield. The dark bead just now was not an ordinary thing. It was a method condensed after he tore off a part of his soul. The moment of the explosion, it was equivalent to half a demon king self-destructing. That terrifying power, even if it did not kill the 5 true immortals, was enough to make them suffer. The reason why he did this. Karl had no choice but to do so. If he did not make a decision, he would suffer instead. If he did not get rid of the true immortals of the 10,000 races and allowed time to drag on, more experts would be lured out. Then, he would definitely have no way to survive. Compared to dying, losing half of his divine soul was nothing. At this moment, after losing half of his soul, Karl's realm had fallen to the early stage of the Demon King realm, and he was faintly showing signs of instability. But he did not care and continued to flee. If his realm fell, he could cultivate again. If he lost his life, then it was really gone. Just as Karl was about to escape from the extraterritorial battlefield, the void suddenly shattered, and a thick black shadow bombarded over, sending him flying and almost killing him on the spot. At the same time as Karl was sent flying, the black shadow also retracted. When he looked carefully, one could see a terrifying beast covered in scales standing on all fours in the void. Behind it, a tail that was also covered in scales was gently swaying. Although the swaying was not big, it could easily stir up the surrounding void into chaos. When they saw the giant scaled beast appear, the true immortals of the 10,000 races who broke free from the explosion all cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings, war god of the North Pole. You all can leave. I'll leave this void demon to Ben Huang. The mountain-breaking emperor revealed his true form, and his tone became muffled. Hearing this, the 5 true immortals retreated. As the war god of the North Pole, if the mountain-breaking emperor personally took action, then this half-crippled void demon in front of them would definitely have no chance of survival. In terms of true strength, this war god of the North Pole had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the immortal realm. He was only one step away from the middle 3rd level of the true immortal realm. No matter how strong Karl was, there was no way he could be a match for him. When the true immortals retreated, Karl did not wait for death. He forcibly changed direction, ignoring the injuries on his body, and continued to flee. You still want to escape in front of Ben Huang? The mountain-breaking emperor sneered. In his eyes, Karl's actions were just a futile struggle. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the terrifying giant beast suddenly moved. Karl has died. Longfellow awoke from his meditative state. Karl's death was both within and outside of his expectations. Among the demon kings of the Mo Xianxia clan, the other party's strength was actually not considered weak. According to the standards of the vast 1,000 domains, Karl's strength was considered a 2nd-level immortal, not too far away from a 3rd-level immortal, sending him to the extraterritorial battlefield to probe It was also because he was strong enough. After all, at this level, if he really had a treasure, the probability of him escaping was still very high. However, Carl had died in the end. Fortunately, when the other party died, he also sent back some relevant information. On the throne, Longfellow's body seemed to be surrounded by black fog, and the specific situation could not be seen clearly. When the demon masters entered the city, they did not trigger the treasure's reaction, but when Carl entered the city, he was immediately attacked by the treasure. As a result, even the demon masters who entered the city before him also died. In this case, there is also a limit to the treasure's activation. From the information Carl sent back, it was not difficult to see these limits of the treasure. According to Longfellow's speculation, it should be that only the entry of a Demon King level existence would trigger the treasure's counterattack. In other words, if it was not the Demon King level, it should not trigger the treasure's counterattack. To put it bluntly, to that treasure, the void demons below the Demon King level were not worth mentioning at all. But why did it cause all the void demons to die when there was clearly no Demon King mixed in the first time? To Longfellow, it should be because of the treasure's first appearance that caused the change. With the existence of that treasure, experts above the Demon King level have no way to quietly approach the extraterritorial battlefield. Those below the Demon King level, even if they mix in the extraterritorial battlefield, can't be of much use. The heavenly court's move caught Benhuang somewhat unprepared. Longfellow's faint voice sounded in the main hall. Without experts above the Demon King level, no matter how many demon masters entered, it would not be of any use. As long as there was a slight change, they would be easily suppressed by those true immortals. However, this did not mean that the Amo-Zyro clan would give up on infiltrating the extraterritorial battlefield. Even if it was the Devil Master, it was fine. As long as he could infiltrate, he might be able to find an opportunity to make a move in the future. No matter what, the information from the foreign battlefields couldn't be cut off. Thinking of this, Longfellow immediately summoned the other Void Fiends and gave them his orders. Now, Yerways was in seclusion. He was the only demon emperor in the Luo clan. There were many things that could be decided directly without the need to communicate with others. Heavenly Court. 2 days had passed since the Southern Heaven Gate was established. In these 2 days, Xianxia did not hold a court meeting. Instead, he entered a short period of seclusion. Refining the Heavenly Mirror and the Tiandi Bell had consumed a lot of his energy. 2 days. It could also be considered a midway recovery. Only after he fully recovered did Qin Shujian truly hold a court session. The immortals and gods of the Heavenly Court gathered. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Compared to the previous court meetings, this one was much more solemn. Above the throne, Qin Shujian looked down at the gods and said calmly, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." "Everyone, please report if you have something to say." "If there's nothing else, the court is dismissed," Qin Shujian said lightly. After that, the Thousand-Eye Emperor stepped out and clasped his hands. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, 2 days ago, an ancient bronze bell appeared in the Outer Realm battlefield and killed many evil void demons that had taken over the bodies of the cities. May I ask if that ancient bronze bell was made by the Emperor of Heaven? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded and said lightly, "That bell is called the Tiandi Bell. It's a treasure that I made myself. It's extremely powerful and is used to suppress the extraterritorial battlefield and prevent void fiends from attacking." "I see." The Thousand-Eye Emperor's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Not long ago, a void demon sneaked into the city and caused the Celestial Emperor's bell to alert. In the end, the Northern Pole War God acted and killed it. Twice in a row, void fiends sneaked into the cities of the extraterritorial battlefield, but the cities didn't notice at all. I have reason to believe that the city lords of the cities have failed in their duties. This isn't a big matter, but it's not a small matter either. If we don't care about it, it'll cause others to slack off. So I think we should punish them severely. Emperor of Heaven, after being taken over by the Void Fiend, he's no different from an ordinary person. Even a true immortal might not be able to tell. It's normal for the guards of the extraterritorial battlefield to miss him. If we punish him because of this, it'll be too harsh. As soon as the Thousand-Eye Emperor finished speaking, other immortals spoke. Qin Shujian sat on the throne and didn't reply. He seemed to be thinking silently. Below, more immortals and deities expressed their opinions. However, compared to them, most of the immortals and deities remained silent. After a long while, Qin Shujian raised his hand slightly, and all the immortals who were arguing closed their mouths. The Void Fiend's methods of possession are extraordinary. It's inevitable that we can't completely detect it. Let's put this matter aside for now. After the Tiandi bell was set up, any true immortal level Void Fiend that approaches will cause a disturbance. As for Void Fiends below the true immortal level, there won't be too much of a problem. Qin Shujian spoke slowly. Hearing this, the other immortals all had different expressions. Then he said, Eldar and Void Fiends are mutually exclusive. Now that the Eldar Emperor has been born, his strength is increasing day by day. The cities of the extraterritorial battlefield can seek help from the Eldar. I believe there won't be any problem in identifying Void Fiends below the true immortal level. Emperor of Heaven is wise. Some immortals bowed. The other immortals had no choice but to bow and agree. After they straightened up, Qin Shujian said again, it's been more than 10 years since the Heavenly Court was established. However, because the great calamity is imminent, the immortals of the Heavenly Court and the myriad races are focused on increasing their strength. Some rules and regulations are avoided as much as possible. However, nothing can be accomplished without rules. If this continues, there will be future troubles. Therefore, I think that the Heavenly Court should set a heavenly law to restrict the gods and the myriad races. Anyone who violates the heavenly law will be punished. Heavenly law, all the immortals were shocked when they heard this. To them, the heavenly law was similar to the laws of their races in a certain sense. It was not strange for them to set up a heavenly law. However, once the heavenly law was set, then they and the myriad races would have an additional layer of shackles. This layer of shackles would bind them and make them unable to do as they pleased. There were good and bad things like this. When Qin Shujian finished speaking, none of the gods below spoke up to object. The court assembly dispersed quickly. However, everyone's expression was a little different. Qin Shujian only mentioned the heavenly rule during the court assembly and didn't talk much about it. However, everyone could understand. Since the heavenly rule had come out, it would be implemented in the end. The difference was, it was just a matter of time. When the gods left, Qin Shujian sat on the throne and reviewed the matters of the court assembly. The heavenly rule has to be set. After all, without the heavenly rule, the binding force of the heavenly court won't be enough. There was a heavenly rule in the third era, but it's not appropriate to copy it. There are some things that have to be changed. Then, I'll combine the opinions of others and formulate a heavenly rule that's suitable for this era. Qin Shujian had some thoughts in his mind. It wasn't the first time he was the Emperor of Heaven, so he was no stranger to the heavenly rule. As early as the third era, the heavenly rule existed. However, the heavenly rule of that era was different from the current era. Strictly speaking, there were no races fighting for supremacy in the third era. The human race was the dominant race, and the other races were either destroyed or struggling at death's door. It could be said that, except for the human race, which was orthodox, the other races were all crooked. Therefore, there was also a heavenly rule in the third era, which was that humans and demons were not allowed to fall in love, or immortals were not allowed to fall in love with other races. However, there was no problem with this heavenly rule in the third era, but if it appeared in this era, Qin Shujian was sure that it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because in this era, the human race was only one of the races. In fact, there were simply too many races in the great wide world. If the heavenly rule had this, it would basically be cutting off one's own path of retreat. Even if Qin Shujian was the Emperor of Heaven, he couldn't suppress this influence. As a result, it was necessary to screen. While thinking about this, Qin Shujian said to the Godslayer, was there a heavenly rule in the ancient heavenly court? Or is this how the ancient heavenly court maintained the order of the heavenly court? The ancient heavenly court didn't have a heavenly rule. Maintaining order basically relied on the Emperor of Heaven's strength. Anyway, with the ancient Emperor of Heaven holding the fort, no one would dare to cause any trouble. The god-slaying saber replied indifferently. Heavenly rules and whatnot were of little use to him. They were not as useful as actual strength. No matter how many rules there were, without enough strength to support them, no one would abide by them. On the contrary, as long as one was strong enough, even if there were no rules, no one would dare to disobey. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that the ancient heavenly court did not have the existence of the heavenly Tao, and was suppressed by the Emperor of Heaven alone. In other words, if the Emperor of Heaven were to fall, the ancient heavenly court would definitely collapse. Of course, the ancient heavenly court had indeed collapsed. But that was because of the influence of the demon abyss, and not because of other aspects. However, Qin Shujian was certain that even if there was no demon abyss, as long as the ancient Emperor of Heaven did not break through to the Tao fruit realm, the ancient heavenly court would definitely not last for tens of thousands of years. Strength. Rules. None of them could be missing. If there were no rules for others to abide by, there would not be any problems in the short term if they forcibly suppressed with strength. But as time passed, there would definitely be trouble. Qin Shujian originally planned to inquire about the ancient heavenly court from Godslayer and find a way to perfect the heavenly rule. But now it seemed that there was no need to think about it. Just as he was about to think about the heavenly rule, his expression suddenly froze. At the same time, in a remote hall, a tyrannical aura rose. But as soon as the aura rose, it disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. In the hall, a green ox transformed into a human and walked out. It happened to be daytime now, and the hot rays of the sun scattered in the heavenly court. When Niodali walked out, the sunlight poured down, and the warm aura made a faint smile on his face. I've finally broken through. Counting carefully, I've been in seclusion for quite a long time. This breakthrough allowed him to directly enter the 7th immortal realm from the 6th immortal realm. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was the difference between the middle 3 immortal realm and the upper 3 immortal realm. He had broken through to this stage. Although Niodali's strength was still a long way from fully recovering, at least he had a little foundation. However, the smile on his face did not last long, and it had already disappeared. Niodali turned his head to look at another hall. You're one step ahead of me, but it doesn't matter. I've already broken through to the 7th immortal realm, and the gap between us is completely even. Let's see how you can catch up in the future. He had awakened earlier than Chu Quangtu to begin with. When he had awakened, Chu Quangtu had already recovered his strength. Now that Niodali had successfully broken through to the 7th immortal realm, all the gap had been shortened to an invisible point. In this way, he was confident that he would be one step ahead of Chu Quangtu and recover to a higher level. When he was strong enough, Niodali had already sworn that he would suppress Chu Quangtu in the cesspool again and would never let him out for at least 100,000 years. Otherwise, Chu Quangtu did not learn his lesson. Since Green Ox has broken through, why don't you come to my place and have a seat? An ethereal and magnificent voice came from the darkness, making Niodali look stunned again. All of a sudden, his face became a little more solemn. Niodali knew that it was Qin Shujian's voice. Just a conversation made him understand that his strength was not weaker than Chu Quangtu's, but compared with Emperor Qin, there was still a huge gap. They were both reincarnated Tao fruits. Chu Quangtu had reached a profound level. Half-step Tao fruit? Niodali thought to himself. He was not sure whether Qin Shujian had broken through to the half-step Tao fruit realm. But based on the methods he had just shown and his own speculation, even if Chu Quangtu had not broken through to the half-step Tao fruit realm, he would definitely not be too far away. At this level, he was only one step away from the Tao fruit realm. With Qin Shujian's comprehension of the Tao fruit in his previous life, his success rate of breaking through to the Tao fruit realm was many times higher than that of others. In short, it was very likely that Qin Shujian would soon be able to recover his peak strength of the third era. Tao fruit. Niodali's eyes flickered, and then he took a step forward and walked in the direction of the heavenly palace. Chu Quangtu was one step ahead. There was no way for him to catch up for the time being. Fortunately, He had no intention of competing with Qin Shujian. Soon, Niu Dali came to the gate of the heavenly palace. Mu Yang, who was guarding there, woke up. After seeing Niu Dali, he directly let him in. Obviously, Mu Yang had already received instructions long before he came. There was no obstruction. Niu Dali stepped into the heavenly palace. P.S. Public account, by Fo Yifei, there will be more updates here. Emperor Qin. Brother Niu, you're here. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and waved his hand. A stone table and a stone stool appeared. Niu Dali did not hesitate and sat down on a stone stool. Qin Shujian sat opposite him. Speaking of which, Brother Niu's breakthrough to the 7th level of the immortal realm is also a joyous matter for the heavenly court. It's not good to blindly break through in seclusion, so I invited you to come over. Qin Shujian smiled and poured a cup of spirit tea for Niu Dali as he spoke. That brute has also broken through. Blademaster successfully broke through not long ago. Qin Shujian nodded. He's now in seclusion, preparing to break through to the 8th level of the immortal realm? Niu Dali's expression did not change and he asked faintly. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and did not say yes or no. Seeing this, Niu Dali understood. He picked up the teacup and drank it. Then he stood up. I have to go back too. The 7th level of the immortal realm is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go. I'm not as good as Emperor Qin, but I'm already a step away from the Dao fruit. Brother Niu, take care. Qin Shujian did not stop him. Zhu Guangtu's seclusion had obviously put a lot of pressure on him. In that case, let Niu Dali go back. Anyway, the stronger the opponent was, the greater the benefits for the heavenly court. When Niu Dali was leaving outside the heavenly court, a few people came from outside. This is where the heavenly court is. No one is allowed to enter without orders. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals guarding the southern heaven gate immediately stopped them. Southern heaven gate. Yi Hong looked at the white jade gate in front of him with a shocked expression. It was supposed to be a simple gate, but it inexplicably gave him a lot of pressure. When the others looked at the southern heaven gate, they had the same reaction. At this moment, Qin Er and the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation did not speak, but an ethereal voice came from inside the heavenly court. Let them in. Yes. Hearing this, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were all shocked. They hurriedly bowed to the southern heaven gate, then straightened up and made way. Seeing this, Qin Er and the others didn't say anything and walked straight into the southern heaven gate. After crossing the southern heavenly gate, someone couldn't help but say, so this is the legendary heavenly court. As expected, other places can't compare to it. Heavenly court. The shock in Yi Hong's heart intensified. He was now certain that Qin Er's identity was absolutely not as simple as he imagined. If he could bring people in and out of the heavenly court at will, then he would at least have a high status in the heavenly court. Don't talk too much. Just follow me quietly. One of the incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven said indifferently. Hearing this, the few players tactfully shut their mouths. Until now, they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. In the past, no matter how powerful Emperor Heaven's incarnation was, it was nothing more than an NPC in the eyes of players. At worst, they'd lose a level if they offended him. But things were different now. The game wasn't a real game. The NPCs weren't real NPCs, and the players weren't real players. If he really angered the other party, he might be completely obliterated. Even if the possibility was not high. But it was better to be safe than sorry. If the players were really completely killed, then their biggest trump card would also disappear. However, compared to the fear of death, the players valued the hidden opportunity more. For them, after coming into contact with the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, it was more like understanding some truths that others were not qualified to know. It was quite a kind of feeling. The feeling of being the only one awake when everyone was drunk. It didn't take long for the few of them to follow the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven and arrive in front of the heavenly palace. Mu Yang seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. There was no movement at all. Just like that, The three incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven led the three players straight into the inner hall of the heavenly palace. After entering the inner hall of the heavenly palace, the few of them immediately saw Xianxia sitting on the throne. For a moment, they were all stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Xianxia and the other incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven suddenly dissipated and turned into streams of light that flew toward Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into his body. Such a change. It made Yihang and the others' expressions change again. When they were panicking and at a loss, Xianxia spoke, breaking the silence of the inner hall. You are the players of the desolate Great World, the Nine Moons Great World, and the Red Jade Great World. I don't need to introduce myself. I believe that you know a lot about me. Even if you don't know me, you should have heard of me. Of course, this old man has heard of the great name of the Emperor of Heaven. Among the three players, an old man who was full of energy spoke first at this time. He simply glanced at the scene on the throne and instinctively lowered his head. A simple glance. It put him under a lot of pressure. Xianxia said, I believe you are all clear about the mission. I won't repeat it. As long as you are willing to be the vanguard for me, then you can get the benefits you want. Whether it is longevity or reaching the top of the world, I can satisfy all of your needs. Emperor of Heaven, are you serious? I have always disdained to lie. The premise is that you can show me the value that you deserve. Otherwise, you are not qualified to get those things. Xianxia said lightly. Hearing that, Yihang suppressed the panic in his heart and said, I am a person from the Nine Moons Great World. In the real world, my cultivation was destroyed, and even my meridians and dantian were broken. I don't know if the Emperor of Heaven has a solution. If it can be solved, I am willing to serve the Emperor of Heaven. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Xianxia, the ruler of the vast thousand world. Maybe there really was a way to solve the crisis in the real world. As long as he could take revenge, Yihang had no objection to being a world traitor. Xianxia said, you don't need to tell me your name, because the one who brought you to the heavenly court is the incarnation of my power, so I already know everything about you. As for your cultivation being destroyed and your meridians and dantian being broken, it is not a troublesome thing. I can give you a cultivation method, and restoring yourself is just a piece of cake. After that, before Yihang could speak in surprise, Xianxia looked at the other two and said lightly, each of you has something to ask for, or something to obsess about. Otherwise, you would not be willing to work for me. We can satisfy all of your desires and desires. In order to show my sincerity, I can even give you part of the reward first. What you need to do is to complete the tasks that you need to complete. After that, with a wave of his hand, 3 streams of light burst out and landed directly in front of Yihang and the other two. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Except for Xianxia, there was no one else. As early as half a day ago, he sent Yihang and a few other players away. Like Fu Moyan, those players had obtained the heavenly jade that was attached to their own power. In this way, there are pawns in the 4-player worlds. As long as they work hard and kill all the children of destiny in these worlds, I'd like to see how much strength you have left. Xianxia sneered. The strength of a world depended on many factors, the most important of which was the number of powerhouses and the number of children of destiny. If the two lost too much, in that case, the strength of a world would naturally be weakened. Now, the heavenly Tao of each player world was in a state of awakening, but they were not afraid of being discovered. Moreover, the identity of the local players was the best cover. Even if the heavenly Tao of those worlds was fully awakened, they might not be able to detect the abnormality. Xianxia sat alone on the throne. After placing people in several player worlds, he was also thinking about some things. The problem of the players at present can almost be put aside. No more actions are necessary. What needs to be done next is to destroy the 3 great clans of the void demons. If the 3 great clans were destroyed, then the heavenly court would only have to face the demon abyss. Before dealing with the 2, there was no need to delve into other things for the time being. But Xianxia suddenly stretched out his hand, and the heaven-reaching mirror above the southern heavenly gate turned into a stream of light and flew towards him. In less than a moment, the heaven-reaching mirror had already appeared in front of Qin Shujian. He waved his hand. Suddenly, an image appeared on the surface of the heaven-reaching mirror. It was the image of the Qianyuan realm. The palace of the human emperor was still the palace of the human emperor, and in front of the palace, there were 5 stone tablets standing tall. Those 5 stone tablets could be said to be the most powerful treasures of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Among them, there were also the inheritances of the human race engraved. Qin Shujian's gaze naturally fell on the 5 stone tablets. Or to be more precise, they were 2 of the 5 stone steels. One of the 2 stone tablets was engraved with the human emperor's immortal slaying technique, while the other was engraved with the Heaven and Earth Tao-Seeking Sutra. At this moment, a thick and dense aura was rising from the 2 stone steels. The 2 stone tablets were supposed to be inanimate objects, but in his eyes, they seemed to be living creatures. Time to prepare for the tribulation. Qin Shujian narrowed his eyes. These 2 stone steels had already shown signs of breaking through several years ago. However, it wasn't easy to go from an ordinary object to Zhu Bing's level. Therefore, after so many years, it was still in the process of transformation. However, Qin Shujian could clearly feel that the 2 stone tablets were on the verge of breaking through the tribulation. This was because he was the one who had personally created the steel. Between the two, they had a close relationship to begin with. Now that the stone tablets were about to transcend the tribulation and transform into Zhu Bing, Qin Shujian also felt it. These 2 stone tablets are indeed about to transcend the tribulation. If they succeed, the Emperor of Heaven will have 2 more protective treasures. Moreover, Zhu Bing is different from others. With 2 more pieces of Zhu Bing, he will have a better chance of winning against the demon abyss in the future. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said in a deep voice. Whatever Qin Shujian could see, he could see as well. Through the mirror of the sky-reaching mirror, Godslayer could clearly feel the aura contained in the stone tablets. They were both Zhu Bing. He could naturally understand how far away the 2 stone tablets were from transcending the tribulation. Qin Shujian said, even if they succeed, it will only be Zhu Bing. A 1 tribulation ancestral armament. It wouldn't be of much use. In a battle between 9th Heaven Immortals and half-step Dao fruits, not to mention 2 pieces of 1st Zhu Bing, even 2 pieces of 4th or 5th Zhu Bing might not be of much use. Unless it was Zhu Bing, who had transcended 5th tribulation, it would be a different story. 9th tribulation Zhu Bing was of use to Dao fruits. As for 6th tribulation Zhu Bing and below 9th tribulation, it would be of great use to 9th Heaven Immortals and half-step Dao fruits. Godslayer said, Emperor of Heaven, you have the heaven-deceiving technique. I believe it won't be difficult for Zhu Bing to transcend the tribulation, as long as you plunder enough energy. There are many fierce beasts in the Sea of Death now. In addition to this place, the 3 major clans and the ancient stars in the outer realm also have many powerful beings. Let's wait until they successfully come out. Qin Shujian shook his head and immediately changed the topic. If you transcend the 6th tribulation now, how confident are you? If I transcend the tribulation now, I only have a 30% chance at most. Godslayer said. He hadn't accumulated his strength to a limit yet. Of course, compared to other Zhu Bing, a 30% chance of transcending the 6th tribulation was not low. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Bing only had a 10% to 20% chance of transcending the 6th tribulation. A 30% chance was actually a little over. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. A 30% chance is too risky. Let's wait a little longer. During this time, I'm too lazy to go out to the outer realm to look for fierce beasts. When the war with the 3 major clans starts, it won't be difficult to collect enough energy for you to transcend the tribulation. In the future, during the battle in the demon abyss, it would be best if you could reach the 7th tribulation. Godslayer could only unleash 200% of his current strength if he reached the 7th tribulation. In short, the current 5th tribulation Zhu Bing's Godslayer didn't increase Qin Shujian's strength much. At his level, he was only 1 step away from the half-step Dao fruit realm. Other than the ancestral armaments, at Qin Shujian's level, it was very difficult to improve his strength in other aspects. In other words, any cultivator who reached this level would face such a bottleneck. For ordinary people, the ninth heaven immortal was already a peak. It wasn't that easy to improve on the foundation of the ninth heaven immortal. 109th heaven immortals. They might not be able to break through to the Dao fruit realm. What Qin Shujian could do now was to silently comprehend the laws of the upper-class world and wait for the inner world to evolve on its own. Until now, more and more living beings were born in the inner world, although a second perfected immortal had not been born yet. However, the experts who had touched the threshold of the perfected immortal realm had gone from being rare to quite a few now. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, in another 3 to 5 years, the inner world would once again welcome a period of rapid growth and strength. At that time, the number of perfected immortals could be said to be very small. It wouldn't be difficult to increase the number of perfected immortals by 10 to 20 times. Speaking of which, it's time for the human race to come out. Inner world. Ever since Jianmu became an immortal and officially established the Eldar, the myriad races were born one after another, and the number of living beings gradually increased. Once the number of living beings increased, fighting and killing were unavoidable. Regarding these things, Feng ignored them. After he saw the establishment of the Eldar, he seemed to have fallen into a demon's trap. He only wanted to strengthen the human race. For this matter, Feng didn't even care too much about his own cultivation. It was just that as the first human race to be born in the world, his talent was already terrifyingly powerful. Even if he wasn't obsessed with cultivation, his own strength was also increasing at a fast speed. In a few years, he had already risen to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, almost reaching the peak of the celestial being realm. The increase of his realm. However, Feng wasn't happy at all. Because he realized that it was extraordinarily difficult for him to create the human race. The birth of the Eldar is because there are flowers, plants, and trees in the world. But what should I do about the birth of the human race? Feng Meng walked aimlessly on the ground. In a few years, although he didn't finish walking through the inner world, he had walked through more than half of it. Along the way, he encountered other living beings. Either there were conflicts and battles, or he left some friendships. But even so, Feng was still clueless about the affairs of the human race. The birth of the Eldar could be said to have the greatest advantage because there were flowers, plants, and trees in the world. As long as they had intelligence, they could belong to the Eldar. Coincidentally, Jianmu was also a plant that had intelligence, so this race was born just like that. However, after such a long time, Feng still hadn't found anyone who was similar to him. Heaven and earth pay attention to the combination of yin and yang. I'm the only human, and there's no way to create more humans based on the principle of the combination of yin and yang. Sigh, how can I create more humans? Feng sighed. A few years had passed, but there were no results at all. He wanted to give up. But he had already paid the time. If he gave up just like that, Feng wouldn't be willing. Another half a year passed. Feng walked on the vast land. He still had no clue about the human race. All of a sudden, a voice reached his ears. Since you're here, why don't you have a seat at Ben Huang's place? Feng was stunned for a moment before his expression turned serious. Before the sound came, he didn't notice it at all. After the voice was heard, Feng immediately spread out his spiritual sense, but he was unable to detect anything amiss. Suddenly, he raised his head to look ahead and froze on the spot. What used to be an ordinary mountain range in front of him was now a towering giant tree. Its branches and leaves spread out like a huge canopy, covering the sky and the sun. Ling Huang. Feng's expression changed again. There was only one tree in this world that could connect heaven and earth, and that was the Eldar Emperor. But the problem was, earlier, he had not noticed Jianmu's existence at all. It was only now that the clouds parted and the moon was revealed. Feng did not even need to think to understand that the other party must have used some concealment method. He was a true immortal. It would be a piece of cake to deceive a celestial cultivator. Now, Jianmu had already spoken. Even if Feng was fearful, he had no reason to refuse. He took a step forward, and all the distance was reduced to inches. In the next moment, Feng was already standing in front of Jianmu. Feng greets Ling Huang. Looking at Jianmu in front of him, Feng politely cupped his hands in greeting. The situation was stronger than the person. Jianmu's strength was far above his, so he had to be polite enough. Otherwise, he would anger the other party. Feng was not confident that he could escape unscathed. After saying that, a human face appeared on the thick tree trunk. When he saw the face, Feng's expression was slightly stunned, as if he had seen a familiar existence, but he also felt that it was very unfamiliar. Jianmu said, "You're too polite. Ben Huang saw that you were close to Eldar's territory, so he specially invited you. He has no ill intentions, so you don't have to be too afraid." Ling Huang is joking. Feng did not let down his guard, but there was a faint smile on his face. Although facing a true immortal was stressful, no matter what he said, he was still one of the first living beings born in the world. In terms of strength, although he was not as good as Jianmu, he was still at the top. At this moment, when it was time to talk face to face, Feng did not easily show his fear. "Ben Huang has seen a total of 2 people like you. Speaking of which, you are the second person Ben Huang has seen after several years." Jianmu's voice was calm, neither fast nor slow. When he spoke, there seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Feng frowned. Ling Huang has seen a second human? For some reason, the first thing he thought of was Qin Shujian, who he met when he was born. Jianmu said, "Ben Huang is not sure whether he is a human or not, because he is the ruler of this world. For you to be able to be like him, your future is limitless." As expected, Feng was shocked, but then he felt relieved. Jianmu's words made him sure that the person he was talking about was the one he knew. "So Ling Huang has also seen his honor." Feng smiled slightly. "So, you have also seen his honor?" Jianmu's expression changed, and the canopy-like branches and leaves seemed to be brushed by a breeze, shaking slightly. Without waiting for Feng to answer, he asked again, "Where did you see his honor? Do you have any news of his honor's whereabouts?" "No." Feng shook his head. "I've only seen your honor once when I transformed into my human form. Ever since then, I've never seen your honor's true form again." "What a pity." Jianmu's eyes dimmed a little. He thought that he would have a chance to see Qin Shujian, but in the end, there was no news at all. After breaking through to true immortal, he also had a lot of doubts. Jianmu could not understand these doubts in a short period of time. Because of this, he was also a little annoyed. So Jianmu urgently wanted to find someone who could solve his doubts. Right now, between heaven and earth, the only one who could solve his doubts was the existence that created him. So, Jianmu hoped to see Qin Shujian again, so after hearing Feng's words, he was excited. But Feng's answer could be said to have extinguished his hope. After a while, Jianmu wiped away the disappointment in his heart, and his expression became calm again. Ben Huang lost his composure a little. His honor's whereabouts are unpredictable, and it is not easy to find him. His honor's whereabouts are hard to find. Feng also shook his head. He also wanted to see Qin Shujian and ask him to see if he could solve the doubts in his heart. Thinking of this, Feng suddenly stopped his gaze on Jianmu, and gradually focused. Jianmu noticed the change in Feng's expression. "If you have anything you want to say, feel free to say it. I want to ask you how to give birth to more humans," Feng said in a deep voice. Jianmu was the only true immortal in the world. If he asked him, he might be able to get the answer he wanted. No matter what, it was better than pondering by himself. The person Feng wanted to ask the most was still Qin Shujian, but the other party's whereabouts were mysterious and he couldn't find him. This way, he could only settle for the next best thing. Hearing this, Jianmu didn't immediately give an answer. Instead, he thought for a while before slowly speaking. "The birth of living beings is nothing more than the intersection of yin and yang. Don't you know about this?" Feng shook his head. "I understand the principle of the intersection of yin and yang. But now that I'm the only human, this method won't work." This way, Jianmu fell into deep thought again. Although the matters of the human race had nothing to do with him, he still thought about Feng's question seriously. There was no other reason. Because the other party looked similar to Xianxia. Just based on this point, Jianmu had to do this favor. In the future, he might be able to form a good relationship with him. Eldar didn't like fighting and had a peaceful mind. But that didn't mean that he didn't care about anything. Time passed by. Jianmu woke up from his thoughts. All living beings in the world can't be separated from yin and yang and the five elements. For example, I, Eldar, used the earth element as the foundation to give birth to the world. If you can't walk the path of the intersection of yin and yang, why don't you start from the five elements? Since heaven and earth can give birth to living beings on its own, then it's completely reasonable for you to create the human race. Yin and yang, five elements. Feng was startled. In the past few years, he had traveled across half of heaven and earth, thinking about how to create the human race. But he had never started from the five elements of heaven and earth. Just as Jianmu said, the birth of living beings in heaven and earth was born from yin and yang and the five elements. If there was no way to start from yin and yang, then the five elements of heaven and earth might be the way to create the human race. Thinking of this, Feng immediately felt his thoughts clear up, as if the doubts that he had accumulated for a long time were suddenly enlightened. Then he bowed and said, "Many thanks to Ling Huang for clearing my doubts." "You're exaggerating." Jianmu chuckled. "These are just simple truths. You don't understand them. You're just temporarily walking on the wrong path. Even if you didn't have Ben Huang's advice, you would have understood it in no time. Ben Huang's role is only to point it out a little." He did not arrogantly claim the credit. It was just as he had said. There were only a few ways to create the human race. Feng did not understand. That was because the other party had entered a certain misconception and was temporarily unable to walk out of it. He waited until he walked out of the misunderstanding. In that case, all the problems would be solved. He paused for a moment. Jianmu said, "However, Ben Huang only knows this much. Whether it succeeds or not depends on your luck. That's enough." There was a smile on Feng's face. Although he had only gained some enlightenment and did not have many ideas, he knew what he should do. In this way, the probability of truly creating the human race would be very high. It could be said that Jianmu's words completely pointed out the future of the human race. Feng was also grateful for this. Ling Huang's words, I will remember them in my heart. If the human race is born in the future, our two races will be allies. It's a good thing to be able to form an alliance with the human race. Jianmu's calm words came out. He did not have any objections to forming an alliance with the human race. After chatting for a while, Feng then cupped his hands and said goodbye. I still have important things to do, so I won't stay any longer. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely come again and have a long talk with Ling Huang. Ben Huang will wait for that day. Goodbye. Feng turned and left. From the beginning to the end, Jianmu did not stop him. He just quietly watched him leave. Not long after, Feng's figure completely disappeared from Jianmu's sight. He really looks like the Lord. Is he a human? Jianmu's branches and leaves trembled slightly. His muttering voice sounded in the surroundings, but it was not noticed by the other Eldar. As early as the moment he saw Feng, he felt that the other party had some relationship with Xianxia. There was no reason. It was just his intuition. But for such a feeling, Jianmu, on the other hand, was convinced. At his level, it could be said that he was the top existence in the world. Other than the Lord, no one could compete with him. A feeling in the underworld. Most of the time, it was a kind of enlightenment. So, Jianmu would carefully answer Feng's question. It could be considered as a good karma. Maybe this good karma would be of great help to him or the entire Eldar in the future. Even if it did not help at all, it did not matter. After all, it was just a matter of a few words. For Jianmu, there was no loss at all. A moment later, the face on the torso gradually disappeared. In the end, only a huge tree that reached the sky and the earth was left, quietly rooted there. On the other side, after Eldar left, Feng immediately walked to other places. Staying with Eldar and facing Ling Huang, who was at the true immortal realm, he felt a lot of pressure. Even if he understood that Ling Huang had no intention of making a move on him, Feng did not want to stay for long. After all, there was a gap in strength. In the end, it made him feel insecure. That feeling. It was as if his life was in the hands of others. Whether he lived or died depended on the mood of the other party. In other words, if Jianmu had evil intentions, Feng felt that he would most likely die in the other party's hands. He had basically made up his mind. Before he broke through to the true immortal realm, he would definitely not meet Jianmu again. There was no other reason. It was just that he did not have enough confidence. When they were both true immortals, Feng would have the confidence to face Jianmu directly. The current him. He was still focused on creating the human race. He had a premonition that once the human race was created, he would be able to become an immortal on the spot. Moreover, his strength after becoming an immortal would be much stronger than his normal cultivation breakthrough. It could be said that creating the human race was the right path. As for the others, they were not the main thing. Lonin does not grow, and Lonyang does not grow. It should be difficult to create the human race with just yin and yang alone. If yin and yang intersect, there is no way. Now, what I can get my hands on is probably the 5 elements. Feng thought to himself. However, although he understood that yin and yang would most likely not allow him to create the human race, he still had a glimmer of hope. So, the place Feng was going to was not any other place but the place where the sun was born. Desolate Great World. Array Faction Dojo. Coming out of the game cabin, Dojo Master Zhong Yi was still in a trance. Only when he sensed Tianyu in his mind did he completely wake up. So everything was real. The fate of my Array Faction Dojo will be completely changed. Zhong Yi's eyes were filled with vigor and vitality. It was impossible to tell that he was an old man. Zhong Hua and Zhuang Yan's inexplicable death had already made him feel like dead ashes. The death of 2 genius disciples caused the Array Faction Dojo to more or less lose all hope. Later, Zhong Yi put in a lot of effort to eliminate spies and people who might have acted in the dark, but there were no results. He always thought that the ones who killed the 2 were other people in the Array Faction Dojo. But after coming into contact with Qin Shujian, Zhong Yi suddenly realized that he might have been wrong. Game, let's call it a game world. Since players can really be killed there, then is it possible that Zhong Hua and Zhuang Yan were really killed by experts in the game? Zhong Yi thought in his heart. Originally, he didn't know that one could really die in the game, so he suspected that it was done by others. But now that he understood this matter, Zhong Yi also suspected that the 2 of them might have been killed by other experts in the game. Looking at Tianyu in his mind, Zhong Yi followed Qin Shujian's instructions and touched it with his mind. Suddenly, Tianyu was completely activated. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven that was hidden in it suddenly appeared in his mind. When he saw the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven appear, Zhong Yi's expression was stunned. But when Tianyu followed him to the desolate Great World, he had already accepted this fact. So when he saw the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, although he was still shocked, he quickly recovered. Greetings. Zhong Yi also formed his own figure in the sea of consciousness, preparing to bow and pay his respects to the strong with reverence in front of him. However, he suddenly paused. Because he realized that he didn't know how to address the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in front of him. Should he directly address him as the Emperor of Heaven, or should I call him by the name that the other party gave me? Just as Zhong Yi was in a dilemma, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar said calmly, "You can call me Qin Si like before." Although the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was no different from the Emperor of Heaven, it was still the same. But the problem was, the current incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was not the only one. Therefore, there was a need to distinguish between them. Otherwise, it would be awkward when they met in the future. Greetings, Senior Qin Si. Zhong Yi bowed. Yes. Qin Si nodded slightly and said, "You can slowly convert the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture now. After all, you are a few hundred years old. If you abolish all your cultivation at once, I'm afraid you will face a calamity of death. It's best if you transform it step by step." That way, even if your strength regresses a little, it won't threaten your current lifespan. When you successfully convert the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, we will teach you what you want. At that time, you just have to fulfill your promise and help me get rid of some people. Senior, don't worry. I know what to do. Zhongyi nodded. Even without Xianxia telling him, he knew how to convert the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. As for why he wanted to convert the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, the reason was very simple. Although the cultivation method of the Array Sect Martial Arts Club was powerful, it was relatively speaking. In fact, the strongest person in the Array Sect Martial Arts Club was only a Grand Master of Array Dao. The cultivation method left by that Grand Master was originally the top of the God Martial Arts realm. But with the decline of the Martial Arts Club, the cultivation method was gradually lacking. Up to now, it could only barely cultivate to the God Martial Arts realm. Compared with the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, it was like heaven and earth. As a result, how could Zhongyi insist on cultivating his original cultivation method and not convert the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture? Besides, his talent was not very strong. If he cultivated his original cultivation method, the Spirit Martial Arts realm was almost the limit. In a few years, he would face the danger of dying. Now that he was converting the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, not only did he have the hope of breaking through the God Martial Arts realm, he even had the possibility of reaching the Celestial realm. No matter from which aspect, converting to the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture was the best way. However, what really moved Zhongyi and made him decide to cooperate with Qin Shujian was the reason. Besides the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture and a series of promises, it was also that he could get the profound knowledge of arrays from the other party. The Array Sect Martial Arts Club. As the name implied, it was mainly about arrays. As the master of the Array Sect Martial Arts Club, Zhongyi's biggest wish was to revitalize the martial arts club. This was the wish of generations of masters. It was also his wish. Although the improvement of his strength could also revitalize the Array Sect Martial Arts Club, that kind of revitalization was not what Zhongyi wanted. Because the Array Sect Martial Arts Club was about arrays. If the martial arts club could be famous in the desolate great world with arrays, it would be a real revitalization. At the moment, in the Array Sect Martial Arts Club, there was only one array master like him. Without a great opportunity, there was almost no hope for him to break through to the Grand Master realm. But now that he was cooperating with Qin Shujian, there was a chance to break through to the Grand Master realm. After all, the Emperor of Heaven's Array cultivation was enough to be called number one in the game world. To be able to get the other party's guidance, the benefits were self-evident. Even the top array masters in the desolate great world were not as good as the Emperor of Heaven. Immediately, Zhongyi announced that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, and told the disciples in the martial arts club not to disturb him. To this, the disciples of the martial arts club did not have any doubts. It was not a strange thing for the master to cultivate in seclusion. It often happened in the past. It was just that in recent years when the game came out, the time for seclusion decreased. Soon, Zhongyi entered seclusion and began to cultivate the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. Just as Xianxia had said, he was already very old. If he were to abolish all his cultivation at once and start cultivating the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture from the beginning, he might just die there. So, if he wanted to cultivate the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, he could only convert it bit by bit and maintain his own realm at the Spirit Martial realm. But in this way, the conversion time was a bit long. It took a full 2 months. Zhongyi woke up from his seclusion. The cultivation technique that he originally cultivated had already been converted to the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. His realm also fell from the original Spirit Martial realm to the Spirit Martial realm's level 6. Even though his realm fell, Zhongyi was not discouraged at all. He discovered that the surging life force that he had at the Spirit Martial realm's level 6 was not something that the original him could compare to. That feeling, it made Zhongyi feel like he was reborn. Is this the effect of the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture? As expected, it's much stronger than the traditional techniques of my formation faction martial arts club. Zhongyi's face was full of joy. Although his cultivation level had dropped by 3 levels, it was exchanged for a more robust foundation. Looking at his excited expression, Xianxia, who was in the sea of consciousness, suddenly said, "In your world, what is the realm of the strongest person?" "The strongest person?" Zhongyi was startled, but he quickly came back to his senses. Without any hesitation, he immediately replied, "The strongest person is the 10th level of the celestial being realm." "There are no true immortals in the desolate great world?" "No." Zhongyi shook his head. "I heard that as early as tens of thousands of years ago, there were true immortals in the desolate great world, but later, something happened and no true immortals were born. Over time, the 10th level of the celestial being realm was the limit. But even so, there is only one 10th level celestial being realm expert in the desolate great world. There are some other celestial beings." As the master of the Formation Faction Martial Arts Club and an expert of the 9th level of the Spirit Martial Realm, although Zhongyi couldn't enter the upper echelons, he still knew a lot of secrets. After all, the Formation Faction Martial Arts Club used to be. It was an existence that gave birth to a Formation Grandmaster. Even if the Formation Grandmaster fell, this favor could be used in many cases. Hearing that, Xianxia didn't reply. Zhongyi's words surprised him. He originally thought that since the desolate great world didn't have the Age of Chaos, there should be many experts. But now, it seemed that the strength was much weaker than he imagined. There was only one 10th level celestial being realm expert on the surface. Such a bold guess. Even if there were experts in the dark, the number of 10th level celestial being realm experts wouldn't be more than 5. At this moment, Zhongyi seemed to have thought of something. Speaking of which, an ancient force appeared a few years ago. That force is extremely mysterious, and even I don't know much about it. I only know that there is a powerful Formation Grandmaster there. As for whether there is a celestial being, I can't be sure. But after so many years, no one has dared to take action against it. According to my estimation, there must be many experts there." "What force?" "Purple Heaven Dojo." "Purple Heaven Dojo?" Hearing this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses and said to Zhongyi, "You can temporarily ignore the matter of the Purple Cloud Dojo. The tasks that you need to complete now are all within the limits of your strength. As for exceeding the scope of your strength, it hasn't reached that point yet." "What should I do?" Zhongyi asked. Only by completing the mission could he obtain more benefits. Now, he was the first to obtain an incomplete Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Other than that, he didn't get any extra benefits. Regarding this, Zhongyi naturally wouldn't be satisfied so easily. An incomplete Purple Firmament Divine Lightning scripture could at most be cultivated to the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm. If this was in the past, not to mention cultivating to the 3rd level of the Celestial Being realm, even if it was just breaking through to the Celestial Being realm, he would be satisfied. But you have to know, the human heart was never easy to satisfy. Now that Zhongyi had a chance to reach a higher level, he did not wish to be stuck at the 3rd layer of the Heaven-Human realm. With such an opportunity, not only was he going to become a Deva, but he was also going to break through to the true immortal level. He was going to break a legend that no one had ever broken in the past tens of thousands of years. And the foundation of all this, it was under the premise of completing the mission. Without Xianxia's help, without the Emperor of Heaven's help, Zhongyi didn't have the confidence to achieve such a goal by himself. Xianxia said, "Sink your mind into the heavenly jade and you can get the information you want." Hearing this, Zhongyi didn't hesitate and immediately sank his mind into the heavenly jade. The next second, an illusory map appeared in his sea of consciousness. On the map, there was a faint red dot flashing. Zhongyi looked at the map and the red dot on it, his face full of confusion. Seeing this, Xianxia explained. "The map represents your current location, the scene within a radius of 10 miles. The red dot is the target you need to eliminate. As long as you eliminate more targets, you can get more benefits. Not to mention the later parts of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture, even the knowledge of the 3rd level of Array Master and the cultivation method beyond the 3rd level, I can teach you." Zhongyi's breathing was a little rapid. The benefits that Xianxia mentioned once again caused his originally calm heart to become fiery. Whether it was the purple heaven divine thunder scripture or the powerful knowledge of Array Dao, they were all what Xianxia needed now. Xianxia's words. It could be said that they completely hit the bottom of his heart. As for the targets to be eliminated, whether they were innocent or not, or other problems, it was not within his consideration. To Xianxia, as long as he could get benefits, it was right. Other things, they were all dispensable. After sorting out his mind, Xianxia walked out of the place where he was in seclusion. When he walked out, the disciples of the martial arts club happened to pass by. After seeing him, they all stopped to salute and greet him. Greetings, Club Master. Club Master. Xianxia nodded and didn't pay much attention to these disciples. He walked along the red dot on the map in his sea of consciousness. Just as he walked out of the gate of the Array Sect Martial Arts Club, suddenly, he saw a group of people coming towards him. Club Master Xianxia, long time no see. How have you been? The leader was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked about the same age as Xianxia. He had a warm smile on his face. Seeing this, Xianxia also smiled. So it's Club Master Qiao of the Rising Dragon Martial Arts Club. Sorry for not going out to meet you. As he spoke, he also carefully sized up the person in front of him and the group of people behind him. He could see the position of the red dot coincided with the position of this group of people. In other words, the target to be eliminated was in this group of people. Regarding this, Xianxia's heart was both excited and a little serious. The reason for his excitement was because he found the target. As for his seriousness, it was because of the strength of the group in front of him. Or to be more precise, it was the strength of the people in front of him. The Rising Dragon Martial Arts Club was a force that was as famous as the Array Sect Martial Arts Club. The club master Qiao Long was an expert who had reached the early stage of the Divine Martial Arts Club. Even Xianxia, whose cultivation had not fallen, was not as good as him in terms of realm. Of course, with Xianxia's strength as an array master, he was not afraid of the other party. It was just that if the target of the red dot was really Qiao Long, it would not be easy to kill him quietly. On the contrary, if the target was only the other people in Qiao Long's group, then it would be easy. For a moment, Xianxia's mind was spinning, but he didn't show it on the surface. He warmly welcomed Qiao Long and the others in. Inside the Formation Faction Martial Arts School, Xianxia and Qiao Long sat down. As for the people he brought, there were other arrangements. At this moment, Xianxia could clearly see that the red dot was a little far from him. Immediately, he heaved a sigh of relief. From the red dot, it could be seen that his target wasn't Qiao Long, this tough bone, but Qiao Long's group. I heard that 2 genius disciples of the Formation Faction Martial Arts School died for no reason. Has Schoolmaster Xianxia found the culprit? Qiao Long didn't know what he was thinking and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xianxia's face darkened, but he wasn't angry. Thank you for your concern, Schoolmaster Qiao. The culprit hasn't been found yet. Does the Rising Dragon Martial Arts School plan to help? You and I are on the same path. If I can help, of course I'm willing. Qiao Long smiled faintly. It's just that it's easy to find the culprit, but it's extremely difficult to train disciples. It's a pity. Zhong Hua and Shuang Yan were extremely talented. If they didn't die halfway, they might have a chance to break through to the master realm and revive the martial arts school's reputation. But now that they're dead, it won't be easy for Schoolmaster Xianxia to train a successor. Schoolmaster Qiao doesn't need to worry about training or not. Xianxia wasn't angry. He casually picked up a teacup with an indifferent expression. Schoolmaster Qiao, you didn't come here just to greet me. If you have something to say, just say it. You and I have known each other for many years. There's no need for these empty words. Although the Rising Dragon Martial Arts School was as famous as the Formation Faction Martial Arts School, their relationship wasn't that good. This time, Qiao Long brought people here for a purpose. Xianxia didn't get angry because of his face and his self-cultivation. As for chasing people away, he didn't have that intention now. Since the target was the Rising Dragon Martial Arts School, he had to think of a way to get rid of them without anyone knowing. This way, it could save a lot of trouble. Although he had already joined Qin Shujian, Zhongyi was clear that his strength wasn't enough to be unscrupulous. No matter how strong he was now, he was only a cultivator in the 6th level of the spirit martial realm. Even if he used the methods of a formation master, he would at most be able to deal with an ordinary god martial realm cultivator. If he encountered someone in the middle or late stages, or even the celestial being realm, he would die. Looking at Zhongyi's appearance, Xiaolong's mood was carefree. It's nothing much. It's just that Dojo Master Zong must have forgotten that the triennial competition is about to begin. The last competition was held in my Rising Dragon Martial School, so this time, it should be held in the Array Faction Martial School. In order to save the trouble, this old man directly brought people over. Competition, Zhongyi suddenly understood. If Xiaolong hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten that there was such a thing as a competition. The Array Faction Dojo and the Rising Dragon Dojo were the biggest forces in the city. In other words, most of the resources in a city were divided between the two families. With the distribution of benefits, there would also be conflicts. In order to prevent the conflict from escalating and causing both sides to suffer heavy losses, an agreement was made. Every 3 years, the disciples of the two dojos would compete, and the winner would determine the amount of resources. This method could not only show the strength of the dojo, but also prevent the conflict from escalating. Such a rule. It had been going on for many years. If Zhonghua and the rest did not die, then Zhongyi had great confidence in this competition. However, with the two of them dead, there was almost no one in the new generation of the Array Faction Martial Arts School who could fight. If they really wanted to compete, there was a high probability that they would lose miserably. However, Zhongyi also felt relieved. Even if the Array Faction Martial Arts School lost miserably and the distribution of resources decreased a lot, it was only a temporary thing. As long as his strength increased, there was no need to waste time with the Rising Dragon Martial School. Seeing Zhongyi's silence, Xiaolong thought that the other party was afraid. In this regard, he immediately smiled and said, "Does Dojo Master Zong have a different idea? Or is it that the Array Faction Martial Arts School doesn't have any capable juniors, so you want to admit defeat in advance?" In fact, it's not a problem to admit defeat. After all, the two dojos have been friends for so many years. This old man can also be merciful and not let you lose too much face. If you really don't want to compete, Dojo Master Zong can say it. Facing Xiaolong's arrogance, Zhongyi's eyes were gloomy. Dojo Master Qiao, rest assured. Even if my Array Faction Martial Arts School dies, we will not easily admit defeat. Since the date of the competition has arrived, then this old man will not be afraid. Don't say that my Array Faction Martial Arts School has the advantage of time and place to bully you. I even let you rest in the dojo for 2 days to adjust. On the 3rd day, the competition will officially begin. Good, Dojo Master Zong is a straightforward person. This old man will do as you say. Xiaolong did not expect that Zhongyi would dare to be so unyielding. But since the other party was not afraid, he also had no reason to be afraid. After deciding with one sentence, Xiaolong immediately got up and left. From beginning to end, he did not touch the cup of tea beside him. Zhongyi did not stop Xiaolong from leaving. What he needed to do now was to temporarily keep the people of the Rising Dragon Martial Arts School and then find out who the red dot was. The outcome of the competition was not the key. The real key was to find the target and then eliminate the target. As he thought about this, Zhongyi asked, "Senior, do you have a way to analyze who the red dot is when you get close to it?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. "Because of the existence of the heavenly Tao, I have no way to leak my power out of your sea of consciousness. Once it is detected by the heavenly Tao, you will be instantly destroyed. Even if I personally take action, there is no way to save your life. Therefore, you can only rely on yourself to identify who the red dot is." Finished. Xianxia paused for a moment and continued, "In fact, as long as the red dot appears in your target range and is killed because of you, whether you personally take action or not, part of the mission is considered completed." "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance," Zhongyi politely replied. He also understood Xianxia's words. In other words, during the competition, if the disciples of the Array faction martial arts school killed the red, it would be considered as completing the mission. But the problem was, with the current means of the disciples of the Array faction martial arts school, it would be very difficult to kill the other party. After all, the people sent by the Rising Dragon martial arts school would not be weak. Among the disciples of the same generation, even if Xianxia did not want to admit it, he had to know a fact. That was, the Array faction martial arts school was not as good as the Rising Dragon martial arts school. It seems that this matter needs to be considered at length. Xianxia thought in his heart. At present, he could only take one step at a time. If he really killed the disciples of the Rising Dragon martial arts school during the competition, it could only be said that it was an accident. There would not be any big problem. The main problem was, how was he going to kill it? For this, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Just as Xianxia was looking for an opportunity to complete the mission, Xianxia also obtained information about several worlds through several incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven. He found out, except for the Tianhuan Great World, which was in the Age of Chaos, the other three worlds had not experienced the Age of Chaos. But it was the same. The upper limit of the worlds that did not have the Age of Chaos was surprisingly consistent. That was, celestial, in other words. In the four-player worlds, so far, no true immortal had been born. Even if it was calculated tens of thousands of years ago, there were no true immortals. More or less, it was because of some unknown reasons that led to the existence of no true immortals. Without the existence of true immortals, it meant that no matter how strong these worlds were, their strength was limited. In this case, Xianxia also somewhat understood. After all, the strength of the cultivators determined the strength of the world. If a world that could accommodate true immortals or even stronger reached into Huanyu, then Huanyu would definitely not have the qualifications to resist. On the contrary, only by looking for such a world could Huanyu's needs be satisfied. Perhaps in the real world, this kind of strength should be the weakest. Any existence had a distinction between high and low, and it was the same for worlds. With Huanyu's strength, it was estimated that he could only find such a world. However, it could not be ruled out that there were weaker worlds. But there was no need to find such a world. Xianxia sorted out a lot of things from the information of several worlds. There are flaws in these worlds. Such flaws make them exist in the Age of Chaos, or true immortals cannot be born. Only with flaws can there be something to ask for. Therefore, Huanyu's appearance is of great use to them. If there are weaker worlds in the real world, it is impossible to reach into Huanyu. After all, the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimps. Although the real power is above the illusory power. But in the illusory world, Huanyu and the Great Thousand Worlds should be considered the stronger ones. The power in the real world is too weak, and there is no possibility of annexation. There is even a possibility of being killed. Only with the level of the four-player worlds would dare to reach into the Great Thousand Worlds. Obviously, Huanyu was choosing a suitable target, and the world in the real world would also choose whether to enter the trap or not. He regained his senses from the matters at the world level. Xianxia, on the other hand, turned his attention elsewhere. The desolate Great World has an additional purple firmament Tao Palace, the Nine Moons Great World has an additional immortal Buddhist sect, and the Red Jade Great World has an additional underworld. If I'm not wrong, it should be a backup plan that sneaked in. These forces all had certain characteristics. Xianxia could guess who was behind these forces just by listening to their names. Although his guess wasn't 100% accurate. However, the difference would not be too great. In his opinion, behind the Purple Cloud's palace stood Taoism. Strictly speaking, Niu Dali belonged to Taoism. The fallen Taiching holy man was one of the ancestors of Taoism. As for the immortal Buddhist sect, they should be backed by people from the Buddhist sect. If it was the underworld, the person standing behind him was most likely a member of the sorcerer tribe. It was very likely that these experts were all existences from the first era. There was no other way. Among the few eras, the first era produced the most Tao fruits and was also the strongest. Apart from the outstanding figures of each epoch, the first epoch had the most people who could survive the great calamity and survive until now. But who was behind the Purple Clouds Tao Palace and the Immortal Buddha sect? Qin Shujian was puzzled. There were many experts from Taoism and Buddhism. He wasn't sure which one it was. Unless he interacted with them personally, he wouldn't know much. The Green Bull is fine. He doesn't have many goals. Even if he reincarnates, it won't affect me too much. However, if it's someone from Taoism and Buddhism, it'll be troublesome. Qin Shujian thought to himself as he tapped his fingers on the armrest. Niu Dali and Xu Quantu, who had awakened their innate intelligence, didn't have much ambition. Hence, they tacitly agreed to the rule of the heavenly court. However, their lack of ambition didn't mean that the other Tao fruits didn't have the same. If the two great worlds really returned, it might cause other problems. They were on the same side. However, it didn't mean they were on the same side. This was a hidden danger that was neither big nor small. If you don't cause any trouble when you return, I'll turn a blind eye. We'll still be on the same side. However, if you cause any trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thinking of something, Qin Shujian's eyes flashed coldly. Back in the Third Era, there were experts from the Ancient Era who had caused him a lot of trouble. After he became the Emperor of Heaven, he had even killed some existences who hadn't fully recovered their strength. For this, he had even fought with the true Tao fruits of the First Era. It was only because everyone had the same goal that they didn't cause any more trouble. However, the main reason was that Qin Shujian was strong enough. In addition, the Third Era was his home ground. Together with the Heavenly Court's power, even the supreme existences of the First Era couldn't do anything to him. After figuring out who the backups in the player worlds were, Qin Shujian already had a plan. He would try peaceful means before resorting to force. He wouldn't go wrong. If those people really didn't know what was good for them, he would completely suppress them. After all, he had killed more than 1 or 2 Tao fruits. It didn't matter if he killed a few more. Whether the two sides were in the same camp was also not a problem. In Qin Shujian's opinion, those who didn't go against him were in the same camp. Those who went against him were all rebels. In the Third Era, he hadn't improved his strength too late and couldn't be too tough. However, this era was different. Qin Shujian believed. Unless it was a living Tao fruit, no reincarnated Tao fruit had the ability to fight against him. After death and life, he had been reborn in this era and already had a foundation that other Tao fruits couldn't have. After putting aside the matter of Tao sect and Buddhism, Qin Shujian also focused his attention on the underworld. If the underworld is really the underworld of the First Era, then the reincarnated one shouldn't have any conflict with me. After all, that one is famous for being calm. If I don't count the underworld, then the only hidden dangers are Tao sect and Buddhism. As for the underworld, Qin Shujian also knew a lot about it. In the First Era, there was once an expert who wanted to build a true underworld and perfect the heaven and earth reincarnation. He wanted to break the original barriers of the upper-class world and advance to the real level in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he failed. For those who dared to take this step, even if they failed, he still had respect in his heart. Reincarnation. It was a symbol of the completeness of a world. As early as the First Era, there was a supreme expert who wanted to establish a true reincarnation. But unfortunately, that supreme being had also failed. He turned his body into reincarnation, but in the end, it only turned into an incomplete reincarnation. But the name of the underworld was spread. This was true even in the second and third epochs. The existence of the underworld and the supreme expert who turned his body into reincarnation were all famous. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also knew a lot about it. In fact, he had even met that existence before. Although they didn't talk much, Qin Shujian had a good impression of him. The Purple Cloud Palace represents the Tao sect, the Immortal Buddha sect represents the Buddhist sect, and the underworld represents the Wu tribe. Judging from the current situation, the people of these great worlds are about to return. Since Chu Kuangtu had already returned, then the people of the other worlds should also return. Compared to the experts of the other great worlds, Chu Kuangtu was a bit of a drag. Among the 4-player worlds, the Tianhuang Great World had just come out of the Age of Chaos and was in the early stages of the Spirit Qi recovery. In terms of strength, It was also the weakest of the four worlds. However, in such a weak world, Chu Kuangtu was the first to be exposed and had to retreat to the Great Thousand World. If there was no comparison, there was nothing to say. But compared to the experts of the other three-player worlds, they were as stable as old dogs. Chu Kuangtu was a bit worse. He was also a supreme expert. He was also a reincarnation Dao fruit. Chu Kuangtu had been able to develop steadily until now in such a powerful world. However, Chu Kuangtu was the first to retreat in the weakest world. This kind of gap was not just a little bit. Qin Shujian looked emotional. The first era is indeed the one with the deepest foundation of all the eras. Even if all the Dao fruits born in the next few eras are added together, there is no way to compare with the first era. Was the first era really that strong? Godslayer, who was in the Sea of Consciousness, couldn't help but ask. Xiaochen had known Qin Shujian for so long, but he had never seen Qin Shujian hold a person in such high esteem. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that he held an entire epoch in such high esteem. At this time, the stone saber was standing in the Sea of Consciousness. Powerful saber chi emanated from the saber, which was then absorbed by his Sea of Consciousness, causing it to transform bit by bit. However, Qin Shujian's Sea of Consciousness had already reached a terrifying level. Hence, the saber chi that the stone saber emitted was not of much use against him. Of course. In response to the question, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. The first era was the era when the universe was first created. It was the peak era of all the eras. The Dao fruit experts born in that epoch were simply incomparable to those born in other epochs. Even if all the Dao fruit experts of the second and third epochs were added together, their numbers couldn't compare to the first epoch. As for strength, that goes without saying. Hiss. Godslayer sucked in a breath of cold air like a normal person and asked in disbelief. The first era was so strong, but it actually reached the end of its road. In the face of reality, any illusory existence is not qualified to compete. This is a fundamental difference. It's not that easy to make up for it. Qin Shujian's smile faded, and it was replaced by a solemn expression. Reality was the greatest enemy of the illusory. Even someone as strong as the first era had no way to compete with it and could only dejectedly walk towards destruction. Subsequently, Qin Shujian smiled again. But our epoch is different. Compared to the first era, the strength of this epoch is much weaker, but the advantage is also very obvious. Therefore, the possibility of transcending the tribulation is much greater than that of the first era. I also want to personally experience what it will be like after reaching the real plane. His eyes were also filled with longing and curiosity. The real plane, it was an existence that the Dao fruit experts of the past had pursued. Although Qin Shujian had divided his power into clones and entered the real world along with the players, that was equivalent to being a bystander. There was no way to experience the difference. Soon. It won't be long before we reach it. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. As the Emperor of Heaven, he could clearly feel that the four-player worlds were closing in step by step. It was not too far away from the real invasion. But before that, the matter of the demon abyss had to be resolved. Qin Shujian was basically certain that the Dao fruit that had fallen hadn't truly perished. The purpose of the demon abyss. It was to attack the Greater Thousand World. No, it should be to destroy the Greater Thousand World. Once the Greater Thousand World was destroyed, then the mark of the player's heavenly Dao invasion would be directly erased. In other words, the real power would be completely expelled from this universe. Unless it was until the end of the epoch, otherwise, there would no longer be any real power within the universe. People of different paths could not make plans together. Since the other party chose to live, Qin Shujian had nothing to say. However, Mo Yuan's actions had already blocked his path. For this, Qin Shujian would not be soft-hearted. Let's wait a little longer. When the heavenly court's strength is a little stronger and after destroying the three major clans, we will officially start a war with the demon abyss. With a simple exhale, the bright star power in the inner hall of the heavenly palace vibrated. Qin Shujian calmed his mind, tore the mother stream of laws with one hand, and entered it. There were not enough seed of laws in the inner world. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only find opportunities to comprehend more seed of laws. The number of true immortals in the greater thousand world was still not many. He had just harvested a wave of seed of laws. In the next few years, there would be no way to harvest a second wave. He would wait a little longer. When the number of true immortals in the greater thousand world doubled, Xianxia would harvest again. After all, every time he harvested, he would get a few hundred seed of laws. Such a good thing. How could he let it go so easily? If it was not for the lack of time, he would follow the current trend and cultivate true immortals step by step. Then, after a period of time, he would harvest another wave of seed of laws. Xianxia was confident that he could safely cultivate back to the peak of the third era. The distracting thoughts in his heart disappeared very quickly. At this moment, he had completely entered the mother stream of laws. In the mother stream, the laws that were as vast as the stars flowed quietly like river water. The moment Xianxia entered, the entire mother stream of laws went berserk. The surging river water roared, wanting to drown and swallow him. The mother stream of laws did not welcome this intruder. In addition, Xianxia had absorbed for seed of laws, which angered the mother stream even more. If the mother stream of laws was compared to a living being, then the laws contained within were equivalent to the property of the living being. Any person. If someone stole something, they would not be in a good mood. When faced with a thief, they would naturally be moved and angry. Although the mother stream of laws did not have intelligence and was not considered a living being in the true sense, it still had some instincts. Now that it had sensed Xianxia's entry, its anger could be imagined. Looking at the surging waves around him, Xianxia casually pressed out with his palm and completely suppressed the waves. In the next instant, he took a step forward and a tyrannical aura spread out, suppressing the surroundings. In terms of strength, Xianxia was already a peak existence among the ninth heaven immortals. Even if he had not entered the half-step Dao fruit realm, he was not far off. If heaven and earth were to be compared to a powerful Dao fruit, then the mother stream of laws, as a part of heaven and earth, its strength could almost reach the Dao fruit realm. If the mother stream really had intelligence, under a full counterattack, with Xianxia's current strength, there was absolutely no possibility of resisting. But the problem was, the mother stream of laws was not a real living being, so theoretically speaking, the Dao fruit realm was only theoretical, relying on its instincts to counterattack. For Xianxia, who had reached the peak of the ninth heaven immortal realm, it was not a big threat at all. All the stormy waves, as long as they came close, were slapped down by Xianxia's palm. The river water below was surging. With a step forward, it was completely suppressed. At this moment, Xianxia stepped into the mother stream of laws. The long rivers of laws swept past him and quickly disappeared. Until now, the inner world had borne a total of more than 1,000 seeds of laws. Although compared to the vast starry laws in the mother stream, there was no comparison at all. But after comprehending many seeds of laws, he would inevitably encounter some familiar laws, so he needed to carefully search for and choose. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia saw a long river of laws and his eyes instantly lit up. He took a step forward and forcefully broke through it. Just as he was comprehending the laws, under the infusion of the star power, the 4 great continents were undergoing subtle transformations. First, ever since Jin Ling Huang became an immortal, many other powerful beings of the myriad races tried to use the physical sanctification system to transcend the tribulation and become immortals. However, the immortal ascension tribulation was extremely powerful. Not everyone had Jin Ling Huang's background. Thus, not everyone would be able to pass the tribulation with a 100% success rate. It was the first time. There were experts of the myriad races who failed to transcend their tribulations and died in the lightning tribulations without anyone stopping them. Some experts had fallen. Naturally, there would be a lot of impact. The others finally understood how dangerous the immortal ascension tribulation was. However, with Jin Ling Huang's tribulation before them, even if someone failed, there was no way to dispel the thoughts of others. Unless he really wasn't confident. Otherwise, they would all want to try to transcend the tribulation. How are the preparations? In the main hall of the 9-headed secret realm, the dog emperor looked down at Zhu Chen, who was standing below, and asked calmly. Zhu Chen, who had just come out of seclusion. At this moment, the aura on his body was erratic. At times, it seemed extremely tyrannical, and at other times, it seemed extremely dispirited. Tomorrow, I will begin my tribulation. Zhu Chen had a faint smile on his face as he cupped his hands and replied. The Dog Emperor said, "How confident are you?" "If nothing goes wrong, I should be 80% confident." Zhu Chen smiled faintly. 80% is enough to give it a try. The Dog Emperor nodded. Zhu Chen's strength was extremely powerful to begin with. Although he was only ranked in the top 20 of Zhou Tian's general ranking. But that was because the other party hadn't updated his ranking. If one were to really talk about foundation. Among all the experts at the limit of the heavenly being realm, there weren't many who could be stronger than Zhu Chen in terms of foundation. Long before the Dog Emperor became an immortal. Thus, he had the thought of making Zhu Chen the next emperor candidate. However, as he broke through to the true immortal realm, his lifespan had increased to 129,600 years. The matter of the next successor could be put aside for a while. As a result, Zhu Chen's strength could be imagined. When you become an immortal, Ben Huang will find an opportunity to see if he can arrange a deity position for you in the heavenly court. Our nine-headed dog clan's foundation is weak. Until now, there hasn't been a second true immortal born. Even if you become an immortal, there are only 2 true immortals in a clan. Compared to those top clans, it's still a lot worse. If we can have another deity position in the heavenly court, it will be of great benefit to our clan in the future. The Dog Emperor said in a deep voice. The deity position in the heavenly court was extremely important. The heavenly law was about to be born, which meant that the heavenly court system would be more perfect and its credibility would be stronger. When the heavenly soldiers and generals were formed, then, most of the experts in the myriad races would be controlled by the heavenly court. When that time came, to be able to have a deity position in the heavenly court was equivalent to having a lot of resources. It would be of great use to the future of the clan. I will definitely not disappoint the emperor. Zhu Chen's heart was surging. If he could obtain a deity position in the heavenly court, it would be a great thing. The heavenly court's deity position. Not only the authority brought by the deity position, but it also greatly increased one's strength. The next day, all the experts of the nine-headed dog clan gathered together. Everyone's expression was solemn as they looked at the person standing in front of them. Zhu Chen, the news of him breaking through to the true immortal realm had already spread to the upper echelons of the nine-headed dog clan. Being able to witness an expert become an immortal at close range was a great benefit for ordinary experts. So, the experts of the nine-headed dog clan had gathered together to watch Zhu Chen undergo his tribulation. Standing in front of him, Zhu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the scene in the sky. Because the secret realm of the nine-headed dog clan was completely open, he could see everything in the outside world by simply looking up. He was waiting. Waiting for a suitable time. When it came to breaking through to the true immortal realm, Zhu Chen's mind couldn't remain calm. Right now, what he needed to do was to adjust his mentality and perfect his condition to a suitable level. When that time came, that was when he would truly begin his breakthrough. Why hasn't Elder Zhu Chen started his breakthrough yet? I'm not sure. He's probably waiting for the right time. I'll just watch quietly. Sigh, our clan is finally going to give birth to a second true immortal. It's truly a blessing from the heavens. The experts of the nine-headed dog clan were conversing with each other using their divine wills. They didn't dare to speak, afraid that they would disturb Zhu Chen. He was about to break through. As bystanders, these people were actually more nervous than Zhu Chen. Time passed little by little. The atmosphere slowly became heavy. Finally, Zhu Chen's motionless body suddenly took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the spot. In an instant, the mother stream of precepts surged, appearing from nowhere in the sky. All the experts of the nine-headed dog clan instinctively raised their heads and looked at the mother stream of precepts. At this moment, Zhu Chen had officially begun his breakthrough. The mother stream of laws. Walking into the mother stream of laws, Zhu Chen found himself wrapped in a warm power. Everything he saw. It was the flowing mother stream of laws. Unlike when his spiritual sense entered the mother stream of laws, this time his real body entered the mother stream of laws, he found a completely different feeling from before. At this moment, in the originally calm mother stream of laws, a huge wave surged. That terrifying tremor. It made Zhu Chen's expression change drastically. That fluctuation made him feel as weak as an ant, pitifully weak. How could this be? Why would the mother stream of laws riot? What exactly happened? Zhu Chen was now in a state of shock and confusion. He was completely unclear. What exactly happened? His spiritual sense had entered the mother stream of laws so many times, but he had never encountered the mother stream of laws riot. Now that his real body had entered, he encountered it. Zhu Chen could not figure it out. Was this the case for everyone who became an immortal, or was he the only one who was so lucky to encounter such an unforeseen event? Boom, a palm that reached the heavens and the earth crushed down from the void, suppressing all the raging waves. In an instant, everything was calm. Zhu Chen's mind was in a trance again. The initial stormy waves and the current calm made him feel as if everything was just a dream. At this moment, someone walked over, and everything in his path was suppressed. After seeing that green robe, Zhu Chen hurriedly came back to his senses. Zhu Chen greets the Emperor of Heaven. So it's you. Qin Shujian also noticed Zhu Chen's existence, and his face revealed a look of realization. He was wondering why he felt that the mother stream of laws had some changes. Not long after, he met Zhu Chen. Subsequently, Qin Shujian seriously sized up Zhu Chen, and immediately saw the mysterious aura fluctuation on the other party's body, and understood. You're preparing to break through to true immortal. Emperor of Heaven's insight is like a torch, this time I entered the mother stream of laws to break through. Zhu Chen nodded and admitted. To be able to meet Qin Shujian in the mother stream of laws was a complete accident. The mother stream of laws was vast and boundless. It was even more vast than the Great Thousand Worlds. The difficulty of encountering other cultivators in the mother stream was not an ordinary one. At the very least, Zhu Chen had never met any other cultivators after entering the mother stream so many times. Qin Shujian asked, did you achieve the Tao through the rules or through the physical body? What I'm walking on is the path of physical sanctification. If you have a physical sanctification body, don't completely resist the thunder tribulation when you first encounter it. Enduring the thunder tribulation to temper your body will be greatly beneficial to you, and your chances of successfully overcoming the tribulation will also be greatly increased. Qin Shujian thought for a while and decided to give him some advice. It was fate that brought us together. Since they had met in the mother stream, he might as well say more. These things. Qin Shujian didn't intend to tell anyone about it. Instead, he wanted to let the cultivators figure it out on their own. However, for Zhu Chen to be able to meet him in the mother stream, it could only be said that he was lucky. Hearing this, Zhu Chen silently remembered these words and then bowed. This one will never forget the kindness of the Emperor Heaven's guidance. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand and then took a step forward, disappearing from his original spot. Seeing this, Zhu Chen once again faced the direction where he was originally standing. After cupping his hands, he began the next step of his breakthrough. If it wasn't for Qin Shujian's guidance, he wouldn't have known that enduring the thunder tribulation to temper the body was the best way to overcome the tribulation. On the other side, Qin Shujian was still wandering in the mother stream. The current him no longer had to worry about being counterattacked by the mother stream. He would need to recuperate from his injuries every once in a while. Relying on his tyrannical strength, the so-called counterattack wouldn't have much of an effect at all. If there's a chance to comprehend the ancient Emperor Heaven's rules into the corresponding seat of rule, that would be quite good. Qin Shujian thought of the long river of rules that connected heaven and earth. That was the rule of the ancient Emperor Heaven, Qin Song. It could be said that the law of the ancient celestial emperor was the strongest law in the mother stream of laws. Qin Shujian guessed. That rule should be related to the Emperor Heaven's rule. If this seat of rule was comprehended, the inner world might usher in a great battle. After all, if it was really the Emperor Heaven's rule, then once comprehended, the inner world might give birth to the heavenly court. When that time came, needless to say, when the 10,000 races fought for the position of the Emperor Heaven, there would naturally be casualties. Similarly, that kind of rule was also very powerful. If he could comprehend it, it would be much better than comprehending other seed of rule. Moreover, even if he didn't comprehend the ancient Emperor Heaven's rule, when the inner world evolved in the future, the heavenly court would be born sooner or later. At that time, the Emperor Heaven's rule would also be born. Comprehending the corresponding seed of rule would, at most, bring this matter forward. However, there's no need to rush. That rule is too powerful. Unless I break through to the half-step Dao fruit realm, it's too risky. Qin Shujian had a plan in his heart. The ancient Emperor Heaven was in existence at the half-step Dao fruit realm. That rule almost pierced through the mother stream of rule. If he really wanted to go in. Without thinking, he could understand what kind of counterattack he would encounter. Perhaps. In the long river of rules, he would also encounter the power of the ancient Emperor Heaven. Even though the half-step Dao fruit realm and the 9th level immortal realm didn't seem to be much different, the difference was still not small. It wasn't at that level. Qin Shujian wasn't 100% confident that he could retreat unscathed. If he were to suffer some injuries for this matter, even if it was a minor injury, it wouldn't be worth it. Because at his realm, either he wouldn't be injured, but once he was injured, it wouldn't be so simple to replenish his energy. Even if his injuries on the surface had recovered, the internal wear and tear was still present. So, Qin Shujian also didn't plan to touch that rule for the time being. After wandering for a long time, he saw a rule that was only a few dozen feet wide and directly barged in. He didn't even need to use the Godslayer. At this moment, Zhu Chen had already opened up the battlefield of rules. When he was with Jin Ling Huang, when he reached the end of the long river of rules, he didn't leave his imprint on the rule monument. Instead, he chose to shatter it. The monument shattered. The battlefield of rules was instantly shattered. Zhu Chen took advantage of this opportunity to grab a moderately sized piece of the rule fragment and fuse it into his body. In an instant, thunder rumbled. Terrifying heavenly might emerged, accompanied by the roar of thunder, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. That terrifying power made all the powerhouses who felt the power of the thunder tribulation feel as if there was a huge rock pressing on their hearts. As the target of the heavenly tribulation, Zhu Chen's expression was solemn. His power had already increased and condensed. All of a sudden, the heavenly lightning struck. He originally wanted to directly use his power to offset it, but after thinking of Qin Shujian's words, he withdrew part of his power and let the heavenly lightning strike his body. Zhu Chen became an immortal without any mishaps. With Qin Shujian's guidance and his own profound foundation, although the process of transcending the tribulation was somewhat tortuous, he still succeeded in the end. Time passed. The Great Thousand World fell into a short period of peace. According to Qin Shujian's instructions, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals would be selected every once in a while. Fortunately, the power of the stars was now rich. Although it was not easy to become a perfected immortal, there were many heavenly beings. Until now, the heavenly beings were no longer high-end combat forces. They could only be considered mid-range combat forces. The grand occasion of the ancient times has reappeared. Xiao Qingfeng stood in front of the southern heavenly gate. Everything he saw was blocked by the heaven and earth hurricane. Even so, he could see a lot of things. In the ancient times, the heavenly beings were just the beginning. There were plenty of heavenly beings in any clan. The cultivators of any clan were born with the true martial realm. They could break through to the spiritual martial realm when they were young and reach the divine martial realm when they reached adulthood. With a little effort, they could break through to the heavenly being realm. It could be said that, among the ancient humans, the divine martial realm was almost at the bottom. After all, as long as they reached adulthood, they would reach the divine martial realm. Under such circumstances, those who could not break through to the heavenly being realm were either extremely untalented or extremely lazy. Such people, they were at the bottom of the human race. Xiao Qingfeng pinched his fingers and calculated. He sighed again. It has only been about 15 years since the establishment of the heavenly court. If we have a little more time, I'm afraid we can surpass the peak of the ancient times. Yes, the changes in the Great Thousand World are beyond my expectations. Wu Ming also sighed. He had always been by Xiao Qingfeng's side and knew the changes in the Great Thousand World the best. Not to mention other things. Among the human race, the true martial realm was considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation. The spiritual martial realm was an expert, and the divine martial realm was enough to oversee a region. As for the heavenly beings, their numbers were even rarer. Any heavenly being cultivator was an important existence. Compared to the current human race, the human race before the establishment of the heavenly court was simply weak and pitiful. The other races. Not to mention. Although there were more heavenly beings than the original human race, there was a limit. Or else, when the human race left the eastern continent, they would not let the human race gain a foothold. The reason was that the strength of the myriad races was limited. If the human clan at that time had the current strength of the human clan, they would have been able to flatten the 4 great continents even without a true immortal. It wasn't just the current human race. If it were any of the myriad races, it would have been possible to wipe out all the myriad races 10 to 20 years ago. This was the change in strength. With the infusion of the power of the stars and the establishment of the heavenly court, various experts became immortals. After the cultivation techniques and legacies were perfected, there was an endless stream of experts. Their strength could not be mentioned in the same breath. Xiao Qingfeng smiled faintly. Even if it was me, when the heavenly court was first established, I would never have thought that 10 years later, the 10,000 races would be able to reach where they are today. With the current strength of the great wide world, if they were to really go to war with the demon abyss, they would have at least a 30% chance of winning. With the addition of those few existences, our chances of winning might increase to 50%. Thinking of Qin Shujian and Chu Quantu, Xiao Qingfeng felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. He was very clear. These few people were not simple existences. They were the reincarnations of Dao fruits from other eras. The Dao fruit realm was the realm that Xiao Qingfeng had been pursuing. It was also the realm that all experts who had reached the 9th level of immortal were pursuing. However, even someone as strong as the ancient Emperor of Heaven was unable to truly break through this threshold. Perhaps with Qin Sung's talent, he might be able to successfully break through if given tens of thousands of years. However, any guesses were just guesses before they became reality. Therefore, Xiao Qingfeng could speculate how terrifying the existence of the Dao fruit realm was. Even if it was the reincarnation Dao fruit, its foundation was not something that others could compare to. If Qin Shujian was just a talented cultivator who had reached the 9th level of immortal step by step, then in Xiao Qingfeng's opinion, the chances of winning against the demon abyss were at most 30%. However, after putting on the skin of the reincarnation Dao fruit, the chances of winning had increased by at least 20%. A 50% chance of winning, that was already very high. Seriously speaking, the 10,000 ancient races only had a 30% to 30% chance of winning against the demon abyss. When facing the demon abyss, the heavenly court was not completely one-sided, but they were still defeated step by step. The demon abyss was very powerful. Now that Xiao Qingfeng thought about it, he was still very wary. Give me some more time, my strength can recover even more. He turned his attention to himself. With the foundation of his previous life. In addition to the excellent cultivation now, Xiao Qingfeng had also broken through to the 5th level of immortal. However, to break through to the 6th level of immortal, there was still some distance. To recover to the upper 3 levels of true immortal, he estimated. Unless he was given another 20 years, or if the power of the stars became stronger, it would be very difficult to shorten this time gap. However, even so, Xiao Qingfeng was very satisfied with this. After all, it had only been a dozen years since he had awakened his innate wisdom. A dozen years, less than 20 years. He had broken through from the immortal realm to the 5th level of immortal. Under normal circumstances, it was reasonable for the time to break through to the current realm to be 10 or 20 times faster. In other words, to break through to the 5th level of immortal, even with Xiao Qingfeng's foundation, it would take a few hundred years. Now it was 20 years. To break through to this realm was already unimaginably fast. After knowing that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of Dao fruit, Xiao Qingfeng no longer had any thoughts of comparing himself with him. He slowly retracted his gaze. Xiao Qingfeng turned and walked into the southern heavenly gate. Since the southern heavenly gate was set up, there was only one entrance in the entire heavenly court. He was a little curious about this. Why did Qin Shujian set up the southern heavenly gate, and only one southern heavenly gate? If the 4 poles of heaven and earth were used as coordinates, there should be 4 entrances in the heavenly court. However, he did not see any eastern or western heavenly gates, only the southern heavenly gate. Because of the increase in heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, the security of the southern heavenly gate had also become more strict. However, these years, the heavenly court was very powerful, and no one dared to barge into the heavenly court without permission. For immortal gods like Xiao Qingfeng who had a deity position, those heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals would not be so free as to stop him from entering. He successfully walked into the southern heavenly gate. Xiao Qingfeng walked towards his original residence. He would only come out occasionally to relax, and most of the time, he would be in seclusion to cultivate. Or else, it was impossible for him to break through to the 5th level of immortal realm so quickly. The cultivation environment was one thing. Being hardworking was another aspect. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace. It had been a long time since Qin Shujian entered the mother stream of laws. It was not because he had comprehended the corresponding seeds of all the laws, but because there was a change in his inner world, so he did not have extra time to go to the mother stream of laws to comprehend the laws. The human race is about to be born. Qin Shujian's mind was now completely immersed in his inner world. As the ruler of heaven and earth, nothing in his inner world could escape his eyes and ears. As long as his mind was immersed in it, he could see everything in his inner world. At this moment, Qin Shujian. His attention did not fall on other places, but on the sea. His inner world was born. Naturally, mountains and rivers would be born. Similarly, the sea would be born as well. In these years, the laws of heaven and earth were perfected, and living creatures were born in the sea. However, although Qin Shujian's gaze was cast on the sea, it did not fall on the other living creatures in the sea, but on the human race standing in front of the sea. Wind, as the first human race to be born in heaven and earth. Qin Shujian had always paid attention to it, and he also understood that it wanted to create the human race. Regarding this, he had never thought of interfering with it. But not interfering did not mean that he did not care. In fact, Qin Shujian was also very concerned about the birth of the human race. In other words, he was very concerned about the birth of any race. Because the birth of any race represented the maturation of the laws, and the birth of endless mysteries. These mysteries. Others could not comprehend it, but Qin Shujian, as the ruler of heaven and earth, did not have such restrictions. Even if he had reached his current realm. If he could comprehend the mysteries, he would gain a lot of benefits. Therefore, every time a new race was born, Qin Shujian would observe it for a while. Unfortunately, until now, the only one who had truly established a race was Eldar. As for the other living beings that were born, none of them had truly created a race. Regarding this, Qin Shujian could understand. After all, to be honest, it had only been 10 years since the birth of his inner world. For a normal world, in the first decade or so, there would be no changes at all. All of the living beings that were born were in a state of silence. Basically, they were all silently improving their strength. Especially when Jianmu had become an immortal before. When other living beings had not broken through to the true immortal realm, they would not go out easily. Even for the first batch of living beings born from the heavens and earth, it wasn't easy for them to break through to true immortality. Normally speaking, the heavens and earth had just been born, and now it was truly beginning to become active. This time span was at least 10,000 years. If it was the third era, Qin Shujian had once returned to the long river of time and witnessed the birth of the third era and the situation of the myriad races contending for supremacy. The time span involved. It had been millions of years. Over the course of several million years, more than half of it was the time for living beings to be nurtured. Later on, it was the time for all kinds of cultivation breakthroughs. When their strength could no longer advance, these living beings would come out to be active. This kind of time span was the kind of progress that a world should have. His inner world had compressed millions of years into 10 to 20 years because he had been pulling up seedlings to help them grow. If he did not comprehend the seed of rule first, then he would have left behind a pile of true immortal corpses. His inner world would not have reached the current stage so quickly. Compared to the third era, it would take at least 1,000,000 years to reach the current stage of his inner world. But there was no other way. Time waited for no one. Xianxia couldn't really wait for a few million years after opening up an inner world. He could wait for the heavens and earth to mature and become stronger step by step. Then, his strength would increase accordingly. Walking the path of physical evolution, there was no threat to his lifespan. At least until now, Xianxia had not sensed the end of his lifespan. However, he could afford to wait, but the great wide world could not. Therefore, pulling up seedlings to help them grow was necessary. However, this process of pulling up seedlings to help them grow had to be paid attention. He could not rely on himself to improve. Otherwise, the potential of the heavens and earth would be exhausted in advance. On the contrary, Xianxia would personally shorten some of the unnecessary time, but for some necessary things, he would let the heavens and earth evolve naturally. This involved a very mysterious level. A heavens and earth that developed freely could have infinite possibilities. If one interfered too much with the heavens and earth, one's future achievements would be limited. At this moment, in Xianxia's line of sight, he could see that Feng was squatting on the ground, grabbing the moist soil by the seaside and molding clay figurines according to his appearance. The entire process seemed simple and unpretentious. It even felt like a child playing house. However, in Xianxia's eyes, Feng's current actions were already in accordance with the heavens and earth. He was the only one who could clearly see the formless mysteries. In the first era, humans were created from clay. In the second era, humans were born from clay. In the third era, humans were also created from clay. As for this era, there is no way to explore too much for the time being. But now, Feng is also on the path of creating humans from clay. Perhaps the birth of the human race in every era came from here. Xianxia observed Feng's actions. While he was comprehending the mysteries of the wind, he was also thinking about some things. The birth of the races in every era had their own opportunities. However, from what he remembered, the birth of the human race in every era was likely to come from the creation of humans from clay. No matter if it was the third era or this era, Xianxia was a pure human race. Now that he saw Feng creating humans from clay and witnessed the birth of the human race with his own eyes, there was an inexplicable throbbing in the depths of his bloodline. He couldn't help but feel excited. The change in his heart, Xianxia didn't interfere too much. He just comprehended the mystery while watching Feng's subsequent actions. To this, Feng didn't notice anything. He was now just like an ordinary person, squatting by the seaside, grabbing the soil with both hands and molding clay figurines according to his appearance in the sea. These clay figurines, each of them was only an inch in size, but they were lifelike. Each of the clay figurines had a different face, and their expressions were also different. If one looked carefully, one could even feel that these clay figurines were living creatures. There were already many clay figurines around Feng. At a glance, there were about a few hundred of them. There were many clay figurines. However, none of the clay figurines became real humans. Even so, Feng didn't stop for a moment. With a faint smile on his face, he was still happily creating clay figurines, causing the number of clay figurines on the seaside to increase. At the end, there were already thousands of them. Making humans out of clay. Feng just wanted to give it a try. In the past few years, he had traveled all over the inner world, going to places of extreme yang and extreme yin, but he couldn't find a way to create humans. Apart from that, Feng also tried to use the 5 elements of heaven and earth to create humans. Without exception, all his attempts failed. In the end, he could only pin his hopes on the last of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Eldar used the earth element as its foundation. The earth carried all things and was also classified as the earth element. Therefore, in Feng's opinion, the probability of using the earth element to create humans was very high, so he tried it here. But he had an idea. How to implement it was another problem. He also thought for a long time before he made the action of making humans out of clay. At first, there was nothing. But as more and more clay figurines were created, a strange feeling gradually surged into his mind. That feeling. It made Feng forget about the things around him and only focus on making clay figurines one by one. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, there seemed to be something in the sea, and then a huge wave swept towards the sea. The monstrous sound of the waves. It directly woke Feng up from the state of making humans out of clay. He put down the clay figurine in his hand, then stood up and looked at the surrounding scene. It turned out that unknowingly, there were already a lot of clay figurines, and they could be seen in his eyes. Retracting his gaze from the clay figurines, Feng turned his head to look in the direction of the sea. There was a huge wave there, as if it was covering the sky and the earth, crushing towards this side. That wave was 100 feet high. If it was allowed to crash down, all the clay figurines would be burned under the waves. Seeing this, with a wave of his windbreaker sleeves, endless astral winds blasted out, forcibly shattering the oncoming waves. The waves were shattered. Countless amounts of seawater smashed down, immediately causing a lot of waves. Just as these aftershocks were still coming towards the sea, Feng didn't move at all. Only the aura on his body was emitted, and it blocked all the aftershocks. It was calm for less than a breath's time. The calm surface of the sea suddenly parted, as if a divine weapon had divided the entire surface of the sea. The moment the sea separated, a heaven-shaking dragon roar came from the depths of the sea. In the next moment, a 30,000-meter-long true dragon soared into the sky and circled around. "Where did you come from? How dare you come to my dragon sea area and act so impudently?" The true dragon spoke in human language, its cold gaze landing on Feng. Ever since he was born, he had been the overlord of this ocean. No living being dared to go against him. This time, he was just playing around in the sea as usual, but a living being had interfered with him. One could imagine how angry the true dragon was. In addition to his previous status, this made him even more arrogant when facing the wind. In the face of questioning, Feng's expression remained the same. He said indifferently, "I am Feng of the human race, and I am creating humans here. If the waves come, they will destroy my work, which is why I am stopping them. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." Human style? Doubt flashed across the true dragon's eyes, but he didn't pursue the matter further. He didn't know much about the human race. But that didn't stop him from looking at Feng with disdain. "The sea area is where we dragons live. The land within 1,000,000 miles of the sea area is the territory of us dragons. You are a human, and you dare to trespass without my permission. Leave quickly, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I will take you down and fill the sea area with you to suppress the eye of the sea." The true dragon's voice was frighteningly cold. He could sense that Feng wasn't weak. If Feng was willing to leave, the true dragon wouldn't want to waste his energy. But if Feng insisted on not leaving, as the overlord of the sea area, he wouldn't be merciful. Facing the true dragon's tyranny, Feng's expression turned solemn. "I didn't know that the sea area was the territory of the dragons. But this matter concerns the birth of the human race, so I need to stay here for a while. After this matter, I will definitely give you some compensation. I hope you can accommodate me. Either you leave or you die." The true dragon circled above the sea area, his 10,000-meter-long body covering the sky. Under the refraction of the sun, his pale golden scales emitted a dazzling light. In his amber eyes, there was a faint golden color. Along with his anger, the sea surface, which wasn't calm to begin with, was now swept by wind and waves, causing the entire sea area to shake violently. Waves after waves. They surged towards other areas. Feng stood with his hands behind his back. The aura on his body spread out, isolating all the waves outside. "You really won't give me face? Who do you think you are? You don't deserve my respect." The true dragon sneered. He didn't hide his disdain for Feng. As the overlord of the sea area for many years, the creatures who were originally in the territory of the dragons were either expelled or completely surrendered to him. There was no one who dared to talk to him with such an attitude. Therefore, The true dragon was very dissatisfied with him. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind on the sea became more and more violent. In the next moment, huge waves rose up, sweeping towards Feng like a wild dragon, accompanied by endless dragon roars. Seeing this, Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward, and the void under his feet rippled. With a simple palm, it seemed to cover the world. The wild dragon formed by the waves was instantly annihilated by a single palm strike. Not only that, the remaining power of the palm continued to suppress the true dragon. Feeling the power of the palm, the true dragon became serious. He slapped out with his claws, forcibly shattering the palm. The two fought. Just by the leakage of the aftershocks, it was as if doomsday had arrived, causing the sky to darken. On the boundless surface of the sea, huge waves surged endlessly. Countless waves surged in all directions, attempting to drown everything. Mountains collapsed, and the earth was submerged. Only the place where the clay figurines were, was protected by a layer of mysterious power, preventing them from being affected by the aftershocks. The battle broke out very suddenly, and the commotion was abnormally big. Xianxia, who had been observing the creation of the clay figurines, also silently watched the battle. To be honest, when his gaze fell on the sea area, he had already noticed the true dragon in the sea area. However, noticing was one thing. Xianxia also didn't expect that the true dragon would stop him at this time. In this regard, he had nothing to say. If the human race wanted to be born, they had to go through a tribulation. Now that the true dragon was stopping them, it could be considered a tribulation. As for whether Feng would be a match for the true dragon, Xianxia wasn't too worried. Based on the current situation, although the true dragon was powerful, compared to Feng, there was still a gap. If the battle continued, there was almost no chance of Feng losing. The battle was still ongoing. Both of them were very powerful, and the aftermath spread out, covering thousands of miles of land. Although Feng had not been engrossed in cultivation these years, his cultivation had been increasing day by day. Until now, he had already reached the celestial limit. As for the true dragon's strength, it was also at the celestial limit. But in terms of foundation, there was a certain gap between him and Feng. In a short period of time, nothing could be seen, but as time passed, the gap widened. Boom, another collision occurred. The void distorted violently, and the true dragon let out a painful dragon roar. The pale golden scales were actually shattered by Feng's punch, and blood flowed down the broken scales. Then, he fell towards the sea. Feng stepped on the void, his expression stern, and raised his hand to punch out, landing on the true dragon's body. It was fine if he did not attack, but since he really attacked, he had to eliminate all future troubles. Otherwise, when the other party's strength increased in the future, it might cause him a lot of trouble. It could be said that the current Feng had the determination to kill the true dragon. That undisguised killing intent. It also made the true dragon feel apprehensive. He wants to kill me. In an instant, the true dragon understood Feng's thoughts, and the alarm in his heart went crazy. Although he was the overlord of the sea, it did not mean that he was not afraid of death. Originally, he dared to be arrogant because he had absolute confidence in his own strength, and disdain for Feng. But now, fighting until now, the true dragon also understood how big the gap in strength between the two sides was. If he really wanted to fight to the death, he would definitely die, and Feng would at most suffer some injuries. Losing his life for a small matter was obviously not worth it. With the mentality that where there was life, there was hope. After the true dragon took Feng's punch, he followed the force and fell into the sea, and then escaped into the depths. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? Seeing that the true dragon was about to leave, Feng of course would not let him escape. If he did not completely eliminate this future trouble, it would definitely be a problem in the future. But when he went deep into the sea, the true dragon had completely disappeared. Considering that he was not used to and familiar with the sea, he hesitated for a moment, and then jumped out of the sea, giving up on chasing the true dragon. Back to the sea. He removed the energy barrier that he had set up. All the clay figurines were unharmed in the battle. He looked at the clay figurines in front of him. Feng gave up on making more clay figurines. After being disturbed by the true dragon, he had already retreated from that mysterious state. When he looked at the clay figurine again, he had a troubled expression on his face. It shouldn't be wrong to create a human out of clay. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entered a state of harmony with heaven and earth when I was creating the clay figurines. Just this alone proves that I didn't take the wrong path. But why is it that even though the clay figurines have been successfully created, no humans have been born? Feng looked at the clay figurines, his mind filled with thoughts. He was certain. The path that he had chosen was definitely not wrong. This was because when he was creating the clay figurines earlier, the unseen connection made Feng understand that his path was correct. If he hadn't taken the right path, why would he have entered the state of harmony with the heavens and the earth? In other words, his path was right, or rather, his first step was right. If creating a human from clay is the first step, then what is the second step? Feng looked puzzled. He casually picked up a clay figurine and saw that the soil on it had gradually dried up as time passed. The palm-sized clay figurines were lifelike. However, there was no sign of life on it. No matter how beautiful the clay figurine is, it is still a dead object. Because it lacks life, it can't transform into a real living being. Whether it is a palm-sized clay figurine or a taller and bigger one, it is all the same. Unless it can be endowed with life and flesh, it is absolutely impossible to transform into a real living being. But how can a clay figurine be endowed with life and flesh? Feng's thoughts gradually moved towards a certain direction, and his eyes gradually brightened. If creating a human from clay was not wrong, then the clay figurine in front of him was correct. In short, the clay figurine must be the predecessor of the human race. But the problem was that the human race was a living being, while the clay figurine was a dead object. To turn a clay figurine into a human, he had to at least cross the barrier between life and death. In other words, he had to turn the clay figurine from a dead object into a real living being. After reaching that step, there would be a chance for a new human race to be born. However, it was easy to create a clay figurine, but endowing a dead object with life was an extremely difficult task. At least in Feng's memory, he didn't remember such a method. His thoughts were stuck in a dilemma. Feng simply sat down and entered a state of meditation. On the other side, the true dragon that escaped from the sea had unknowingly returned to his original position. Through the sea surface, he could see Feng sitting on the sea surface, deep in thought. A pair of huge amber eyes were filled with cold killing intent. After being the overlord of the sea for so many years, the true dragon had never encountered anything like this before. Ever since he was born, he had fought dozens of battles of all sizes. Let's not talk about running away. Even if he was at a disadvantage, it was something that had never happened before. Human Feng, this is not over between us. Wait until I break through to the true immortal realm, I will take your life. The true dragon's heart was cold, and he did not hide his killing intent. After a long time, the true dragon gradually dived into the sea and disappeared completely. Although he wanted to kill Feng, he had to admit that with his current strength, there was still a gap between him and the other party. Unless he broke through to the true immortal realm. Otherwise, if they were to fight, the possibility of him dying was higher. For his own safety, the true dragon would not take the risk easily. Unless he broke through to the true immortal realm, he would not easily seek revenge on Feng. Anyway, this grudge had already been formed. When there was a chance in the future, he would definitely settle the score. When the true dragon retreated, Feng also raised his head slightly, looking at the sea with a cold gaze. Then, he fell into deep thought again. The true dragon had quietly returned. He also sensed it, but he did not reveal any clues. Not only that, Feng purposely put on a defenseless posture, trying to lure the other party into attacking. Then, when the other party attacked to kill him, he would explode and kill him. Unfortunately, the true dragon was too cautious. Even so, he did not attack on his own accord. Instead, he quietly retreated. He missed an opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem. Although Feng felt that it was a pity, he did not care too much about it. The current him, his heart and soul were still on how to create the human race. How to turn a dead clay figurine into a living being with flesh and blood. This was a difficult problem. The biggest difference between a living being and an inanimate being is their vitality and flesh. But how do I create vitality and flesh and become a true living being? Feng's eyes were drifting, memories kept surging in his mind. He had traveled all over the world and seen many things. If heaven and earth could give him the answer, then he would be able to get what he wanted by flipping through his memories. Time slowly passed. After a long time, Feng's eyes focused again. When he was thinking about how to turn an inanimate being into a living being, he thought of Eldar. Before an Eldar became an Eldar, they were just simple plants. To a certain extent, although they weren't inanimate beings, they were no different from inanimate beings and couldn't reach the level of living beings. Plants aren't truly inanimate beings because they have vitality, but they don't have flesh and blood and intelligence, so they can't be considered living beings. No. Feng shook his head and overturned his original thoughts. He always thought that the difference between living beings and inanimate beings was their flesh and blood. But now that he thought about it, the biggest difference between living beings and inanimate beings was their intelligence. Only those who had intelligence could be considered as living beings. Plants didn't have intelligence, and clay men didn't have intelligence either, so they couldn't be considered living beings. This way, Feng suddenly had some ideas. For plants to become Eldar, the biggest prerequisite is to have intelligence, and the prerequisite for that is to breathe in and out spirit energy. In other words, the first step to becoming a living being is to breathe in and out spirit energy. Spirit energy is the source of all things in the world. When any living being is born, they need to rely on spirit energy to survive. For a clay man to become a living being, it must have spirit energy. Thinking of this, something seemed to be emerging in Feng's mind, and a mysterious aura descended. Spirit energy, how to make a clay man breathe in and out spirit energy, or rather, how to make a clay man have spirit energy. Feng was excited. He felt that he had reached an important juncture and understood the key to the birth of the human race. As long as he could solve the problem of how to make a clay man have spirit energy or breathe in and out spirit energy, then the human race would be born. Thinking of this, coupled with the mysterious guidance from the unseen world, Feng's thoughts moved many times faster than before. It did not take long. He thought of a solution. The simplest way to give the clay figurines spiritual energy is to soak them in spiritual energy and let them transform. With a wave of his hand, Feng absorbed the drifting spiritual chi of the world and infused it into the clay figurine in his hand. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths, time passed, but the clay figurine didn't change at all. Feng waved his hand again, dispersing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that he had pulled over. There was a confused look on his face. My train of thought should be correct, but why can't the gathered spiritual chi transform the clay figurines? Could it be that the concentration of spiritual chi is not enough? That's right. Maybe it's because the concentration of spiritual energy here isn't high enough. In Feng's opinion, the only problem left was the density of the spiritual energy. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was the origin of all living beings, but it was definitely not the richest spiritual chi. This point, Feng was certain. After all, having cultivated to his level, he naturally had the vision that he should have. If the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is not dense enough, then what other things can have denser spiritual chi? He was still going through his memories. Soon, Feng stretched out his palm, only to see the skin on the tip of his index finger split open, and a drop of bright blood condensed. The moment the blood appeared, a vast power spread out. Along with the power spread, there was also a monstrous spiritual chi looming. If there is something more dense than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, then the flesh and blood of an expert is one of them. Since I was born, I have absorbed a lot of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. My cultivation has reached the limit of the celestial being realm, and the vast amount of spiritual chi in my blood is not something that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth can compare to. If spiritual chi is the key to transforming dead things, then using my blood, there is a high possibility of success. While Feng was thinking, the blood on his index finger dripped directly on the clay figurine in his other hand. The moment the blood fell on the clay figurine was directly impacted by the power of the blood, turning into dust and scattering. Seeing this, Feng's face was not discouraged. Instead, there was a look of excitement. This was because the moment the clay figurine crumbled into dust, he felt a flash of vitality that disappeared in an instant. From this, it could be seen. His blood could really give life to the clay figurine. The only problem was, the power of his blood was too tyrannical, and it was not something that these ordinary clay figurines could withstand. As long as this problem was solved, then the human race could be born. Immediately, Feng forced out another drop of blood from his index finger. But this time, he did not directly drip the blood onto a clay figurine. Instead, he used his vital essence to control it, dividing the blood into hundreds and thousands of pieces in the air. A drop of blood, after being divided, directly turned into a tiny thread. The vital essence in his right hand floated up, holding the thread formed by the blood. Feng calmed his mind and slowly controlled the thread to fly towards the surrounding clay figurines. Just as the thread was about to touch the clay figurine, his mind suddenly became highly concentrated. The gentle vital essence wrapped those clay figurines, and then controlled the thread bit by bit, fusing it into the clay figurine. The whole process was very slow. The thread seemed to extend infinitely, endlessly converging towards the clay figurine. Unlike the clay figurine before, which directly turned into dust, this time, after being wrapped by the vital essence and being divided by the blood, although the clay figurine shook slightly, it did not directly shatter like before. Half a day passed. The blood thread fused into the clay figurine. The free spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something, gathering towards those clay figurines. Slowly, those lifeless clay figurines seemed to be breathing, their chests rising and falling slightly, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, the blood thread completely fused. Feng retracted his palm, and his highly concentrated mind suddenly relaxed. When he looked at those clay figurines again, there was a smile on his face. When the clay figurines were absorbing the spiritual energy, he understood that everything he did was right. Although the clay figurines absorbing the spiritual energy was only the first step of transforming from a lifeless object into a living creature, as long as this step was taken, the following things would be much easier. Looking at those clay figurines, Feng did not do anything else, and just stood at the side and watched slowly. On the other side, the clay figurine absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if it was a living creature breathing. Its originally palm-sized body also began to gradually grow under the constant replenishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese Network, App Jidian Book, I Am Upright. They were nurtured by Feng's blood. The clay figurines swallowed the spirit energy of heaven and earth and were born with surging vitality. The spirit energy of heaven and earth that swarmed over became denser and denser, wrapping around the clay figurines. Soon, the spirit energy was so dense that the clay figurines could not be seen at all. If one looked from afar, the clay figurines wrapped in spirit energy were more like huge cocoons. A few hours passed. The spirit energy suddenly spread out, as if a butterfly had broken out of its cocoon. One by one, humans walked out. The humans who walked out of the spirit energy cocoon were all sturdy. There were men and women, but they all looked young. Those humans walked out in front of Feng. Then, they bowed down. Greetings, Father God. Hearing this, Feng revealed a gratified smile. He could feel the throbbing of his bloodline from these humans. Because the birth of these humans was because of the fusion of his blood, they were of the same origin. Then, Feng looked at the other clay figurines. The humans that were born now only occupied a small portion of the clay figurines. There were more clay figurines waiting to be transformed. With the first experience, this time, he was much more comfortable. More blood gushed out from his hand. Under the control of his vital essence, it turned into countless bloodlines and merged into the remaining clay figurines. Soon, those clay figurines that had merged with the bloodlines also began to swallow the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Not long after, the clay figurines broke out of the spirit energy cocoon and turned into humans. The moment those humans saw Feng, they all bowed and called out to Father God. For them, Feng was the existence that created them and had absolute respect for him. At this moment, all the clay figurines had already transformed into humans. Feng looked at those humans and felt something in his heart. The aura on his body suddenly became erratic. He took a step forward and his body was already flying in the air. The illusory law river under his feet surged, setting off his entire body. Then, the mother stream, which was hidden from view, also spanned across the sky. Feng raised his head and looked at the law mother river. He did not walk into it. Instead, he stretched out his hand and forcefully tore the law mother river apart. Then, he pulled out one of the laws. The law river was pulled out. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth, and countless lightning snakes flashed crazily. Seeing this, Feng was not afraid at all. He forcefully fused the long river of laws that had been pulled out into his body. Bearing the rules, sanctification of the flesh, the rules fused into his body, and an earth-shattering change immediately took place. The sky suddenly exploded, and the world was instantly enraged at this moment. In the next instant, monstrous lightning struck down. In the face of those thunderbolts, the wind did not stop the lightning at all. It allowed the lightning to reach its body and explode its flesh. However, the moment his flesh exploded, a rich vitality emerged from his body and healed his injuries in the blink of an eye. Thunderbolts descended one after another. The huge commotion also attracted the attention of other experts. Ever since Jianmu became an immortal, no other expert had become an immortal. Immortal Ascension Tribulation. It was like a flash in the pan. Now that the tribulation of ascension that had disappeared for many years had reappeared, it naturally attracted the attention of many powerhouses. The true dragon lurking in the sea immediately sensed the changes in the sky above the sea. When it looked up, it happened to see Feng withstanding the lightning tribulation with his physical body. He's undergoing tribulation to become an immortal. Impossible, how could he become an immortal so quickly? The true dragon's eyes were filled with disbelief. Feng's tribulation to become an immortal was completely unexpected. Feng's strength was indeed strong, but it was impossible for him to become an immortal so easily. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had to believe it even if he did not want to. With that thought in mind, the true dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Feng were to undergo tribulation to become an immortal, it might pose a fatal threat to him. Right now, there were only two paths in front of him. He could either dive deeper into the sea or let Feng fail his tribulation. Looking at the lightning tribulation falling from the sky, the true dragon was ready to stop it. However, just as he was about to make a move, a great terror descended from the unseen world, causing him to stop in his tracks. He would die. The true dragon's eyes were filled with deep fear. Just as he was about to attack, he had a premonition of the future. If he really attacked by force, perhaps Feng would fail his tribulation, but he would definitely die under the lightning tribulation. Immediately, the killing intent in the true dragon's eyes dissipated. After glancing at Feng, who was undergoing tribulation, he dived into the depths of the sea. Since he could not stop the other party from undergoing tribulation, in that case, it would be best to leave first. Otherwise, if Feng really succeeded in his tribulation, he was not confident that he could survive in his hands. In order to preserve his life and slowly take his revenge in the future, the true dragon did not have the thought of confronting Feng head-on for the time being. On the other side, Feng was completely immersed in the lightning tribulation. He did not care about the things in the outside world at all. He only operated his own qi and blood cultivation method to withstand the lightning tribulation. As the first batch of living beings in the world, Feng's cultivation method was created when he walked the world and matched his own advantages. Especially after he understood that he had to withstand the lightning tribulation to become an immortal. Furthermore, he had made certain improvements to his cultivation technique. His current cultivation method. It was mainly to temper his physical body. While enduring the lightning tribulation, Feng was also further refining his cultivation method. Time passed. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When the last lightning tribulation fell, a vast and boundless power was emitted from Feng's body, instantly sweeping through the world. At the same time, golden flowers scattered in the sky, golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. It showed the birth of the second true immortal. Feng, who had completely become an immortal, was now standing in the air. His heart was full of pride. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky that had not completely dissipated, he spoke loudly. I am Feng. From today onwards, I will establish the human race. Anyone who has my bloodline will be part of the human race. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another explosion in the world. The vast expanse of purple chi surged over from the horizon, scattering all the tribulation clouds that had yet to disperse on their own. In the next second, the purple chi surrounded his body. The aura on Feng's body rose steadily. Soon, it broke the original barrier and reached a new height. He succeeded. In the mountain range, a face appeared on the Jianmu. His gaze seemed to be able to pass through billions of miles of space and directly see the scene of the sea. Early when Feng was undergoing the tribulation to become an immortal, he had already noticed it. Now that the human race was established, the world congratulated it, and the sound spread throughout the world. The Jianmu naturally knew about it. To be honest, he did not expect that Feng could create the human race in such a short time. After all, creating a race was not such an easy thing. Creating Eldar by himself was a ready-made bargain. If one wanted to create a race from nothing, even the Jianmu tree was not 100% confident that it could do so. His spiritual will withdrew from his inner world. Qin Shujian, who was sitting motionlessly on his seat, finally came back to his senses. Until now, in his mind, there was still the scene of Feng creating the human race and transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. It could be said that observing the birth of the human race made Qin Shujian, who was a human himself, have many insights in his heart. These insights, they would not be directly converted into strength, but they could allow his state of mind to rise to another level on the original foundation. In a short period of time, such changes would not be seen. But as time passed, slowly, it would play a role. However, what really surprised Qin Shujian was the way Feng finally became an immortal. Normally speaking, if a cultivator wanted to walk the path of physical sanctification, they would shatter the rules and then absorb a piece of the rule fragment. With this rule fragment, they would completely transform and break through to the perfected immortal realm. But Feng was different. He did not enter the mother river of rules, nor did he open up the battlefield of rules. Instead, he relied on his own strength to forcefully absorb a complete rule. One had to know. The first 8 levels of the perfected immortal realm were all perfecting and repairing the rules. Only when one reached the 9th level of the perfected immortal realm would one truly master a complete rule. In other words, when Feng absorbed the complete rule, when he broke through to the perfected immortal realm, in terms of realm, he was already a 9th level immortal. However, the rules of the inner world were all in the state of a seed. They could not be compared to the vast and complete rules of the great wide world. Therefore, Feng had the realm of a 9th level immortal, but his strength was far from the level of a 9th level immortal. To be honest, he should be the weakest 9th level immortal in history. Because in Qin Shujian's opinion, when he broke through, his strength was around the 2nd level of the perfected immortal realm. However, after establishing the human race and receiving the reward of the world, his strength had soared to the 5th level of the perfected immortal realm. Compared to shattering the rules of the great wide world, absorbing a complete rule and then using one's own methods to expand it, the difficulty of breaking through will be higher. However, his strength will also be more powerful. Qin Shujian shook his head. The disadvantages of this approach were obvious, but the advantages were also obvious. He was also a perfected immortal with a physical sanctification. If other people had broken through to immortality, their strength would be at the 1st level of immortality. However, Feng had gained the strength of a 2nd level immortal the moment he became an immortal, which was enough to suppress other immortals. Furthermore, once the other party expanded the laws to a certain extent, their chances of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm would be much higher than breaking the laws and ascending to immortality. Basically, the disadvantage of ascending to immortality this way was only the part that was developed in the middle. Once one fully adapted to it in the later stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. It's a pity that this method of immortal ascension can only be carried out in an inner world or a newly born world. If it were any other mature world, there would be no way to do it. After all, a truly complete set of rules was far too powerful. It was impossible for a body that could not withstand the tribulation to bear the complete laws. If you really do that by force, there's a high probability, no, 100% chance that your physical body will collapse, and you'll die under the power of the rules. With Qin Shujian's experience, it was easy for him to see the drawbacks. How could it be so easy to carry a complete set of laws? Without a strong enough physical body, it was impossible to bear the weight. Unless the rules were weak enough. That was why there was the principle of breaking the rules and intercepting the fragments to become an immortal. Any system was established by countless predecessors one after another, and then tidied up and perfected step by step until it was widely spread. It was impossible to become a big fatty in one bite. A few epochs ago, there was a huge commotion. There were experts who forcefully carried a complete set of rules and ended up dying. With the lesson learned from the past. It was unknown how many experts had died before this drawback was perfected. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian focused again and recalled what had happened just now. If he was not wrong. The law that Feng followed should be the newly born human Tao law. In other words, the path that Feng followed was actually the same as Zhao Huang. However, as the human ancestor, Feng's understanding of the human Tao law was not something that Zhao Huang could compare to. When Feng attained the Tao and became an immortal, he completely absorbed the human Tao law. In other words, heaven and earth lost the human Tao law forever. However, this is not absolute. As long as Feng exists in heaven and earth will naturally derive the human Tao law again according to the path that he took. Moreover, the human Tao law of heaven and earth will grow correspondingly to the number of human Tao law that Feng created. Thinking about it this way, it's a good thing. Qin Shujian was in a good mood. The rules would not really disappear. As long as heaven and earth existed, the rules would exist. Feng became an immortal. Although he carried the human Tao law. Since he existed in heaven and earth could still give birth to new human Tao law. Now that the human race had appeared, the rules were further perfected, and the inner world had become even stronger. Accordingly, as the ruler of the inner world, Qin Shujian's strength had also grown a little from the original foundation. Moreover, because he was a human himself, he had no choice but to accept it. This increase. They were much stronger than when the spirit race had first been born. Qin Shujian's mind sank into his body. He could clearly feel that his strength was steadily increasing. After the evolution of heaven and earth, his body was basically a shell of its former self. His internal organs no longer existed. It was just an evolved heaven and earth. Endless energy was being emitted from his inner world at every moment, replenishing Qin Shujian's body. This allowed his physical body to maintain a balanced state, and at the same time, it was steadily improving. If this situation was seen by others, they would undoubtedly be greatly shocked. But for Qin Shujian, his current situation couldn't be any more normal. Since the human race appeared, my strength has taken another step forward from the 9th heaven immortal realm. However, I'm still a little short of reaching the half-step Tao fruit realm. Unless a few more races appear and perfect the rules. When that time comes, I can truly reach the half-step Tao fruit realm. Once he reached the half-step Tao fruit realm, Qin Shujian was confident that he could sweep away the 3 major Void Fiend clans. Now, Eldar and the human race had appeared. It would not take too long for the remaining races to appear. No matter what. There were 2 factors in front of him. As long as he imitated them, it would not be difficult for the other races to appear. After calming his mind, Qin Shujian sat upright on the throne and began to digest the insights he had gained from observing the birth of the human race. These insights were not fleeting, but if he did not digest them and allowed them to absorb them on their own, there would not be much that could be converted. In order to avoid wasting them, he would rather spend some time converting and absorbing them completely. The next day. Court meeting. The gods stood in great numbers. It had been a long time since the last imperial court meeting. This was because Qin Shujian also needed to go into seclusion to increase his strength. It was impossible for him to hold court meetings every day to discuss so many things. Moreover, there weren't so many things that needed to be discussed every day. Moreover, the gods also needed to cultivate. It was impossible for them to hold court meetings almost every day like mortals. Every minor court meeting, Xianxia would inform everyone through the investiture of the gods so that the gods could make preparations. After all the immortals and gods had arrived, Xianxia sat on the throne and said calmly, "Everyone, if you have something to report, you may leave the court." As soon as he finished speaking, an immortal god stepped out and cupped his hands. "Emperor of Heaven, the demon abyss is approaching. Many cultivators of the myriad races have accidentally entered the range of the demon abyss and been devoured by it. So far, many cultivators have died. Among them, a true immortal died at the hands of the demon abyss. Because the demon abyss was approaching, it was getting closer and closer to the battlefield. Gradually, there were already many cultivators who encountered the demon abyss when they went out to train. Those who were lucky were able to escape when they encountered the demon abyss. But those who were unlucky died at the hands of the demon abyss. Even an existence as strong as a true immortal had a slim chance of survival when encountering the demon abyss. After all, the saying that the demon abyss was a dangerous place was not just a saying. If there was no way to keep a true immortal, what right did it have to be called a dangerous place? Xianxia said, "There's no need to pay attention to the matters of the demon abyss. This is the general trend, and no one can stop it. Warn the cultivators of the myriad races not to enter the demon abyss again. In the future, the heavenly court will deal with the three great clans and consolidate their strength to fight the demon abyss." Hearing this, the immortal god retreated. Xianxia shifted his gaze and looked at Emperor Zhao. "Emperor Zhongyuan, how is the recruitment of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals?" "Emperor of Heaven, more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers have been recruited. There are currently a total of 1,000 heavenly generals. They are still in the process of selection." Emperor Zhao stepped out and replied truthfully. Xianxia nodded slightly. 100,000 heavenly soldiers was actually quite a large number. After all, those who could become celestial soldiers were all at the fourth tier of the celestial human realm and above. 100,000 celestial soldiers represented at least 100,000 saints. Before the heavenly court was established, 100,000 saints. Even if all the saints of the 10,000 races were added together, they would not have such a number. Not to mention, a saint who could become a celestial soldier was much stronger than the average saint. To put it simply, these 100,000 saints were the cream of the crop. As for the 1,000 celestial generals, they were equivalent to 1,000 peak celestial being experts. They could be said to be the reserves of true immortals. Furthermore, those who could become heavenly generals were all experts on Zhou Tian's war general role. Every cultivator who entered Zhou Tian's war general list was an expert among experts. Their chances of breaking through to the true immortal realm in the future were much higher than other cultivators who did not enter the list. 720 Zhou Tian's general ranking list. All cultivators who entered the heavenly court and became heavenly generals would have their names disappear from the war general ranking. It was also because of this. Only the latecomers could continue to enter the war general ranking list. In this way, one could imagine how strong the 1,000 heavenly generals were. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 1,000 heavenly generals have been successfully recruited. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals can be considered to have formed a preliminary scale. You all need to practice the array formation that I passed down. At the same time, do you all have anything to say about the heavenly law? Xianxia paused for a moment and changed the topic to the heavenly law. Earlier on, he had already mentioned the heavenly rule. But after so long, there had been no court meeting, so the matter of the heavenly law was temporarily put aside. Now that the court meeting was held, thus, this matter was brought up again. In the end, the heavenly law was related to the order of the heavenly court. There could not be any carelessness, or it would not be conducive to the subsequent management of the heavenly court. Hearing this, the gods looked at each other, and no one spoke easily. They did not know what Xianxia was thinking, so they did not dare to interfere with the heavenly law. It would be bad if what they said was different from what the other party thought. The scene. They fell silent. When Xianxia saw this, he spoke again. "None of you have any objections, but I have compiled some heavenly laws these days. Why don't you all take a look at them?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves. Countless streams of light shot out, and before the gods could react, they entered their minds. In an instant, the gods fell into a daze. After a few breaths, they gradually woke up from their daze. Heavenly law. Emperor Zhao silently digested the memories in his mind, and his eyes flickered slightly. Those streams of light contained the information of the heavenly law. After digesting those memories, he realized that the number of heavenly laws that Qin Shujian gave him was actually not much. There were only a few. However, these heavenly rules contained a lot of things. With Emperor Zhao's status, he could naturally see the main message. These heavenly laws. It was nothing more than to consolidate the position of the heavenly court and make all races submit to the heavenly court without any possibility of disobedience. Emperor Zhao did not have any objections to this. At this moment, the other immortals and gods had also digested the memories of the heavenly laws. There were different expressions on their faces, but just like before, no one spoke easily. Qin Shujian looked down at the gods and said indifferently, "Do you have any objections?" These heavenly laws were selected by him after combining them with the heavenly laws of the Third Era. It was relatively popular, but there was nothing wrong with it. Hearing this, the gods looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. Then, they all bowed. There is no problem with the heavenly laws set by the Emperor of Heaven. We have no objections. Good. Qin Shujian nodded and said in a deep voice, "Since you have no objections, the heavenly laws will be officially implemented from today onwards. All cultivators of the great wide world must abide by the heavenly laws. No cultivator is allowed to violate them. Anyone who violates them will be severely punished. In order to make the heavenly laws sufficiently intimidating, I will refine a supreme treasure to imprison cultivators who trigger the heavenly laws." We obey. The gods bowed again. Judging from the current heavenly laws, although it was not beneficial to the various races, it was not harmful either. If it was established, so be it. As for the rest, they would have to wait until the future. However, they were also a little curious. That was exactly what kind of supreme treasure Qin Shujian was going to refine. When the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell appeared, the gods had already refreshed their understanding of the Emperor of Heaven. They knew that Qin Shujian's forging methods were extraordinary. But they had never thought that the forging methods of this celestial emperor would be tyrannical to such an extent. The heavenly law was established. There were no accidents. Qin Shujian picked up the imperial insignia and directly imprinted it on the investiture of the gods. In an instant, streams of light overflowed from the investiture of the gods. The corresponding information also appeared in the minds of the gods. The heavenly law has been established. I hope that all of you will abide by it and set an example. Those who violate the heavenly law will be punished at the very least. Those who violate the heavenly law will be stripped of their deity position, beaten down to the mortal world, or even killed. In addition, I also want to set up the immortal slaying platform. Anyone who seriously violates the heavenly law will walk on the immortal slaying platform. I don't want you to be on the immortal slaying platform in the future. Qin Shujian said calmly. The gods lowered their heads in silence. They were not worried that they would walk on the immortal slaying platform. Instead, they were more concerned about whether the immortal slaying platform would mean that the heavenly court would have another deity position if it was established. Just as the gods were thinking about it, Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, the gods of the heavenly court have their own duties now. If the immortal slaying platform is established, will a new deity position be born? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded. Xianxia said, "The Emperor of Heaven once promised me a deity position. I wonder if the deity position on the immortal slaying platform will count." Of course. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. You want to exchange this opportunity for the deity position on the immortal slaying platform, but I wonder who you want to give this deity position to. You have to know that the deity position on the immortal slaying platform is not as good as Zhou Tian's constellation, but it is not something that ordinary cultivators can bear. And because the immortal slaying platform will be a place to kill immortals in the future, it will be accompanied by a monstrous evil aura. If you can't suppress the evil aura, you will die in the future. The level of the deity position on the immortal slaying platform was not high. But to bear this deity position was not something that ordinary cultivators could do. Especially the evil aura that could kill immortals. If one's strength was not enough, it would be easy for the evil aura to erode one's mind. When the time came, it might be the result of death. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he cupped his fists and said, "Emperor of Heaven, don't worry. The human race has bright vision." General Dan Hao. In the past, he fought for the human race and killed countless enemies. Now, he had reached the limits of the celestial being. Although he had not broken through to the true immortal realm, he was once ranked on Zhou Tian's general ranking. Now, he was one of the heavenly generals. Regardless of strength or experience, he believed that it would not be a problem for him to take up the position of a deity on the immortal slaying stage. As for the baleful aura mentioned by the Emperor of Heaven, Dan Hao can also suppress it. Dan Hao, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. As early as when Xianxia stepped forward, he had already thought about who the other party was trying to obtain the deity position. If it was Dan Hao, then it would make sense. Of the 5 generals of the Great Zhao, not many were still alive. Of them, Dan Hao was the strongest. Long before the human race left the eastern continent, the other party was already a 6th-level celestial being expert. Now, his strength had increased by quite a bit. It was just as Xianxia had said. Even though Dan Hao had yet to break through to the true immortal realm, he was still a step away from it. Just as Xianxia was speaking, the expressions of the other gods changed slightly. They could also understand that the deity position of a deity on the immortal slaying stage was definitely not ordinary. Until now, the human race had a total of 4 people holding the deity position in the heavenly court. Putting aside Ningbo, who was ranked last, for the time being, he did not even have the qualifications to enter the court. However, he was the disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. Needless to say, his future prospects were great. Except for Ningbo. Xianxia was the head of the Zhou Tian constellation, Xiao Qingfeng was the head of the 4 war gods, and Emperor Zhao Xing Tian was the head of the 5 imperial emperors. It could be said that the human race's power in the heavenly court was already too strong. At this moment, if the human race had another deity position, then the human race's power in the heavenly court would become even stronger. Under the subtle influence, the possibility of the immortals and gods of the other races wanting to compete with the human race was very slim. Although the tens of thousands of races were peaceful now and there were no battles, that was because Qin Shujian, the Emperor of Heaven, was in charge. There were also the void demons and the external threats of the demon abyss that made the situation stable. When the external threats were resolved, there would be internal conflicts. When that time came, even with the Emperor of Heaven's suppression, there might be undercurrents. However, although they did not want the human race to obtain the deity position of the immortal slaying stage, the other party did have a spot in his hands. There was no reason for others to fight for it. In the eyes of these immortals and gods, the only one who had a chance to snatch the deity position of the human race was the West Spirit Emperor, Xianxia. Even though Xianxia was also born in the human race, he had already parted ways with the human race after he created the demon race. When Xianxia had obtained a deity position, the West Spirit Emperor also had a deity position in his hands. If the other party used this deity position to compete with the human race, then it was very likely that the human race would not be able to obtain the deity position of the immortal slaying stage. There were thoughts in his mind. Many immortals and gods looked at Xianxia, who was standing in front of them silently. At the same time, Xianxia also glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. In his opinion, now, the only one who could compete with the human race for the deity position was this West Spirit Emperor. Xianxia knew very well that the other immortals and gods of the heavenly court did not want the human race to obtain this deity position. But they did not want it. With the means of those immortals and gods, there was no possibility of stopping him. Now, the only one who could make him fail on the verge of success was Xianxia. Under the watchful eyes of the gods, Xianxia smiled faintly and did not speak, nor did he show any intention of competing for the deity position. Immediately, some immortals and gods could not help but speak. Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, the demon race was born with the killing of heaven and earth. In my opinion, the deity position of the immortal slaying stage should be given to the demon race. After saying that, the immortal god frantically winked at Xianxia. However, Xianxia turned a blind eye to it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian could not help but ask, "What does West Spirit Emperor think?" "I have no objections. Since the human race wants the deity position of the immortal slaying stage, then give it to the human race." Xianxia shook his head, looking indifferent. In this regard, the immortal god who spoke up for him was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The typical emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was. Up until now, the demon race only had one deity position in the heavenly court. So it was all because of a salted fish like you. Anyone with ambition should fight for the deity position now. The immortal god who spoke thought of everything, but he did not expect Xianxia to be so salted. The deity position that was delivered to his door did not have any intention of fighting for it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not force him. He nodded and said, "Since West Spirit Emperor has no intention of fighting for the deity position, then this deity position will be bestowed to the human race's Dan Hao." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." Shi Yang's face revealed a look of joy. "Send a message to Dan Hao in 7 days. I will confer the deity position to him." "Your Majesty." The deity position of the immortal slaying stage fell into the hands of the humans just like that. When the immortals and gods of all races saw this, they had the urge to beat their chests and sigh. With the addition of this deity position, the humans had a total of 5 deity positions in the heavenly courts. Compared to the other races, who only had one deity position, the difference was huge. If the demons had made a move, they could have broken the possibility of the humans obtaining the 5th deity position. However, Xianxia had no intention of competing. Not only did the immortal who spoke not destroy the humans' plan, but he also exposed himself and offended the humans. Speaking of which, it was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Qin Shujian said, "The deity position of the immortal slaying stage has been established." It was also said before that those who have reached the 3rd realm of the Grandmaster realm in the Tao of array formations, alchemy, and forging can enter the heavenly courts to obtain the deity position. I wonder if there have been any cultivators who have achieved this after so many years. The gods looked at each other and were speechless. 3rd realm grandmasters were not that powerful in the current era where perfected immortals were everywhere. However, they were not powerful. It was more difficult to produce a 3rd realm grandmaster than to produce a perfected immortal. Until now, not a single cultivator could reach this level. Shi Yang wanted to say something, but the Zhaohuang glared at him and shut him up. Seeing the silent scene, Qin Shujian shook his head and did not say anything more about this matter. He also knew that the various races did not have much achievements in the 3 Tao. Although the cultivation environment had improved a lot, the cultivation of the 3 Tao was not based on the cultivation environment. It was extremely difficult to produce a 3rd realm grandmaster without a solid foundation. From the looks of it, the ones most likely to obtain these deity positions should be the human race. However, the humans did not say anything. Then Qin Shujian understood that the humans had not produced a 3rd realm grandmaster. However, according to his understanding of the human race, a few years had passed. Even if the humans had not produced a 3rd realm grandmaster, it would be soon. "Hand over the stars and star cores that I asked you to collect now," Qin Shujian said slowly, indicating that the court session was coming to an end. Everything that needed to be said had been said. It had been a few years since the last time the star core was handed over to him. He believed that every immortal and god should have a lot of them. Zhou Tian didn't have enough star nuclei to refine the star map, so this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. The deities heard this. Immediately, he handed over all the star cores he had collected. Seeing the star cores flying over, Qin Shujian waved his hand and collected a portion of them into the investiture of the gods. After the investiture of the gods had reached its limit, he then used the imperial insignia to forcibly expand the capacity of the investiture of the gods. Only then was he able to take in all the remaining star cores. Qin Shujian only roughly sensed it, and a smile appeared on his face. Over 400 stars, more than 200 star cores, this kind of harvest was much more than he had expected. However, Qin Shujian's smile disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Continue to recruit heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Train the existing heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals strictly. Increase the strength of the myriad races as much as possible. Also, find the location of the 3 major clans. 1 year later, the Heavenly Court will officially declare war on them. That's all I have to say. Court session is dismissed. Qin Shujian's words were powerful. After he finished speaking, he ignored the deities of the Heavenly Court and directly disappeared from the throne. After he left, only then did the remaining deities leave one after another. The war would start in a year. This news was not too surprising to them. Because a few years ago, the deities already knew that the Heavenly Court was going to war with the 3 major clans. Now that they calculated the time, about 3 to 4 years had passed. If it was another year, it would be about the same as the deadline Qin Shujian originally gave. It was only logical that the war would start. In addition, the strength of the various races was increasing rapidly. If they really wanted to go to war, they were very confident that they could win. Since they were confident that they could win, then the war would start. Compared to the war with the 3 major clans, some immortals were more concerned about what had happened in the court meeting just now. Some immortals took a deep look at Xianxia and the others. They turned around and left. There were also some with smiles on their faces and cupped their hands to congratulate them. Congratulations to the human race for adding another deity position. Congratulations. These immortals had smiles on their faces. It was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. To this, Emperor Zhao also smiled faintly and nodded. Xianxia cupped his hands in return. Not long after, the immortals left one after another. Only Xianxia and the others were left in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. All of them are hiding knives behind their smiles. If they really have the chance to stab the human race, they will definitely not show mercy. The smile on Xianxia's face disappeared and became gloomy. Emperor Zhao's expression was calm. The human race has too many deity positions in the heavenly court. It's normal for them to have ideas. Go back and tell Su Zhan and the others to cultivate well. Don't expose yourself without permission. Father, are you worried that someone will attack them? It's not impossible. They would dare to do so unless they don't want to live anymore. Xianxia's face was filled with anger as he shouted coldly. Now that the human race was at its peak, who would dare to attack the human race easily? Moreover, now that the heavenly law had been set, it was also a violation of the heavenly law to stir up strife between the various races. The Emperor of Heaven would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Emperor Zhao shook his head with a faint smile on his face. You underestimate them too much. Compared to the human race having a few more deity positions, sacrificing a few people is nothing. We don't have any concrete evidence, and we have nothing to say. When the time comes and we really succeed, we can casually push out a scapegoat and this matter will be settled. The great calamity is imminent. The Emperor of Heaven will not let the myriad races fall into chaos. There are some things that you have to prepare for a rainy day. You can't let your guard down. After hearing Emperor Zhao's warning, the anger on Xianxia's face subsided a little. Then, he nodded and replied, Father, you're right. I know what to do. With that, he looked puzzled again. Speaking of which, Emperor Xiling also has a deity position in his hands. Why didn't he compete with the human race? In the end, the demon race's foundation is too shallow. Even if they have an additional deity position, it won't be of much use. Emperor Xiling also doesn't want to fall out with the human race because of this. After all, the demon race and the human race can be considered allies. Emperor Zhao glanced at him and then explained. What the demon race needs now is to recuperate and slowly develop. They don't need to stand on the cusp of the storm and compete with the various races. Moreover, he took the initiative to give up the fight for the deity position this time. The human race also owes him a favor. With this favor, if the demon race has any trouble in the future, the human race will have to lend a hand. They want to push the demon race out to fight against the human race. Unfortunately, Emperor Xiling is not a fool. How could he be willing to be this knife? Xianxia nodded in agreement. Then, they left the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Ever since the southern heavenly gate was established, the entire heavenly court was in a sealed state. But seriously speaking, apart from the southern heavenly gate, there was actually another place for immortal gods to enter. That was, above the heavenly court, where Zhou Tian's star map covered the entire heavenly court. That was a place where the heavenly quartz array formation could not reach. But this entrance could only be seen but not moved. Because on Zhou Tian's star map, there was a second Arachonate cardinal treasure guarding it. As a second Arachonate cardinal treasure, Xianxia sword could not unleash much of its strength without its master's control. But its grade was there, which could not be ignored. Coupled with the power of Zhou Tian's star map, even an upper 3 true immortal would not be able to directly break through the seal of Zhou Tian's star map under such circumstances. It could be said that, in terms of strength, Xianxia, who guarded Zhou Tian's star map, was not far from a half-step Dao fruit. But there was a fatal limitation. That was that the shadow of Zhou Tian's star map could not be moved at will. It could only be fixed in one position. Or else, if such a top battle force was pulled out, it would have already wiped out the 3 void demon clans. In such a huge heavenly court, only Qin Shujian could enter it without any obstruction. Emperor of Heaven. The long sword that stood quietly above Zhou Tian's star map swayed slightly, and a cold voice sounded. Qin Shujian glanced at Xianxia and nodded his head lightly, which was considered a response. Then he took out the investiture of the gods and the stars stored in it. So many stars. Xianxia was slightly shocked when he saw the stars taken out. Zhou Tian's star map. As the name implied, it contained the number of Zhou Tian's stars. But one thing to understand was, the number of Zhou Tian's stars wasn't just 365. Strictly speaking, the number of Zhou Tian's stars implied infinity. However, the most important and basic thing was to gather 365 of them. The number of stars that Qin Shujian took out was no longer just 365. Instead, it had exceeded the original number by quite a bit. Together with the stars that already existed. In this way, there were even more of them. Xianxia did not expect Qin Shujian to be able to gather so many stars so quickly. He didn't even doubt it. Had the other party emptied the entire outer realm of space, Qin Shujian ignored Xianxia's shock. With a thought, the seal on the star instantly shattered. The seal was broken. Xingchen's true form was revealed. More than 400 stars gathered together was enough to engulf the entire heavenly court. The boundless pressure crushed down from the void, as if the sky was about to crumble. Even the immortals of the celestial court were under tremendous pressure. At this moment, all the experts of the celestial court raised their heads to look at the top of their heads. The light of the sun and moon had already dimmed. Only countless stars were competing to shine. Moreover, they could see that those stars were falling towards the celestial court at a terrifying speed. The momentum of the fall was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The expressions of many immortals changed. It was true that they could seal the stars, but it was completely different from directly resisting the momentum of the falling stars. Moreover, the falling stars were not as simple as one. More than 400 stars fell at the same time. Even an existence as strong as Xiaoqingfeng would have to retreat. In short, if the stars really fell completely, the celestial court would definitely be destroyed. Not only would the celestial court be destroyed, but even the 4 continents would suffer a great impact. The number of casualties of the 10,000 races would all depend on fate. Just as the gods were in shock and uncertainty, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and a vast amount of true essence gushed out from his palm. In an instant, all the falling stars were enveloped within it. The weight of more than 400 stars was already immeasurable. But even so, he could still rely on his own strength to support all the stars. The stars supported him. His divine consciousness spread out crazily. Under the sweep of his divine consciousness, the stars were forcibly sealed and shrunk. Not long after, the dark sky became bright again. Qin Shujian looked at the stars in front of him that had shrunk countless times. With a thought, he sent all the stars into Zhou Tian's star map. Boom, more than 400 stars were all merged into the shadow of Zhou Tian's star map. Vast and surging power surged endlessly, causing the shadow of Zhou Tian's star map to surge up and down like waves. Then, stars were lit up one by one. The shadow of Zhou Tian's star map, which was already resplendent, became extremely dazzling at this moment. This dazzling light not only fell into the eyes of the gods of the celestial court, but also into the eyes of the 10,000 races of the 4 continents. That light. It seemed unstoppable. No matter where it existed, it could be seen clearly. In the next moment, countless pillars of light bombarded the celestial court from above those stars. A large number of pillars of light converged and descended, transforming into a vast galaxy that soaked the entire celestial court. Not only that. There was also a galaxy that broke through the restraints of the array and flowed into the astral wind layer. Soon, this vast galaxy power broke through the seal of the celestial court and the astral wind layer and fell into the 4 continents. At this moment, all the living beings of the 10,000 races felt the pores of their bodies open. Endless galaxy power drilled into their bodies through the pores, constantly transforming and cleansing their bodies. This rich power. It completely surpassed the original power of the stars. Although the previous power was also extremely rich, there was no difference without comparison. Compared to the current situation, the original power of the stars was more than several times weaker. After Zhou Tian's star map completed the basic 365 stars, the power extracted was more than several times stronger than when the basic requirements were not completed. In addition, the number of stars he had now far exceeded the number of 365. One could imagine. Just how dense would the power of the Milky Way be when it came crashing down? When this power came crashing down, all the celestial cultivators instinctively sat down cross-legged and frantically absorbed it. Many of them even broke through and reached a higher level. Even perfected immortals. When they felt this vast and surging power, their expressions completely changed. In the territory of the 9-headed dog clan, Zhu Chen, who had only become an immortal for a few years, suddenly had a huge change in expression when he felt the galaxy power. What rich star power, why did it suddenly become so strong? He was puzzled. He was in a state of confusion about what was happening now. But after the shock, Zhu Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. The star power becoming rich was a good thing. He was confident that in such an environment, he could break through to the 2nd-level immortal realm in a short time. Today is the day to break through to the true immortal realm. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Yuanbai looked at the falling star power with a heroic expression. Although he had become one of the heavenly generals, it didn't mean that he needed to be stationed in the heavenly court all year round. On the contrary, he didn't spend much time in the heavenly court. He only needed to go to the heavenly court when it was his turn. Most of the time, he could arrange it on his own. He could enter the Zhou Tian War General list and pass the assessment to become a heavenly general of the heavenly court. There was no doubt about Qin Yuanbai's strength. Long ago, he was qualified to break through to the true immortal realm. But because of the announcement of the 3 major systems, he had been suppressing his realm and not breaking through. As the current sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Yuanbai still had some goals. If the 3 major systems hadn't been announced, then there wouldn't be a big problem for him to reach the Tao with the rules. But with the announcement of the 3 major systems, now everyone knew that reaching the Tao with the rules was the weakest way to reach the Tao. Unless one wasn't talented enough or had an ordinary foundation, they would rely on the rules to reach the Tao. But anyone with a bit of ambition. Let's not talk about the Tao of heaven. But they also had to walk the physical sanctification system. In fact, although the Tao of heaven and earth had a reputation, no one had ever seen anyone use this method to reach the Tao. Although all the clans were guessing, the Emperor of Heaven should have the Tao of heaven and earth, but there wasn't much evidence. Therefore, the physical sanctification system was the mainstream. Qin Yuanbai had been tempering his physical body and constantly strengthening his foundation in order to wait for an opportunity to smoothly transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. Now that the star power had undergone a qualitative change, he felt an opportunity. His body didn't move. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Soon, the mother stream surged. Qin Yuanbai walked out of the mother stream, and a long river of laws spread out under his feet like a painting. It was a huge movement. It also attracted the attention of other cultivators in the Qianyuan sacred ground. The sacred lord is going to break through to the true immortal realm. It seems that another true immortal is going to be born in the Qianyuan sacred ground. I wonder if the sacred lord intends to reach the Tao with the rules or walk the physical sanctification system. Is there even a need to ask? The divine lord must have walked the path of physical sanctification, otherwise he would have broken through long ago. Many cultivators were discussing. In their opinion, Qin Yuanbai had long had the qualifications to break through to the true immortal realm, but he had always been suppressing his realm. If he were to make a breakthrough now, he would definitely walk the path of the physical sanctification system. As long as he succeeded in breaking through, the Qianyuan sacred ground would have a second true immortal. As for the first true immortal, needless to say, everyone knew that he was referring to Qin Shujian. Although Qin Shujian had become the emperor of heaven, in a sense, he had left the Qianyuan sacred ground. But for the people of the Qianyuan sacred ground, no matter what, Qin Shujian was the founder of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Even if he was already the emperor of heaven, he was still a member of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Despite such a statement, Qianyuan sacred ground seemed to be trying to flatter themselves. However, the others had no way to refute him. When Qin Yuanbai broke through, he saw the mother stream of precepts tremble again. After that, there were other experts who stepped on the long river of precepts and walked out. Obviously. This time, the transformation of the power of the stars had allowed some powerhouses who had been in seclusion to begin the process of self-breakthrough. Yuan sect. Several elders gathered together. If Qin Yuanbai succeeds in breaking through, the position of the sacred lord should be as stable as Mount Tai. Su Yuanming looked at the person who had opened up the precepts battlefield with a sneer on his face. Zheng Fang's expression was calm. The position of the sacred lord is stable, but it doesn't mean anything. Now, the number of powerhouses born in the Nine Palace sect is limited. In my opinion, there is no successor. Of course, he was exaggerating when he said that there was no successor. But compared to the other sects, the Nine Palace sect was nothing. Especially with the support of Qin Yuanbai, the number of powerhouses the Nine Palace sect had was a certain gap compared to the other sections. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Qin Yuanbai, the status of the Nine Palace sect in the Qianyuan sacred ground would have plummeted. After speaking, Zheng Fang turned his head to look at Niao Feng and the others, and said with a faint smile, "Speaking of which, you should be breaking through to the true immortal realm soon. It's not that easy to break through." Niao Feng shook his head and sighed. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture is indeed extraordinary, but the subsequent breakthroughs are also extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that the power of the stars has become stronger, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the current realm even if I were given a few more decades. From the looks of it, it will take at least 1 or 2 years for me to break through. In the past, breaking through to the true immortal realm in 1 or 2 years was undoubtedly extremely fast. Even if this time was multiplied by dozens or hundreds of times, it would still be enough to make people ecstatic. But one thing was clear. Today was different from the past. The current world was no longer the world of the past. Powerful figures could barely be regarded as high-end combat power. Only true immortals were qualified to suppress a sect or a region. No matter how strong a celestial being was. They were only celestials. In the face of a true immortal, celestials were like ants. It was extremely difficult for a celestial being to defeat an immortal. Especially now that the powerhouses who had become immortals had begun to walk the physical sanctification system, their strength was even more terrifying after becoming immortals. The difficulty of a celestial being to defeat an immortal had also increased correspondingly. Looking at the 4 major continents. Currently, there wasn't a single powerhouse who could defeat an immortal. Niao Feng sighed, then suddenly smiled and said, "The ones who are really close to breaking through to the true immortal realm should be in the heavenly court." "That's true." Zheng Fang nodded. He knew who Niao Feng was talking about. The strongest people in the Origin sect weren't the few elders, but Test Jianfeng and Niangbo, who were in the heavenly court. The former naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Even in the past, his strength was one of the best in the Origin sect. Although the latter hadn't cultivated for long, as Qin Shujian's disciple, even the slightest benefit was enough for him to benefit endlessly. Not to mention, Ningbo still had a deity position, and others couldn't compare to him. At the mention of Test Jianfeng and Ningbo, Su Yuanming face-bombed. I don't know where Elder Ergu went. There hasn't been any news from him for so long. If he's still around, he should be one of the heavenly generals. He was the most helpless when it came to Zhang Ergu. Qin Shujian had taken a fancy to him for no reason and then nurtured him vigorously. However, the facts also proved that Zhang Ergu was indeed very talented. However, although he was talented, he didn't have any discipline. Just like now. He had been missing for so many years, and there was no news at all. If it weren't for the fact that the soul lamp he left in the sect hadn't been extinguished, Su Yuanming would have thought that he had died in some corner. I heard that someone saw him in the Sea of Death, but there's no way to confirm it. There's a ferocious beast riot in the Sea of Death now. The possibility of Elder Ergu being there isn't high. Su Yuanming shook his head slightly. At this moment, Qin Yuanbai's breakthrough had reached a critical moment. After taking out the investiture of the gods, Qin Shujian released all the sealed star cores in the investiture of the gods. 373 star cores are enough to refine Zhou Tian's star map. As long as he had 365 star cores, he could refine Zhou Tian's star map. This was the most basic requirement. Now that he had 373 star cores, refining Zhou Tian's star map was naturally not a problem. First, he took out all the stars. Qin Shujian broke the seals on them. Suddenly, more than 300 star cores emitted a dense light. Then, he took out all the sealed star beast corpses in the investiture of the gods. There were a total of 13 star beast corpses that were 1 million feet long. Each star beast corpse emitted an aura that could crush the sky. Such an aura alone was enough to crush cultivators below the true immortal realm into powder. However, such a powerful pressure was useless in front of Qin Shujian. It was as easy as pie. Qin Shujian dug out the star cores in all the star beasts' bodies. Then, he made a gesture with both hands. Surging vital essence swept out in all directions with him as the center. The power of the void within 1,000,000 miles was all drawn over by the gesture. In the end, a wisp of fire was born from nothing and swallowed all the star beast corpses. To refine Zhou Tian's star map. Although it used 365 star cores as the foundation. In addition to the star cores, other materials were also needed to assist. Without a doubt, the star beast corpses were the best materials. After all, star beasts existed in the void and fed on stars. Their corpses had been tempered to a terrifying level. Such corpses. They were comparable to many powerful supreme treasures, and even surpassed them to a certain extent. Therefore, using the corpses of these star beasts as the foundation was much more useful than Qin Shujian spending a lot of effort to find other materials. No matter how strong the other materials were, there was a limit to how strong they were. The weakest star beast corpses in front of him were at least 3 middle true immortals, and there were even 3 upper true immortals. Such a foundation. It could already be said to be shocking. All the energy within 1,000,000 miles of the void was pulled over by Qin Shujian. This time, he didn't use the Vermilion Bird Emperor's innate divine fire because there was no need for it. Unlike the refining of the Heavenly Mirror and the Tiandi Bell, the level of Zhou Tian's star map was simply incomparable. This was because it was a supreme treasure that could deal with a Dao fruit at its peak. Unless the Vermilion Bird Emperor's godly fire could reach the level of a 9th-level immortal, he wouldn't be qualified to participate in the creation of this treasure. Therefore, Qin Shujian was very straightforward. He did not use the innate godly fire to refine it. Instead, he used the methods of the Third Era to head to the outer realm and absorb the energy of the endless void to refine it. Although the innate godly fire was indeed the strongest fire, it had yet to reach the pinnacle, so it wasn't really that strong. There was the power of the endless void as a guide. He was confident that he could refine Zhou Tian's star map. At this moment, the dark fire had already swallowed all the star beasts. Qin Shujian looked calm and kept changing hand seals. His immortal will was also tightly locked, not daring to relax for even a moment. The outer realm was vast and boundless. The change in 1,000,000 miles of area didn't affect many places. In addition, Xianxia had set up an array as a cover, which even blocked the fluctuation. Therefore, no matter how big the commotion was, it didn't attract the attention of others. In fact, there were demons and cultivators of the 10,000 races that passed by this place by chance, but they didn't notice that there was a supreme expert refining a supreme treasure here at all. In the depths of the outer realm, Emo Shalua turned into a black shadow and crawled, still recovering from his injuries. The flesh and blood of the creatures that he had plundered in the last battle had almost been used up. The flesh and blood of those creatures were piled up in the void like a pool of blood. Then, an endless black shadow covered it like a terrifying beast was swallowing it. All of a sudden, a powerful god-destroying gale blew through the void. The black shadow shook and completely swallowed the remaining flesh and blood of the creatures. After a long time, the black shadow dissipated and turned back into a human body. The flesh and blood of the creatures of the vast 1,000 domains is really powerful. It actually healed my injuries completely. There was a hint of scarlet in Emo Shalua's dark eyes. The previous battle with Qin Shujian had caused him serious injuries. Now, after swallowing the flesh and blood of many creatures, all the injuries on his body had been completely healed. Not only that, Emo Shalua also felt that his cultivation had improved a little. If I can break into the vast 1,000 domains and plunder the origin of heaven and earth there, I can definitely break through to the sacred demon realm. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Emo Shalua's gloomy voice sounded in the void. From the extent of swallowing the flesh and blood of the creatures, he could understand how powerful the origin of the vast 1,000 domains was. In fact, any creature of the vast 1,000 domains had the origin of heaven and earth in them. Because they were born in heaven and earth, they naturally had the origin of heaven and earth. But the difference was, the origin of heaven and earth in the creatures was too weak. Compared to the true origin of heaven and earth, it was simply incomparable. However, even such a weak origin of heaven and earth could heal the injuries of a top demon emperor and make a certain improvement in his realm. Based on this alone, Emo Shalua could understand how powerful the origin of heaven and earth of the vast 1,000 domains was. If it were in the past, he would have driven the army of the Emo Shalua clan to attack the vast 1,000 domains. But now he could not. The strength of the heavenly court was too strong. Emo Shalua had to admit that there was a certain gap between the strength of the void demons and the heavenly court. If they were to launch a large-scale attack, the three major clans of the void demons would most likely suffer heavy losses. And Emo Shalua thought of Qin Shujian, as well as Chu Quantu and Niu Dali who attacked at the critical moment, and there was deep fear in his eyes. The strength of the Emperor of Heaven naturally did not need to be mentioned. But the strength of the two people who attacked at the last moment was also extraordinary. More importantly, the fact that the other party could successfully launch a sneak attack was extraordinary in itself. Especially that shocking blade, Emo Shalua still had a kind of illusion of fear. That blade. If it had slashed his body, then his injuries would not have healed so easily. Even someone as strong as Bok Duo was seriously injured by that blade. Emo Shalua was confident in his strength, but he also understood that there was a gap between him and Bok Duo. Bok Duo was still fine. If it had been him, he was afraid that his end would be even more miserable. I originally thought that after the ancient times were destroyed, the strength of the vast 1,000 domains would decline to the extreme. I never thought that they would still be able to turn things around at the critical moment. Emo Shalua thought of something, and his eyes became even colder. After taking out the investiture of the gods, Qin Shujian released all the sealed star cores in the investiture of the gods. 373 star cores are enough to refine Zhou Tian's star map. As long as he had 365 star cores, he could refine Zhou Tian's star map. This was the most basic requirement. Now that he had 373 star cores, refining Zhou Tian's star map was naturally not a problem. First, he took out all the stars. Qin Shujian broke the seals on them. Suddenly, more than 300 star cores emitted a dense light. Then, he took out all the sealed star beast corpses in the investiture of the gods. There were a total of 13 star beast corpses that were 1 million feet long. Each star beast corpse emitted an aura that could crush the sky. Such an aura alone was enough to crush cultivators below the true immortal realm into powder. However, such a powerful pressure was useless in front of Qin Shujian. It was as easy as pie. Qin Shujian dug out the star cores in all the star beasts' bodies. Then he made a gesture with both hands. Surging vital essence swept out in all directions with him as the center. The power of the void within 1,000,000 miles was all drawn over by the gesture. In the end, a wisp of fire was born from nothing and swallowed all the star beast corpses. To refine Zhou Tian's star map. Although it used 365 star cores as the foundation. In addition to the star cores, other materials were also needed to assist. Without a doubt, the star beast corpses were the best materials. After all, star beasts existed in the void and fed on stars. Their corpses had been tempered to a terrifying level. Such corpses. They were comparable to many powerful supreme treasures, and even surpassed them to a certain extent. Therefore, using the corpses of these star beasts as the foundation was much more useful than Qin Shujian spending a lot of effort to find other materials. No matter how strong the other materials were, there was a limit to how strong they were. The weakest star beast corpses in front of him were at least 3 middle true immortals, and there were even 3 upper true immortals. Such a foundation. It could already be said to be shocking. All the energy within 1,000,000 miles of the void was pulled over by Qin Shujian. This time, he didn't use the Vermilion Bird Emperor's innate divine fire because there was no need for it. Unlike the refining of the Heavenly Mirror and the Tiandi Bell, the level of Zhou Tian's star map was simply incomparable. This was because it was a supreme treasure that could deal with Dao fruits at its peak. Unless the Vermilion Bird Emperor's godly fire could reach the level of a 9th level immortal, he wouldn't be qualified to participate in the creation of this treasure. Therefore, Qin Shujian was very straightforward. He did not use the innate godly fire to refine it. Instead, he used the methods of the Third Era to head to the outer realm and absorb the energy of the endless void to refine it. Although the innate godly fire was indeed the strongest fire, it had yet to reach the pinnacle, so it wasn't really that strong. It was guided by the endless power of the void. He was confident that he could refine Zhou Tian's star map. At this moment, the dark fire had already swallowed all the star beasts. Qin Shujian looked calm and kept changing hand seals. His immortal will was also tightly locked, not daring to relax for even a moment. The outer realm was vast and boundless. The change in 1,000,000 miles of area didn't affect many places. In addition, Qin Shujian had set up an array as a cover, which even blocked the fluctuation. Therefore, no matter how big the commotion was, it didn't attract the attention of others. In fact, there were demons and cultivators of the 10,000 races that passed by this place by chance, but they didn't notice that there was a supreme expert refining a supreme treasure here at all. In the depths of the outer realm, Emo Shalua turned into a black shadow and crawled, still recovering from his injuries. The flesh and blood of the creatures that he had plundered in the last battle had almost been used up. The flesh and blood of those creatures were piled up in the void like a pool of blood. Then, an endless black shadow covered it as if a terrifying giant beast was swallowing it. All of a sudden, a powerful god-destroying gale blew across the void. The black shadow shook and completely swallowed the remaining flesh and blood of the creatures. After a long time, the black shadow dissipated and turned back into a human body. The flesh and blood of the creatures of the vast 1,000 domains is really powerful. It actually healed my injuries completely. There was a hint of scarlet in Emo Shalua's dark eyes. The previous battle with Qin Shujian had caused him serious injuries. Now, after swallowing the flesh and blood of many creatures, all the injuries on his body had been completely healed. Not only that, Emo Shalua also felt that his cultivation had improved a little. If I can attack the vast 1,000 domains and plunder the origin of heaven and earth there, I can definitely break through to the sacred demon realm. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Emo Shalua's gloomy voice sounded in the void. From the extent of swallowing the flesh and blood of the creatures, he could understand how powerful the origin of the vast 1,000 domains was. In fact, any creature of the vast 1,000 domains had the origin of heaven and earth in them. Because the creatures were born in heaven and earth, they naturally had the origin of heaven and earth. But the difference was, the origin of heaven and earth in the creatures was too weak. Compared to the true origin of heaven and earth, there was no comparison at all. However, even such a weak origin of heaven and earth could heal the injuries of a top demon emperor and make a certain improvement in his realm. With this alone, Emo Shalua could understand how powerful the origin of heaven and earth of the vast thousand domains was. If it were in the past, he would have already mobilized the army of the Emo Shalua clan to attack the vast thousand domains. But now he could not. The strength of the heavenly court was too strong. Emo Shalua had to admit that there was a certain gap between the strength of the void demons and the heavenly court. If they were to launch a large-scale attack, the three major clans of the void demons would most likely suffer heavy losses. Moreover, Emo Shalua thought of Qin Shujian, as well as Chu Quantu and Niu Dali who attacked at the critical moment, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. The strength of the Emperor of Heaven naturally did not need to be mentioned. But the strength of the two who launched the sneak attack at the end was also extraordinary. More importantly, the fact that the other party could successfully launch a sneak attack was extraordinary in itself. Especially that shocking blade, Emo Shalua still had a kind of illusion of fear. That blade. If it had slashed his body, then his injuries would not have healed so easily. Even someone as strong as Bok Duo was seriously injured by that blade. Emo Shalua was confident in his strength, but he also understood that there was a gap between him and Bok Duo. Bok Duo was still fine. If it had been him, he was afraid that his end would have been even more miserable. I originally thought that after the ancient times were destroyed, the strength of the vast thousand domains would decline to the extreme. I never thought that they would still be able to turn things around at the critical moment. Emo Shalua thought of something, and his eyes became even colder. While he was swimming in the river of time, Emo Shalua had peeped into the past of the vast thousand domains. However, the past they saw was completely different from the actual great thousand realms. He did not expect the vast thousand domains, which did not have any true immortals, would suddenly become so powerful. He could not figure it out. He could not figure it out at all. Until now, Emo Shalua was still in a state of confusion. However, he could vaguely guess. The changes of the vast thousand domains were definitely related to the Emperor of Heaven. Emo Shalua thought of Qin Shujian, and the killing intent in his heart surged. As his killing intent rose, the surrounding void also became austere. Right now, there is no hope to compete for the origin of the vast thousand domains. I can only wait for the arrival of the demon abyss and then find an opportunity. Emo Shalua had no intention of attacking the vast thousand domains. At least, there was no intention of attacking now. There was no other way. The strength of the vast thousand domains was too strong, and the three clans had no chance of winning at all. If the Boyle clan had not been destroyed, then it would have been fine. Thinking of the Boyle clan that died for no reason, Emo Shalua's eyes flickered, but he did not feel much. Death was death. It could only be said that the other party was unlucky. The vast thousand domains did not open earlier or later, but only after the Boyle clan was destroyed. If the barrier of heaven and earth had been opened earlier, then the blood sacrifice would not have been necessary. Soon, the matter of the Boyle clan was thrown to the back of Emo Shalua's mind. Now, he was already planning to change his way of thinking. Since the vast thousand domains and the demon abyss were both very strong, then he would let both sides suffer. When that time came, Emo Shalua suddenly attacked. The possibility of success was very high. As long as he obtained the origin of the vast thousand domains, he was confident that he could break through to the sacred demon realm. Once he succeeded, who in the outer void would be his opponent? At that time, that was the true eternity. Suddenly, Emo Shalua looked in one direction. He saw that somewhere in the outer void, there was a black and red pool. Countless vengeful spirits were wailing in the pool, as if there were gods and demons roaring. An extremely evil aura was brewing there, as if it would break through the shackles of the pool at any time. At this moment, there were countless bubbles in the pool, as if something was breathing. Not long after, the black-red pond water instantly became agitated. A huge whirlpool rose up from there, causing a huge tremor. When the whirlpool appeared, a boundless black shadow rose from the bottom of the pool and quickly covered the entire pool. The shadow expanded and spread. When it reached its limit, it suddenly shrank back and revealed its human form. Boom, the moment his body condensed, an earth-shattering aura rose from his body and spread out in all directions, shaking the void and cracking it. Is this the realm of the Demon Emperor? Ivley was intoxicated. He felt the surging power in his body. He had the illusion that billions of void spaces were under his control. The Demon Emperor, this was the power of a devil emperor. Even though he used to be a top demon king, he didn't really understand how big the gap between them was until he broke through to the Demon Emperor realm. As a demon emperor, Ivley had a premonition that if he wanted to kill his former self, it would not take him much effort at all. Such a transformation. It could be said to be terrifying. Waking up from his surging power, Ivley lowered his head to look at the devil's pool below. His eyes were burning. Without entering the devil's pool, one would never be able to understand how powerful it was. He had stayed at the top demon king realm for so many years, but after entering the devil's pool, he only used a short time to break through. The surging energy contained within was truly astonishing to the extreme. If he could stay in the devil's pool, Ivley was confident that he could reach the top demon emperor realm within 100 years. However, he knew he could only think about it. The devil's pool's power came from the void. After he absorbed and broke through, he had consumed some. If he continued to absorb, he could indeed break through. However, the devil's pool's power would be exhausted. The demon emperor would definitely not agree to this. All of a sudden, Ivley's heart was alarmed. When he tilted his head to look in one direction, he happened to meet a pair of dark eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to come from the deepest part of the darkness. Just a simple look was enough to make Ivley tremble. The joy of breaking through disappeared. Ivley greets the Demon Emperor. Ivley didn't hesitate and immediately bowed. After he broke through to the Demon Emperor realm, there was no one else who could give him such pressure except for the Demon Emperor. Xianxia said indifferently, "Since you've broken through, then leave the devil's pool. There are things in the clan that the Demon Emperor needs to deal with. It's better to return early." "Yes, sir." Ivley didn't dare to refuse. By the time he raised his head, he realized that the two beams of light had disappeared without him noticing. At this moment, Ivley finally dared to stand up. His nervous heart slowly calmed down. Demon Emperor, thinking of that pair of eyes that terrified him, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He thought that after breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm, he could truly control his own life. But now, Ivley was silent. The Demon Emperor was strong, but it was only relatively speaking. Compared to the Demon Emperor, there was no comparison. To be honest, before this, Ivley had never met the Demon Emperor. First, it was because the Demon Emperor was always sleeping. Second, his level wasn't high enough. A small demon king didn't have the qualifications to talk to the Demon Emperor. Until now, Ivley was the one who truly came into contact with the existence of the Demon Emperor. He also understood how big the gap between their strength was. The joy of breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm and the illusion of being invincible had disappeared without a trace after talking with Xianxia. After taking a deep look at the devil's pool, he flew away. Xianxia had spoken. Although Ivley coveted the devil's pool, he didn't dare to enter it without permission. Now, the first thing he had to do was to return to the Xianxia clan. Other things, they could all be put aside for later. The devil's pool wasn't too far away from the Xianxia clan's territory. Ivley only used half a day to return to the Xianxia clan's territory. When he entered the continent, that familiar aura caused some different emotions to surge up in him. He didn't stop at all. A leaf flew into the air and directly entered the main hall. At this moment, there was only one Demon Emperor, Longfellow, in the main hall. As Ivley entered, Longfellow also opened his eyes and saw the visitor before him, who was shrouded in darkness. "Ivley?" Longfellow's expression was a little uncertain. After breaking through to become a Demon Emperor, his temperament and other aspects had changed greatly. At that moment, he couldn't recognize him. Seeing Longfellow speak, Ivley smiled faintly. "Demon Emperor Longfellow, long time no see." He was different from when he faced the Demon Emperors in the past. Now, he had enough confidence to face Longfellow directly. Both of them were Demon Emperors. Even if the other party was older and more powerful, that was all there was to it. Ively felt that even if he was slightly weaker than Ively, it wouldn't be too much. Under such circumstances, he had enough confidence. Hearing this, Longfellow finally confirmed Ively's identity. So, you've successfully broken through. That's good. Now, my Moxiaro clan has another demon emperor. May I know where Yervis is? Ively looked around the hall, his tone filled with curiosity. He's in seclusion. Longfellow frowned imperceptibly, but he still answered. Ively nodded slightly. Then, he walked straight to the center of the hall and sat down. Longfellow frowned again. That's Yervis's seat. Your seat should be there. Then, he pointed to the seat opposite him. That was Troy's seat. But now, Troy had fallen. Naturally, Ively, who had broken through to become a demon emperor, should be in charge. To this, Ively didn't care. We're all demon emperors. Why is there a need to differentiate so clearly? These seats have never been fixed. Who can sit and who can't? Of course. Longfellow didn't say anything. An indifferent voice came from all directions. The two demon emperors turned their heads instinctively, looking outside the hall. At this moment, someone was walking over slowly. It looked like a normal scene, but in the eyes of the two demon emperors, it felt like the other party was walking in the darkness, swallowing their vision. Such a change greatly shocked the two demon emperors. Especially Longfellow. He seemed to have thought of something. Then, he revealed a look of disbelief. You've broken through. The breakthrough that Longfellow mentioned was naturally not a simple one. Moreover, what kind of breakthrough could make a top demon emperor reveal such an expression? Any smart person could guess it. Ively, who had just sat down, stiffened his face. He looked at Yervis, who was walking in front of him, and a huge sense of terror welled up in his heart. That feeling. Ively almost thought that he was still the demon king in the past, and Yervis was still the high and mighty demon king. No, impossible, Ively roared madly in his heart. He didn't believe that Yervis's strength would be so terrifying. They were both demon emperors, so why was the other party so powerful? Ively was in disbelief. In his heart, he was roaring and howling, but at the same time, he was terrified. Yervis looked at him quietly, as if the place where he stood was the center of the darkness that could drown everything. On the other side, Longfellow stood up from his seat and looked at the side of Yervis's face. The shock in his heart made him speechless. At this moment, boundless darkness rose from Yervis's body and spread towards Ively. He watched the darkness corrode. Ively just sat in his seat without moving. He looked like he wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. But if one looked at him seriously, one could see how intense the fear in this new demon king's heart was. When the darkness spread, Ively felt that his divine soul was frozen. Not to mention resisting, he didn't even have the right to stand up. At this moment, he understood. Yervis was definitely not as simple as a demon king. Combined with what Longfellow had said earlier, he came to a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. You are a demon emperor. Ively used all his strength and spat out a few words with difficulty. His eyes were filled with fear. Demon emperor, he had already broken through to the demon emperor realm. For countless years, there were only 4 demon emperors in the void demons. After Boyle died, there were only 3 demon emperors left. But now, Yervis had broken through. This was something that Ively didn't expect. Yervis's expression was still indifferent. He looked at Ively as if he was looking at a dead person. Anyone can sit on this seat. But whether or not you can sit on it steadily depends on your own strength. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. If you don't have enough strength, don't try to touch things that you shouldn't touch. Otherwise, you might get yourself killed. While speaking, the darkness was about to swallow Ively. The boundless darkness was like vines that climbed onto the throne. Half of Ively's body was covered by the vines. Only his head was left. According to this trend, Ively would be completely swallowed in no time. Longfellow saw this and opened his mouth. But in the end, he didn't say anything. He understood Yelvis's character. Eveli's actions just now were a little too arrogant. Now that he had broken through to the Demon Emperor realm and wanted to kill him, Longfellow had nothing to say. Of course. The main reason was because Yelvis had broken through to the Demon Emperor realm. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was just a demon king. No matter how strong a demon king was, there was still a huge gap between him and the Demon Emperor. If he angered Yelvis, even with their previous friendship, Longfellow felt that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Suddenly, the dark vines shattered inch by inch. Eveli, who was about to be swallowed, was like a drowning person who was saved. He sat on the throne and panted heavily. There was fear in his eyes and also the illusion that he had just survived a disaster. When Eveli was saved, darkness fell. It was unknown when Amos Shalua had already appeared in the hall. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the scene in the hall quietly. Seeing this, Eveli hurriedly stood up from the throne and bowed to Amos Shalua together with Longfellow. Demon Emperor. Yelvis slowly turned around and saw Amos Shalua standing there with a faint smile on his face. Demon Emperor. It was a simple greeting, but he didn't bow like he did before. Amos Shalua's face was calm. He wasn't angry because of this. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the Demon Emperor realm. It's something worth celebrating. Demon Emperor, you flatter me. Yelvis smiled faintly. I just broke through. If I want to compare with Demon Emperor, I'm still far behind. If it was in the past, you wouldn't have the guts to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Compared with the past, you've made great progress. Amos Shalua said indifferently. After he finished speaking, his expression suddenly became cold and stern. But what surprised me was that you dared to kill the Demon Emperor in the clan without permission. Could it be that after breaking through to the Demon Emperor, you don't put me in your eyes? After saying that, the scene had become dignified. Longfellow's face suddenly changed. Amos Shalua was obviously angry. If the two Demon Emperors really fought, it would be a catastrophe for the clan. Not to mention the other clansmen. Even he himself was not sure if he could protect himself under the aftermath of such a strong battle. Just when Longfellow's mind was trembling, Yelvis's face did not change at all. Demon Emperor, you're too serious. I'm just teaching him a lesson. No matter what, I'm the emperor of the Amos Shalua clan. Eveli is just a new Demon Emperor. What qualifications does he have to snatch my position? This lesson is just to let him understand himself. Even if the Demon Emperor doesn't take action, I won't take his life. While talking, Yelvis paused and then said, if the Demon Emperor is dissatisfied with this matter and wants to take action for him, I have nothing to say. But I've done my best for the clan. What qualifications does a new Demon Emperor have to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Dark aura filled the air. His eyes were full of disdain for Eveli. Amos Shalua did not reply, just looked at Yelvis indifferently. After a long time, he waved his hand, and Eveli was suddenly struck by lightning. His body exploded in the air and flew out directly. You're right. Being disrespectful to the Demon Emperor should be punished. The Demon Emperor is really reasonable. Yelvis also smiled. Amos Shalua slowly retracted his hand, looked at him and said, you've broken through to the Demon Emperor. It's not suitable for you to be the Demon Emperor. If you don't leave the Amos Shalua clan, you can rule the clan with me. But if you want to leave the Amos Shalua clan and establish your own clan, I will not stop you. The Demon Emperor has given me a new life. I'm not an ungrateful person. Naturally, I'm willing to stay in the clan. That's good. There was finally a smile on Amos Shalua's face. This is not the place to talk. Come with me. All right. The bodies of the two Demon Emperors suddenly disappeared as if they had never appeared. On the other side, Eve struggled to stand up from the ground. The wave of Amos Shalua's hand just now had almost destroyed his divine soul. It hadn't been long since he made the breakthrough, and his cultivation base had also become unstable. Fortunately, Amos Shalua was also merciful. He didn't really kill Ively. Otherwise, Ively would have died on the spot. Longfellow glanced at him indifferently and shook his head inwardly before returning to his throne. It was good to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, this new demon emperor would really think that he was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with a veteran demon emperor like him. Only by revealing the disparity between them would they be able to understand. It was just a new beginning for him to break through to demon emperor. Yerwei's breakthrough did not cause any big commotion. Except for the few demon emperors of the Mo's Halo clan, no one else knew about Yelvis's breakthrough. They didn't know. It turned out that the Mo's Halo clan had one less demon emperor and one more demon emperor. Somewhere in the void, Xianxia was still refining the corpse of the star beast. He absorbed the energy of the void and transformed it into flames, which were much more violent than the divine fire that the Vermilion Bird Emperor used. Even a corpse that was as strong as an upper 3 grades was gradually melting under the burning of the raging flames. The corpse of the star beast melted. It turned into a crystal-clear liquid like a river. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was something like starlight embellished in the crystal-clear liquid, which looked very gorgeous. After all the corpses of the star beasts had melted, Xianxia suddenly withdrew all the flames. His hands formed different seals, and his vital energy wrapped around the liquid. Mysterious runes were born from the void and merged into the liquid. The level of mystery of those runes was far beyond the level of the Great Thousand World. If a Grandmaster Blacksmith was here to observe, he would be shocked to find that he couldn't understand a single rune. Refining, then the merging of the runes, these were just the beginning steps. But even these steps consumed a large amount of Xianxia's vital energy. If it were any other ninth heaven immortal, their vital energy would have been exhausted when refining the corpse of the star beast. But for Xianxia, who had an inner world, such consumption was still within the range of what he could bear. Time passed. It was difficult to detect the changes in time in the outer realm. After the runes merged, the liquid was compressed to the extreme step by step. The entire process. It looked very simple. However, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to compress such a vast amount of liquid into an extremely small size. Then, Xianxia placed the star core into it again. Suddenly, Xianxia's star map, which had already taken shape, began to surge violently. Waves of surging power erupted from inside, accompanied by shocking beast roars. All of a sudden, a phantom of a star beast walked out of it and roared furiously. Then, it rushed towards Xianxia to kill him. It was just a simple attack, but it shattered the void. In the face of such power, Xianxia's expression was calm, and he was not moved at all. But just as the attack was about to arrive, he threw out a punch. Boom, the terrifying power crushed, and the star beast phantom was instantly shattered. Evil beast, you were not my match when you were alive, and you dare to be so arrogant after death. Xianxia had a disdainful smile on his face. With his strength, even when the star beast was alive, he could directly suppress it. The phantom that was born now only contained a little bit of the power of the star beast in its heyday, and it could barely step into the true immortal level. In the face of such an attack, in Xianxia's eyes, it was no different from a joke. When the first star beast was suppressed and destroyed, soon, the second and third star beasts walked out of Xianxia's star map. Those star beasts roared angrily, bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and attacked Xianxia. There were no accidents. All the star beast phantoms that walked out were all suppressed by Xianxia with one hand. There was no wind or waves during the whole process. But when the aftermath of the power spread out, it would cause the embryonic form of Xianxia's star map to fluctuate, and the runes inside were reflected. It's about to reach the critical moment. After suppressing all the star beast phantoms, Xianxia's eyes burst with light. It was unknown when it started. In the void, there was already an oppressive aura pervading. P.S. The public account "The White Foal Dies Quickly" will be updated later. Was there a lightning tribulation in the void? This question. If it was to the cultivators of the 10,000 races, their answer would definitely be the same, no. Because no one had ever encountered a lightning tribulation in the void outside the realm. Even experts at the limit of the heaven-being realm had no way to become an immortal in the void outside the realm. They could only return to the Great Thousand World to undergo the tribulation. Over time, almost everyone acknowledged that there was no lightning tribulation in the void outside the realm. However, this publicly acknowledged fact was now directly broken. Lightning tribulation. In the battlefield outside the realm, Duan Sun looked at the overwhelming darkness above his head and the occasional flashing lightning. He could not help but be stunned. Lightning tribulation. There was a lightning tribulation in the battlefield outside the realm. He almost thought that it was a fiend from the void that had invaded. However, the Tiandi bell that suppressed the battlefield outside the realm had not moved until now. It was obvious that it had nothing to do with the void demon, because the Tiandi bell had existed for so long. As long as a powerful void demon approached, it would send out a warning. Duan Sun still had a lot of faith in the use of this supreme treasure. Therefore, since the current phenomenon was not related to the void demon, it should be a lightning tribulation without a doubt. At this moment, not only was Duan Sun shocked, the other cultivators of the 10,000 races were also shocked. They looked up at the black tribulation clouds in the sky. The shock in their hearts could be imagined. Without any hesitation, Duan Sun immediately sent the news back. He was a subject of the Great Zhao. Therefore, the news was not sent to the heavenly court, but to the Great Zhao. After sending the news back, Duan Sun crushed another jade talisman. Immediately, all the garrison forces in the city he was in entered a state of martial law. One by one, powerful cultivators walked out of seclusion and came to Duan Sun's side. "General, what happened?" a heaven being expert asked. Duan Sun shook his head. "I don't know what happened for the time being." A lightning tribulation suddenly appeared in the void outside the realm, and the tribulation clouds are vast, covering the entire battlefield outside the realm. In order to avoid accidents, martial law was immediately imposed. Then inform everyone not to leave the city without permission or act rashly. "We will wait and see." "Understood." Those experts nodded. They were from the Great Zhao. This city was also a city of the Great Zhao, and Duan Sun was the city lord. It could be said that, unless the Zhao Emperor himself came. Otherwise, Duan Sun's status would be the highest in this city. While the Great Zhao Empire was under martial law, the cities of the Qianyuan sacred ground were also under martial law. Qin Yuanbai, who had just broken through to the true immortal realm, left the Qianyuan sacred ground and entered the extraterritorial battlefield. "Holy Master." "Greetings, Holy Lord." The strong cultivators of the Qianyuan sacred ground all bowed to greet him. Qin Yuanbai waved his hand and looked at the scene in the sky with his hands behind his back, his expression extremely solemn. "What the hell happened?" "I'm not sure." Suddenly, tribulation clouds covered the Outerium battlefield. "I suspect that an expert might be undergoing tribulation to become an immortal. Or perhaps, some supreme treasure has appeared." Fang Xinglan shook his head. "It's impossible for someone to ascend to immortal ascension. The power of the immortal ascension tribulation shouldn't be this strong. If it's the birth of a supreme treasure, then it's possible." Qin Yuanbai asked in a deep voice, "Have you sent anyone to find out the reason?" Hearing this, Fang Xinglan said, "We've already sent people, but there's no news for now. We'll be prepared." Qin Yuanbai suddenly sighed. He had already broken through to the true immortal realm, but in front of this tribulation cloud, he still felt endless oppression. It was as if as long as the thunder tribulation fell, he would turn into ashes. It could be seen that the existence that triggered the thunder tribulation was definitely not that simple. To be honest, Qin Yuanbai had only felt this level of thunder tribulation in the Rule Thunder tribulation. However, the tribulation cloud in front of him was different from the ordinary Rule Thunder tribulation. He wasn't sure what the origin of this tribulation cloud was. Troubled times. Fang Xinglan also sighed. Now, he was also under a lot of pressure. This pressure. One came from the tribulation cloud above his head, and the other came from Qin Yuanbai beside him. Now that Qin Yuanbai had broken through to the true immortal realm, he was still at the diviner realm. The gap between them had been silently widened. Qin Yuanbai seemed to have noticed something and glanced at him sideways. "It won't take long for you to break through to the true immortal realm, right?" "It's hard to say. Maybe there's still a few years left." Fang Xinglan shook his head, his expression not looking too good. Qin Yuanbai said, "If you can't do the formation Dao, don't force it. How can the third realm be so easy to break through?" Moreover, even if you break through to the third realm, your strength is only equivalent to a mighty figure. If you can rely on your own strength to prove your Tao, it's much better than painstakingly searching for the formation Tao. In his opinion, if Fang Xinglan had not been specializing in the formation Tao, he might have been a true immortal now. The other party's strength was not bad, and his talent was not bad either. It was only because of the formation Tao that he had been distracted. In the face of Qin Yuanbai's persuasion, Fang Xinglan forced a smile on his face. Everyone has different pursuits. The Heavenly Array sect focuses on the formation Tao. The fact that the Emperor of Heaven could break through to such a realm already shows that there's a path ahead of the formation Tao. Fine. Qin Yuanbai stopped persuading. Since Fang Xinglan insisted, he had nothing to say. Just as the other party said, everyone had different pursuits. He pursued the true immortal Tao, while Fang Xinglan pursued the peak of the formation Tao. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Perhaps there would really be a day Fang Xinglan could break his own limits and reach the peak of the formation Tao. The first Grandmaster to reach the third realm can obtain a deity position in the heavenly court. Now, the only one who can compete with you for this deity position is the one from the great Zhao dynasty. If you can reach the third realm before him and obtain the deity position in the heavenly court, it might be of great benefit to your future. Qin Yuanbai thought for a while and added, I naturally understand what the Sacred Lord means. Fang Xinglan smiled. This was also his pursuit. He would first break through the third realm and enter the heavenly court to obtain the deity position. Then, he would see if he could borrow the power of the deity position to directly break through the threshold of Grandmaster and advance to the legendary Saint realm. Currently, the formation Tao of the 10,000 races was declining. Only the human race's formation Tao was passable. But among the human race, there were only a handful of second realm formation Grandmasters. For now. Other than Fang Xinglan himself, only the great Zhao Imperial Astronomer had a second realm formation Grandmaster. Just as the two of them were conversing, the extraterritorial battlefield was already under martial law. The tribulation clouds that covered the entire extraterritorial battlefield suddenly shook. Endless streams of light flickered within like silver snakes. Very soon, a monstrous roar resounding throughout the entire extraterritorial battlefield. It was as if a lightning tribulation was descending somewhere. But in the extraterritorial battlefield, one could only hear the thunder and was unable to see the lightning tribulation descend. The news of a heavenly tribulation appearing in the extraterritorial battlefield was sent back to the Great Thousand World. Many heavenly court powerhouses rushed to the extraterritorial battlefield at the same time. They all wanted to find out what was going on. In a short period of time, a large number of cultivators from the 10,000 races gathered. One by one, the perfected immortals who were cultivating in seclusion walked out and entered the battlefield. A sudden heavenly tribulation. It attracted the attention of all the powerhouses from the 10,000 races. At this moment, the 5 imperial emperors were guarding the extraterritorial battlefield. Imperial Emperor Zhongyuan is knowledgeable. Do you know the origin of the heavenly tribulation? The demon emperor turned his head and looked at Emperor Zhao. As soon as he finished speaking, the other powerhouses also looked at Emperor Zhao. Just as the demon emperor said. Among the imperial emperors present, no one was more knowledgeable than Imperial Emperor Zhongyuan. Although the human race had declined for millions of years, Emperor Zhao obviously had other opportunities. He had obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly court. It had already spread like wildfire. To many powerhouses, it was not a secret that was difficult to find out. Emperor Zhao said, compared to me, the Eastern God of War should know more about this. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Qingfeng, who was silent at the side. Now that there was a sudden change in the extraterritorial battlefield. Not only were the 5 imperial emperors present, but the 4 gods of war were also present. Hearing that, Xiao Qingfeng said calmly, the universe has laws, but in fact, the laws of the universe are invisible and not everyone is qualified to reach them. Below the laws of the universe, there are different laws. Among them, the Great Thousand World and the extraterritorial void have their own laws. The source of these laws is the universe. The birth of the heavenly tribulation comes from the laws. The Great Thousand World has laws, so the heavenly tribulation will be born. The extraterritorial void also has laws, so the heavenly tribulation exists in the extraterritorial void. It's just that the heavenly tribulation in the extraterritorial void is not that easy to trigger, so not many people know about it. After a simple explanation, Xianxia paused and continued, if someone can comprehend the laws of the void and use it to become an immortal, there will naturally be a heavenly tribulation. However, the power of the immortal ascension tribulation can't be so strong. If he was really that powerful, then no matter how talented he was, it would be impossible for him to pass the tribulation successfully. According to my conjecture, a supreme treasure must have appeared, or someone must have refined some kind of supreme treasure to attract the heavenly tribulation. Speaking of which, the Emperor of Heaven still hasn't shown himself. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. When the other gods heard this, realization dawned upon them. They didn't know much about the extraterritorial void, far less than Xianxia, the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haozong. If the source of the heavenly tribulation was due to the refinement of supreme treasures, then he could basically guess the reason. However, the Dog King said in a low voice, what kind of treasure could cause such a commotion? Even the sky mirror and the Tiandi bell did not cause such a commotion. Could it be that the treasure that the Emperor of Heaven refined this time is even more terrifying than the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell? In his eyes, the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell were already top-notch supreme treasures. None of the divine weapons owned by the 10,000 races could compare to the two supreme treasures of the heavenly court. The Dog King found it hard to imagine. If it was a supreme treasure that was more powerful than both of them, what would it be like? Xianxia shook his head. It's hard to say. The Emperor of Heaven's methods are too mysterious. It's not something that you and I can guess. Now that the Emperor of Heaven has entered the extraterritorial void, the heavenly tribulation has covered it not long after. If it's not related to him, no one else would be able to cause such a commotion. Usually, the extraterritorial void was very peaceful. Not long after Qin Shujian entered the extraterritorial void, the heavenly tribulation appeared. Xianxia would never believe that it had nothing to do with the Emperor of Heaven. But just as the Dog King thought, he also found it hard to imagine that the other party could really refine the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell. After all, those two supreme treasures were already comparable to the sixth tribulation Zubing. If it really surpassed those two supreme treasures, wouldn't it be entering the ranks of the seventh tribulation Zubing? Thinking of this, Xianxia was also shocked. At this moment, the sound of explosions could be heard from the sky. The earth-shattering aura made the hearts of everyone in the extraterritorial battlefield heavy. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation clouds that covered the extraterritorial battlefield also made many people curious. Unlike the great wide world, the extraterritorial battlefield seemed to have no end. Now, the heavenly tribulation clouds were floating above their heads, but no one was sure how high they were. After seeing the heavenly tribulation clouds move, some people suddenly had the urge to explore. Zhao Emperor looked at the heavenly tribulation clouds silently for a long time, then turned to look at the scene outside the extraterritorial battlefield. There were endless black shadows surging there. Pass down the order. Let the 10,000 races enter a state of alert. If the heavenly tribulation clouds are really caused by the Emperor of Heaven, then the three major clans of the extraterritorial void will definitely sense it. They may make a move at the critical moment, either to stop the supreme treasure from being born or to launch a surprise attack on the extraterritorial battlefield. The current situation was unclear, but it was a good thing for the three major clans. If the heavenly tribulation was really caused by the supreme treasure refined by Qin Shujian, the spies of the 10,000 races had already been sent out, but there was no news at all. It was impossible for the heavenly court to help him transcend the tribulation. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to put the 10,000 races on alert to prevent the extraterritorial battlefield from taking this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Hearing this, the other immortals did not object, but passed down the order. What Zhao Emperor said was also their inner concern. Although the extraterritorial battlefield was calm now, in fact, the three major clans had long wanted to break through the extraterritorial battlefield and kill their way into the great wide world. The reason why there was no movement was because they had not found the right time. Now that they were really given a chance, the three major clans would not be willing to be left out. All of a sudden, the battlefield entered a state of full alert. When the battlefield was under martial law, the three major clans of the extraterritorial void also received the news immediately. Endless black shadows crept forward. Bach had completely awakened from his deep sleep. Heavenly tribulation. How many years has it been since a heavenly tribulation appeared in the void? Now, a heavenly tribulation has descended again. Bach's dark eyes seemed to pierce through hundreds of millions of miles of the void, trying to find the source of the heavenly tribulation. He immediately looked in the direction of the extraterritorial battlefield. For countless years, the heavenly tribulation had only appeared a few times in the void, and every time it had something to do with the great wide world. This time, the heavenly tribulation had appeared again, and Bach was almost certain that it had something to do with the great wide world. Just as Bahito's gaze shot over, Dong, the Tiandi bell that was suppressing the extraterritorial battlefield, let out a heavy sound at this moment, causing the void to shake and crack, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? The Tiandi bell is ringing. A void demon is attacking. The cultivators of the myriad clans panicked. Usually, the Tiandi bell would ring occasionally, which meant that a void demon had entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Many cultivators of the myriad clans were used to this. But it was different now. The heavenly tribulation covered the extraterritorial battlefield. Everyone was already in a state of panic. With the sudden sound of the Tiandi bell, they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. One could imagine how affected they were. Bahito looked over. The 5 great imperial emperors and the 4 great war gods all sensed it at the same time. They had cultivated to their current level. Any one of them was at least at the 4th level of the immortal realm. Although there was still a long way to go before they reached the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, it was not difficult to sense Bahito's undisguised gaze. Demon Emperor. Emperor Zhao's expression was solemn, but he did not show any fear. As for the other immortals and gods, their expressions were not very good. Some demon emperors suddenly cast their gazes over. One didn't need to think to know what this meant. If they did not notice it for a moment, it might attract the attack of the 3 great clans. On the other side, the moment the Tiandi bell rang, that ray of light was directly shattered by the bell. Bahito slowly retracted his gaze. A strange expression flashed across his dark eyes. What a powerful treasure. It can shatter my gaze with just its instinct. No wonder no clansmen have been able to approach the extraterritorial battlefield for so long. He had some understanding of the Tiandi bell's existence. However, because he had been recuperating from his injuries, he did not pay too much attention to it. Now that he had truly witnessed the power of the Tiandi bell, Bahito finally understood why the other clansmen could not approach the extraterritorial battlefield. It could shatter his gaze. Such strength was at least at the true immortal realm. Moreover, he had only just looked at the extraterritorial battlefield, but he had already attracted the attention of the Tiandi bell. In terms of perception, it had already reached a terrifying level. He wanted to get closer without anyone noticing. Even Bach wasn't 100% confident in this. Such a treasure is indeed shocking, but that's all there is to it. Bach's eyes were cold, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tiandi bell's strength was only relative. In his eyes, if he really wanted to destroy it, it would not be difficult. What really attracted Bahito's attention was still that strange heavenly tribulation. As far as the eye could see, the extraterritorial battlefield was indeed covered by tribulation clouds. However, Bahito did not see any heavenly tribulation descending. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly tribulation did not originate from the battlefield outside. His glance just now. He had already seen through the entire outer region battlefield. If it's not in the extraterritorial battlefield, then it should be somewhere near the extraterritorial battlefield. The tribulation clouds have covered the entire area, so they shouldn't be too far away. He looked out again, but this time, he was not looking at the extraterritorial battlefield. He was looking at the area near the extraterritorial battlefield. However, with just a glance, he was stunned on the spot. Because the place he looked at was also covered by tribulation clouds. After a long time, Bach retracted his gaze. Hiss. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. If the tribulation clouds only covered the extraterritorial battlefield, then it would be fine. No matter how strong the heavenly tribulation was, it was still within a range that could be controlled. But now, the area that he looked at was covered by tribulation clouds. Bach did a rough calculation. Those areas were at least hundreds of millions of miles wide. Such a vast tribulation cloud, but he still couldn't find the place where the heavenly tribulation would descend. That was somewhat shocking. Bach's expression suddenly became serious. The strength of a top-notch demon emperor allowed him to see the endless void, but it did not mean that he could see the entire universe. Immediately, Bach left the place where he was sleeping and headed towards the location of the heavenly tribulation. He wanted to find out the source of the heavenly tribulation. However, after leaving the place where he was sleeping, Bach stopped and changed direction, heading towards the Xianxia clan. He suddenly felt that it wasn't safe for him to go there alone. The current void was no longer the void that was dominated by the void demons in the past. If he really encountered the supreme experts of the heavenly court, Bach didn't have the confidence to escape unscathed. At this time, the best thing to do was to pull the other demon emperors together. In any case, as long as he had enough people, even if the experts of the heavenly court ambushed him, he would be able to retreat safely. On the other side of the endless void, the dark red lightning was like a destructive dragon that constantly bombarded down, as if it was trying to stop something that shouldn't be born. Wherever the lightning passed, everything turned to dust. Those living within a million miles of the heavenly tribulation had been completely annihilated the moment the lightning struck. The target of the lightning. It was an array diagram that seemed to contain an endless river of stars. The array diagram seemed to be only a few feet in size, but if one looked at it carefully, it seemed to be infinitely large. There was a river of stars in the array diagram, and the stars were as bright as fire, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, when the heavenly tribulation descended, the formation map shook a little. Immediately, a solid illusory star beast walked out from it. The astral beast roared at the sky and punched at the lightning with its fists. The two forces collided, instantly destroying the void and turning it into a destructive turbulence. In the next moment, the astral beast collapsed, and the lightning continued to fall on the array diagram. The array diagram trembled violently. The river of stars inside shook violently, and some of the stars dimmed, as if they would collapse at any moment. But soon, a mysterious power emerged and restored the dimmed stars to their original brightness. Not long after, a second bolt of lightning fell. Compared to the previous one, this one was even more terrifying, and its destructive power was vast and mighty. As if sensing the threat of death, astral beasts walked out of the array diagram. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 star beast phantoms that were millions of feet tall appeared in the void and pounced on Lei Ting. Boom, the battle and the tribulation didn't stop for a moment. Xianxia had already retreated a distance, silently watching the scene in front of him with his hands behind his back. Zhou Tian's array diagram was almost complete by now. However, any supreme treasure that was born had to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Because only by going through the tribulation and absorbing the power of laws could it be strengthened. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall. The aura of Zhou Tian's star map became stronger and stronger, and the star beasts that walked out seemed to be endless, constantly fighting against the thunderbolts. Every time a star beast collapsed, the thunderbolts would be weakened. When they completely fell, not only did they not destroy Zhou Tian's star map, but there was also a trace of thunderbolt power in the galaxy inside. Compared to the great wide world, the laws of the outer realm are the most compatible with the laws of the universe. The heavenly tribulation here also has a stronger law power. Being able to transcend the tribulation here is very beneficial to Zhou Tian's star map. Xianxia looked at the falling thunderbolts and Zhou Tian's star map, which was getting stronger and stronger, with a gratified smile on his face. He came to the outer realm to refine Zhou Tian's star map. His main purpose was to come here to transcend the tribulation. Although, in the great wide world, he could let Zhou Tian's star map transcend the tribulation, but there were many differences. First of all, the power of the heavenly tribulation. Refining Zhou Tian's star map was different from refining the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell. This was a supreme treasure that completely surpassed the two, so the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was far from what the previous heavenly tribulations could compare to. If he transcended the tribulation in the great wide world, the power of the heavenly tribulation would definitely break through the astral wind layer. When that time came, even a perfected immortal would be in danger of dying if he was affected. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation had already reached the level of threatening a third-level perfected immortal, and as time passed, it was still gradually increasing. Xianxia had a premonition that if the heavenly tribulation continued for a while, even he would have to temporarily avoid it. At that level, the heavenly tribulation would be the source of destruction anywhere. Of course, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation was, the higher the level of Zhou Tian's star map. Only those with a sufficiently high rank could unleash the full power of the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Except for this, it was because the outer realm was the place closest to the origin of the universe. Compared to the great wide world, it was equivalent to having an additional layer. Therefore, although the heavenly tribulation in the extraterritorial void was powerful, it was also accompanied by ritual power. It was an outstanding treasure to begin with. Once it succeeded in transcending the tribulation in such an environment, it would become even more powerful. However, not all supreme treasures had the ability to transcend tribulations in the outer realm. Even the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell were no exception. In Xianxia's eyes, the foundation of the two was still a little weaker. If they forcefully underwent the tribulation in the void outside the realm, it was very likely that they would attract a powerful heavenly tribulation and be destroyed in the end. However, Zhou Tian's star map did not have such a hidden danger. At this moment, lightning bolts fell one after another. The aftermath of the destruction caused Xianxia to retreat even further. The Godslayer in his sea of consciousness was also trembling. Emperor of Heaven, if Zhou Tian's star map succeeds in transcending the tribulation, what kind of supreme treasure will it be? He looked at the descending lightning tribulation with both fear and curiosity. Zhu Bing had an instinctive fear of heavenly tribulations. This was especially true for some powerful heavenly tribulations. The power caused by Zhou Tian's star map's tribulation gave the Godslayer the illusion that he was transcending the tribulation himself. Even though he had broken through to the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing, he could not help but feel shocked. There was nothing he could do about it. If the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing was strong, then he was strong. But if he was not strong, then he was not that strong either. At the very least, the power of the fifth tribulation was only at the level of a middle three true immortal. It was not the top kind. On the contrary, Zhou Tian's star map's tribulation had steadily entered the upper three true immortals and was almost at the ninth tribulation immortal level. Not to mention the fifth tribulation. Godslayer was almost certain that the power of the sixth tribulation was absolutely not at this level. If he wanted to compare, he would have to transcend at least the seventh tribulation. In other words, once Zhou Tian's star map succeeded in transcending the tribulation, it was very likely that it would be comparable to the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing. In front of the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing, the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing was just a little brother. Xianxia's eyes stopped on Zhou Tian's star map. He did not move at all, but he gave an explanation. It is not easy to refine Zhou Tian's star map. If he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, he will at least be comparable to the top seventh tribulation Zhu Bing, or have a chance to enter the ranks of the eighth tribulation Zhu Bing. But it is too difficult to say that he is a ninth tribulation Zhu Bing. Unless the Weapon Emperor is reborn and personally refines it, it is harder than ascending to heaven to refine a ninth tribulation Zhu Bing. In the end, Xianxia let out a sigh. He had never seen anyone succeed in refining a ninth tribulation Zhu Bing. Even the Weapon Emperor. There was only a rumor that he had refined a ninth tribulation Zhu Bing, but Xianxia had no way to verify the actual situation. To refine a treasure of that level, the right time, right place, and right people were indispensable. He was confident that in this era, no one could surpass him in terms of forging, but he was not confident that he could refine a ninth tribulation Zhu Bing. It was not just a ninth tribulation Zhu Bing. Even if it was a seventh or eighth tribulation Zhu Bing, Xianxia was not confident in refining it. Zhou Tian's star map could have such a starting point because it was piled up with high-level materials. Not to mention other things. Just the bodies of the dozen or so star beasts were not comparable to other things. Not to mention that Qin Shujian also threw in hundreds of star cores. These treasures, even if they were not used to refine Zhou Tian's star map, the energy contained in them was enough to kill a few ninth tribulation immortals. So, with such a foundation, coupled with Qin Shujian's strong forging skills, it was natural that he could refine a treasure that was at least at the 7th tribulation Zubing level. With a 7th tribulation foundation, there was hope for an 8th tribulation. Godslayer was shocked. He had overestimated Zhou Tian's star map, but now after hearing Qin Shujian's words, he realized that he was a frog in a well. For no reason. The godslaying saber felt a faint sense of danger. He found that Qin Shujian had more and more treasures, and his status as a 5th tribulation Zubing was also getting lower. He was originally the most powerful divine weapon in the other party's hands. But now, he was already overshadowed by the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell. Before long, there would be another Zhou Tian star map above his head. Thinking of this, Godslayer was under a lot of pressure. After all, the more treasures Qin Shujian had, the higher his status as a Zubing would be. It was possible that he would fall out of favor one day. Once he fell out of favor, he would be banished to the cold palace, and he might never have a chance to see the light of day again. No, I can't go on like this. I have to transcend the 6th tribulation as soon as possible. As long as I succeed, at least I won't be inferior to that broken mirror and broken bell. Godslayer secretly made up his mind. Transcending the tribulation, he had to transcend the tribulation. If he didn't transcend the tribulation, he, as a 5th tribulation Zubing, would have no status to speak of. For the time being, there was no way to compare with Zhou Tian's star map, but as long as he could suppress the heavenly mirror and the Tiandi bell, that would be pretty good. Second. At the very least, it was better than being ranked 4th. Roar, his furious roar caused the void within 1,000,000 miles to be obliterated. A star beast that was 1,000,000 feet long floated above Zhou Tian's star map and threw a punch at the heavenly tribulation. In the next second, the star beast's body was shattered by the lightning. However, no blood flowed out of the shattered body. Starlight flickered on Zhou Tian's star map. The star beast's injuries also recovered in an instant. It's the 7th day. Qin Shujian counted the days with his fingers. Because the passage of time in the outer realm was difficult to detect, he could only determine it through deduction. Normally speaking, the heavenly tribulation of the birth of a supreme treasure would only last for a few days. But now that 7 days had passed, not only did the heavenly tribulation show no signs of weakening, but it also became stronger and stronger. The destructive aura had already made Qin Shujian's expression change slightly. Obviously, the power of the heavenly tribulation was already firmly above that of a 9th-level immortal, and it was not comparable to an ordinary 9th-level immortal. If the power of the heavenly tribulation can be promoted to the half-step Dao fruit level, then Zhou Tian's star map can be promoted to the level of an 8th level. Zubing. It's just that if the heavenly tribulation really reaches that level, it's another question whether I can successfully transcend it. Qin Shujian's expression kept changing. In his heart, he hoped that the heavenly tribulation would not be too powerful to prevent himself from falling short of success. At the same time, he hoped that the heavenly tribulation would become stronger so that the foundation of Zhou Tian's star map would be deeper. Two different thoughts kept fighting in his mind. Soon, these thoughts were dispelled by him. There was obviously no need to think so much now. If Zhou Tian's star map can't even withstand the heavenly tribulation of a half-step Dao fruit level, then even if the refinement is successful, it will be of limited help to me. In that case, it's better to fight with all my might. Qin Shujian's mind calmed down a little. He realized that his mentality after so many years was still inevitably stirred when it came to the critical moment. The reason for this was that Zhou Tian's star map was really important. Before he recovered the strength of the third era, this supreme treasure, it would allow him to have the strength to challenge those of a higher realm. It was also the trump card to deal with the 3 great clans and the demon abyss. Another few days passed. The power of the heavenly tribulation had already reached an unimaginable level. Suddenly, the void rippled. Qin Shujian's unmoving body suddenly tilted his head and looked in the direction of nothingness. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. How dare you spy on me? You're courting death. As the cold words came out, two beams of light from his eyes shattered the vacuum and instantly blasted out. Boom, invisible forces clashed, causing the void to explode. Very soon, four familiar and strange figures appeared in Qin Shujian's sight. The Heavenly Emperor's strength is even stronger than before. Although his words were full of praise, the darkness in his eyes revealed an ominous aura. He was now fully aware of Qin Shujian's identity. The current Emperor of Heaven of the vast thousand worlds. He was also the founder of the new Heavenly Court a million years after the ancient Heavenly Court was destroyed. While they were talking, out of the corner of his eyes, Bach also looked at Zhou Tian's star map, which was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. If it was said that when he saw Qin Shujian, he was only solemn, but when he saw the supreme treasure, his expression could no longer remain calm. A few days ago, there was a heavenly tribulation that covered hundreds of millions of miles. I was very curious about what caused it. Now it seems that such a supreme treasure has appeared. No wonder. Bach said no wonder twice in a row. The fear in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by an incomparable passion. A supreme treasure, this was a true supreme treasure, to be able to remain intact in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. What else could it be but a supreme treasure? Bach guessed that if he obtained this supreme treasure, he might even be able to unify the three great clans. Mo Shalua and the other demon emperors would also have to bow down to him. I don't want to attack you for the time being. If you know what's good for you, go back to where you came from. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold and reserved, leaving only indifference. When Bach and the other demon emperors approached, he had already sensed their whereabouts. But what puzzled Qin Shujian was, there should only be 3 demon emperors in the 3 great clans. But now, there were a total of 4 demon emperors. While he was puzzled, Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on Yelvis. He immediately understood. He was not very familiar with Yelvis, but he had seen him a few times. The main thing was that during the war, there were only a few demon emperors in the 3 great clans. It was very difficult to be completely unfamiliar with him. But what Qin Shujian did not expect was, Yelvis could make a breakthrough at this juncture, allowing the 3 great clans to have another demon emperor. Bach smiled faintly and said, Emperor of Heaven, you're exaggerating. When a supreme treasure appears, it should belong to the virtuous. How can you take it all for yourself? Why don't you leave this supreme treasure behind, and I will let you leave safely? You've already been defeated, yet you still dare to speak so boldly. Who gave you such confidence? Is it because there's a new demon emperor? Qin Shujian sneered. He was no longer the same as before, and didn't put Bach in his eyes. While speaking, Qin Shujian glanced at Yelvis again. Speaking of which, I really want to know, are the void demons from the 3 great clans or the 4 great clans? Hearing this, the demon emperor's expressions remained the same, not wavering at all by his words. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also took out a jade talisman and crushed it with all his might. It seems that you guys are unwilling to retreat. Since you don't want to retreat, then let's fight. Anyway, the Heavenly Court will definitely fight with your clans in the future. It doesn't matter if it's brought forward. As soon as he finished speaking, the Godslayer flew out from the sea of consciousness, and a shocking slaughter instantly erupted. The power of slaughter swept across, causing the expressions of Bach and the other demon emperors to change. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took a step forward, like a god descending to the mortal world, holding the Godslayer in one hand and slashing down. The blade aura was like a waterfall, covering the 4 demon emperors. Kill. The 4 demon emperors didn't hesitate at all and attacked at the same time. For long rivers of law surged, and the power of darkness gathered together, instantly shattering the blade aura. Boom, the blade aura shattered, and the power of darkness didn't stop, blasting toward Qin Shujian. In response, Qin Shujian didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, and the Godslayer slashed out again, annihilating the aftermath. Today, I will slaughter the demon emperors for the blood sacrifice of Zhou Tian's star map that is about to be born. His face was cold, and surging killing intent rushed into the void. The void that was originally covered by the aftermath of the destruction was now completely replaced by a murderous aura. The demon emperors didn't reply, but the power of darkness erupted, completely turning the void into an extermination demon realm. The moment the demon realm was born, Xianxia had already stepped in alone, and his aura was like a rainbow, sharp and unstoppable. Battle. It erupted very quickly. In just an instant, the 5 people were completely engaged in a fierce battle. As early as a few years ago, Qin Shujian was able to fight with 3 demon emperors with his own strength. Until now. After his strength had steadily improved, even if he faced 4 demon emperors at the same time, he would not be afraid at all. 5 terrifying bodies collided together, engulfing hundreds of millions of miles of the void. However, whether it was Qin Shujian or the demon emperors, they all consciously avoided the aftermath of the battle, avoiding Zhou Tian's star map. Because Zhou Tian's star map was undergoing tribulation, if there were any aftershocks, it might be mistaken by the rules that someone wanted to interfere with the tribulation. At that time, no one would be able to escape under the lock of the heavenly tribulation. After all, up until now, the power of the heavenly tribulation had reached a terrifying level. Even a top demon emperor like Bahadu felt his heart palpitate. If he really resisted and was targeted by the heavenly tribulation, that power, it was enough to make a demon emperor fall. On the other side, the Tiandi Bell, which existed in the sky above the extraterritorial battlefield, began to ring automatically. The heavy sound of the bell contained an endless murderous aura. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the location of the Tiandi Bell. Since the heavenly tribulation covered the extraterritorial battlefield, this was the second time the Tiandi Bell rang. The first time, most people did not know what was going on. Now, they were equally confused. The Tiandi Bell still did not stop ringing. The sound of the bell rang again and again, entering everyone's ears. Gradually, everyone felt that the silent blood and chi in their bodies were boiling under the sound of the bell. At this moment, after the 9th ring of the Tiandi Bell, it suddenly stopped. An illusory figure walked out of the bell and held the Tiandi Bell with one hand. Fight. This simple word was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears. Fight, what fight? Some people were puzzled, while others were excited. All the immortals and gods of the heavenly court in the battlefield outside the realm were now looking at the figure holding the Tiandi Bell. After the figure slowly disappeared, the gods' expressions were still grave. What does the Emperor of Heaven mean by this? Why does he want to fight? Some immortals and gods were still puzzled. Hearing this, the martial emperors of the 5 directions and the 4 divine battles remained silent. They exchanged glances with one another and saw the same message in each other's eyes. The Emperor of Heaven sent us a message to declare war on the 3 clans. It seems that something we don't know about has happened. But since the Emperor of Heaven has given the order, we don't need to hesitate. Emperor Zhao was the first to speak. He interpreted Qin Shujian's meaning. As the leader of the 5 imperial emperors, he was the one who gave the orders when the Emperor of Heaven was not around. Xianxia sneered. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's good to start a war. Let's kill all the demons in the void. From then on, the void outside the realm will be in the hands of the heavenly court. Ever since he became a demon, Xianxia's personality had completely changed. In the past, he did not like fighting, but now, he was extremely bloodthirsty. However, unlike cultivators who had become demons, Xianxia could control his heart and would not easily fall into endless killing. These years, the great wide world had been peaceful, so Emperor Xiling did not have much of a chance to make a move. Therefore, Xianxia was also feeling uncomfortable. It was a good thing for him to be able to start a war now. Anyway, they would have to fight sooner or later. Even if they did not fight now, they would have to fight in a few months at most. Since that was the case, there was no need to delay. Emperor Zhao nodded and then looked at Xiao Qingfeng and the others. This battle is very important. We can't delay it for even a moment. This battle must be focused on destroying the 3 clans. There's no need to hold back those heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Okay. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. The other 3 didn't object to it either. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a moment. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had been through strict training for so many years. In addition, those people had a good foundation, so their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If it were not for the rules, those heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals could almost all become immortals. But even so, there were also some heavenly generals who broke through the barriers and broke through to become perfected immortals. It could be said that the current strength of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals was already terrifyingly powerful. Now that they were about to start a war with the three clans, it was a good time to pull these people out. Without going through a baptism of blood, how could there be a transformation? After the 4 war gods left, the 5 great imperial emperors passed down the order to start a war. The immortals and gods who were originally stationed in the heavenly court now walked out of their seclusion places and rushed to the extraterritorial battlefield. Half a day later, the powerhouses in the extraterritorial battlefield had more than doubled. Thousands of perfected immortals, even if they did not deliberately release their auras, caused the void to stagnate. The cultivators of the 10,000 clans and all the players were now rubbing their hands and rubbing their palms, waiting for the war to start. Especially the players. To them, every great battle was a great opportunity to level up. Although the probability of death was also very high, as long as they took advantage of this opportunity to snatch 1 or 2 heads or pick up some high-grade crystals, their levels would still increase. At this stage, the strength of the players was around the god martial arts realm. Up until now, there were very few players who had broken through to the celestial realm. The biggest reason was because of the restrictions of the cultivation method. Although the celestial cultivation method could be exchanged now, it was not that simple to reach the exchange threshold. Most people did not have the celestial cultivation method on them. Not to mention the celestial cultivation method. Some players could not even perfect the cultivation method of the god martial arts realm. Therefore, even if the power of the stars was rich and the cultivation environment had greatly improved, without the assistance of cultivation methods, the increase in strength of the players was very limited. And when the war started, the god martial arts realm would be cannon fodder. Experts of the celestial realm and even the perfected immortal realm would fall. At that time, as long as they were lucky enough, they could casually pick up some celestial level or perfected immortal level items. For the players at this stage, it would be a turning point in their fate. This was also the reason why the players were so keen on the start of the war. There was really no other way. They could only rely on the war and see if they could make a comeback in one fell swoop. In the sky above the extraterritorial battlefield, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court gathered. Emperor Zhao turned his head to look at Xiyang and the Thousand-Eye Emperor and said, "When the war starts, the heaven and earth passageway cannot be abandoned. In order to prevent the demons of the void from taking advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the upper-class world, the 2 of you will guard the extraterritorial battlefield and not let any demons of the void take advantage of this opportunity to enter. If any demons of the void sneak in, when the time comes, report to the Emperor of Heaven and punish them according to the laws of the heavens." "We obey the Emperor's orders." Xiyang and the Thousand-Eye Emperor's hearts trembled, and then they cupped their hands with solemn expressions. Seeing this, Emperor Zhao retracted his gaze and looked at the lonely void in front of him. He took the lead and took a step forward, his aura shaking the void. "Let's go. P.S. Everyone can follow the public account White Full Fleeting Time." The location of the 3 clans was no longer a secret. Because the heavenly court had established the extraterritorial battlefield for many years. For so many years. The cultivators and players of the myriad clans had explored the extraterritorial void. Moreover, the land where the 3 clans were located was not an inconspicuous place. Although there were many powerhouses in the clans' territories. However, no matter how many powerhouses there were, it was impossible to completely hide. Therefore, the location of the 3 clans had been obtained by the heavenly court a few years ago. However, because the time was not right, the heavenly court had not taken action. Now, Qin Shujian had issued an order. The powerhouses of the heavenly court naturally did not hesitate and directly led the cultivators of the myriad clans to the 3 clans' territories. At this moment, an army of 10 billion walked out of the extraterritorial battlefield and headed toward the endless void. Leading the army, it was the many immortals and gods of the heavenly court. After traveling for a while, the immortals of the heavenly court suddenly stopped, causing the 10 billion troops behind them to also stop. Emperor Zhao looked at the void in front of him and said, "The territories of the three clans are not in the same location. In order to prevent other clans from coming over, I think we should split into 3 groups and take down the 3 clans directly." "Isn't it too risky to split into 3 groups?" The Demon Emperor frowned. The strength of the 3 clans was not weak. If the heavenly court's forces were divided, the risk would increase a lot. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao immediately shook his head. How can there be no risk in war? However, the strength of the heavenly court is enough to deal with them. Since the Emperor of Heaven asked us to attack, needless to say, the Demon Emperor level powerhouses can't take action. They should be fighting with the Emperor of Heaven somewhere. The only powerhouses left are those emperors. Among the 3 clans, the Baito clan is the strongest. The Yizo clan and the Moxiaro clan have both lost a demon emperor, so their strength is weakened. However, the Yizo clan is much weaker than the Moxiaro clan. Speaking of this, Emperor Zhao paused for a moment. After that, he continued, Imperial Monarch Eastern Sun and Imperial Monarch West Spirit are extremely strong. I presume that the 2 of you joining forces will be more than enough to deal with the Yizo clan. As for the Mashalo clan, Yelvis was a peak demon emperor with extraordinary strength, and Longfellow was not weak either. Let the South Flame Emperor, the North Sea Emperor, and the North Pole War Gods work together to deal with them. As for the Baito clan, I, the Eastern Extreme War God, and the Western Extreme War God will head there. In addition, the Taiyin and Taiyang Star Lords will follow. The remaining gods of the heavenly court, as well as the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, will split into 3 groups, and each group will head to a clan. Emperor Zhao came up with a simple plan to divide his forces. It could be said that, among the 3 teams, the one led by him was the most powerful. Not only did it have the leaders of the 5 great imperial emperors, but it also had the leaders of the 4 great imperial gods. But at the same time, this team was dealing with the most powerful of the 3 great clans. Regarding this, no one else objected. Very soon, the combined team split up and directly turned from 1 to 3, heading straight for the territories of the 3 great clans. In the territory of the Luo clan of Masha, Ivli, who had been taught a lesson, kept a low profile. Mo Shalua's blow had injured him badly, and he had yet to recover from it. In the main hall, Longfellow had an ominous premonition in his heart, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Strange, why do I suddenly have such a feeling? Is something going to happen? His expression was solemn, but he was also puzzled. Logically speaking, if something really happened, it was impossible for him to not have any news at all. Moreover, the Demon Emperor also did not send any orders. This was what Longfellow did not understand. Because something that could make him feel ominous was most likely related to the entire Emo Shalua clan. If he could sense it, the Demon Emperor would definitely sense it too. But until now, the Demon Emperor had not sent any messages. This made Longfellow even more puzzled. Ivli, who was in a state of meditation, also came out of his cultivation state. He looked at Longfellow and told him about his encounter. Did you sense anything wrong? You sensed it too? Longfellow raised his eyebrows and immediately understood that things were not that simple. If he was the only one who sensed it, it could be said that it was an illusion. But now that even Ivli sensed it, things were not simple. Something is going to happen, Longfellow said in a low voice. His expression was extremely solemn. Seeing this, Ivli's expression was not good either. Could it be that the Great Thousand World is attacking? It's hard to say. Since there are warning signs, something bad is going to happen. Although I don't know why the Demon Emperor hasn't sent any messages yet. But thinking about it, the Demon Emperor might have been stopped. Longfellow could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up from his throne. In the next second, he transformed into a huge Dharma idol. It was so big that the entire continent's evil void demons could see it. Everyone, prepare for battle. Demon kings who are in seclusion, come and see Ben Huang. The loud voice entered the ears of all the clansmen. Instantly, the continent started to shake. One after another, Demon King-level powerhouses walked out of seclusion and gathered in the main hall. The Emo Shalua clan had existed for countless years. Unless the evil void demons died halfway, there were not many who had truly exhausted their lifespan. Because the lifespan of the evil void demons was really very long. At the Demon King level, they could even live for tens of millions of years without dying. After so many years, it was easy to imagine how many Demon Kings the Emo Shalua clan had accumulated. When the Demon Kings came into being, the intertwining darkness even covered the entire continent. Soon, incarnations appeared in the main hall one after another. Greetings, Demon Emperor Longfellow. When these Demon Kings saw Longfellow, they all bowed. But when they looked at Ively, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Some of the Demon Kings knew Ively, while some were not. After all, he was only a Demon King in the past. For Demon Kings, it was normal for them not to know him. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the Demon Kings, Longfellow explained, "This is the new Demon Emperor Ively. In the previous battle, Troy fell. Now, Yelvis has reached the Demon Emperor realm. Therefore, Ively was personally ordered by the Demon Emperor to become one of the Demon Emperors in the clan." After a simple explanation, Longfellow said again, "This time, Ben Huang gathered all of you because there might be a greater thousand world attacking the clan. Now, all of you should prepare for battle. At the same time, send out scouts to scout for information. No matter what, you must report any abnormalities that you find. If you miss anything, you can come and receive your punishment." Understood. The southern heavenly gate, it was still heavily guarded. As the gateway to the heavenly court, it would not relax even during a war. The heavenly mirror, which had been quietly placed above the southern heavenly gate, suddenly flew into the air, attracting the attention of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals guarding here. "The heavenly mirror is moving. Quick, go and report it immediately." The expressions of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals suddenly changed. The heavenly mirror had been at the southern heavenly gate for so long and had never moved. Now that it suddenly moved, no one knew what had happened. Just as they sent someone to report, the heavenly mirror had turned into a stream of light and flew directly into the sky above the heavenly court. A faint light flashed on the surface of the mirror, and a majestic voice came from it. "Fight." The word was like a clap of thunder, shaking the heavenly court. In the palace, Chu Quantu, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Countless saber chi burst out, crushing the void in front of him. The saber chi appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Then, he rose to his feet and strode out of the room. When he walked outside, he happened to see the heavenly mirror floating in the air. "Is the war going to start?" Chu Quantu looked up at the heavenly mirror. The mirror was showing the scene when Qin Shujian was confronting several demon emperors. After a few breaths, the image disappeared. Niao Dali happened to walk out of the palace. He glanced at Chu Quantu indifferently and said calmly, "The Qin Emperor has sent a signal. The war is going to start." Obviously, the matter had reached a critical point. Otherwise, Qin Shujian would not send a signal. After all, they were all reincarnation Dao fruits and were on equal footing with the Qin Emperor. If it was not necessary, Qin Shujian would never bother them. Combined with the image in the heavenly mirror, it was not difficult for Niao Dali to see that the Emperor of Heaven was already fighting with the demon emperors. Chu Quantu looked back at the image just now with a strange expression. 4 demon emperors. Has the Qin Emperor's strength improved again? In the last battle, the other party was almost killed when fighting 3 demon emperors. Looking at the situation now, he should be fighting against 4 demon emperors. The other party was really not afraid of being beaten to death by the 4 demon emperors before they arrived. The heavenspan mirror that was quietly floating in the air transformed into a stream of light and fled out of the heavenly court. "Go," Chu Quantu said as he took a step forward and chased after the flowing light. Niao Dali did not reply, but his movements were not slower than Chu Quantu's. The passageway between heaven and earth. Shiyang and the Thousand Eye Emperor were guarding this place. Now that the heavenly court had started a war against the 3 great clans with all their might, they could not afford to lose the passageway of heaven and earth. No one could be sure that the void demons wouldn't bypass the army and directly attack the passageway. They were all prepared. If there was really an army of fiends from the void attacking them and they couldn't defend against it, they would directly destroy the passageway and close the Greater Thousand World temporarily. Since the passageway was closed, he could just open it again. But when it really came to that point, the foundation left behind in the outer region battlefield would be destroyed. Right at this moment, a streak of light flew over from the void. Who is it? Xianxia, who was guarding the passageway of the Great Thousand World, suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying power erupted. However, before he could make a move, the streak of light had already taken the lead and escaped into the passageway of heaven and earth. The entire process happened in an instant. So fast, Xianxia was shocked and stunned. What was this thing? How could it be so fast? Although he had not broken through to the middle three true immortals, his strength was already infinitely close. Even if a middle three true immortal were to face him, he was still confident that he could stop the other party. However, when facing the streak of light, Xianxia found that he could not stop it in time. The speed was so fast that it could be said that he had never seen it before. It was too late to stop it. The streak of light disappeared into the passageway of heaven and earth. Just as Xianxia was about to send a message to the Thousand Eye Emperor at the other passageway, two more streaks of light came at the same time. Whoosh, in an instant, the two streaks of light disappeared into the passageway. Xianxia, who had just taken out the jade talisman and did not have time to send a message, was already stunned on the spot. You've gone too far. After waking up, the veins on Xianxia's forehead were bulging. When the three streaks of light entered the passageway of heaven and earth, they did not stop at all. The other party simply did not take him seriously. However, apart from being furious, there was also doubt in Xianxia's eyes. He could not understand when there was such an expert in the great wide world that even he could not stop them in time. With such strength, they should be at least a top sixth true immortal. Could it be? Xianxia thought of something. In addition to the gods, there were also other mysterious experts in the heavenly court. Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali were one of them. However, even Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali were only two people. There were three streaks of light just now. Before Xianxia could be puzzled for long, there was a message from the heavenly court. The heavenly mirror ran away? Xianxia was stunned, but he immediately felt relieved. If it was the heavenly mirror that ran away, then the streak of light just now was most likely the heavenly mirror. Then, with the two mysterious experts, there were exactly three streaks of light. On the other side, the Thousand Eye Emperor, who was guarding the passageway of the extraterritorial battlefield, also had a similar experience as Xianxia. The three streaks of light instantly flew away. It was not until those streaks of light completely disappeared from his sight that the Thousand Eye Emperor finally reacted. There were only 3 question marks in the Thousand Eye Emperor's mind now. Until now, he still did not know what was going on. In the endless void, the battle was still erupting. Qin Shujian held the Godslayer in his hand, and the blade energy shattered the void as he fought the 4 demon emperors endlessly. Until now, neither side had a clear advantage in the battle. In this regard, Qin Shujian's expression was calm, and he still did not panic. However, the 4 demon emperors were shocked. Especially Bach, who was more shocked than anyone else. How could his strength be so much stronger? In the previous battle, although Qin Shujian was strong, he was not much stronger than him. If he had not used the verbal law at the crucial moment, coupled with the sneak attack of an expert, defeat was inevitable. But now, Bachdo suddenly realized something. Qin Shujian's strength had unknowingly become extremely terrifying. It was completely different from the last time. This time, there was an additional demon emperor on his side. But even so, there was no way to gain an advantage. Bach was shocked, and Yerways was now under a lot of pressure. He, who had just broken through to the demon emperor realm, participated in a battle of this level. Even if he teamed up with other demon emperors, the pressure he was under was not small at all. The Vietnam War, Yerways was even more shocked. It was hard for him to imagine that there would be someone so strong that they could not take him down even with several demon emperors working together. More than 1,000,000 years ago, the ancient heavenly court had once waged war against the demons of the void. That battle was also incomparably tragic. At that time, the 5 demon emperors joined forces, but they still couldn't contend against the Emperor of Heaven, Xianxia. In the end, they were beaten by Xianxia. Now, the 4 demon emperors joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to Xianxia. In terms of strength, there was still a certain gap between Xianxia and Xianxia, but this gap was already not big. In ancient times, although Yelvis was only a demon emperor and was not qualified to participate in the battle of the demon emperors, he had also witnessed the outbreak of that battle with his own eyes. He also didn't expect the strength of the 2 Emperor of Heaven was so tyrannical. Boom, the saber shattered the dark tide. The Godslayer accumulated countless years of killing, as if incarnated into a terrifying demon god, instantly made the demon emperors feel cold all over. Seeing this, Baito pressed out a finger, and the dark power burst out like a star. In an instant, it annihilated the void and bombarded the long saber. The terrifying power spilled out, and the stone saber trembled. Suddenly, the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. A stream of light escaped from it, and in the blink of an eye, it fell into Xianxia's hand. Heavenly mirror. Looking at the mirror in his hand, Xianxia suddenly poured his true essence into it. The mirror shone brightly, and a beam of yellow light burst out and fell on Emo Shalua's body. What is this? When the yellow light fell, Emo Shalua felt that his body was imprisoned by some kind of power, and his face immediately changed. The dark true essence burst out, and the shackles of power were directly shattered. But the moment of restraint had already allowed Xianxia to find an opportunity to attack. Just that, the remaining few fiend emperors would also not watch with folded arms. Before the Godslayer's attack arrived, the other demon emperor's attacks had already arrived, blocking it halfway. In an instant, the heavenly mirror shook a few more times, and countless yellow lights burst out, trying to imprison the other demon emperors. Seeing the yellow light fall, the demon emperors were all caught off guard, but they quickly recovered. The whole process didn't even take half an instant. What a pity! Seeing this, Xianxia muttered to himself. Unfortunately, the level of the heaven-reaching mirror was simply too low. It was only comparable to a 6 tribulation ancestral armament. If it was able to increase its level by 2 more levels, then, by relying on this treasure, he would be able to kill all 4 demon emperors. After all, the confinement attribute was not that easy to deal with. There's something wrong with that mirror. Don't let the yellow light touch it. Emo Shalua reminded sternly. At this time, another yellow light flew over. He had already taken the initiative to attack and shattered the yellow light. The yellow light shattered. The power of darkness surged like a tidal wave, attempting to completely drown Xianxia. Buzz, the void trembled slightly, and a flash of white light appeared out of thin air. It was like the light from the beginning of the world, and it easily tore apart the tide of darkness and continued to fly forward. Seeing that white light, Emo Shalua's heart shook wildly. He didn't even think about it before he retreated. However, Emo Shalua retreated quickly, but the white light flew even faster. There was no other way. Emo Shalua could only unleash all of his power and bombarded the white light. Rumble. Destructive fluctuations spread out, and the white light was finally annihilated. Emo Shalua looked in another direction with lingering fear, and saw a man carrying a saber on his back, crossing the void. When Emo Shalua was attacked. On the other side, a warning sign rose in Yerwase's heart. A huge ox hoof crushed the void and fell toward him. It was a simple hoof, but it seemed to have encompassed the entire universe, leaving him with no way to retreat. The attack he launched with all his might was instantly shattered when it touched the ox hoof. Suddenly, the ox hoof fell. Yerwase's body almost collapsed. His body broke through countless voids and flew out directly. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the other demon emperors reacted, Yerwase had already been seriously injured. Suddenly, Bok's face was gloomy, and he looked in another direction. It's you again. He would never forget the scene when Shu Quantu and Nyo Dali launched a sneak attack on him. If it weren't for the two, he would not have suffered a crushing defeat in the last battle. However, although Bok was angry, there was also a very big warning sign in his heart. He clearly remembered that the two of them definitely did not break through to the Demon Emperor level last time. Now that they met again, their aura was completely in the Demon Emperor realm. In other words, including the two who suddenly arrived, the Heavenly Court already had 3 Demon Emperor level experts. Chu Kuangtu just glanced at him casually, and then his gaze fell on Qin Shujian. How is it, I'm not late, am I? You came at the right time, but your Heaven-Earth slash has regressed a little. You were also an upper 3 true immortal, but you couldn't kill him. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Chu Kuangtu looked unhappy. It's just that my strength hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, why would I need to use the Heaven-Earth slash to deal with a little Demon Emperor? Qin Shujian couldn't help but laugh. He didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the Demon Emperors who had ugly expressions on their faces. Previously, the 4 of you fought against one, using numbers to bully the weak. This battle can be considered to have completely resolved the feud between the vast Thousand World and the Void Demons. Now, between the two of us, only one can leave alive in the end. I didn't expect the Heavenly Court to have such a backup plan. It really surprised me. Bok's face was cold. He knew that there was no way to resolve today's matter. It was obvious. The Heavenly Court had long been prepared. The 2 extra Demon Emperors were completely beyond his expectations. Qin Shujian's strength was already strong enough. With the 4 Demon Emperors working together, they were not 100% sure that they could take him down. Now that the other party had 2 more helpers, the difficulty was even greater. If they really fought to the death, it was really hard to say who would win. However, Bok was not afraid in his heart. None of the experts who could become Demon Emperors were simple people. Moreover, he was the strongest among the Demon Emperors, and he would not be easily frightened. Moreover, the situation had reached this point, and there was no turning back. Suddenly, Emos Shalua was furious. How dare you send people to attack my clan? Don't worry, the void demons of the 3 great clans will definitely not have a way out. You don't have to worry too much. Qin Shujian sneered. The other party must have left a backup plan, which was why they were aware that the Emos Shalua clan was being attacked. He had already expected this. After all, he had already sent out the message. Calculating the time, the Heavenly Court's army should have almost arrived at the 3 great clans. While Emos Shalua was furious, Yizo and Bachdo's expressions also changed slightly. Like Emos Shalua, they had also received the same message. Almost at the same time, the 3 great clans of the Void Demons had all been attacked by the Heavenly Court. Kill. Qin Shujian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took the lead and charged toward Bok. Lead Baido and Emos Shalua to me. Yizua and Yelvis, you 2 deal with them quickly. After that, join forces to kill the remaining 2 top Demon Emperors. The moment Qin Shujian attacked, he also sent a voice transmission to the 2. Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali understood tacitly. When Yizua and Yelvis were about to attack and block Qin Shujian's attack, they moved immediately. Your opponent is me. Chu Kuangtu took a step forward and blocked in front of Yizua. His eyes were extremely indifferent. Looking at the Demon Emperors in front of him was no different from looking at ants. In fact, with Chu Kuangtu's identity in his previous life, an 8th level immortal was indeed no different from an ant. Even if he was only a 7th level immortal in this life, with the foundation of his previous life, it was more than enough to deal with Yizua. When Yizua was blocked, Niu Dali also stared at Yelvis. Kid, how does Master Niu's kick taste? He had a sarcastic smile on his face. Yelvis's face was gloomy and he did not reply. Although Niu Dali had only launched a sneak attack, the power of that kick still made him feel lingering fear. Boom! The power of darkness suddenly erupted and tore the void apart. It transformed into a huge palm and pressed down on Niu Dali. As the palm fell, there were very rich rules lingering. Seeing this, Niu Dali did not panic and punched out. Boom, the 2 collided and the dark palm was instantly shattered. The remaining force of the fist bombarded and shattered the void. They were both 7th level immortals. Whether it was cultivation or strength, Niu Dali was not comparable to Yelvis. The gap between the 2 was like the gap between a 7th level immortal and an 8th level immortal. It was just a simple punch, but it was enough to make Yelvis retreat, causing his face to change color. In the past, Master Niao killed countless 3rd-level immortals. You, a little 7th-level immortal, dare to fight Master Niao. You're simply courting death. Now that you've given up, you can die a quick death. Stubbornly resisting, you'll die a horrible death. Niao Dali's posture was arrogant. He didn't reveal his true form and only fought in his human form. Every punch he threw could shatter the void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was as if he could break through everything with brute force. After being idle for so long, he finally had a chance to attack. He was not in a hurry to kill Jervis. Instead, he approached him step by step to find some fun. On the other side, Chu Quantu was much more direct. Although he was only a 7th heaven immortal, as a reincarnation Dao fruit cultivator, his foundation was deep and profound. Ordinary 7th heaven immortals could not compare to him. In terms of true strength, he was comparable to an 8th heaven immortal. Not only that, he also had the divine tool, hibernation awakening, in his hands. Even if it was a 9th heaven celestial, he would still be able to put up a fight. In comparison, although Yizhua was a veteran 8th-level immortal, he was still nothing in front of Chu Quantu. Not long after the battle began, he fell into a disadvantageous position and was forced into a corner. The void buzzed as the invisible saber chi occupied it, causing Yizhua to feel a strong sense of alarm. There was no hesitation. He spread out his power and turned it into an absolute defensive domain. The next moment, the saber chi swept across and annihilated all the dark forces. Yizhua grunted, but he took this opportunity to launch an attack and destroy all the saber chi that surrounded him. At the same time, he retreated, trying to get out of the predicament in front of him. However, he retreated quickly, but Chu Quantu's attack was even faster. The hibernation saber slashed out, and a thunderous momentum made a strong roar in the void. The saber was fast. The attack was also swift and fierce. Before Yizhua could stabilize his body after retreating, the sharpness that tore through heaven and earth had already approached him, forcing him to use the Law Monument to resist. Boom, the Law Monument fell from the void, forcibly suppressing the void and scattering the shocking sharpness. Immediately afterward, Yizhua held the Law Monument with one hand and controlled the dark forces with the other. He was like a fiend god reincarnated, and his momentum was unparalleled. Seeing this, Chu Quantu sneered, "You've even used the Law Monument. It seems that you don't have any trump cards to speak of. In that case, I'll kill you." Arrogant, Yizhua simply replied. While speaking, the Law Monument had already pressed out. The Law Monument was a cultivator's fatal weakness, but it was also a powerful weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use the Law Monument to fight. Once the Law Monument was used, it meant that the situation had reached an irreversible point. Therefore, at this moment, Yizhua already had the idea of killing Chu Quantu. If he couldn't suppress Chu Quantu in this battle, the 3 major clans of the Void Demons might become history. The Law Monument fell. The rich power of the law was like the might of the heavens, making one's expression change. Chu Quantu's words were full of disdain, but when faced with the power of this blow, he still had great vigilance. The hibernation saber let out a pleasant sound. Mysterious law surged out of his body, lingering in his physical body, and then flowed along his arm like a stream, converging into the saber. At that moment, the saber emitted a dazzling light. Chu Quantu's eyes burst out with a cold light. He took a step forward, as if he had shrunk the endless distance into an inch, and the saber he held in both hands had already been slashed down fiercely. Boom, the long saber wrapped in infinite power of the Law Monument heavily struck the Law Monument. The divine weapon, which was comparable to a Khanate supreme treasure, coupled with Chu Quantu's own strong strength, instantly cracked the Law Monument. The Law Monument cracked. Yizhua's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. The vibrating power was transmitted to him through the monument, and it actually cracked his physical body. "Today, you should die." Chu Quantu's eyes were extremely cold. The long saber was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, which had already made Yizhua feel great fear. To be able to become a Dao fruit expert, he had experienced countless battles. Not to mention the saber master's killing intent. As the saber master, Chu Quantu was naturally a decisive person. He was not like Niu Dali, who liked to play around. He only wanted to end the battle quickly. Therefore, the battle had only been going on for less than half a day. Yizhua had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Boom, a cracked monument of laws appeared in front of him, blocking the shocking saber light. Before he could make his next move, a beam of yellow light broke through the air and instantly fixed him in place. Kill him quickly. A cold voice, like a demon's voice, entered Yizhua's ears, and his face suddenly turned pale. Without waiting for him to react, Chu Quantu found the opportunity, and the long saber was already close to his body. Even a body as strong as the Demon Emperor's was useless in front of a top-notch divine weapon. There was no doubt that Yizhua's body was split in two by the long saber. The moment his body was split, it turned into endless darkness, trying to escape toward the endless void. However, Chu Quantu had long been prepared. How could he give Yizhua a chance to escape? The long saber slashed out in an instant, as sharp as the beginning of heaven and earth. That shocking saber had once again appeared in the world. The saber slash of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth slash, at his peak, he could kill a Dao fruit. At present, Chu Quantu was not at his peak, but there was no problem for him to kill a seriously injured Demon Emperor. The sharp light that seemed like the beginning of heaven and earth swept past, setting off endless light and swallowing all the darkness. Yizhua let out a shrill scream and completely disappeared in the saber light. Finally, a resplendent crystal fell from the sky. It was also the moment Yizhua died. Inside the Yizhou clan, because the Heavenly Court's army had attacked, the originally peaceful continent was completely occupied by war. In the center of the continent, there was a stone statue that was 1,000,000 feet tall. That was the symbol of the Demon Emperor. At this time, countless cracks first appeared on the huge stone statue, and then it shattered with a bang. Under the horrified gaze of many Yizhou clan members, the stone statue collapsed. The stone statue collapsed, the Demon Emperor has fallen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the Demon Emperor fall? Impossible. It's over, the Demon Emperor has fallen, we are completely finished, the people of the Yizhou clan wailed. In their eyes, the Demon Emperor was their spiritual support. As long as the Demon Emperor did not fall, even if they fell into a great disadvantage, there was hope for a comeback. Because as long as the Demon Emperor existed, there would be a clan. But now that the Demon Emperor had fallen, it was undoubtedly impossible for the clan to be safe and sound. Suddenly, many void demons' hearts fell to the freezing point, and they almost directly gave up resistance and obediently waited for death. Don't panic, the Demon Emperor did not fall, it's just that some thieves secretly used some means to destroy the stone statue. Kill Benhuang with all your strength, kill all the thieves. The Demon Emperor is now in seclusion, and it won't be long before he comes out. At that time, all the invaders will die. Gar roared sternly. In fact, he knew best whether the Demon Emperor had fallen or not. But in the current situation, he absolutely could not let the news of the Demon Emperor's fall spread, otherwise the Yizhou clan would be completely finished. Only by fighting to the death could they have a way to survive, although this way was slim. Until now, Gar was actually in a state of confusion. Everything was fine. Without any warning, the Heavenly Court's army went straight to his clan. Moreover, according to the news from other places, the other two clans were also besieged by the Heavenly Court. It could be said that this decisive battle erupted out of nowhere. Because they were not prepared, the Yizhou clan fell into a disadvantage not long after the battle began. Jarl's current state was not good enough. His strength was not considered top-notch among the Devil Emperors, and he was only about the same as a fifth heaven immortal in the great wide world. Such a realm. Among all the Demon Emperors, he was neither the most powerful nor the weakest. Seriously speaking, he was passable. It was just that Garland's opponent was not a simple character. One of them was the West Spirit Monarch, Xianxia, who was at the peak of the fifth heaven immortal realm, and the other was the East Sun Monarch, Xiaojiuge. As the imperial emperors of the five directions, they were blessed by the providence of the Heavenly Court. Now, they were working together. Even a top-notch demon emperor would not have any chance of winning. In particular, as the devil ruler, Xianxia was the nemesis of the void devils. When he had the upper hand, he could expand it even more. When he was comforting the people just now, Jarl was almost beaten to death by the two imperial emperors. Xianxia pushed him back with a palm, and his face was full of a cold smile. You still have the time to comfort the people? Yizo is dead, and your clan has no hope. What you are doing now is just stubbornly resisting. Yizo is going to die, you are going to die, and the entire Yizo clan is going to die. Misleading the people with lies. Jarl was so angry that he laughed, and he was not moved at all. Since things had come to this, he did not have any scruples. The Heavenly Court's army had split into 3 directions, and it was obviously not a small matter. In this battle, he would either defeat the Heavenly Court's army or die here. As for escaping, Garland looked at the boundless army around him and dismissed the idea. He could not escape, and there was no need to escape. If the entire clan were to be wiped out, what would he be able to do as the Demon Emperor? It would be fine if he was a Devil Emperor, but unfortunately, he was only a Devil Emperor. Even if my Yizo clan is destroyed in this battle, Ben Huang will make your Heavenly Court pay in blood. Jarl did not move, and after taking a punch from the Dog Emperor, he threw out a punch with all his might. The Dog Emperor was caught off guard and coughed up blood. Trade injury for injury, trade life for life. As the Dog Emperor coughed up blood and retreated, Jarl rushed forward and furiously attacked the Dog Emperor. He even ignored Xianxia's attacks. He knew very well that he was the only Demon Emperor in the Yizo clan, and he would lose without a doubt if he continued to fight. The only thing he could do now was to risk his life and kill a powerful enemy. If he could force the enemy to retreat, that would be the best result. Of course. Jarl also knew that the chances of the enemy retreating were very slim. Boom, boom. The 3 emperors fought fiercely in the air above the continent. Their vast power swept through the endless void, causing many experts to pale and having no choice but to retreat. 2 days passed. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Soon after, a wave of destruction spread out in a vast and mighty manner. Xianxia and the Dog Emperor, who were at the center of the explosion, flew out instantly as if they were struck by lightning. The destructive power destroyed the defensive treasures on their bodies one by one. Then, it acted on their bodies. Their powerful physical bodies. Under the bombardment of the destructive power, they began to crack inch by inch. But soon, vitality emerged from their bodies and healed their injuries. The whole process repeated for a long time before the destructive power was completely offset. Phew! The Dog Emperor exhaled softly, his body weakened to the extreme. At the end of the battle, Jarl decided to self-destruct, and there was no way to dodge. Fortunately, he had enough treasures on him, so he was able to offset the power of the explosion. Then, he relied on his own foundation to offset the remaining power. After catching his breath, the Dog Emperor looked at Xianxia in the other direction. Is Emperor Xiling alright? He won't die. If he self-destructed as a 6th level immortal, I might have died. But he's only a 5th level immortal, so he can't kill me. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes scarlet. Then, he turned to look at the remaining void demons. Jarl has fallen, and the cultivators of the 10,000 races have surrounded him. We can't let any void demons escape. Today is the day to destroy the Yizo clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's figure moved, already charging towards a Devil King. In order to offset the power of the explosion, he had consumed a lot of energy, and now he urgently needed to devour a Demon King to replenish his body. Yizo had fallen. The remaining few Demon Emperors were horrified. Especially the 2 Demon Emperors, Baito and Emo Shalua. They did not expect that Yizo, one of the veteran Demon Emperors, would fall so quickly. In less than a day's time, he had completely died in the hands of Chu Kuangtu. At the level of Demon Emperors, it was not easy to determine the winner in a short period of time. It was even more difficult to determine life and death. However, Yizo still fell. The process of his fall was so fast that the other Demon Emperors had no chance to react. At this moment, Qin Shujian was suppressing the 2 Demon Emperors, Baito and Emo Shalua, with his own strength. Without the interference of Yelvis and Yizo, The remaining 2 demon emperors were no match for him at all. Not long after the battle began, Xianxia had already gained the upper hand. It was just that it was not so easy to kill the 2 demon emperors. After all, the upper hand was just a certain advantage. Yizo has fallen, and you will soon. Xianxia laughed out loud. When the stone knife in his hand slashed down, the sky-reaching mirror reflected a yellow light, trying to imprison the 2 demon emperors. Bang, the dark power erupted. Baido shattered all the yellow light with a punch, his face gloomy. On the other side, Emo Shalua also launched an attack at the same time, blocking the power of Godslayer. The 2 demon emperors did not reply. Now they really had nothing to say. With the fall of Yizo, the demon emperors on both sides were now equal. And judging from the fact that Chu Quantu was able to kill Yizo, the strength of the heavenly court was much stronger than their own side. If they really had to fight to the death, the probability of their defeat was almost 100%. Thinking of this, the 2 forces shattered the void. Baido and Emo Shalua did not look back and fled into the void behind them. If things were not going to work, then they would retreat first. As long as they did not fall, the heavenly court would have scruples. But once they fell here, then from then on, there would no longer be a place for the void demons to stand in the void. For these things, whether it was Bak or Moxiaro, both of them could see it clearly. The retreat of the 2 demon emperors was very sudden, and their movements were also extremely fast. Even Xianxia was almost unable to react in time. All of a sudden, a heavy bell rang out. Wherever the sound of the bell reached, the space immediately condensed, causing Baido and Emo Shalua's figures to involuntarily pause. But very quickly, the 2 demon emperors released a powerful energy that instantly broke through the seal. Just as they were about to continue fleeing, Xianxia had already seized the opportunity to approach the 2 demon emperors. At the same time, the heaven-penetrating mirror emitted a yellow light, and 2 beams of yellow light landed on the 2 demon emperors. Their bodies, which had already been freed from the shackles, once again fell into a temporary stagnation. At this moment, an ancient bronze bell fell from the void. The huge bell seemed to be able to suppress the endless void as it smashed towards Emo Shalua. Boom! Emo Shalua attacked with his palm, causing the Tiandi bell to wail. The powerful bell trembled violently a few times before it was sent flying. The strength of a top demon emperor was not something that a 6th tribulation Zubing level treasure could compare to. However, it was not that easy for Emo Shalua to break the Tiandi bell. When he attacked, Xianxujian's attack had already arrived. But the target of the attack was not Emo Shalua himself, but Baido, who was beside him. Boom! The blade slashed down, and a strong killing power lingered, causing Baido's expression to change drastically. The mighty long river of rules blasted out like a tide, and a rule monument suddenly descended. When the 2 collided, the blade shattered, and the long river of rules was also torn apart, causing the rule monument to shake violently. Baido was shocked by the power and immediately retreated. Xianxujian's left hand poured the vital essence into the heaven-penetrating mirror, and the mirror flew into the air. The originally palm-sized heaven-penetrating mirror became 10,000 feet large, floating in the void. Yellow light burst out from the mirror, covering the 2 demon emperors. Then, he took a step forward and came to the Tiandi bell's side. He punched out heavily, and the bell trembled violently, and a heavy sound suddenly came out. Dong! The sound of the bell came out, and the hundreds of millions of miles of the void shattered inch by inch like a mirror, completely disappearing under the sound of the bell. As the main targets of the Tiandi bell's attack, Baido and Emo Shalua's bodies also shook violently. Before they could react, a blade light came from an infinite distance across the void, symbolizing the signal of death, and warning them of death in their hearts. Chu Quantu, looking at the blade light, Baido held the rule monument and immediately destroyed the sound of the bell. His right hand clenched into a fist and blasted out, and a long river of rules across the void poured down like a waterfall. Boom! The fist collided with the blade light, and when the blade light disappeared, the fist was also torn. But no blood flowed from the torn fist, and in less than a breath, it recovered. Chu Quantu was shocked by the power of the rebound, and his blood and chi were surging. However, in an instant, he managed to suppress the surging qi and blood in his body. Then, Chu Quantu's body moved, and he was already behind the two demon emperors. In the void, the two demon emperors, Ba Ito and Emo Shalua, stood in the middle. In front of them was Qin Shujian, and behind them was Chu Quantu. In addition, there were also the Tiandi Bell and the sky-reaching mirror, two supreme treasures that could imprison. They were eyeing covetously in the void, looking for an opportunity to strike at all times. The scene was momentarily. They were in a disadvantageous situation. You can't escape. Chu Quantu stood with his blade, and the divine weapon that used to be simple and unadorned was now full of sharpness. Traces of blade qi were fluctuating, and it was like a terrifying beast staring at the enemy. Hearing that, the two demon emperors' faces became even more unsightly. They couldn't escape, with their strength. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely no problem to escape. It was just that, Emo Shalua glanced at the Tiandi Bell and the sky-reaching mirror with fear. He didn't expect that these two supreme treasures could be so powerful. Although there was no way these two supreme treasures could pose a big threat to him with real means, the imprison method was really disgusting. His plan several times. It was all destroyed by the imprison of these two supreme treasures. Now, his side was in such a disadvantageous situation. Blade Master, hold the line. Leave the rest to me. Be sure not to let them find a chance to escape. No problem. Chu Quantu heard that and immediately retreated a distance. He understood what Qin Shujian meant. He wanted to kill the two demon emperors with his own strength. Although in his eyes, the probability of Qin Shujian killing the two demon emperors was not high. However, Chu Quantu still didn't question anything. If Qin Shujian wanted to fight, then let him fight. In the current situation, the demons of the void had no room to maneuver. Yizo had fallen. Among the remaining three demon emperors, Yerwei's was about to be toyed with by Niodali. They were both reincarnation Dao fruits. Niodali's strength was not much weaker than his. Chu Quantu's view on this point was more objective. Although Yerwei's had broken through to the demon emperor realm, his true cultivation was only at the level of a 7th level immortal. Not to mention Ba Ito and Emo Shalua, even compared to Yizo, there was a big gap. In contrast, although Niodali did not have a divine weapon like Awakening Jellyfish, but with his strength, there was no problem in dealing with a demon emperor who had just broken through. The whole battle. It was not a slaughter, but it could be said to be a crushing defeat. The remaining trouble. Only Ba Ito and Emo Shalua were left. When Chu Quantu retreated, Qin Shujian had already made his move. The Tiandi Bell rang, echoing violently in the void. There was also the heaven-reaching mirror that illuminated the entire world. Beams of yellow light shot out, enough to imprison even demon emperors. The two demon emperors, Ba Ito and Emo Shalua, were suddenly forced into a corner. Their strength. They were not as good as Qin Shujian. Even if the Tiandi Bell did not appear before, they were still at a disadvantage. Now with the Tiandi Bell, the disadvantage was even more obvious. Moreover, Yizo's death and Chu Quantu's suppression had put them under a lot of pressure. Boom, boom. Boom, in the void, Qin Shujian's body emitted endless Taoist rhymes. The Godslayer's body emitted a biting cold light, and the extremely sharp attack could easily tear apart the Demon Emperor's attack. Another slash was made, and the dark power was destroyed. Emo Shalua groaned, and his body suddenly turned into a black fog, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, his body could not be seen clearly. Only the black fog could be seen. In the blink of an eye, it came in front of Qin Shujian. When the black fog fell, it immediately entered his body and invaded his sea of consciousness. Qin Shujian did not stop it, allowing the black fog to invade his knowledge sea. At this time, the investiture of the gods in his spiritual sea suppressed everything. When the black fog entered, the investiture of the gods shone brightly. All of the black fog seemed to have met a terrifying enemy and retreated. Immediately after, the black fog was completely expelled, and it melted away inch by inch like winter snow meeting the sun. The black fog dissipated. Soon, Emo Shalua's figure was reformed. But the difference was that Emo Shalua's face was a little pale at this moment, as if he had suffered a serious injury. What the hell is that? A puny demon emperor dares to invade my sea of consciousness? What a joke. Xianxia smiled disdainfully. The Void Fiend's greatest technique was to invade a cultivator's sea of consciousness and seize their body. If it were any other ninth heaven celestial, no matter how powerful they were, they still wouldn't dare to allow the other party to invade their territory. But he was different. Xianxia, as a reincarnation Dao fruit, had a strong foundation. Coupled with the investiture of the gods and his sea of consciousness, how could a demon emperor do whatever he wanted? So, as early as when Amos Shalua was at the end of his rope and wanted to invade his sea of consciousness, it was no different from taking the initiative to die. That is, the other party retreated quickly enough. Or else, Xianxia could make the other party completely fall in his sea of consciousness. Failed to seize his body. Amos Shalua suffered a lot of injuries. Xianxia looked for an opportunity, and the biting cold offensive broke out again. In front, the heavenly tribulation was vast and mighty. It had been a long time since Zhou Tian's star map went through the tribulation. Several sides fought, they all consciously avoided Zhou Tian's star map, in order to not be affected by the thunder tribulation. Now, the heavenly tribulation was finally coming to an end. When the last bolt of lightning struck, the heavenly cycle star map suddenly emitted countless rays of light, illuminating the originally colorless void in a dazzling manner. In an instant, there seemed to be a river of stars flowing. Countless stars appeared in the vast river of stars, and there were also powerful and terrifying star beasts standing on the stars, roaring at the sky. All kinds of strange phenomena. It immediately attracted the attention of many experts. The Thousand-Eye Emperor, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the passageway, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, he stood up and turned his head to look at the scene outside the extraterritorial battlefield. He saw a river of stars flowing in the sky, causing the empty space to become bright. What is this thing? The Thousand-Eye Emperor was shocked. He had never seen a river of stars in the extraterritorial void, because the void was dry. Even if there were stars, there was no way to light up the void. Compared to the vast extraterritorial void, the number of stars was really too few. The sudden scene in front of him gave the Thousand-Eye Emperor a bad premonition. He was not sure what the hell was going on, but there was one thing that the Thousand-Eye Emperor could understand. This scene that could affect the extraterritorial void was not something a mere third heaven immortal like him could deal with. He wanted to send a message, but just as he took out his jade talisman, the Thousand-Eye Emperor paused. The reason for that was because he suddenly recalled something. All the experts in the heavenly court had gone to attack the 3 fiendish demon clans in the extraterritorial battlefield, and he was already one of the top experts left. This way, the Thousand-Eye Emperor realized that he could not find the person he wanted to send a message to. As for sending a message to Qin Shujian, Zhou Emperor, and the others, he could not send it that far with the communication jade talisman. After thinking about this, the Thousand-Eye Emperor immediately took a deep breath. Good heavens, so I am the strongest person in the heavenly court now. Suddenly, he became the pillar of the extraterritorial battlefield, and he instantly felt an immense pressure. At this moment, the river of stars was still bright. There was even starlight that spread to the extraterritorial battlefield. Some of the cultivators who did not follow the extraterritorial battlefield to the extraterritorial battlefield were also bewildered after seeing such a phenomenon. They had no choice but to come forward to ask. May I ask, Star Lord, where did this extraterritorial battlefield come from? Should we deal with it? A cultivator came forward and cupped his hands in greeting when he saw the Thousand-Eye Emperor. Hearing this, the Thousand-Eye Emperor calmed himself down and said loudly, there is no need to panic about the extraterritorial battlefield. I will deal with everything. Just send the order to the remaining people to be on guard. What we should do now is to prevent the extraterritorial battlefield from sneaking in. Don't worry too much about the rest for now. We understand. After the cultivators who came forward heard the Thousand-Eye Emperor's words, they immediately calmed down and cupped their hands before leaving. After these people left, the Thousand-Eye Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at the extraterritorial battlefield again. He was already praying in his heart. Please don't let anything happen. I'm just a small level 3 immortal, I can't carry too many things. The Thousand Eye Emperor sighed. Before the heavenly court appeared, perfected immortals were top figures, enough to suppress a state and a race. But now, even someone as strong as a level 3 immortal did not have enough confidence. Those who had the qualifications to suppress what had happened recently had to be at least a level 3 true immortal. The Thousand Eye Emperor took a few deep looks at the galaxy. After confirming that there were no other disadvantages, he gradually relaxed. If it was a phenomenon, so be it. As long as it did not threaten the extraterritorial battlefield, it did not matter how many anomalies there were. But, before the Thousand Eye Emperor could completely relax, he sensed that something was wrong. Oh no! There's a strange movement in the ancient star. The Thousand Eye Emperor's gaze moved away from the galaxy and landed on the ancient star that was quietly floating outside the extraterritorial battlefield. Those ancient stars were still being bombarded by light pillars, constantly providing energy to the great thousand world. As an immortal god of the heavenly court, he naturally knew what existed in the ancient star. It was an existence that sealed many terrifying star beasts. However, the ancient star had existed for so many years without any strange movements. It only silently contributed to the great thousand world. As time passed, others did not pay much attention to these ancient stars. But now, the Thousand Eye Emperor discovered that the originally calm ancient star had started to gently tremble at some unknown time, as if something had awakened from a deep slumber. It also seemed like something was attacking the star, wanting to break out of its cocoon. According to the Emperor of Heaven, there are powerful star beasts sealed in the ancient star. The weakest one is a level 3 true immortal. If it really breaks out of the seal, with the current extraterritorial battlefield, there's absolutely no chance of resisting it. The Thousand Eye Emperor's expression changed drastically. The worst outcome had happened. Now that all the forces of the heavenly court were attacking the void demons, the great thousand world and the extraterritorial battlefield had fallen into the weakest state since the establishment of the heavenly court. If the star beasts broke out of the seal, then the extraterritorial battlefield would definitely be destroyed. Cultivators of all races, be on guard. The Thousand Eye Emperor did not dare to hesitate and immediately took a step into the air. The appearance of his huge Dharma body attracted the attention of the cultivators of all races. Immediately after the cultivators left behind heard the voice, they all entered a state of alert. There were even experts from the various clans who came to find the Thousand Eye Emperor to ask about the situation. Tai Bai Jinxing, what happened? There are strange movements in the ancient stars. There are powerful star beasts sealed inside. I suspect that those star beasts want to take this opportunity to break out of the seal and come out. The Thousand Eye Emperor had an ugly expression on his face. He was no longer able to remain calm. If not for the fact that he was the strongest here. If the others needed him to boost their morale, the Thousand Eye Emperor could not be bothered to hide his emotions. An expert asked, could it be that even star lords have no way to deal with star beasts? In their eyes, the Thousand Eye Emperor was already very powerful. After all, no matter what, he was still an immortal god of the heavenly court. His strength was not something an ordinary true immortal could compare to. The Thousand Eye Emperor sneered when he heard that. The weakest of the star beasts in the ancient stars are at least middle 3 heavens true immortals. Only the 5 great imperial emperors and the 4 great war gods can match them. Some of the stronger star beasts are even upper 3 heavens true immortals. Apart from the Emperor of Heaven, no one else in the heavenly court can deal with them. I am only one of the heavenly court's Zhou Tian constellations. I have not even become a 4th heavens true immortal. How can I be a match for them? The weakest star beast in the ancient stars was a 4th heavens true immortal. Although the Thousand Eye Emperor had not seen it with his own eyes, Qin Shujian could not be wrong. Although he was very confident in himself, if he really wanted to deal with a middle 3 heavens true immortal, even the weakest 4th heavens true immortal was far from enough. When the experts of the myriad races heard that, his originally normal complexion instantly turned ghastly pale. The strange movements in the ancient stars were not a big deal to them. After all, even if the sky collapsed, there were still tall people to hold it up. But according to the Thousand Eye Emperor, this was an existence that even the other party could not fight against. Then what should we do? A demon expert asked anxiously. Staying behind to guard was originally the safest, but now it seemed that it might be the most dangerous. If the star beasts were to appear, then everyone would have to die together. The Thousand-Eye Emperor looked at him disdainfully and then said indifferently, "Don't panic. Your temperament is still like this after cultivating for so many years. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to break through to the true immortal realm in the future." After being reprimanded for no reason, the demon expert did not dare to get angry. He only nodded and smiled apologetically. Seeing that, the Thousand-Eye Emperor spoke again. "Right now, the experts of the Heavenly Court are attacking the Void Demons. The forces left behind are not enough to deal with the star beasts that are about to break out of the seal. However, there are only some strange movements in the ancient stars. It is still unknown whether the star beasts will really break out of the seal. Therefore, I think that the various clans should stay where they are first. It would be best if they can hold on until the Emperor's return. If not, when the star beasts break out of the seal, all of you will retreat back to the upper-class world. I will then break the passage of heaven and earth. As for the extraterritorial battlefield, we will temporarily abandon it. At that time, the extraterritorial battlefield would be gone. Besides, if there were no living beings left in the extraterritorial battlefield, those star beasts that broke out of the seal might not be so crazy as to destroy all the cities." When the experts of the 10,000 clans heard this, they felt relieved. With a way out, there was nothing to be afraid of. When the passage of heaven and earth was broken, even the demon emperor was not qualified to break it with the power of the barrier. No matter how strong the star beasts were, they could not be stronger than the demon emperor. In this way, as long as they hid in the upper-class world, they could basically be guaranteed to be safe. After the Thousand-Eye Emperor finished explaining, he waved his hand. "Go. The cultivators of the various clans should gather. Don't panic. You must be able to retreat as soon as possible when the star beasts break out of the seal. If you really can't retreat in time, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, the lives of a small number of cultivators are not qualified to be compared to the lives of all the cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield, and they are not qualified to put the upper-class world in danger." His words were very straightforward. If it really reached the point of no return, they should retreat immediately. Those who dilly-dallied and could not retreat in time should just stay in the extraterritorial battlefield. Sacrificing a small number of people was better than sacrificing the majority. "We understand." The experts of the 10,000 clans did not object. After receiving the order, they turned around and left to start making arrangements. Just as the cultivators of the 10,000 clans began to prepare, the Thousand-Eye Emperor also took out his communication jade talisman and sent the news to Xianxia in the upper-class world that the star beasts might be about to break out of the seal and his future plans. In the void, all kinds of strange phenomena gradually disappeared. A formation map lay there quietly. It looked simple and unadorned, but in fact, it had infinite power. Dong. The Tiandi bell rang. The two demon emperors, Baido and Emo Shalua, were struck by lightning. In the next second, the sky-piercing mirror shone, imprisoning the two demon emperors in place. Xianxia took a step forward. The Godslayer slashed out with the force of splitting the sky, trying to kill the two in one fell swoop. When the blade energy was about to reach them, the two demon emperors broke through the blockade. Each used their own means to forcibly shatter the blade energy, but at the same time, they also suffered a considerable impact. After a muffled groan, they retreated. Xianxia suddenly shouted angrily, "Map come!" As soon as he finished speaking, a formation map broke through the air. He grabbed Zhou Tian's star map with one hand and poured his vital essence into it. In an instant, the stars in the formation map seemed to come alive. The bright galaxy surged. Xianxia suddenly threw Zhou Tian's star map hard. The formation map flew into the air, and the galaxy inside fell like a waterfall, trying to drown the two demon emperors. "You want to kill me? Impossible!" Baido roared. His right hand clenched into a fist and blasted out. The long river of rules broke through the air and collided with the galaxy. The two bombarded. The long river of rules seemed to have encountered an unbearable pressure and suddenly collapsed from the middle. At that moment, Baido coughed up blood and retreated. On the other side, Emo Shalua caught up. He also used his own strength to resist and barely blocked the galaxy. The two demon emperors couldn't recover. The heavenly cycle star diagram suddenly changed again. The originally 3-meter-long formation diagram seemed to have become boundlessly large, and a world quietly materialized in it. Dazzling stars were born in the void. Then, they were linked together. A terrifying amount of star power permeated the void. What is this thing? Quick, break the stars. Bahido's face was a little puzzled, but Emo Shalua's face had changed greatly. He would never be able to forget the scene of him almost killing himself back then. The scene in front of him was so similar to that scene. But there was a difference. At this moment, the stars in the sky gave Emo Shalua even more pressure. Because he had never truly entered Zhou Tian's Great Stars array, Bokdu was not clear about the changes in the array. But when he saw Emo Shalua's ugly expression, he knew that things were not going well. Therefore, without waiting for the other party to say a second sentence, he had already made the first move, and a torrent of darkness bombarded one of the stars. Boom, the star shook, but there was no sign of it being destroyed. At this moment, outside the planet, Qin Shujian took a step forward, and the Tiandi Bell and the heaven-penetrating mirror landed at the center of the formation. Stepping on Zhou Tian's star map, he looked down at the two demon emperors who were already surrounded and uttered a few words. Zhou Tian Great Star Formation, rise. After saying this, the stars in the sky suddenly moved, emitting boundless light. The changes in the array made the two demon emperors bewildered. Right at this moment, the stars changed and the stars moved. Countless stars fell from the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. The aura of destruction had already filled the great array. Seeing this, Emo Shalua did not intend to take it head-on. Instead, he took a step forward, wanting to leave the place. However, as soon as his body moved, he immediately went in the opposite direction. He should have avoided the falling stars, but he took the initiative to meet them. Without hesitation. There was no panic. Emo Shalua punched out, and the rich power of darkness was like a torrent, bombarding the falling stars. Suddenly, the stars collapsed. But Emo Shalua's face did not show any joy. That was because he had only shattered one star, and there were countless stars falling from the sky. When the first star was shattered, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The other stars had already descended with a loud rumble. Bang, Bok originally wanted to avoid it, but he met it head-on. The strong drop made him bear the impact of a star. That destructive power caused his body to explode. But the Fiend Emperor's recovery ability was extremely strong. His exploded fleshly body completely recovered in an instant. I want to retreat, but in fact, I want to advance. It seems that there is some kind of opposite rule here. In this way, as long as I advance, I can retreat. Bok had an idea in his heart, and he really put it into action. However, boom. Looking at the star that had smashed into him, Bachdo's face was filled with astonishment. What's going on? What happened? He had clearly figured out the rule of the array, but the truth was just the opposite. Just when he wanted to retreat, he suddenly moved forward. But when he moved forward, he really moved forward. Once again, he was hit by the star. That violent power almost smashed Bok half to death. On the other side, Emo Shalua's situation was not much better. Because of the strange rule in Zhou Tian's Great Star Array, there was no way to avoid the stars. He could only rely on his own strength to block all the falling stars. Outside the array, Qin Shujian looked at the scene inside, and there was a faint smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, his sleeve swept across the body of the Tiandi Bell. Dong, the bell rang, destroying everything. The void in the array collapsed, and the phantom of a big bell appeared. The terrible bell reverberated, and the two demon emperors almost vomited blood. The next moment, Qin Shujian waved his hand again. Heaven and earth overturn. With a thought, the heaven and earth in Zhou Tian's Great Star Array changed. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang was born, and they intertwined to form the Great Millstone of Annihilation. The formless Great Millstone of Annihilation moved. The two demon emperors sensed it, and they immediately used their own strength to block it, but it was useless. In an instant, the power of darkness collapsed, and their bodies were destroyed inch by inch under the power of the great millstone of annihilation. No matter how strong their vitality was, there was no way to recover. Heavens illuminate. Xianxia softly said a few words, and the array changed again. The stars in the heavens crossed the sky, and the power of the stars bloomed like rainbows. Endless starlight shone on the world, and the dazzling colors fell on the two demon emperors like poison. Their powerful bodies slowly melted away in the starlight. No, Bok's face was filled with fear. He found that under the starlight, his body was slowly disappearing like a black fog. The shadow of death had completely blinded him. Although he had lived for countless years, when it came to this, he could not help but be afraid of death. While he was fearful, he also felt helpless. Ever since he fell into Zhou Tian's great star array, he found that he was not a demon emperor, but a weak, ordinary cultivator who was at the mercy of the array. Emo Shalua, who was at the side, was not much better. Most of their strength had already been consumed earlier, so they had no way to resist at all. Boom, boom, two heaven-shaking waves of energy spread out, shaking the stars until they collapsed. The entire Zhou Tian star map shook violently, and the Tiandi Bell and the sky-reaching mirror, as a suppressive existence, emitted surging power in an attempt to suppress this energy. Boom! The two treasures shook violently. After a long time, all the shaking calmed down. Qin Shujian waved his hand and put away the two treasures. Then he grabbed the Zhou Tian star map with one hand and carefully observed it. Only after confirming that there was no damage to it did he finally relax. Fortunately, the self-destruction of the two demon emperors did not damage the formation, otherwise it would have been a big loss. Qin Shujian breathed a long sigh of relief. In order to refine the Zhou Tian star map, he had used all his trump cards. If the treasures were damaged because of the self-destruction of the demon emperors, it would be a big joke. That kind of loss. Not to mention killing two demon emperors, even if he killed a few more, there would be no way to make up for it. Fortunately, after the Zhou Tian star map was refined, its level had already reached a terrifying level, comparable to the powerful 8th tribulation Zubing. And whether it was Bok or Emo Shalua, they had already consumed a lot of energy when they self-destructed. Although the power that truly erupted was terrifying, it was not as terrifying as at its peak. Coupled with the suppression of the Tiandi Bell and the sky-reaching mirror, it was only natural that he would be able to perfectly cancel out this fluctuation. Looking at the formation map in his hand, Qin Shujian's smile was obvious. The treasures had just been born, and he had already killed two demon emperors as a blood sacrifice. The effect of the heavenly cycle stellar map was exactly the same as he had imagined, almost exactly the same. Zhou Tian star map. Chu Quangtu, who was holding the line, looked at the formation map in Qin Shujian's hand, and the expression in his eyes changed. I didn't expect that the former Zhou Tian star array would be refined by you. While speaking, he also looked emotional. Chu Quangtu was also very familiar with the Zhou Tian star array that had been famous for several eras. There were two ways to set up a formation. One was to find enough powerhouses and then use the stars in the sky to set up the heavenly cycle star formation. However, such a formation could only be set up in a fixed position, and there was a huge requirement for the number of powerhouses. Later on, a world-shaking expert suddenly came up with the idea of simplifying the intricacies of Zhou Tian's great constellation formation without weakening its power. Therefore, Zhou Tian's star map came into being. However, there were only a few who could refine Zhou Tian's star map. Even Chu Quangtu had never seen the real Zhou Tian star map. After all, refining the Zhou Tian star map was extremely difficult. In addition to the need for top-notch forging methods, the required materials were also a big problem. Since the Qin Emperor was able to refine Zhou Tian's star map, I'm afraid his forging skills are no weaker than the former Weapon Emperor. Chu Quangtu sighed again. Compared to the Weapon Emperor, I'm still far behind. In the face of Chu Quangtu's compliment, Qin Shujian shook his head. I was able to refine Zhou Tian's star map successfully because of the assistance of many top-notch materials. If the Weapon Emperor were to personally make a move, perhaps the Zhou Tian star map would be comparable to the 9 tribulations Zubing. Having said that, Chu Kuangtu still looked emotional. It was easy to say. However, to achieve this step, one could imagine the difficulty. The 9 tribulations Zhu Bing was equivalent to an innate supreme treasure. Even if the weapon emperor were to make a move, he was not 100% sure that he could refine it successfully. Qin Shujian had now refined a supreme treasure comparable to the 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. To a certain extent. The other party's attainments in forging were no weaker than that of the weapon emperor. Even if there was still a gap, it would definitely not be too big. Boom, the void shattered, and a broken figure flew out. Then, a person stepped on the void and came forward. The person who came was Niodali. The one who flew out was Yervis. Up until now, Yervis had been completely beaten up by Niodali. He had no room to fight back at all. Without waiting for Niodali to make another move, Qin Shujian suddenly threw out the Zhou Tian star map. The formation map, which was originally 10 feet long, became bigger in the wind. Then, as if it had turned into a vast river, it directly smashed onto Yervis's body. That terrifying force instantly smashed Yervis's body into pieces. His body shattered. It turned into black fog and surged. The formation map suddenly swept back, pulling all the black fog into it. Suddenly, all the black fog disappeared. Qin Shujian held the formation map in one hand, and a bright crystal stone was left there quietly. Everything happened in a flash. By the time Niodali reacted, Yervis had completely fallen. Emperor Qin, it's not appropriate for you to do this. I'm about to kill him, but you're intercepting me now. That's not moral. Niodali was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It wasn't easy for him to cripple Yervis, so he planned to play a little more before killing him. But he didn't expect Qin Shujian to directly attack and kill Yervis without any warning. Regarding this, Niodali was also very helpless. Qin Shujian took out the crystal stone from the formation map and directly threw it to Niodali. Don't waste time. After dealing with all the demon emperors, the Heavenly Court's army should be about to destroy the remaining void demons. I sensed that there were some changes in those ancient stars. I'm afraid that some star beasts have broken out of the seal. Those star beasts are extraordinary. There might be a big battle later. As early as when Zhou Tian's star map appeared, Qin Shujian had already sensed the movements of the ancient stars through the connection between them. Because the formation map was refined from the corpse of a star beast, and it was mainly made of star cores. In some aspects, it was interconnected with the star beasts. So when Zhou Tian's star map appeared, those sleeping star beasts must have sensed it. Similarly, Qin Shujian also received the news of the changes in the ancient stars. This was the reason why he wanted to end the battle quickly. If he really wanted to delay. If those sleeping star beasts broke out of the seal and joined forces with the demon emperors to attack from both sides, then the possibility of them being defeated and killed was extremely high. Hearing this, Niodali's expression became solemn. He reached out and grabbed the crystal stone, then looked at the formation map in Qin Shujian's hand. The ancient stars are indeed troublesome. But is the formation map in your hand the legendary Zhou Tian star map? You should have seen it before. The last time I saw Zhou Tian's star map was many years ago. I didn't expect to see it again today. Niodali shook his head and then sighed. In the first era, he had seen Zhou Tian's star map. That was the real Zhou Tian's star map. It used to be the formation eye of Zhou Tian's great star formation. The Zhou Tian star map that appeared later was a high-quality imitation of a supreme treasure. Of course, the function of such a supreme treasure was somewhat different from the Zhou Tian star map that was only the formation eye in the first era. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. I'll have to trouble the two of you to go to the territory of the 3 great clans and help the Heavenly Court kill all the void demons. I need to rush back to the extraterritorial battlefield to prevent those star beasts from breaking out of the seal. Qin Shujian spoke quickly. Now that the demon emperors were all dead, the remaining strength of the 3 great clans should not be a match for the Heavenly Court. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the 3 great clans really had any backup plans, it might cause serious losses to the Heavenly Court. Until now, there were already many names on the god roll that had dimmed. Every dim name represented a fallen immortal god. What had to be clear was, the weakest immortal god in the heavenly court was between the second and third level of the immortal god realm. Many of them had fallen, so one could imagine what had happened to the other perfected immortals. Therefore, Qin Shujian asked Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali to hold the line. For no other reason. It was just to reduce the losses of the heavenly court and to 100% destroy all the void demons. The demon emperors were gone. Even if the three great clans had any backup plans, they would definitely not be able to threaten the two upper third-level perfected immortals. Moreover, they were not simple upper third-level perfected immortals. Hearing this, Niu Dali did not reply, but Chu Quangtu nodded. No problem. Thank you. Qin Shujian nodded and then left. He did not give the coordinates of the three great clans to the two of them because there was no need. Now that the war had begun, there was no way to hide that strong fluctuation. As long as they searched carefully, they would be able to find it. After Qin Shujian left, Niu Dali and Chu Quangtu looked at each other. Neither of them paid attention to the other and turned to leave. On the other hand, there were a total of 3 void demon clans. They could go one each. If they were fast enough, they could destroy the first clan and rush to the second clan. In the outer realm. At this moment, the ancient stars were shaking. The remaining cultivators of the 10,000 clans who stayed behind were already waiting. As long as a star beast broke out of the seal, they would immediately retreat to the upper-class world. For this, they all packed everything they could bring. Sigh. The Thousand-Eye Emperor looked at the myriad race cultivators who had already packed up and were ready to retreat at any time. He also felt a little stifled. However, he was the one who gave the order, so there was nothing to say. However, when he looked at those ancient stars, the Thousand-Eye Emperor's already tightly knitted brows furrowed even tighter. His face was also filled with worry. He was the guardian of the alien battlefield. If the star beast were to appear and cause the destruction of the extraterritorial battlefield, he would not be able to shirk his responsibility no matter what. When the heavenly courts returned victorious from attacking the 3 great clans, they would find themselves in ruins. Speaking of which, it shouldn't be a problem for the heavenly court to attack the 3 great clans, right? Unknowingly, the thoughts in the Thousand-Eye Emperor's mind drifted back to the battle. 7 or 8 days had passed since the start of the battle. Such a long time. It was more or less enough to determine the winner. If the heavenly courts won, they would be able to return in a few days. Thinking of this, the Thousand-Eye Emperor's spirits were lifted. As long as he could hold on for a few more days until the heavenly court returned, everything would be fine. As for whether the heavenly courts would be defeated, he had never thought of this possibility. Because in his eyes, although the heavenly courts could not completely crush the 3 great clans, they would definitely not be defeated. After all, if Qin Shujian was confident in giving the order to start the battle, he would definitely have some confidence. At any time, the leader of the battle would have enough confidence. Just as the Thousand-Eye Emperor's thoughts were running wild, a calm voice suddenly sounded in his ears. What happened? The familiar voice caused the Thousand-Eye Emperor to be shocked at first, then overjoyed. When he turned around, he happened to see a familiar green robe. Your humble servant greets the Emperor of Heaven. The Thousand-Eye Emperor bowed. His originally worried heart had completely calmed down. The heavenly court's army did not arrive, but the Emperor of Heaven had returned. In his eyes, Qin Shujian was much more important than all the experts of the heavenly courts combined. With his existence, then the star beast would no longer be a problem. After straightening up, the Thousand-Eye Emperor didn't dare to hide anything, reporting to the Celestial Emperor, a day ago, a galaxy suddenly appeared in the void. Following that, the ancient stars started to move. According to my guess, those star beasts are about to break out of their seal. However, the star beasts are too powerful, and I have no way to fight against them. Therefore, in order to prevent too many casualties from the birth of the star beasts, I ordered the cultivators of the 10,000 clans to gather and prepare to retreat at any time. At the end, the Thousand-Eye Emperor's expression was a little awkward. Retreat. To put it nicely, it was called a tactical shift. To put it bluntly, it was a retreat at the last minute and not fighting. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he secretly paid attention to the changes in the Emperor of Heaven's expression. After the Thousand-Eye Emperor finished speaking, Xianxia nodded his head, his expression calm. The birth of the Star Beast is indeed a big problem. You have done your best to organize the cultivators of the 10,000 clans to retreat. If you rashly fight the Star Beast to the death, it will only increase the casualties. Thank you for your understanding, Emperor of Heaven. The Thousand-Eye Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he did not pursue the matter of him not fighting because of fear. Xianxia said, now that I have returned, there is no need to retreat. If the Star Beast breaks out of its seal, I will suppress it. After destroying the 3 great clans, the extraterritorial battlefield will be the foundation of our Heavenly Court's exploration of the extraterritorial battlefield. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we cannot give up easily. I understand. With you here, how can those Star Beasts run rampant? The Thousand-Eye Emperor bowed, then turned around and left. He spread the news that Xianxia had given him. Soon, the news that the Emperor of Heaven had returned spread in the extraterritorial battlefield. The originally nervous cultivators of the 10,000 clans immediately relaxed. The Emperor of Heaven is back. With the Emperor of Heaven back, the Heavenly Court must be flourishing. It seems that the 10,000 clans are going to unify the extraterritorial battlefield. Now that the Emperor of Heaven is guarding the extraterritorial battlefield, there is no need to worry about the small fries invading. That's right, just as the Thousand-Eye Emperor had thought, Xianxia was now the absolute spiritual pillar in the eyes of the 10,000 clans. As long as he existed, there would be no problems. After spreading the news, the Thousand-Eye Emperor returned to Xianxia's side. Emperor of Heaven, your instructions have been completely conveyed. Now, the 10,000 clans in the extraterritorial battlefield are already aware of your return. After saying that, he looked at Xianxia with a curious expression. I wonder if the Emperor of Heaven has returned because the matter of the Void Demon has been completely resolved. Did our Heavenly Court achieve a great victory and destroy all 3 great clans? Even the Emperor of Heaven had returned. Needless to say, the Heavenly Courts should have won a great victory. Although the Thousand-Eye Emperor was asking, he had a rough guess. All the demon emperors have been killed, and the remaining power of the 3 clans is no longer enough to fight against the Heavenly Courts. I believe that the army will return soon. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and said indifferently. The matter of the demon emperor being executed, when it came out of his mouth, it was also an understatement. However, in the Thousand-Eye Emperor's ears, it sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. Although he had already guessed it, when Xianxia really said it, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He said that again. The demon emperors were also powerhouses of the upper 3 perfected immortal realm. Moreover, the demon emperors of the 3 clans had existed for countless years, much longer than the ancient times. Therefore, the realm of those demon emperors was not something that ordinary upper 3 perfected immortals could compare to. However, such powerhouses had been killed by the Emperor of Heaven in front of him. All of a sudden, the Thousand-Eye Emperor's reverence for Xianxia deepened. He didn't know that the demon emperors had been killed with the help of other powerhouses, so Xianxia didn't explain too much about it. The reason was simple. With Zhou Tian's star map, if the previous battle were to happen again, even without the help of Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali, he was 100% confident that he could kill all 4 demon emperors in one fell swoop. Therefore, there was no need to explain. With his current strength, Xianxia could say without exaggeration that there were almost no opponents below the Dao Fruit realm. Even if it were the Sun Law and the Moon Law of the vast 1,000 domains, he was confident that he could suppress them. After all, his strength had already reached the peak of the 9th perfected immortal realm and was only 1 step away from the half-step Dao Fruit realm. With the help of Zhou Tian's star map, he was not afraid of the half-step Dao Fruit realm at all. The supreme treasure that was comparable to the 8 tribulations Zhu Bing was not just for show. Moreover, the Zhou Tian star map was personally refined by Xianxia. Its compatibility was much higher than that of ordinary treasures. It was enough to perfectly display the power of the star map. In this way, it was even easier to deal with half-step Dao fruits. After a simple act, Xianxia suddenly felt a little bored. At his level, there was no joy in acting cool in front of a cultivator like the Thousand-Eye Emperor. Immediately, he waved his hand and said, "Go and handle your own matters. If there are any remaining void demons, don't let them enter the great thousand world. As for the rest, I will handle it. This subject will take his leave." The Thousand Eyes Emperor did not dare to refute and immediately bowed and retreated. After he left, Xianxia took a step forward and arrived in front of an ancient star. Due to the establishment of the extraterritorial battlefield, those ancient stars weren't located within the boundaries of the extraterritorial battlefield, but beside it. Pillars of light bombarded the heaven and earth barrier from every star. These pillars of light, they were the manifestation of the power of the stars, providing energy for the great thousand world. Looking at the huge star in front of him, Xianxia's expression was calm. Ancient stars are indeed incomparable to ordinary stars. After hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, the energy inside has almost reached an endless level. If there were no threat from the star beasts, these stars would be the best nourishment for the great thousand world, and the kind that can continue to develop. But now that there is a hidden danger from the star beasts, it is destined that there is no way for these ancient stars to survive. Whether the star beasts and the stars were in a state of hibernation or in a state of being sealed, there was no doubt that those star beasts had reached a critical point where they were about to break out of the seal. Once the star beasts broke out of the seal, the star would definitely be destroyed, and there would be no chance of survival. Xianxia guessed. The reason for the awakening of the star beasts was probably Zhou Tian's successful refinement of the star map. Of course, even without the influence of Zhou Tian's star map, those star beasts would break out of the seal and be born. The only difference was the sooner or later. 350 ancient stars, that is to say, there are at least 350 star beasts comparable to middle three true immortals. If all of them break out of the seal at the same time, even I will find it troublesome. Xianxia's expression changed as he secretly weighed the pros and cons. Although he could be called the strongest person below the Dao Fruit realm, he had not crossed over to the Dao Fruit realm. If he really had to face 350 middle three true immortals, it would definitely be a tough task. Not to mention, those star beasts that broke out of the seal could not be as simple as middle three true immortals. Some of them must be upper three true immortals. In that case, Xianxia felt that his strength was extraordinary, but in the face of such a force, he would have to kneel down. The star beasts are a hidden danger, and a hidden danger that is more powerful than the three major clans. To solve this hidden danger, I can't let the star beasts break out of the seal on their own. It's best if they break out of the seal under control. In this way, I can do my best to destroy them all. After making up his mind, Xianxia was ready to take the initiative to let some of the star beasts break out of the seal. Originally, the most suitable way was to set up a large formation to cover all the stars. Then, when a star beast came out, he would destroy it. But the problem was, ordinary formations could not deal with the star beasts. If he used Zhou Tian's star map to set up the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation, he might stimulate the star beasts inside. If all the star beasts broke out of the seal at the same time, Xianxia would have to think about how to escape in a more dignified way. Therefore, Zhou Tian's star map could not be used. However, even if I don't use Zhou Tian's star map, I think it won't be a problem to deal with some star beasts. Xianxia looked at the star in front of him, clenched his right fist, and suddenly punched out. Boom, his vital essence was vast and mighty, turning into a torrent of impact. In an instant, a fist the size of 1,000,000 feet directly shattered the void and landed heavily on the star. The terrifying power instantly caused the star to shake violently. The light pillars that were originally projected to the great wide world also disappeared at this moment. The entire star became dim and there were cracks all over it. Such a commotion. It immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Is there an expert attacking the star? That's the Emperor of Heaven. It's the Emperor of Heaven attacking the star. What's going on? Why is the Emperor of Heaven attacking the star? Most of the cultivators of the various clans looked puzzled. Even some of the players who had been resurrected were dumbfounded. They had no idea what Xianxia was doing by attacking the star for no reason. However, although they had doubts in their hearts, these people had no way to find someone to answer them. This was because matters related to the Emperor of Heaven's level were not something that ordinary people could understand. P.S. Public account, Fleeting White Horse, you can follow it if you like. The Thousand Eyes Emperor, who was guarding the entrance of the passage, had a rough guess after seeing Qin Shujian attack the star. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven attacked the star to release the star beast? Release the star beast. He vaguely thought of something. If it were him, the Thousand Eyes Emperor would not dare to do so because his strength was there. If he really encountered the star beast, he would most likely become its food. Boom, boom. The ancient star was extremely hard. Even with Qin Shujian's current strength, there was no way he could break it with one punch. After throwing 3 punches with all his might, only then did the star abruptly burst apart. The star shattered. A fierce aura instantly erupted from inside. Then, a star beast that was 1,000,000 feet long appeared in everyone's sight like an ancient giant beast. Roar. The shocking roar was enough to shatter the galaxy. But all the cultivators who sensed the aura of the star beast changed their expressions drastically. Even the Thousand Eyes Emperor. At this moment, his expression was frighteningly ugly. This aura is definitely not as simple as a middle 3 true immortal. It was not that he had not seen a middle 3 true immortal before. In the previous 2 battles, there were also top demon emperors on the side of the void demons. The aura they revealed was completely different compared to the star beast in front of him. In this way, this meant that the star beast was at least an upper 3 true immortal. At this level, the Thousand Eyes Emperor was not qualified to guess much. He could only be sure that the star beast in front of him was an upper 3 true immortal, but he could not guess which realm it was in. 7th immortal, or 8th immortal, it was possible that it was an extremely powerful 9th immortal. The moment the star beast appeared, the only person who could remain calm was Qin Shujian, who had broken the star. 8th immortal. The moment he saw the star beast, Qin Shujian sensed the other party's realm. If it was in the past, an 8th immortal star beast would naturally be troublesome. However, for him now, an 8th immortal was just SOSO. In his mind, the Godslayer said urgently, Emperor of Heaven, leave it to me. As long as I kill it, I'll be able to pass the 6th tribulation. Ever since Zhou Tian's star map had appeared, he had been under a lot of pressure. At this moment, Godslayer, who was determined not to be a salted fish, was already determined to work hard. When he fought with the demon emperors earlier, the 2 demon emperors self-destructed in Zhou Tian's star map. They didn't give him a chance to pick up the scraps at all. So until now, he hadn't been able to gather the strength to transcend the 6th calamity. This 8th heaven immortal star beast gave Godslayer a glimmer of hope. As long as he killed the other party, then, the probability of him transcending the tribulation would be 100%. Not only that, if he continued to kill other star beasts, he would immediately be able to transcend the 7th or even the 8th calamity. At the thought of this, Godslayer's petrified blade trembled slightly. There was no other way. If things really went as he expected, then this would be the spring of his life as Godslayer. Okay, I'll let you deal the final blow later. Qin Shujian nodded. It was a good thing that Godslayer could advance. Anyway, judging from the current situation, there were at least hundreds of star beasts waiting for him. There was absolutely no problem in helping the other party advance. At this time, after the star beast broke out of the seal and was born, it had completely awakened from its trance state. Qin Shujian, who was standing in front of it, instantly attracted its attention. Although compared to the star beast's 1,000,000 feet body, Qin Shujian's body was so small that it could be ignored. But in fact, the aura he deliberately leaked was more dazzling than the great solar furnace, so the star beast discovered his existence immediately. Boom, the 1,000,000 feet tall star beast's body suddenly moved, and a powerful fist blasted out. The surging blood chi and blood shook the void within 1,000,000 miles and shattered it. The moment the star beast attacked, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. Then, he also punched out and collided with the star beast's fist. The 2 fists collided, and a destructive force erupted from the middle. Qin Shujian's body was as immovable as Mount Tai. The star beast, on the other hand, let out a pained roar. Its thick and strong arm was directly torn apart by this force. Blood flowed down like a galaxy. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to physical strength, Xianxia said with a smile. His body stepped forward as if he was taking a stroll. His right hand was already clenched into a fist again, and he attacked the star beast. As early as when the inner world was born, his physical body had undergone a transformation. Later, as the inner world improved step by step, the strength of his physical body also steadily increased. How strong was the inner world, how strong was Xianxia's physical body? It could be said that each of his punches contained the power of the entire inner world. In other words, the star beast lived by absorbing the power of the stars and did not cultivate the laws. It mainly focused on tempering its physical body so that its physical body was terrifyingly strong. Only then was it qualified to withstand Xianxia's attacks with its physical strength. If it were other 8th-level celestials, if they did nothing and only relied on their physical body to withstand Xianxia's attacks, their physical body would have already collapsed, and they would have entered the state of blood rebirth. However, even so, an 8th-level celestial star beast could not compete with Xianxia. After all, the star beast's greatest advantage was its physical body. Xianxia's greatest advantage was also his physical body. It was also his physical body that was his advantage. Against Xianxia, the star beast had already been crushed. Boom, boom, Xianxia punched again and again. The star beast roared angrily and was beaten back step by step. Its million-feet-tall body broke through the void, and its powerful physical body was severely damaged. The blood in the star beast's body splashed and flowed in the void. Some of the blood flowed into the extraterritorial battlefield. Immediately, some cultivators could not hold back and went up to collect the star beast's blood. Everyone could see it. The star beast was definitely an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Although the other party was beaten up miserably by Xianxia and almost did not have any strength to fight back. However, one had to understand that the target of the star beast was the celestial emperor of the heavenly court, the supreme expert of the vast 1,000 domains. Not everyone was qualified to be beaten by the other party, and not everyone was qualified to be beaten to death for so long. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the star beast was not something that humans could compare to. How could the blood that flowed from such a terrifying existence be simple? However, the aftermath of the battle between the two was terrifying. Although they were envious, they did not dare to approach easily. However, now that the star beast's blood had taken the initiative to flow into the extraterritorial battlefield, there was nothing much to say. They had already gotten the treasure in front of them. If they did not take it, they would be fools. Not only the cultivators of the 10,000 races, but even the 1,000th Emperor could not help but collect some of the star beast's blood. His immortal essence surged. A large hand sucked some blood over. In the blood that was like a galaxy, there was still an inextinguishable beast roar that shook one's mind. The blood of an upper 3 levels true immortal is indeed extraordinary. The 1,000th Emperor's eyes flickered. Just by looking at the blood, one could tell how strong the astral beast was. The blood in front of him. To ordinary cultivators, it was both a treasure and a deadly poison. Because not every cultivator was qualified to touch the blood of an upper 3 levels true immortal. Normally, just a drop of blood would be enough to kill a heavenly being. But for experts with enough strength, the blood of an upper 3 levels true immortal was an absolute treasure. Whether it was used for refining pills, refining weapons, or even swallowing it to temper the body, it could be used to great effect. It could be said that adding a drop of blood of an upper 3 levels true immortal could increase the power of anything. Now that the blood was sealed, there was an angry roar that shook the immortal essence non-stop. Seeing this, the 1,000th Emperor immediately increased the seal. Just the blood of a star beast, how dare you be so rampant? He sneered. If it was a star beast at its peak, the 1,000th Emperor would definitely not dare to make a move. But some star beast blood was not enough to cause any big waves in front of him. Because no matter what, the 1,000th Emperor was also a 3rd level true immortal. Although a 3rd level true immortal was in the lower 3 levels, it was not a big problem to suppress the star beast blood. After suppressing the star beast blood, the blood seemed to have sensed something and began to struggle violently, but it did not have any effect. In the end, the Thousand-Eye Emperor wrapped the blood with his immortal essence and then took out a porcelain bottle and directly put it in. As soon as the blood fell into the porcelain bottle, countless cracks appeared on the white jade-like porcelain bottle and it almost broke on the spot. Seeing this, he used his immortal essence and set up many restrictions on it before completely suppressing the Star Beast blood. After suppressing the Star Beast blood, the Thousand-Eye Emperor put the porcelain bottle into his sleeve and then continued to absorb more Star Beast blood. Like before, he took out another jade bottle and collected the blood. These jade bottles were used to store pills in the past. In fact, to be able to be used by a true immortal, the jade bottle itself was not low grade. Although it was not a Dao artifact, it was more powerful than ordinary Dao artifacts. Not to mention anything else. Just the presence of a true immortal's aura day and night was enough to improve the quality of the jade bottle. However, a jade bottle of this level simply did not have the qualifications to contain the blood of a star beast. If it wasn't for the Thousand-Eye Emperor's immortal elemental energy seal, the jade bottle would have shattered the moment the blood touched it. After collecting several jade bottles in a row, he finally stopped. It wasn't that the Thousand-Eye Emperor didn't want to continue collecting, but that there weren't enough jade bottles in his hands. Seeing that there was still quite a lot of blood, he suddenly hated himself for not preparing more jade bottles. He had to watch the Star Beast's blood flow out like this. That kind of feeling was quite painful. Next time when I go out, I must bring more jade bottles. The Thousand-Eyes Emperor stopped. However, the other cultivators did not stop there. Many cultivators had no way of collecting the blood of star beasts or even getting close to them. However, there were still some cultivators who had various means to collect the star beast's blood. At this moment, the war was nearing its end. The star beast that had broken out of its seal still couldn't understand how the person in front of it could be so powerful that it couldn't even fight back. Countless years of slumber had made its strength terrifyingly tyrannical. However, even so, it couldn't contend against the person in front of it. Boom, with another punch, the star beast's body fell, smashing the void into pieces. At this moment, no matter how warlike the star beast was, it couldn't help but feel fear. It wanted to escape into the void without looking back. However, it had just escaped when Xianxia condensed a true essence giant hand and forcefully pulled the star beast back. Then, the long-awaited Godslayer appeared. A biting cold saber light broke through the star beast's head, and a murderous aura erupted, destroying the remaining consciousness of the star beast. In the end, the star beast's million-feet body lay powerlessly in the void. The Godslayer was stuck in the star beast's head, constantly absorbing the star beast's energy. At the same time, Xianxia came to the star beast's heart and dug out the star core inside. Compared to other star cores, the star core of the star beast in front of him was much stronger. Immediately, he took out the heavenly cycle star map and fused the star nucleus into it. Instantly, the heavenly cycle star map flashed and disappeared. The already powerful aura became even more intense. When all the star cores of the star beasts are integrated into Zhou Tian's star map, it should be able to break through from the level of 8 tribulations Zhu Bing to 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. There was a faint smile on Xianxia's face. The success of Zhou Tian's star map didn't mean that this treasure would stay at its current stage. On the contrary. In fact, the formation map had room for improvement. As long as enough star cores were collected and integrated into the formation map, it could cause the formation map to transform. However, Zhou Tian's star map was now at the level of 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. It wasn't easy for it to transform. According to Xianxia's estimation, only when all the star cores of the star beasts were integrated could it be possible to upgrade to 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Moreover, this was the only possibility. In other words, it wasn't 100% possible for it to transform. After all, 9 tribulations Zhu Bing was already at the peak of the era. It was comparable to the innate treasures of other eras and involved the level of Dao fruit. As for the treasures that surpassed 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, in theory, they existed. But theory was theory. Whether they existed in reality was still a problem. In other words, Even if the treasures that surpassed 9 tribulations Zhu Bing did exist, it wasn't so easy to create them. For several eras, there hadn't been any treasures of such level. After accommodating the star cores, Qin Shujian put away Zhou Tian's star map and then set his eyes on the star beast's corpse. The Godslayer was still absorbing energy. The star beast's corpse was obviously shriveled. It seemed that a lot of the blood inside had been absorbed. A powerful aura was looming on the long blade. Rumble, thunder exploded in the sky. A tribulation cloud had already quietly gathered in the sky at some point in time. This was the second tribulation cloud that had appeared in the void outside the domain since Zhou Tian's star map transcended the tribulation. From the moment the tribulation cloud appeared, it had already proved that the Godslayer's foundation had been raised to the extreme and he had to start the sixth tribulation. Soon, the stone blade flew up from the star beast's corpse. Emperor of Heaven, I'm going to a farther place to transcend the tribulation so as not to cause other unforeseen events. Go. Qin Shujian nodded. P.S. Support the original, Jidian Chinese Network, app Jidian Reading, I'm really decent. Rumble, lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck the stone saber hard. Lightning splattered everywhere. But the stone saber remained unmoved, showing no signs of damage. That wasn't all. When the next lightning bolt was about to strike, Godslayer leaped into the air and slashed out a huge energy saber toward the tribulation cloud. Boom! Zhu Bing's tribulation was naturally unparalleled. Qin Shujian stood in the distance and observed, not attacking the other stars for the time being. He had the deceiving technique. In his opinion, Godslayer's foundation had already reached an unimaginable level. Although he was only a 5 tribulation Zhu Bing, he was no weaker than a 6 tribulation Zhu Bing. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problem for him to transcend the 6th lightning tribulation. As long as he succeeded in breaking through, then he could become a top 6 tribulation Zhu Bing in one go. When that time came, even Tiandi Bell and the Heavenspan Mirror couldn't suppress Godslayer. Unfortunately, the deceiving technique has its limits. At most, it'll be useful during the 7th tribulation. But after that, it won't be very useful. Qin Shujian thought to himself. To put it bluntly, the deceiving technique was to deceive the laws so that they couldn't detect Zhu Bing's existence. But there were limits to this method. If something was powerful to a certain extent, then even the deceiving technique wouldn't be able to conceal it. Zhu Bing below the 7 tribulation wasn't that powerful. But once Zhu Bing stood at the 7 tribulation level, it would be completely different. 7 tribulation Zhu Bing. If he was regarded as a cultivator, he was already comparable to a 9th heaven immortal. An 8 tribulation Zhu Bing could step into the half-step Dao fruit level. As for a 9 tribulation Zhu Bing, he was officially involved in the Dao fruit level. So, once Zhu Bing entered the 7 tribulation level, even the deceiving technique wouldn't be able to conceal him. Because such a divine weapon was too powerful. But only such a powerful divine weapon. Only then would it work on him. Just as Qin Shujian was deep in thought, the Godslayer's tribulation was coming to an end. With the help of the heaven-deceiving technique, tribulation transcendence was something that was more frightening than dangerous. Ordinary Zhu Bing could only silently endure the lightning tribulation. When the lightning tribulation dissipated, he would naturally succeed. However, Godslayer's method of transcending the tribulation was different. Because of the existence of the heaven-deceiving technique, he had accumulated even more power. Therefore, when the lightning tribulation descended, there was no need to silently endure the attacks of the lightning tribulation. Instead, they could fight back and shatter the tribulation clouds. Anyway, no matter what. As long as the tribulation clouds were gone, the tribulation would be over. The current Godslayer was using such a method to transcend his tribulation. When the lightning struck, a saber force shot up into the sky, destroying all the lightning. Not only that, but the Godslayer also charged into the tribulation clouds and fought the heavenly tribulation in close combat. Rumble, a vast and mighty aura swept through the outer realm. It was only because the Godslayer was a distance away from the tribulation that he was not noticed by the cultivators of the 10,000 races in the outer realm battlefield. But for perfected immortals, such fluctuations were still throbbing. Not long after, The tribulation clouds dispersed. The Godslayer broke through the tribulation clouds and arrived in front of Qin Shujian. I succeeded in transcending the tribulation. These few simple words could not hide his joy. Never would he have imagined that he, who had been stuck at the level of a fourth tribulation ancestral armament for over 1,000,000 years, would be able to make a breakthrough to the level of a sixth tribulation ancestral armament in a short 20 years or so. The more he broke through, the more Godslayer understood the usefulness of the heaven-deceiving technique. He also understood. If it were not for Qin Shujian, it would not have been so easy for him to break through to the sixth tribulation Zubing. Now, he had successfully broken through. The Godslayer believed that apart from Zhou Tian's star map, he was not inferior to other supreme treasures. However, he was still a little lacking if he wanted to suppress the Heavenly Mirror and the Tiandi Bell. At most, he was on equal footing. Qin Shujian nodded. It's good that you succeeded in breaking through. The heaven-deceiving technique can still be used now. The remaining star beasts should be more than enough to push you to the seventh tribulation Zubing. After the seventh tribulation, whether you can transcend the eighth tribulation or not will depend on yourself. There was no heaven-deceiving technique. The risk of Zubing transcending the eighth tribulation would increase exponentially. Qin Shujian was not sure that the Godslayer would succeed in breaking through. Hearing this, the Godslayer was silent for a moment before he said, I'll transcend the seventh tribulation first. I'll think about the rest after I succeed. He did not have a 100% chance of transcending the tribulation. Speaking of which, the Godslayer had never thought that he would consider transcending the eighth tribulation one day. After all, 20 years ago, he was only a fourth tribulation Zubing. He didn't even have a chance to transcend the fifth tribulation, let alone the others. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not say anything. He began to walk toward the next star. Shattering a star only meant getting rid of one astral beast. Judging from the situation of the star riot, it would not be long before the other star beasts broke out of the seal. Therefore, he had to get rid of all the star beasts as soon as possible. Or else, if all the star beasts broke out of the seal, the heavenly court would have to give up the outer space that they had just conquered. Among other things. For example, as long as there were a dozen or 20 more star beasts at the 8th level of Immortal, Qin Shujian would have to turn around and run away. He did not believe that there were not a dozen or 20 star beasts at the 8th level of Immortal in more than 300 stars. An optimistic estimate. There were at least 1/10 of the star beasts at the upper 3 levels of Immortal. 1/10 alone. There were more than 30 of them. Among these star beasts at the upper 3 levels of Immortal, there might be some stronger than the 8th level of Immortal. Not to mention the 9th level of Immortal, even the half-step Dao fruit might exist. Of course, the Dao fruit was impossible. But even the threat that he could guess was enough to make Qin Shujian make up his mind to eradicate all the star beasts. He did not have the strength in the past. But now, he wanted to get rid of the root of the problem. He clenched his fist. He punched out. The vacuum was destroyed. The star trembled violently. Its originally bright color quickly dimmed. Countless cracks appeared on it. He punched 3 times in a row. A star shattered. The moment the star shattered, a star beast about the same size as the previous one broke out of the seal. Although it was also 1,000,000 feet tall, the aura it had was completely different from that of the previous star beast. A 5th level of Immortal? Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he held the Godslayer and slashed down. In an instant, the newly born star beast did not even have time to react before it was dismembered. All the blood on the corpse was absorbed by the Godslayer. At the same time, a star core was picked out by the long saber. Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed it, casually throwing it into Zhou Tian's star map. A 5th level of Immortal star beast. In front of a powerhouse who could rival a half-step Dao fruit, although it was not an ant, it was the kind that could be killed with a single slash. Then, Qin Shujian targeted the next star and launched another attack. When Qin Shujian was frequently destroying stars and killing star beasts. In the depths of the void, the battle was almost coming to an end. After the Yizhou clan was destroyed, the Dog Emperor and Xianxia led the Heavenly Court's army to attack the other two clans. At the same time, the fall of Baito and Emo Shalua led to the complete collapse of the two clans. Originally, there was a gap between the middle three true immortals of the Void Demons and the Heavenly Court. It was just that the number of Demon King-level powerhouses was not good, so this gap was pulled back. But with the fall of the Demon Emperor, many of the Void Demons lost their minds. Suddenly, they fell into a disadvantage. Then, with the help of Chu Quantu and Nyo Dali, the remaining clans of the Void Demons completely fell into a state of collapse. Boom, a streak of cold light, which seemed to be the beginning of the world, pierced through the dull darkness of the void and split the entire continent, which was tens of thousands of miles wide, into two halves. Countless Void Demons died in the saber light. No, Ively let out his last scream. He, the newly promoted Demon Emperor, had completely fallen and died before he could warm up his seat. Facing the powerful Chu Quantu, Ively, who had just broken through, was not qualified to compete at all. Even someone as strong as Longfellow was seriously injured and on the verge of death by the saber strike. If it weren't for the other Void Demons as a buffer, and if Chu Quantu's target was not him, he would have already died in the saber light. At this moment, the continent collapsed and separated. A large number of Void Demons died. The remaining Void Demons were all in a daze. They were so shocked that their bodies could not move. Not only that, even the Heavenly Court's army and the cultivators of the 10,000 clans were now shocked by Chu Quantu. Hiss! Some immortals and gods gasped. Looking at the continent that was separated into two halves, they seemed to have seen a terrifying existence. Even that inextinguishable saber chi made him feel like he was about to die. Strong, terrifyingly strong, as an immortal god of the Heavenly Court, he was also aware of Chu Quantu's existence, but he never thought that the other party's strength had reached such a terrifying level. With just one saber strike, the territory of the Emo Shalua clan was destroyed. That continent was almost the size of a greater kiliocosm and half the size of a continent. But even so, however, he was still unable to block the other party's saber. At this moment, Chu Quantu casually swung his saber again and killed Longfellow. After the other party died, a resplendent crystal fell from the ground, and he casually kept it. The crystal of a top-notch Demon Emperor. For Chu Quantu, it was also somewhat useful. Of course, compared with the crystal of the Devil Emperor, it was incomparable. The Qin monarch has given the order to exterminate all the demons in the void. Now that I have killed all the Devil Emperors, I will leave the rest to your Heavenly Court. After Chu Quantu put away the crystal, he had no intention of making a move. Killing the Demon Emperor was already the best he could do. Others, let the Heavenly Courts handle it themselves. After all, the Heavenly Court was the main force in attacking the Void Demons. Chu Quantu's help was only to clear some obstacles. Now that the Devil Emperor was gone, only a few Devil Kings were left. If the Heavenly Court couldn't even deal with this, then there was no need for it to exist. The soul-protecting Emperor nodded. Thank you for killing the two Demon Emperors. Leave the rest to the Heavenly Court. After saying that, he looked at the rest of the immortals and deities of the Heavenly Court with a cold expression. Go all out and kill all the demons in the void. Don't let any of them escape, otherwise you will be severely punished. After this battle, the Emperor of Heaven will reward you according to your merits. Yes. Hearing the order of the soul-protecting Emperor, the rest of the immortals and deities looked excited. This battle could be said to be a great victory for the Heavenly Court. Since it was a great victory, it was necessary to reward them according to their contributions. One only needed to think briefly to understand what kind of rewards the Heavenly Court would give. There was no need to say anything else. It would definitely satisfy the others. After receiving the order, those cultivators who were in a daze quickly came to their senses and then pounced on the remaining demons in the void. Chu Quantu's saber strike not only killed all the demon emperors, but also almost all the devil kings and a large number of demons in the void. The remaining demons who were still alive were all injured. All of them were injured, and their strength was not at their peak at all. Moreover, all the demon emperors and demon emperors had fallen, and even the clan territory had been divided into two by the powerhouses. The remaining demons had lost their spirit and their strength had been greatly reduced. Of course, not all of the fiendish void demons were willing to resign themselves to their fate. Some demons in the void were forced into a desperate situation. Not only did they not wait for death, but they also resolutely self-destructed. The power of any cultivator's self-destruction was difficult to resist. For a moment, many cultivators of the myriad clans who did not pay attention were killed or injured. Seeing this, those cultivators who had been careless immediately straightened their attitude and killed the demons in the void. There are powerhouses approaching. The soul-protecting emperor and the demon emperor who were supervising the battle looked at each other and immediately took a step forward, walking out of the clan. In their perception, there were two tyrannical auras rapidly approaching. The two auras were full of blood and killing intent. For a moment, they did not dare to be sure of their origin. When the two of them flew out, they happened to see powerhouses approaching. Emperor South Flame, Emperor North Sea. Emperor East Sun, Emperor West Spirit? The soul-protecting emperor and the demon emperor were stunned. They did not expect that the people who came would be their own people. After all, the auras emitted by the two of them did not feel familiar. Soon, they came back to their senses. Since the two of you came at this time, could it be that the Yizo clan has been dealt with? The soul-protecting emperor asked. Hearing this, the dog emperor nodded. That's right. The Yizo clan has been destroyed. We are bringing people to support them. The Heavenly Court's army is behind us. They will arrive soon. After destroying the Yizo clan, they immediately rushed towards the Amo Xiao Luo clan. In order to prevent any accidents, the two of them did not even wait for the Heavenly Court's army. They rushed there first in order to support the Demon Emperor and the others as soon as possible. I wonder how the battle is now? Si Hanhai asked immediately. The powerhouses invited by the Emperor of Heaven have arrived and killed all the Demon Emperors. Currently, the cultivators of the Heavenly Court and the myriad clans are besieging the remaining demons. The outcome has been decided. Speaking of the occupation, the Demon Emperor was also smiling. In this battle, it was too easy for them. Although there was some pressure in the front, the situation was not out of their control. With the support of Chu Quantu behind them, the Amo Xiao Luo clan was completely defeated. It was just that he thought that they would be the first team to destroy the clan. But now it seemed. The Dog Emperor and the others moved even faster. In less than half a day, the Mo's Halo clan had been destroyed. The army that destroyed the Yizo clan had just arrived when they saw someone cleaning the battlefield. The Mo's Halo clan has been destroyed. Only the Baido clan is left, the Demon Emperor said in a deep voice as he looked at the many cultivators cleaning the battlefield. Emperor Zhongyuan and the others are very powerful. The Baido clan is no match for them. Perhaps they have already wiped out the Baido clan. That's hard to say. The Dog Emperor shook his head. Although the Baido clan was the strongest of the three clans, the team that attacked the Heavenly Court was also the strongest of the three. There was Emperor Zhongyuan, the leader of the 5 great imperial emperors, and the Eastern God of War, the leader of the 4 great war gods. Seriously speaking, although Xiao Qingfeng was the 4 great war gods, in terms of strength, the 5 great imperial emperors, except for Emperor Zhongyuan, did not have the competence to fight against him. Therefore, in his opinion, such a force was enough to deal with the Baido clan. At this moment, Chu Quantu also said, the Green Bull has already gone over. As long as the Baido clan doesn't have a Demon Emperor level backup, it's time to end the battle. After saying that, he added another sentence. The Green Bull's strength is not bad. Except for 9th level immortals, he can kill 7th level immortals and rival 8th level immortals. After hearing Chu Quantu's words, they were relieved. Obviously, Niao Dali's realm had also reached a level they did not expect. Killing 7th level immortals and rivaling 8th level immortals, it could be said that such strength was enough to rank in the top 3 in the Heavenly Court. Needless to say, the first was definitely Qin Shujian. As for the second and third, it was Chu Quantu in front of them and Niao Dali, who was in the Baido clan. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up. After a discussion, the emperors decided to lead the team to the Baido clan. According to Chu Quantu, the Baito clan should not have any problems at the moment. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Anyway, the Yizo clan and the Mos Halo clan had been destroyed, so it was not a big deal to bring people to the Baito clan. The two armies converged, gathering a large number of cultivators, and majestically headed toward the Baito clan. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the cultivators of the myriad races. However, things were different for the players. A portion of the players decided to head to the Bardo clan, while the rest decided to return to the battlefield. Regarding this, the Dog Emperor and the others did not stop him. In their eyes, the Inhumans were nothing more than cannon fodder. At the start of the war, standing at the front could reduce the number of casualties, but in reality, it was not of much use. Now that the outcome of the battle was almost certain, the existence of the Inhumans was no longer necessary. In such a situation, if the other party wanted to leave, they couldn't be bothered. The Moxiaro clan was quite a distance away from the Baito clan. When they were halfway there, they happened to run into the Heavenly Courts. Troops that had just exterminated the Baito clan and were heading towards the Mashaluo clan. When the two teams met, they both stopped at the same time. Emperor Zhongyuan. Looking at the Zhao King, the Dog King asked, "Has the Bardo clan been destroyed?" "Not bad." Zhao King nodded slightly. "With Brother Ox's help, the Bardo clan has been destroyed. I originally wanted to rush to the Moxiaro clan to help, but now it seems that there's no need." He didn't expect the other two clans to be destroyed so quickly. However, although he was a little surprised, many things were reasonable. After the two teams met up, Zhao King said, "Now that the three clans have been destroyed, there might be other void demons wandering in the void. Therefore, I think we should send some experts to explore the void. This time, we must eliminate all the void demons. We can't leave any behind. Otherwise, even if a centipede dies but doesn't fall down, it will still cause us great trouble in the future." Now that the three clans had been destroyed, many of the protective facilities in the battlefield would be removed as time passed. After all, those measures were to prevent the void evil demons from consuming a large amount of resources at every moment. Since the void demons had been destroyed, these resources would be avoided as much as possible. As a result, if there were still void demons left, they might take this opportunity to sneak into the myriad clans. At that time, it might cause some unpredictable trouble. Therefore, it was necessary to take this opportunity to eliminate all the void demons in one fell swoop. That's fine. Anyway, most of the void demons experts have fallen. Even if there are some who escaped, I believe they won't be too strong. As long as we find them, we can kill them all. The others also nodded. The outer realm was not big, but it was not small either. However, if the myriad clans really spread out their power without restraint, they would definitely be able to make the void demons have nowhere to hide. As a result, it was only a matter of time before they completely eliminated the void demons. After making a decision, the imperial emperors of the 5 directions immediately summoned a group of myriad clans cultivators at the true immortal realm. There were more than 200 of them. "You guys explore the outer realm and find all the void demons that have escaped. You must kill them all. The time limit is 3 years. You must return within 3 years." After saying that, among the imperial emperors of the 5 directions, Emperor Zhao took out another oil lamp and said indifferently, "Put a wisp of your divine soul in it and ignite the soul fire. If you encounter the void demons and unfortunately die, we will know in time. In addition, you are not allowed to enter the demon abyss without permission. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." "We understand." The cultivators of the myriad clans looked at each other and then nodded in response. Then, they each sent out a wisp of their spirit and placed it on the oil lamp. The oil lamp, which was originally unlit, had already ignited when their spirits landed on it. However, the color of the flame was different from the normal color. It showed a 7-colored scene. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that in the 7-colored flame, there were human faces that appeared one after another, matching the cultivators who had split their divine souls. After everyone placed a wisp of their divine soul into the soul lamp, Emperor Zhao put away the soul lamp. "You guys can go now." "Yes." Many cultivators bowed and accepted the order. Then, they led a group of cultivators and left. Emperor Zhao's expression did not change as he watched the cultivators leave. The cultivators who led the group. They were all true immortals of the myriad clans. With them leading the group, even if they encountered a powerful void demon, they would be able to deal with it. The remaining cultivators who left with the group were also in the Almighty Realm. Moreover, 200 true immortals represented 200 teams. 3 years was enough for them to explore the outer realm. In this way, it was basically guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. After these people left, Emperor Zhao gathered the army and rushed back to the outer realm battlefield. P.S. The new book, Human Guardians, can be collected. The old book will be updated as usual. There are no changes. Outside the extraterritorial battlefield, the stars shattered, and the battle did not stop for a moment. That vast fluctuation almost covered the entire extraterritorial battlefield. The cultivators of the myriad races there were trembling, but their eyes were shining, waiting for the opportunity to pick up the scraps. Their way of picking up scraps was naturally not to rush up and snatch the kill. Not to mention anything else. Just talking about star beasts of that level, even if they were seriously injured and on the verge of death, with only a trace of blood left, they were not something that these cultivators who were not even true immortals could kill. Not to mention, picking up scraps in front of Qin Shujian was even more terrifying than snatching food from a tiger's mouth. So, the way the cultivators of the myriad races picked up scraps was to wait for the star beast blood to flow over and then take the opportunity to collect some. The Emperor of Heaven is killing star beasts. What a powerful aura. The level of these star beasts is probably not low. Some of the players who had returned from the 3 clans gasped when they saw this scene. He originally thought that when he returned to the extraterritorial battlefield, it would be peaceful for a period of time. In the end, as soon as he returned, he saw the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court killing star beasts. That terrifying power was much stronger than when the Heavenly Court fought with the 3 great clans. Star beast blood? Fu Moyan looked at the star beast blood flowing over, and his eyes flickered. Senior, would the blood of these star beasts be of great help to one's cultivation? That's right. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in his sea of consciousness, which was also Qin Yi, nodded and replied, the star beast blood is incomparably powerful. If it can be diluted and used to temper the body, it can greatly improve the breakthrough. You cultivate the purple heaven divine thunder scripture, and in the future, you will also walk the path of the physical sanctification realm. The star beast blood is also a supreme treasure for you. Then is there a way to collect it? Fu Moyan's eyes lit up as he asked in his heart. He rarely returned to the great wide world now. Most of the time, he was in the great wide world to complete the missions given by Qin Shujian. Until now. Fu Moyan couldn't even remember how many unlucky bastards he had killed. In any case, under Qin Yi's guidance, his strength had increased steadily. He had broken through from the true martial realm to the spirit martial realm. Moreover, his own realm was not as simple as just entering the spirit martial realm. However, even with Qin Yi's guidance, his talent was limited. After advancing to the spirit martial realm, his cultivation speed slowed down. There was only one way to improve as quickly as before. It was to enter the greater thousand world, raise one's level here, and then nourish oneself in the real world. At this moment, Fu Moyan, in the great thousand worlds, he was still at the peak of the divine martial realm and had not yet broken through to the celestial being realm. The purpose of his return this time was to raise his rank. Hearing this, Qin Yi said, collecting star beast's blood is neither easy nor difficult. As long as you can raise your strength to the peak of the Skyman or even the level of a true immortal, you'll be able to do it. At that time, he would be able to suppress the astral beast blood with his own strength. On the other hand, if you're not strong enough and forcefully come into contact with the astral beast blood, you'll only be killed by it. The astral beasts sealed in those ancient stars are at least at the middle 3 true immortals, and the strong ones are comparable to the upper 3 true immortals. They're much stronger than you think. Hearing this, Fu Moyan's face darkened. After talking for so long, it was as if she hadn't said anything. What she meant was that if he went up to collect the astral beast blood with his strength, he would die. There would be no other outcome. She seemed to have sensed Fu Moyan's thoughts. Qini thought for a moment and comforted him. Actually, you don't have to collect the astral beast blood yourself. Seeing that you've worked so hard during this period of time, you can make a trip to the heavenly court after you're done. I believe that there will be some astral beast blood left in my original body. At that time, I'll give you some. What you need to do now is to exchange all the resources you have on you for things that can increase your strength. You don't have to worry about the rest. Senior's words are reasonable. Fu Moyan nodded. After Qinyi's reminder, he suddenly realized something. The existence in his mind was the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven was also the strongest person in the Great Thousand World. As long as he served him well, there was nothing he couldn't get. It was just that after spending so much time with Qinyi, Fu Moyan had almost forgotten the other party's true identity. After sighing with emotion about how good it was to have a backer, he simply stopped watching the battle between Qin Shujian and the astral beast and entered the city, heading to the heavenly court branch in the city. Right now, he could exchange for things, and the most complete one was the heavenly court branch. The last time he picked up a true immortal crystal, Fu Moyan hadn't used it much until now. This time, he could go to the heavenly court branch and exchange for everything. Because he had a backer. He didn't need to waste merit points to exchange for things like cultivation methods and martial arts. He only needed to exchange for things that could increase his realm. For example, a divine level crystal. For example, some things that could temper his physique. However, Fu Moyan thought about how he could go to the heavenly court later and ask for some astral beast blood. He was also considering whether he still needed to buy some things to temper his physique. After asking, Qinyi directly gave an answer. Astral beast blood is extremely violent. Even after being diluted, it's not something that ordinary people can withstand. If you want to use astral beast blood to temper your body, it's best to complete the first volume of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Wait until your realm reaches the 4th level of the Heaven Human realm before using such a treasure to cultivate. After receiving an answer, Fu Moyan nodded and had a rough plan for what he was going to do next. It was necessary to exchange for crystals because it was faster to obtain experience by absorbing crystals. If he relied on himself to fight monsters to level up, who knew how long it would take? The rest, he just needed to exchange for some treasures to temper his body so that he could prepare for the upcoming tribulation. The spacious square now seemed a little empty. Fu Moyan wasn't too surprised by this. Because the heavenly court had gone to war with the 3 great clans, 95% of the cultivators in the foreign battlefield had already formed an army and gone. The remaining cultivators were guarding this place to prevent any accidents from happening. Under such circumstances, there naturally weren't many people in the heavenly court branch. It was just that in order to maintain the stability of the heavenly court branch, there were still some people who set up stalls. But there weren't many cultivators who bought and traded. At least until now. Fu Moyan only saw a few people, including himself. There were probably no more than 10. After calming himself down, he walked towards one of the stalls. What do you want to buy? The stall owner sitting at the stall was a little drowsy at this moment. It was only when he saw Fu Moyan's arrival that he perked up a little. But even so, he still didn't have much enthusiasm. This was something that couldn't be helped. Now that the myriad races had gone to war, most of the cultivators who stayed behind weren't very strong. Although there was the blood of star beasts outside. It wasn't something that cultivators with low cultivation could pick up. Therefore, for the stall owner, he was still sitting here basically because he had nothing to do. He was so bored that he was about to panic. Fu Moyan didn't care about the stall owner's state. I wonder if there are any celestial being realm crystals for sale, or some treasures that can temper the body? Celestial being crystal, a treasure for tempering the body. Hearing this, the stall owner was immediately energized. He originally thought that since the person who came was a mutant, he shouldn't have much money and couldn't afford anything expensive. That was why he was so indifferent. But now, Fu Moyan's question made him feel a little different. The stall owner sized up Fu Moyan seriously. After seeing his temperament, he had a rough guess in his heart. Of course there are celestial being crystals, and there are also treasures for tempering the body. The stall owner said slowly, however, I need to take the liberty to ask. Do you want to walk the path of becoming a saint with your body? That's right. Fu Moyan admitted frankly. He also knew that there were many people who walked the path of becoming a saint with their body. This wasn't a secret that couldn't be said. The stall owner smiled and said, I believe you know that no matter what level the celestial being crystal is, you can only exchange it for 1,000 celestial merit points. But in fact, the energy contained in the celestial being crystal of different levels is different. If you exchange it for a crystal of the first level of the celestial being realm, you can exchange it for 1,000 merit points. I can't make a loss here, so if you want to buy it, you need to pay 1,100 merit points. 1,100 merit points, Fu Moyan frowned instinctively. Just as the other party said, the celestial being crystal could only be exchanged for 1,000 merit points, but now it was sold for 1,100 merit points. Although it was only an additional 100 celestial merit points, it was actually an additional 10%. If he bought something worth 10,000 celestial merit points, he might have to pay an extra 1,000 celestial merit points, and that was an optimistic estimate. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. However, Fu Moyan still asked again, other than the first tier of celestial being crystals, how much are the other tiers of celestial being crystals sold for? Actually, it's not that expensive. For the Transcendent Celestial Crystal, each additional minor realm costs an additional 100 merit points. If it was a saint-level crystal, every small realm increase would mean an extra 200 merit points. As for the crystals for the Almighty Realm, each additional minor realm requires an additional 500 merit points. Hearing this, Fu Moyan began to calculate. Based on what the other party had said, the crystals in the first layer of the celestial human realm were worth 1,100 contribution points, and the crystals in the third layer of the celestial human realm were worth 1,300 contribution points. As for becoming a saint, the number of merit points required was between 1,500 and 1,900. Almighty level crystals required 2,400 to 3,400 merit points. It had to be said. The price of a pinnacle Almighty's crystal was more than 3 times the price of one's own. If it was exchanged with perfected immortal merit points, it would require more than 300 perfected immortal merit points. However, Fu Moyan also understood. If he really wanted to exchange for a peak Almighty level crystal, the experience points contained within would definitely be enough for him to raise his realm. In fact, it wasn't as simple as raising his realm. Of course. Even if he had enough merit points, he wouldn't dare to directly exchange for a peak Almighty level crystal. Because once his experience points were full, he would enter a state of continuous breakthrough. If he cultivated an ordinary cultivation technique, continuous breakthroughs would naturally be a good thing. However, if he cultivated the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, continuous breakthroughs meant that there would be continuous heavenly tribulations. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, transcending multiple tribulations was courting death. To be safe, Fu Moyan thought for a moment and then made a decision. I want to exchange for 10 celestial being crystals, but I can only buy them at the price of 500 merit points each. Sir, are you playing with me? The stall owner's face immediately turned cold. What did he mean? He offered 1,100 merit points, but the other party cut the price to 500 merit points. He was clearly making a loss for him. This wasn't how business was done. He had reason to believe that Fu Moyan was playing with him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't casually fight here, the stall owner would definitely let the other party understand why the flowers were so popular. I'm not offering celestial merit points, but perfected immortal merit points. Perfected immortal merit points. The stall owner's pupils constricted slightly. Fu Moyan said, although perfected immortal merit points exchange for celestial merit points is 1 to 10, I'm sure you know how precious they are. I'll give you 500 perfected immortal merit points for 10 celestial being level 1 crystals. 500 perfected immortal merit points. The stall owner obviously fell into hesitation. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, he looked up at Fu Moyan. 500 is too little. After all, the exchange ratio is only 10 to 1. Considering that perfected immortal merit points are more precious than celestial merit points, I can give you a discount. 800 perfected immortal merit points. I'll give you 10 celestial being level 1 crystals. 500 is already too much. I believe you don't need me to tell you how precious perfected immortal merit points are. Fu Moyan shook his head and didn't agree to the other party's suggestion. Either 500 perfected immortal merit points, or I'll go to another stall to exchange. I believe many people will be willing to accept this price. Hearing this, the stall owner's expression didn't change as he said with a faint smile, "You must be joking. Although perfected immortal merit points are precious, there's a limit to how precious they are. They can't be used much." Seeing this, Fu Moyan turned around and left. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. Everyone knew how precious perfected immortal merit points were. Since the other party wasn't sincere in trading, he would change to another stall. It was just as he said earlier. As long as he could take out perfected immortal merit points, there would definitely be a lot of people fighting to trade. Seeing Fu Moyan turn around and leave without saying anything, the stall owner was stunned for a moment. However, he didn't say anything to dissuade him. Used to doing business, the stall owner knew very well what the other party was thinking. In his eyes, Fu Moyan turned around and left just to lower his standards. As long as he didn't speak first, there wouldn't be any problems. However, under the stall owner's gaze, Fu Moyan had no intention of stopping at all. Seeing that the other party was about to walk to another stall, he finally couldn't hold back. "Come back, sir. We can discuss things." Hearing the voice behind him, a faint smile appeared on Fu Moyan's face. Then, he turned around and walked back. "Is there anything else?" 500 perfected immortal merit points. Then 500 perfected immortal merit points. Deal. I've changed my mind now. 400 perfected immortal merit points for 10 heavenly human level crystals, Fu Moyan said indifferently. Since the other party had spoken first, he had the initiative. Hearing this, the stall owner's face immediately darkened. "Your Excellency, aren't you lowering the price too much? 500 perfected immortal merit points is barely breaking even. If it's 400, it'll be a pure loss. No one would be able to bear the loss of 100 perfected immortal merit points for no reason." Fu Moyan shook his head and explained, "That's not the case. You should know better than me how important perfected immortal merit points are. Now that the Heavenly Court has attacked the 3 great clans, it won't be long before the Heavenly Court's army returns victorious. At that time, the evil void demons would be wiped out. Unless there was a new method to obtain merit points, it would be impossible for others to obtain merit points. I believe that it won't be long before the value of perfected immortal merit points increases. At most, I'll offer 400 perfected immortal merit points. If you're willing to exchange, then do so. If not, then we'll wait and see. Soon, you'll know whether I'm right or not." The stall owner took a deep look at Fu Moyan and then pondered over his words. Indeed. Once the 3 great clans were destroyed, the void demons were almost gone. In this way, there was almost no other way to obtain merit points. Moreover, perfected immortal merit points were not equivalent to other things. The things that could be exchanged for in the Heavenly Court were not things that the myriad clans could possess. As long as one had perfected immortal merit points in their hands, their value would naturally increase over time. Thinking of this, the stall owner gritted his teeth and nodded. "Deal. 400 perfected immortal merit points it is. However, you really have perfected immortal merit points. If you're trying to trick me, this matter won't end so easily. Don't worry, I've always been honest." Fu Moyan didn't care about the threat at all. In the outer realm, there were already many shattered stars. Of the star beasts that appeared later on, only 2 of them were at the upper 3rd layer of the true immortal realm, while the rest were at the middle 3rd layer of the true immortal realm. Regarding this, Xianxia was also having a great time killing them. Star beasts were released one by one and then killed one by one. In a short period of time, at least 40 to 50 star beasts had died. The star cores that he had gathered had increased the power of the heavenly cycle star diagram greatly. Even though it had not reached the level of a top 8 tribulation ancestral armament, it had reached the level of a mid-tier ancestral armament. At this time, Qin Shujian had divided the 8 tribulations Zhu Bing into 4 levels, namely, the elementary level, the middle level, the high level, and the top level. As an elementary 8 tribulation Zhu Bing, he could be considered to have just touched the threshold of half-step Dao fruit. Once he reached the intermediate level, he would have completely stepped into the half-step Dao fruit realm. As for the high grade and peak grade, although they were still within the original category, their power was somewhat different. Especially the 8 tribulation Zhu Bing at the top. It was the existence closest to the 9 tribulation Zhu Bing, and also a shocking treasure that was qualified to touch the Dao fruit realm. Kill 2 more star beasts at the upper 3rd layer of the true immortal realm, and I will be able to transcend the 7th tribulation. Godslayer's voice came at this time, and he did not hide his excitement at all. He had just transcended the tribulation, and it had only been 2 or 3 days at most. Just like that. The energy needed by the 6th tribulation Zhu Bing was completely piled up. And it was when he used the heaven-deceiving technique, and it was almost overflowing. As long as he killed 2 more true immortals at the upper 3rd layer of the true immortal realm, he would naturally attract the heavenly tribulation. To be honest, with such results, even if Godslayer had originally imagined it, he was still very excited when it really came to this step. Once the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing reached the 7 tribulation. If that was the case, he would be the strongest ancestral armament in this epoch. Throughout the ancient times, the most powerful Zhu Bing who had existed was only at the 6 or 7 tribulation level. The 8 tribulation Zhu Bing. It only existed in legends, and it had never appeared before. Because Zhu Bing's heavenly tribulation would become more and more powerful as it progressed. If he wanted to transcend the 8th tribulation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he would definitely die. Godslayer was not confident that he could transcend the 8th tribulation. But he was confident that he could transcend the 7th tribulation. As long as he succeeded in transcending the tribulation, then he would be the first Zhu Bing. Even if he died in the tribulation later, the legends about him would be passed down forever. Xianxia held Godslayer, and he could also feel the surging energy in him. 2 true immortals at the upper 3rd layer of the true immortal realm. Then it should be enough to kill about 10 true immortals at the middle 3rd layer of the true immortal realm. The true immortals at the upper 3rd layer of the true immortal realm that Godslayer mentioned were only at the 7th layer of the true immortal realm. In terms of conversion, as long as there were 10 more star beasts at the 6th layer of the true immortal realm, it would be enough for him to enter the state of transcending the tribulation. The gap between the 4th layer of the true immortal realm and the 6th layer of the middle 3rd layer of the true immortal realm was not ordinary. After having a plan, Xianxia set his gaze on the next star. Godslayer suddenly slashed out, and a fierce saber light flashed past, and the star instantly split open. Boom, the star shattered, and a ferocious beast that was 1,000,000 feet tall appeared in the sky. That extremely ferocious aura even caused the nomological laws to tremble violently. In an instant, Xianxia's expression was solemn. He had won the prize, although he had long guessed that there must be powerful star beasts sealed in the ancient stars. When such a star beast really appeared, he still could not help but feel shocked. The moment the star beast appeared, a tide-like aura swept out in all directions, and even the extraterritorial battlefield on one side was shaken. Come with me. Xianxia looked at it solemnly for a moment, and then punched out, causing the star beast to be enraged. Immediately after, it fled into the depths of the void without looking back. Such a powerful star beast. It was not suitable to fight in the original place, because that place was too close to the extraterritorial battlefield. If they really fought, the aftershocks alone could destroy the battlefield. Therefore, what Xianxia wanted to do was to attract the star beast to another place, and then use some means to get rid of it. Inexplicably attacked, the star beast completely woke up from its dazed state. Then, it saw the blood-red color on Xianxia's body, and the smell of slaughtering its own kind. Roar, a monstrous roar rose from its heart. In the next instant, its body moved, traversing hundreds of millions of miles of void, and chased after Xianxia. The star beast chased after him. Xianxia clearly sensed that his body did not stop at all, and he kept fleeing into the depths of the void. The Godslayer in his hand could also feel the terror of that aura. Emperor of Heaven, what level is this star beast at? He had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Hearing that, Xianxia said a few words softly. Half-step Dao fruit. Half-step Dao fruit, Godslayer was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Xianxia's face regained its calmness as he continued to lure the star beasts into the depths of the void. With his current means, he had no problem dealing with a half-step Dao fruit. However, guessing was one thing, and a real battle was another. If he really had to fight with a half-step Dao fruit, to be honest, Xianxia wasn't 100% confident that he could kill the other party. Of course, he had no problem protecting himself. Otherwise, he would be the Emperor of Heaven for nothing. One man and one beast fled into the depths of the void. The vast abyss-like aura was almost undisguised as it constantly raged in the void. Wherever it passed, the void within hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. In another location in the depths of the void, the army of the heavenly court and the myriad races was rushing back. All of a sudden, the army stopped. Emperor Zhao and the others, who were in the lead, were all looking in one direction in horror, as if they had seen something terrifying. What is it? So powerful, this aura is so powerful. Could it be that the void demon still has some powerful backup plan? In their perception, there were two abyss-like auras passing by. In front of that aura, even the middle three true immortals felt their hearts tremble, as if their lives would end at any time. It could be said that, in front of such an existence, even the middle three true immortals were ants. Even Emperor Zhao and Xiao Qingfeng were now shocked. They were not prepared for this sudden situation. Then, their eyes fell on Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali. These two were the most powerful people in the Heavenly Court's team. Both of them were upper three true immortals. If those two terrifying auras really came with ill intentions, then they were the only ones who could deal with them. At this moment, Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali's faces were also solemn. After a while, Chu Quangtu solemnly spat out a few words, half-step Dao fruit. Half-step Dao fruit, boom, these simple words set off a huge wave in the ears of the immortals and gods of the heavenly court. What was a half-step Dao fruit? In other words, they knew very well what a Dao fruit was. That was a realm that no one had reached since the beginning of the epic. Half-step Dao fruit was the pinnacle existence since the beginning of the epic. In the great wide world, there were only two living half-step Dao fruits. One existed in the Sea of Death, while the other existed in Heaven Abyss. A few years ago, the two places were often rioted. The immortals and gods of the heavenly courts had a deep understanding of the power of half-step Dao fruits. However, compared to the aura coming from the void, the aura emitted by the half-step Dao fruit of the Great Thousand World was far inferior. They originally thought that was the strength of a half-step Dao fruit expert. But now it seemed that either the half-step Dao fruit of the vast thousand realms was too weak, or the seal had isolated most of their auras. Or else, the gap shouldn't be that big. The demon emperor's face was deathly pale. Half-step Dao fruit. Their target isn't us. Could it be that there are still such powerhouses among the evil void devils? It had been a long time since he had broken through to the third level of the true immortal realm. In front of a powerhouse, he felt like an ant. Now that he sensed the aura as vast as the abyss, the demon emperor once again understood that the upper three levels of the true immortal realm were just slightly bigger ants. Compared to a real existence, they could be destroyed with a wave of a hand. Chu Quangtu shook his head and said, "Those two auras didn't come this way. If I'm not mistaken, one of them should have come from the Qin Emperor. The other aura, although violent, is somewhat different from the evil void devils. It's somewhat similar to the star beast." Earlier, the Qin Emperor had said that there was movement in the ancient star outside the extraterritorial battlefield. Now it seems that the star beast sealed in it has been born. With the Qin Emperor's current strength, even if he can't kill that half-step Dao fruit expert, it's impossible for him to be defeated. Now that he has led the star beast to the depths of the void, he must be worried that the battle will affect the Great Thousand World. Xianxia's aura. Chu Quangtu couldn't be more familiar with it. Combined with what the other party had said before, it was not difficult for him to guess the cause and effect. Niu Dali also nodded. He's right. The first aura did come from the Qin Emperor. As for the second aura, it should be the star beast. A battle at the half-step Dao fruit level is not something you can get close to. Not only you, but even we are not qualified to intervene for the time being. A half-step Dao fruit expert was only a little bit away from the Dao fruit level. Such a realm. No matter which era it was a top powerhouse. Even if the two of them were reincarnations of the Dao fruit level, it was impossible for them to compete with a half-step Dao fruit expert without breaking through to the 9th level of the immortal realm. Because after reaching that level, the foundation of their previous life would no longer be of much use. Such a powerhouse. Each of them was a shocking talent. In other words, anyone who was qualified to break through to the Dao fruit level had a foundation that ordinary people could not compare with. Even the reincarnation Dao fruit experts had to break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm before they were qualified to compete. After hearing the two's explanation, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court were temporarily relieved. Their perception was not as good as the two of them, and there was no way for them to detect that one of the auras was Qin Shujian. Xiao Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect the Emperor of Heaven's realm to have reached such a level." Hearing that, the other immortals and gods nodded in agreement. If others had not mentioned it, they would not have dared to believe that the Emperor of Heaven was already comparable to a half-step Dao fruit expert. After all, the time he took to become an immortal was not much different from theirs. It was already shocking to be able to break through to the upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. However, now that he was comparable to a half-step Dao fruit expert, it was undoubtedly even more shocking. Is the Emperor of Heaven really okay? Emperor Zhao frowned and could not help but ask. At this critical juncture, Qin Shujian could not afford to have any problems. Although the 3 void demon clans had been dealt with. However, in reality, for the great wide world, the biggest threat had never been the void demons, but the demon abyss that was constantly approaching. If anything happened to Qin Shujian, then, when the demon abyss descended, there would be no top powerhouses in the great wide world who could fight against the demon abyss. Chu Quantu said, "Don't worry, the Qin Emperor's foundation is beyond your imagination." Before he refined Zhou Tian's star map, he could still suppress 2 top demon emperors. Now that Zhou Tian's star map has been successfully refined, even a half-step Dao fruit expert is in danger of dying. Instead of worrying about the Qin Emperor, you might as well worry about that star beast and whether it will die in his hands. Thank you for explaining. Emperor Zhao cupped his hands and thanked him. Chu Quantu waved his hand and did not reply. He just cast his gaze to the other side of the void, thinking about something. Boom, 2 terrifying figures shuttled back and forth, one in front and one behind. The aura that spread out tore the void that it touched into pieces. In the process of traveling through the void, Qin Shujian's spiritual will moved slightly and sensed something. The Heavenly Quartz Army? Looks like I have to change directions. With this thought in mind, he immediately shifted his distance and continued to flee into the depths of the void. Qin Shujian also understood. At this time, the Heavenly Quartz Army appeared here, should have destroyed the 3 major clans and was rushing back to the battlefield outside. If he went straight, it would be easier to collide with the Heavenly Quartz Army. If that was really the case, that would be troublesome. Because the tens of billions of Heavenly Quartz Army were like ants in front of a half-step Dao fruit expert. If he directly charged over, he might not be able to destroy the entire army, but at least more than half of them would be killed or injured. This was the terrifying part of a half-step Dao fruit expert. Just the aura that leaked out could annihilate billions of living beings. So, if he didn't change directions, the Heavenly Court would definitely suffer heavy casualties. When they attacked the 3 major clans, not many people would die, but when they returned to the capital, a sudden accident would cause them to lose more than half of their army or even be wiped out. That would be really embarrassing. Regarding Qin Shujian's change of direction, the star beast behind him didn't care at all. In its eyes, it also had the thought of killing Qin Shujian. Because the bloody smell emitted from the other party's body seemed to be endless star beasts wailing and roaring. That was the remnant of the entire race after slaughtering a large number of star beasts. As the emperor of the star beast race, it absolutely couldn't let such an executioner live in the world. Otherwise, the star beast race would no longer have any dignity to speak of. Qin Shujian must die. No matter what, even if the other party fled to the ends of the world, he would still die. Qin Shujian couldn't not sense the surging killing intent of the star beast behind him, but he didn't care. The other party wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill the other party. It was just that it was not easy to make a move in his current position, so he led it into the depths of the void. Otherwise, Qin Shujian would have stopped long ago and fought to the death with the other party. Boom, boom, two terrifying figures flashed past, and an abyss-like aura spread over millions of miles of space. The space shattered inch by inch like a mirror, and then it was like a boundless gale that raged through everything. The Heavenly Court's army, which had stopped in their tracks, only saw a sudden explosion in the void before them. Then, they saw space shatter like a mirror. A world-destroying gale swept over. Cultivators of the myriad races, stay where you are. All immortals and gods of the Heavenly Court, attack with me and resist the aftershocks. Emperor Zhao yelled. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and a huge Dharma idol appeared in the void. He pushed out his palm, and his celestial origin energy suppressed the surroundings, trying to forcibly suppress the aftershock. When Emperor Zhao made his move, the other immortals and deities of the Heavenly Court made their moves as well. One by one, the Dharma Laksana condensed from divine consciousness manifested. None of them held back and attacked the void in front of them. Even Chu Quangtu and Niu Dali did not stand idly by. A beam of saber light bloomed, illuminating the void for hundreds of millions of miles. Wherever it passed, the aftershocks were all calmed down. In the meantime, another green bull soared into the sky, its four hooves stomping on the sky, suppressing the greater thousand. Boom, all kinds of attacks converged and collided fiercely with the aftershocks. After the violent fluctuations, everything calmed down. The destroyed void was also repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye under the effect of the laws. The Qin Emperor is luring the star beast away from where we are now. The aftershocks just now were caused by the unintentional leakage of their own power. We must retreat immediately. Otherwise, if we really fight, we won't have any problems, but the other cultivators of the myriad races won't be able to survive. Chu Quangtu put away his saber and said with a solemn expression. With his current strength, he was no match for a half-step Dao fruit expert, but he was still qualified to watch the battle. However, an army of tens of billions did not have such means. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the two of them were to really fight here, the rest of the people would only die. Emperor Zhao's expression was also serious. He nodded and replied, "That's right. We can't stay here any longer. We must rush back to the extraterritorial battlefield first." Hearing this, none of the immortals and deities of the Heavenly Court objected. Soon, the army that stopped rushed toward the extraterritorial battlefield in a mighty manner. However, it was different from before. The atmosphere of the army was much quieter now. There was no longer the joy of returning from a great victory. There was nothing they could do about it. Anyone who had just walked on the edge of life and death would not be in a good mood. In the unknown void, Qin Shujian stopped. He did not continue to escape because there was no need to. The current void was very far away from the extraterritorial battlefield. Even if there was any movement, it would not affect that place. After stopping, Qin Shujian turned around and looked at the star beast that was chasing after him. He had already taken out Zhou Tian's star map that existed in his spiritual sea. Two other supreme treasures appeared with Zhou Tian's star map. Boom, a fierce aura rushed toward him, and the wind alone shattered the void. The million-foot-long star beast stepped forward, its huge eyes full of violent killing intent. After approaching Qin Shujian, it punched out, wanting to completely kill the executioner in front of it. Dong, dong, Qin Shujian's fist bombarded the Tiandi bell. The heavy and rapid sound of the bell immediately spread in all directions. Wherever the sound of the bell passed, the space froze. The sound of the bell rang 9 times in a row, causing the star beast's movements to stagnate slightly. However, it was only a slight pause. In less than a breath's time, it resumed its movements. After all, the Tiandi bell's grade was only comparable to a 6th tribulation Zubing. It was very difficult to completely restrain an existence at the half-step Dao fruit level. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, a slight pause was enough. Because the moment the star beast froze, the yellow light of the Skirich mirror shone, causing the star beast to freeze even more. Then, Zhou Tian unfolded the star map. The array map, which was about 10 feet long, suddenly surged like a river of stars. A shocking array was set up in the blink of an eye, swallowing the star beast. Just as the array swallowed the star beast, a terrifying aura vibrated, and the yellow light of the Xianxia mirror shattered in an instant. The next second, all the stars in the sky appeared. Qin Shujian took a step forward and came to the top of Zhou Tian's star map. The Tiandi Bell and the Xianxia mirror also flew into the air, suppressing the array eye. With a thought, the stars fell, like a scene of destruction, and attacked the star beast. Now that he had come to the depths of the void, even if he used Zhou Tian's star map, he was not afraid of being sensed by those ancient stars. This was the second purpose of Qin Shujian's star beast coming here. If he did not use Zhou Tian's star map, he was not confident that he could kill the star beast. Similarly, as long as Zhou Tian's star array was set up, as long as it was not at the Dao fruit level, there was no possibility of escape. Zhou Tian set up the Great Astral Formation. The star beast seemed to have sensed some danger. It launched a powerful attack, attacking the formation frantically, trying to break it with brute force. Boom, a huge fist punched out, and the falling star immediately shattered. Terrifying aftershocks erupted with the two as the center, as if the void within hundreds of millions of miles had turned into powder. Outside the formation, Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. He covered the array formation with his divine sense and controlled its changes. The interior of Zhou Tian's Great Astral Formation seemed vast, but in fact, it did not occupy much space. However, there was a universe inside, like a world born from heaven and earth. Inside the formation, one would feel that it was boundless. At present, every move of the star beast in the formation could not be hidden from Qin Shujian's eyes and ears. When he saw the falling star fail to do anything, he waved his hand. He waved his hand again, and the formation instantly changed. In an instant, killing intent descended. An endless river of stars fell from the sky, looking very gorgeous. The killing intent had already descended. Rumble, wherever the river of stars passed, the void collapsed. The star beast roared. Instead of retreating, it stepped into the air and punched, trying to shatter the river of stars. In the end, the river of stars trembled violently. The star beast's body shook, and it took a step back. Qin Shujian waved his hand again. The stars in the sky bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Then, stars fell one after another, turning into star beasts 1,000,000 feet tall, and besieging the star beast in the middle. The aura of each star beast was extremely powerful. Although there was a big gap between them and half-step Dao fruit star beasts, there were enough of them. After those star beasts were born, they attacked their own kind under Qin Shujian's command. A great battle broke out again. Qin Shujian's true yuan poured into the formation, enhancing its power. Half-step Dao fruit star beasts are indeed strong. If I'm not wrong, this is the Beast Emperor of all the sleeping star beasts. Beast Emperor. It was the emperor of the Star Beast clan and the strongest of all the star beasts. Although there were still many ancient stars that had yet to break out of their seals, Qin Shujian was basically certain that the star beast in front of him was the emperor of the star beasts. Because the other party had reached the half-step Dao fruit realm, this was already enough to explain some things. He didn't believe that there were stronger existences among the star beasts. If even a half-step Dao fruit expert was not a beast emperor, then what level of existence was a beast emperor? Dao fruit? Qin Shujian knew that no Dao fruit had been born in this epoch. Naturally, no Dao fruit existed among the star beasts. At this moment, the star beasts manifested by Zhou Tian's great star formation were still battling the beast emperor. Star beasts weren't real star beasts. They were just a manifestation of the array diagram's power. It was only because Zhou Tian's star map's power was the most compatible with star beasts. Hence, when star beasts were manifested, they could unleash even more power. At present, with the power of the formation diagram, a total of 365 astral beasts could be created. Moreover, the power of each star beast was comparable to that of a fifth-level immortal. Originally, Zhou Tian's star map, which had just been successfully refined, could only manifest fourth-level immortal star beasts at most. However, after absorbing a lot of star cores, the power of the formation diagram had completed a small transformation. Star beasts could now be manifested inside. They had also broken through from 4th level immortal to 5th level immortal. Besieged by 365 5th level immortal star beasts, even a 9th level immortal would have no choice but to die. However, in the face of such an attack, the Beast Emperor didn't show any signs of defeat. Instead, it killed one star beast after another. When the star beasts died, the stars in the sky seemed to have dimmed a little. At the same time, the formation trembled slightly, as if showing signs of shattering. Soon, the Tiandi Bell and the Skirich Mirror, which were suppressing the formation eye, both shone brightly. Then, they merged with the formation diagram and stabilized the slightly trembling formation. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back and calmly watched the scene in the formation. He didn't relax for a moment as he channeled his true essence. A half-step Dao fruit expert is indeed difficult to deal with. Even Zhou Tian's star map array couldn't immediately kill it. Instead, it could only barely suppress it. If it were Ba Duo or Mo Shalua, I'm afraid they wouldn't be far from death. Qin Shujian sighed in his heart. A half-step Dao fruit expert was indeed difficult to deal with. The Beast Emperor in front of him actually had a strong foundation. He even suspected that if there were no accidents, the Beast Emperor might become the first Dao fruit expert in this era. This was no joke. Because there were only a few half-step Dao fruit experts in the entire universe. Qin Song had already died in the ancient times. The Great Thousand Domains solar and lunar laws had no possibility of advancing in the future. Half-step Dao fruit was their limit. On the contrary, the Beast Emperor, who was originally sleeping in the ancient star, didn't have any restrictions. As long as it had enough opportunities, it could break through to the Dao fruit realm. Actually, there are a lot of people who have a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm in this era. Qin Shujian thought of something and suddenly shook his head. Except for the Beast Emperor in front of him. There were a few immortals in the heavenly court who had a chance of advancing. Jiao Huang and Xiao Qingfeng were two of them. The remaining immortals like the Beast Emperor and the Dog Emperor also had some hope, but it was very slim. Among all the clans of the original Void Demons, Ba Duo and Mo Shalua also had a chance of breaking through. Especially Ba Duo. He had been a top demon emperor for countless years and had a strong foundation. He hadn't broken through to the half-step Dao fruit realm because he lacked an opportunity. However, Ba Duo had already died. No matter how many possibilities there were, they had become impossible. His thoughts drifted away and quickly returned. Qin Shujian's gaze still fell on the array. At this moment, many of the star beasts that had been born had already been killed. In the array, star beasts fell one after another. The Beast Emperor's power was unparalleled. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled slightly and waved his sleeve again. The stars in the sky, which had dimmed a little, shone again with dazzling brilliance. Then, star beasts were born one after another. I want to see how many you can kill. The star beasts are immortal in the array. As long as the array's power and my true essence are not exhausted, they can continue to be reborn. Next, it's time to see how long your foundation can last. Qin Shujian didn't look too nervous. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. Star beasts were immortal. Because star beasts weren't real living beings, they were just born of the array's power. As long as he was willing, star beasts could be born without limit. Of course. The premise was that the person who set up the array had to have enough true essence to support it. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was as steady as Mount Tai. It was a competition of consumption. To be honest, he had never been afraid of anyone. Putting everything else aside, just having an inner world in his body allowed Qin Shujian's true essence to reach an almost inexhaustible level. Although it was inexhaustible, it was only relatively speaking. But it also showed his deep foundation. Putting everything else aside, Qin Shujian believed that if other half-step Dao fruits competed with him, they would definitely be tortured to death. Although the Beast Emperor's foundation was strong. But in his opinion, it was still a little lacking. In the array, the fallen star beasts revived and then joined the battle. Although the Beast Emperor's intelligence was not high, it also understood what the changes in front of it meant. Roar. It roared angrily at the sky, and the sound waves swept in all directions like a wave, causing the bodies of many star beasts to collapse. Since its birth, the Beast Emperor had never encountered such trouble before. It had never encountered such an enemy that it couldn't kill no matter how hard it tried. It could understand. The star beasts that were born in front of it were just similar to its own race, but in fact, they had nothing to do with the star beast race. Therefore, the Beast Emperor didn't show any mercy. But no matter how merciless it would still need to consume some energy to kill a 5th-level immortal star beast. There was no problem with 1 or 2 star beasts. But when the number reached hundreds, it wasn't so easy to deal with. It was just that the Beast Emperor's foundation was really strong. Even if the star beasts kept reviving, it didn't cause too much trouble for him. Turn. Xianxia suddenly moved again and activated the array. The stars in the array shone, and the power of the sun and the moon collided and merged with each other, forming a great millstone of destruction that suppressed the Beast Emperor, trying to kill it. Wherever the great millstone of destruction passed, everything turned into nothingness. The Beast Emperor also felt threatened, and as it roared, its huge fist blasted out. Turning complexity into simplicity, returning to simplicity, its attack moves didn't have any mysterious changes, only simple attacks, but every punch could destroy the galaxy and faintly cause the laws to tremble. In Xianxia's eyes, such a method had reached the level of breaking all laws with one force. The fist blasted out. The great millstone of annihilation crushed down. The intertwining power of yin and yang was enough to annihilate all matter in the world. The Beast Emperor's fist cracked open, and a river of blood flowed out from the wound. This was the first time it had been injured since it entered the array. That kind of intense pain. The Beast Emperor was both shocked and enraged. Instantly, with the injury on his fist healed, he attacked once more. Boom, boom, the Beast Emperor unleashed all of his power. Each of his punches was capable of shattering the void, and even forcibly forcing the laws out of the void. But in Zhou Tian's great star formation, Xianxia was the sky. The great millstone of annihilation contained all the power of the formation. Yin and yang intertwined to give birth to chaos, and it was enough to obliterate everything in the world. He was as strong as a half-step Dao fruit expert. In the face of the power of the great millstone of destruction, he was forced to retreat step by step. Suddenly, the Tiandi bell, which was suppressing the eye of the formation, let out a shocking sound. The sound of the bell spread out like ripples, as if time and space were frozen. Then, yellow light burst out from the heavenly mirror, which froze everything together with the Tiandi bell. 2 supreme treasures. Both of them focused on confinement. Now that they were activated together, their power increased exponentially. And with the support of Zhou Tian's star map, the extent of the increase was even more terrifying. Inside the array, in the sky, the shadow of a large bell and an ancient mirror had appeared out of nowhere. The sound of the bell and the yellow light swept down. The Beast Emperor, who was punching, stopped. In the next instant, the great millstone of annihilation crushed, and the endless void collapsed. The shackling power of the 2 supreme treasures dissipated, but the Beast Emperor's physical body was also torn apart by the great millstone of annihilation. His 1,000,000-feet-long body was torn apart. Blood flowed wildly like a river. Even though his injuries healed very quickly, he had lost a lot of power. At this moment, the bell sounded again, and the heavenly mirror reflected the greater world. The Beast Emperor paused again, and the great millstone of annihilation had completely suppressed him. Boom, the Beast Emperor's healed physical body was forcefully torn apart, and the intense pain caused his hideous face to twist slightly. His throat rolled, and before he could make a sound of anger, he saw the power of the Tiandi bell and the heavenly mirror had descended again. In the Zhou Tian Great Star Array, the Beast Emperor was almost in a situation where he could not fight back. The combination of the Tiandi bell, the heavenly mirror, and the Zhou Tian star map was almost perfect. The former 2 focused on confinement. The latter focused on extermination. Complementing each other, the Beast Emperor was already seriously injured. As long as we can delay for a little longer, this Beast Emperor will die. Xianxia looked at the Beast Emperor, who was in a disadvantageous situation, with a look of victory on his face. The Zhou Tian star map was successfully refined. Unless there was an absolute power that could forcibly break the Zhou Tian Great Star Array, once trapped, defeat was only a matter of time. The current Beast Emperor was in such a situation. The other party's strength was indeed very strong. Among the experts that he had encountered in this era, he could be considered the number one. It was a pity. The Beast Emperor's strength was still a little weak. If it was just the Zhou star map alone, Qin Shujian might not be confident that he could make the Beast Emperor stay. However, with the Tiandi Bell and the Heavenly Mirror suppressing the Beast Emperor, there was no way that the Beast Emperor could escape. When he was refining these two treasures, Qin Shujian already had a plan. To put it bluntly, the purpose of the birth of these two supreme treasures was to prepare for the Heavenly Cycle stellar map. The reason why the Zhou Great Star Array was unparalleled in terms of offense was that it could be called the number one array formation even in several eras. The reason was, in addition to the ingenuity of the formation, the supreme treasure that was used to suppress the eye of the formation also played a great role. It's a pity that the Donghuang Bell has been destroyed. If the Donghuang Bell could be used to suppress the array core, the Beast Emperor would definitely not be able to hold on for so long. The Tiandi Bell is far inferior to the Donghuang Bell. Thinking of the famous Donghuang Bell in the first era, Qin Shujian also felt that it was a pity. It was a treasure. In the end, it was destroyed at the end of the era and did not survive. If he had the Donghuang Bell in hand, coupled with the current Zhou star map, he was confident that he could even wrestle with a real Dao fruit, let alone a half-step Dao fruit. However, if he really had to fight with a Dao fruit, Qin Shujian felt that the chances of winning were slim. However, no matter how slim the chances of winning were, it was already an incredible achievement to be able to fight with a Dao fruit. In the future, I'll think of a way to upgrade the Tiandi Bell and the Heavenly Mirror. Even if they can't be compared to innate treasures like the Donghuang Bell, if they can be upgraded to 7th or 8th Tribulation Zubing, they will be of great use. Qin Shujian thought to himself while continuing to activate the array formation to attack the Beast Emperor. In the array formation, the Great Millstone of Destruction crushed the greater world. The Beast Emperor was furious and wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. P.S. Give the new book some support. It can't even get into the top 10 of the contract signing list. Inside Zhou Tian's Grand Astral Formation, the Tiandi Bell and Skirich Mirror vibrated violently. The bell chimes combined with the yellow light perfectly imprisoned Beast Emperor in place. The Great Obliteration Millstone obliterated everything. Even a half-step Dao fruit body could only quietly crumble. Beast Emperor roared indignantly, but there was nothing he could do. The longer it stayed in the array, the weaker its power became. The Great Obliteration Millstone suppression, in particular, could obliterate a portion of Beast Emperor's power each time. This Emperor of the Star Beast clan, who had been in a deep slumber for hundreds of millions of years, had finally reached the end of his road. Boom, the void wailed. Under the suppression of the Great Obliteration Millstone, Beast Emperor's body was obliterated bit by bit. He was on the verge of death. Emperor of Heaven, quick, let me deal the final blow. Godslayer, who was watching the battle, said urgently. Half-step Dao fruit, that was a half-step Dao fruit powerhouse. If he could kill Beast Emperor, he would definitely be able to transcend the 7th Tribulation. After all, the energy contained in a half-step Dao fruit powerhouse was not something an upper 3 true immortal could compare to. Godslayer was already close to transcending the Tribulation. If he could absorb Beast Emperor's power now, transcending the Tribulation would be a certainty. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Qin Shujian already had a plan. Wait a little longer. Don't be anxious. Beast Emperor looked like he was not far from death. But at this level, being on the verge of death didn't mean that he was really waiting for death. He was certain. Once the formation was removed, Beast Emperor would definitely erupt. The most appropriate thing to do now was to maintain the formation and continue to wear down Beast Emperor's power. When Beast Emperor really reached his limit, he would let Godslayer deal the final blow. At this moment, in Zhou Tian's Grand Astral Formation, the power of Yin and Yang intertwined to form the Great Obliteration Millstone, constantly obliterating Beast Emperor's power. Such a strong physical body had been torn apart by the Great Millstone of Annihilation. Then, it was healed by the power of new life. After that, it would be torn apart again. This cycle repeated endlessly. Time slowly passed. In the end, Qin Shujian waved his hand and put away Zhou Tian's star map, as well as the other two supreme treasures. Then, he held the Godslayer in one hand and attacked the dying Beast Emperor. Boom, the saber aura suddenly struck out, cutting open the lonely void. The sharpness of the six tribulations Zhu Bing was completely revealed. When the stone saber chopped down, the boundless killing intent condensed into a terrifying demon god, roaring furiously in the void. Roar! In the face of Zhu Bing's threat, the Beast Emperor let out an indignant roar. There was anger and fear in his voice. Death, any living being would feel fear because of this. As powerful as a ruler of the star beasts, when faced with death, he would instinctively feel fear. However, no matter what, the star beast in front of him was the ruler of a race. When he understood that there was no way for him to dodge, the ferocious nature hidden in his heart was completely unleashed. Blood gushed out of his broken body like a river bursting through a dam. However, he did not care at all. His huge fist suddenly blasted out, and his unparalleled aura shook the void. Vaguely, the void laws buzzed, and a mother stream seemed to appear. This was the resonance of the laws when one's strength reached a certain level. Slash! Qin Shujian's expression was cold. His soft shout was like a law. A mysterious power acted on the stone saber, and it finally slashed down. The void collapsed. His flesh and blood split. The Beast Emperor, who was at the end of his tether, was directly split in two by the stone saber. His million-foot-long body scattered in the void. Not only that. That shocking murderous intent turned into a powerful saber will that obliterated the Beast Emperor's will. However, the Beast Emperor was a half-step Dao fruit existence after all. His consciousness was almost immortal. Even if his body was split, there was a tendency for it to heal again. In this regard, Qin Shujian was already prepared. Zhou Tian's star map flew up into the air and directly suppressed a piece of the Beast Emperor's body. Next, Tiandi Bell and the sky-penetrating mirror flew up again and forcibly suppressed the other piece of the Beast Emperor's body. The Godslayer seemed to understand tacitly and flew towards one of the pieces of the Beast Emperor's body to absorb the power of the other party. After doing these things, Qin Shujian did not stop. Instead, he spread out his divine sense and looked for something in the two pieces of the Beast Emperor's body. After a while, he stretched out one hand and condensed a palm of true essence. It struck out in the air and landed on Zhou Tian's body that was suppressed by the star map. Then, it sank into it and then pulled it out with force. A colorful star core was pulled out by Qin Shujian just like that. A half-step Dao fruit-level star core. Looking at the star core in his hand, his eyes bloomed with brilliance. Star cores of other levels could not be compared to a half-step Dao fruit-level star core at all. To put it bluntly, the star core in front of him alone was more powerful than all the star cores that had been integrated into Zhou Tian's star map before. As long as he integrated the star core in his hand into Zhou Tian's star map, Qin Shujian believed it. The level of Zhou Tian's star map could at least break through the level of an 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. This was still a conservative estimate. If this Beast Emperor's star core was powerful enough, then Zhou Tian's star map could definitely be promoted to a top 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. If it can really be promoted to a top 8 tribulations Zhu Bing, then by integrating the remaining star cores, Zhou Tian's star map will have a chance to be promoted to a level comparable to that of a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered and he could not help but feel excited. If he really broke through to the level of a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, then the Zhou Tian star array set up by Zhou Tian's star map would already be qualified to compete with a Dao fruit level. No matter which era it was in. A 9 tribulations Zhu Bing was a supreme treasure that could not be ignored. Even a Dao fruit level expert would fight for a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. In the third era, he only had a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing in his hand. However, that 9 tribulations Zhu Bing had been completely destroyed when the third era fell. Until now, Qin Shujian did not have a single 9 tribulations Zhu Bing that he could take out. That Sanhua that existed in the heavenly court was not a supreme treasure that he owned. Because Sanhua was the sword master's divine weapon. Even if it submitted to him now, it did not mean that he could fully exert the power of that divine weapon. Without hundreds or thousands of years of cooperation, there was no possibility of telepathy at all. Moreover, Xianxia was not very interested in long swords. No matter which era he was in, he used more sabers or simply fists. He did not dabble much in the sword Dao. If Zhou Tian's star map can be promoted to a 9 tribulation Zhu Bing, then in this era, I will be the real boss. No matter what your background is, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you will have to behave yourself. He did not forget that there were still experts from the first few eras in the other player worlds. Moreover, the threat of the demon abyss had not been resolved yet. With one more supreme treasure, he would have more confidence. All the clans of the void demons had been destroyed, and the remaining void demons were almost completely wiped out. Even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. The next threat of the heavenly court was the demon abyss that was constantly approaching. As for the demon abyss, Xianxia still had a lot of fear in his heart. Because the demon abyss was the physical manifestation of the Dao fruit, there was more than one half-step Dao fruit inside, and maybe there was a backup left behind by the fallen Dao fruit. No matter how one looked at it, the demon abyss was a hard bone to chew. And the demon abyss had a glorious record of destroying the ancient heavenly court 1,000,000 years ago. From the ancient battle, it could be seen how powerful the demon abyss was. Xianxia had a lot of confidence in his own strength. But no matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to say that he could kill the demon abyss with 100% certainty. But as long as Zhou Tian's star map really advanced to the level of 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, then he could face the demon abyss openly, and even beat the demon abyss until it obediently called him father. This was the confidence brought by strength. Thinking in his heart, Xianxia directly integrated the star core in his hand into Zhou Tian's star map. After the star core touched the formation map, it was like a stone gently falling into the water. After a slight ripple, it completely sank. Not long after, Zhou Tian's star map vibrated. A powerful aura rose from the formation map. The aura lasted for half a day, and then gradually quieted down. Then, a brilliant light overflowed from the formation map, and there was a phantom image of a galaxy running through the sky. Soon, the phantom image of the galaxy running through the sky disappeared, and a terrifying star beast phantom appeared. Looking carefully, one would find that the star beast was exactly the same as the beast emperor in front. All kinds of visions appeared and then disappeared. But the aura on the formation map was even more tyrannical, suppressing the beast emperor's remnant body to the point that it couldn't resist, and the remaining consciousness was being worn down even faster. Also, when the vision of Zhou Tian's star map disappeared, Xianxujian's face lit up with joy. Top 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. Promoted, he had really advanced. When he saw that Zhou Tian's star map had really advanced to the top of the 8 tribulations Zhu Bing, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The foundation of the Beast Emperor. He was much more powerful than Xianxujian had imagined. After the ecstasy, he quickly calmed down. A half-step Dao fruit beast core can elevate an array diagram to the peak of the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing because the Beast Emperor is strong enough. In fact, those who could rely on their own strength to resonate with the natural order also had such a foundation. If it weren't for the help of Zhou Tian's star map, I wouldn't have been its match. Xianxujian knew very well that he was no match for the Beast Emperor without the help of a divine weapon. That was because the Beast Emperor was truly powerful. To be able to trigger the resonance of the laws with just his physical body was not something that anyone could do. One had to know. In order to trigger the resonance of the laws, one's strength had to be so strong that it was qualified to touch the limits of the outer realms. Just like the Beast Emperor. Star beasts didn't comprehend the laws. They relied only on their physical strength to push themselves to an unimaginable level. Logically speaking, no matter how strong a star beast was, it couldn't have anything to do with the laws. But once a star beast reached the level of the Beast Emperor, even if it didn't understand the laws, it could rely on its own strength to resonate with the laws. That was to say, the Beast Emperor didn't understand the laws at all and didn't know how to borrow the power of the laws. Otherwise, after triggering the resonance of the laws, the other party was fully qualified to borrow the power of the laws of the outer realms. At that time, its strength would increase a lot. In short, Xianxia was somewhat lucky to be able to kill the Beast Emperor. On the other side, Godslayer had absorbed most of the power of the remnant body. When the energy was completely absorbed, the will on the remnant body was also completely exhausted, and it finally disappeared. At this moment, a heavenly tribulation condensed in the void. After absorbing only half of the Beast Emperor's remnant body power, Godslayer broke through the critical point of transcending the tribulation. Emperor of Heaven, I'm going to transcend the tribulation. He didn't finish his words. The tribulation came crashing down. Xianxia instantly put away the Tiandi bell that was suppressing the remnant body and the heavenspan mirror. Then, he moved Zhou Tian's star map away from the remnant body and retreated at the same time. The tribulation didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Either you broke through to the Dao fruit realm and didn't fear the tribulation, or you obediently retreated. Boom, the tribulation came crashing down on the stone sword. Dense lightning evolved into a sea of lightning, illuminating the colorless void with a purple-blue hue. Compared to the sixth tribulation Zhu Bing's tribulation, the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing's was several times stronger. Similarly, the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing's strength was destined to be much stronger than the sixth tribulation Zhu Bing's. Watching the tribulation come crashing down, Xianxia's expression was indescribable. The seventh tribulation Zhu Bing's tribulation already has the power of a ninth tribulation immortal. The eighth tribulation Zhu Bing's tribulation is between the peak of the ninth tribulation immortal and the half-step Dao fruit realm. But the ninth tribulation Zhu Bing's tribulation, even if it's not at the Dao fruit realm, won't be too far away. Heavenly tribulations of this level are extraordinarily difficult to successfully overcome. It is no wonder that no ancestral armament above the seventh tribulation has appeared in this epoch. Although Zhu Bing's strength was magical. But precisely because Zhu Bing's strength was magical, the tribulation he experienced was also abnormally powerful. Although Zhou Tian's star map was already comparable to the top 8 tribulation Zhu Bing's, in fact, it was fundamentally different from the real Zhu Bing. Simply put, if a player was killed by a first tribulation Zhu Bing, they would truly die. But if a player was killed by a Zhou Tian star map, they wouldn't truly die. The difference was the power of faith. In other words, no matter how powerful Zhou Tian's star map was, there was no way it could touch the real level, unless there was some opportunity. For example, the power of faith. For example, the power of truth. But any kind of power was not so easy to obtain. The power of faith alone could not be completed in a short time. The formation of a Zhu Bing. At the very least, it would take 10,000 years to calculate. Unless it could be wholeheartedly believed by a clan like the 2 stone tablets in the Qianyuan realm, there was no way it could transform to the level of a real Zhu Bing in a short time. Not to mention the power of truth. Even Xianxia didn't know much about truth. The only truth. It was the red lotus of purgation that was deduced with truth when the third era turned to life from death. Apart from that, there was no extra means. Even so, it didn't mean that Zhou Tian's star map was useless. When it comes to the real level, Zhou Tian's star map doesn't play a role. But whether it's dealing with the demon abyss or other strong people in the universe, it has nothing to do with the real level. As long as I have this treasure in hand, it's enough. End of chapter 867. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.